Like, subscribe and share fanfiction channel. Chapter 1 Marvel's first person returns to his position. Peter, Harry, see you at school tomorrow. Lynn, you drank too much. Harry and I are leaving first. You can have a good rest. See you tomorrow. Peter Parker said hello to Harry Osborn, then got into Harry's luxury car and left. Lynn, whose full name is Lynn Hao Jackson, today is his 18th birthday, and it is also the 18th year since he traveled to this world. He comes from an ordinary Earth, where there are no superheroes and the Earth is not so troubled. In an accident, Lynn Hao died young. When he woke up again, he found that he had traveled to this world, the Marvel world of the popular Marvel series of movies in his previous life. Lynn Hao can be said to be a native of the United States, but he has an Oriental face. If it were not for a paternity test, Lynn Hao's father Jason Jackson and his mother Mina Romanoff, they all suspected that Lynn Hao was not their biological son, but the paternity test proved that Lynn Hao was their biological son. Lynn Hao dragged Yu Bao's body and staggered back to his room. He might have drunk a little too much tonight, which made his face turn red and his head was a little groggy. Lynn Hao, I want to lie down in bed right away and have a good sleep. Lynn Hao returned to the room. As soon as he lay down and closed his eyes, his mind suddenly went blank, and at the same time a voice sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for reaching the age of 18 and meeting the system's requirements. From now on, the system will be officially launched. The following system will infuse the host with the blood of the fighting nation Saiyans. The next moment, Lynn Hao suddenly felt an inexplicable warm current rushing through every meridian and blood vessel in his body. At the same time, his physical fitness was also undergoing earth-shaking changes. Whenever the warm current surged through, every inch of his muscles and a qualitative leap occurred in his nerves. This process lasted for more than an hour. When the Saiyan blood of the fighting nation was infused, his head that was originally groggy due to drinking became extremely sober. Lynn Hao sat up suddenly. He came to the mirror and looked at the figure in the mirror that seemed to have grown stronger. Lynn Hao was almost in disbelief. It turned out that the system in the novel he read in his previous life really existed, and this incident happened to him. He can now clearly feel the changes in his body. His body is full of exciting power. He has an intuition. Now he can punch a tree without any pressure. And now he has an idea, the idea of fighting. This is the blood of the purest fighting nation, the Saiyans. But now there is no one to fight with him, so Lynn Hao can only give up this idea temporarily. System, fake. I have been waiting for 18 years, and you are finally here. Lynn Hao punched the table, causing a hole in the table easily. This punch was a way for him to vent his inner excitement and high spirits. The blood infusion of the fighting race Saiyans has been completed, and the host's various body functions and combat values are being tested. Host, Lynn Hao Jackson. Age, 18 years old. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms. Ultimate speed, 50 meters per second. Reaction speed and physical fitness rating, D level. Combat power, 198. The combat power before infusion of Saiyan blood, a fighting race, was 5. The following system provides the host with a novice gift package. Would you like to open the novice gift package? The voice of the system rang in his ears again, and Lynn Hao touched his nose. Novice gift package? Since it is a big gift package, it must have something good. Something is ready, open it. Ding. Open the novice gift package. Congratulations to the host for getting 500 points, Wukong technique. Just this little thing. Lynn Hao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Can this little thing be called a gift package for beginners? 500 points? Lynn Hao still doesn't know what its use is yet. As for the Wukong technique, almost everyone in the Dragon Ball world has it. One of his body skills or martial arts, that is, Fanfiction ability, was something that was only available on the street, so he was not surprised at all. He originally thought that the novice gift package would yield something awesome. Ding! The host's luck is overwhelming, triggering the hidden reward in the novice gift package, and obtaining Flash Time Kung Fu. What? Did I hear it correctly? Flash Time Kung Fu. Lynn Hao was shocked. He was a little disappointed a second ago, but now a pie fell directly from the sky and almost knocked him dizzy. The Flash Time Kung Fu is the unique skill of Hit, the strongest killer in the universe in Dragon Ball Super. At the 6th and 7th Universe Martial Arts Conference, Hit used the Flash Time Kung Fu to defeat Super Blue Sun Wukong and Vegeta. To put it in a simple word, Flash Time Kung is simply a bug-level existence in the Marvel world. However, although the Flash Kung Fu is powerful, it also has another disadvantage, that is, only the stronger the strength, the ability of Flash Kung can be maximized. After all, a real master can use a short moment to determine the winner, and Flash Kung Fu Gong is a kind of martial arts that can jump time, which is undoubtedly a weapon for masters to win. And there is a derivative skill of Flash Time Kung Fu, which is Flash Time Space. It stores the time of past jumps to create an independent space, and can freely shuttle within the space. This space is called Flash Time Space. Okay, I announce that the number 1 person in the Marvel world has returned to his position. Lynn Hao showed a confident smile. As he obtained the Wukong technique and flash time kung fu from the novice gift package, a stream of information about Wukong technique and flash time kung fu poured into his mind like a tide. Now he has basically mastered the essentials of using Wukong technique and flash time kung fu, but now for him, flash time kung fu can only be used in critical moments. Not only can he only jump for 0.1 seconds, but using flash shiken will also there are huge amounts of consumption for him, but for him who has just obtained the flash time kung fu, he is already very satisfied. Originally, he was still worried about how he would deal with the villains in the Marvel world once they appeared in the future. Now it seems that he no longer needs to worry about this matter. As long as Thanos and his gang mess with him, Lin Hao will let them try. Taste what it feels like to kick the iron. Although his current combat power is only 198 and cannot even defeat the Hulk, Lin Hao believes that with this system, he will stand at the pinnacle of the Marvel Universe sooner or later. From the current point of view, this system seems to be specially designed to provide him with things from the Dragon Ball world. The fighting race Sun Blood, Wukong Jutsu, and Flash Time Kung Fu are all products of the Dragon Ball world. You must know that the combat power of the Dragon Ball world is compared to its not inferior to the Marvel world at all, or even worse. The following is a novice combat mission assigned to the host: complete a battle and win. Mission reward, 50 points. Time limit, 3 days. Mission failure penalty, 100 points deducted. The deducted points can be negative and will be deducted from future mission rewards. Points can be used in the system store to redeem items, martial arts, etc. Chapter 2. Novice Combat Mission, complete a battle and win. The time limit is 3 days. You are worthy of the Sun bloodline of the fighting nation. Give me the next combat mission as soon as you come. Lin Hao scratched his head. For him now, this novice combat mission can be said to be within his reach. Just infusing him with the Sun blood of the fighting nation has made his combat power reach a height of 198. You know, the combat power of an adult man. There are only 5, even those soldiers and special forces, who are only in their early teens. With a combat power of 198, plus the Wukong technique and flash time skill obtained from the novice gift pack, it is almost easy to complete a battle and win. But another problem comes again. He can't just find someone and say he wants to duel with him, right? That would be too retarded. What's in the system wall? After thinking for a moment, Lin Hao decided to take a look at the system wall first. The mission reward was points, and points could be exchanged for items in the system wall, so he had to see if there was anything worth redeeming. After that, Lin Hao closed his eyes involuntarily, and a random picture appeared in his mind. The picture was a space, with light groups floating above the space. These light groups were large and small, and they were also marked with usage points. The amount redeemed. The system prompts that the host's current remaining points are 500. Well, let me take a look first. These 500 points were obtained from the novice gift package, and then Lin Hao focused on those light groups. Bulma's capsule, 200 points. 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, 500 points. Sherinon, 600 points. Dr. Gro, 600 points. Lin Hao took a casual look and was surprised to find that there were not only things from the Dragon Ball world in the system wall, but also things from his previous life's martial arts novels, animations, and various film and television drama novels, as small as Bulma's capsule. After taking a look, Lin Hao had no intention of paying attention to those small light groups. He turned his attention randomly. As his attention deepened, the picture in his mind gradually deepened, and at the same time, the suspended light groups gradually became clearer and clearer. Come bigger. Tai Suiya, all forms 3000 points. Sword of the Brave, 5000 points. Pure Lotus Demon Fire, 8000 points. As he went deeper, the things in the system store kept refreshing Lin Hao's shock. It turned out that this system was not unique to the Dragon Ball world. According to the items in the system store, it was a system of all worlds. Those items with thousands of points, as long as you get one at will, can make Lin Hao's strength skyrocket, but they are too expensive. With Lin Hao's current 500 points, it is not practical except for a few exchanges such as Bulma's capsules. The things basically cannot be exchanged for other things. Suddenly, the system store space was filled with light, and a huge light group slowly appeared in Lin Hao's sight. When he took a closer look, his jaw almost dropped. Free Ultimate Intention Gong, 80,000 points. What the F? Lin Hao almost blurted out a curse word. When he came to his senses, he found that he had exited the system store space. He covered his chest and breathed heavily. I need to calm down. If things like the Pure Lotus Demon Fire shocked him before, then the Self-Extreme Intention Kung Fu shocked him. These so-called various artifacts are nothing compared to the Ultimate Intention Kung Fu, which is a martial art, or a kind of artistic conception, that even Beerus, the god of destruction, has not fully mastered. The points exchange value for the free Ultimate Intention Gong has reached an astonishing 80,000. Now it seems that the 500 points Lin Hao currently has are really pitiful. More importantly, this damn novice task only rewards 500 points. At this rate, it will take 80,000 points to be stored in the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. However, Lin Hao is not in a hurry now. The self-extreme intention gong is there. As long as he patiently completes the tasks assigned by the system, he believes that sooner or later, he will have the self-extreme intention gong in his pocket. By then, Lin Hao will stand in this marvel. On top of the world. Lin Hao looked at the time and saw that it was already 12 o'clock in the morning. However, he did not intend to rest. Instead, he got dressed and opened the window of the room. At 12 o'clock in the morning, it was the peak period of criminal activities in New York. Zige Gong successfully aroused his motivation, and the novice tasks also had time limits. It would be good if he could complete them early, so Lin Hao planned to do it now. Set off to walk around the streets of New York to see if you can encounter any criminal incidents and complete the novice mission. Let's go. Lin Hao jumped out of the window and performed the air dance. At first, Lin Hao was not very used to it, and he had trouble controlling the flight path. But after a few minutes of adapting, Lin Hao was finally able to perform the air dance skillfully. After all, the key system of Wukong technique has been instilled in him. He only needs to adapt to it before he can perform Wukong technique as he wishes. Flying in the night sky of New York, Lin Hao couldn't help but be a little excited. He didn't expect that on the night of his 18th birthday, his life in the Marvel world would be completely changed. Flying abilities such as Wukong Jitsu might not be popular in the Dragon Ball world. But in the Marvel world, it is extremely rare. In the entire Marvel world, only a few people such as Iron Man, Stark and Thor can fly. Even the big villain Thanos in the Marvel world cannot fly. Suddenly, a remote and dark alley caught Lin Hao's attention. In the remote and dark alley, there was a delicate woman standing on one side, and 4 or 5 stout figures standing on the other side. Then the 4 or 5 stout figures stood there. The weaker woman was surrounded. You will be unlucky if you meet me. Lin Hao was worried that no one would fight with him. Now, he encountered a crime. In this way, the problem of novice combat missions was easily solved. Maybe these robbing gangsters were too weak, but as long as they fought with him, that is the battle, adjusted the angle from the air, and flew down diagonally. Smelly BCH. Hand over the money obediently. Maybe the brothers will be happy and let you go. If you want to resist or scream, your cute little face will turn into a big painted face. In the alley, a bald black man holding a switchblade said viciously to the white woman opposite him. The bald black man has a scar on his face, tattoos on his arms, and his strong body. You can tell at a glance that he is someone who is not easy to mess with. The white woman looked extremely weak in front of the sturdy bald black man and his companions. She grabbed the bag in her hand and begged, "Sir. Please, you can't take this money. Take it away. My father is seriously ill and he needs this money for treatment. If you take this money away, you will kill my father." The white woman's eyes revealed fear. Although she was trembling with fear, she still held on to her bag tightly, intending to protect the money to the death. After all, this was related to whether her father's disease could be cured. If not, without this money, her father would not only have no medical expenses, but would also be kicked out of the hospital. The white woman may look pitiful, but why do these bad guys talk so much nonsense to her? In their eyes, no matter what the victim's money is used for, they only care about whether they can get it. Snapped. The bald black man stepped forward and slapped the weak white woman to the ground. Her cheeks instantly became red and swollen. The bald black man squatted down and placed a sharp switchblade on the white woman's fair face, revealing his big black teeth. He smiled sinisterly and said, "I don't care what you use your money for. I'll say it for the last time. Hand it over obediently, or I'll send you to heaven to meet your father." "She won't go to heaven. It's you who should go to heaven." "Oh no, I'm sorry, I said it wrong. Scumbags like you don't deserve to go to heaven. You will only go to hell." Chapter 3. Who is talking? In the dark alley, this sound was like an alarm bell, which scared the 5 robbers and turned their heads suddenly. They looked at both ends of the alley, but they saw nothing. "Brother Wei, did you hear wrongly? This is the territory of our Tiger Shark gang, and it's already 12 o'clock in the morning. There should be no talented people here," a robber whispered to the bald black man. However, the bald black man known as Brother Wei shook his head in denial. "No. It's impossible to hear wrongly. The voice just now was obviously true. Even if I heard wrongly, did all of you hear wrongly? You bunch of idiots, I'm on top of you." Another joking voice came, and Brother Wei and the others suddenly looked up and saw a black shadow on the roof of the alley under the moonlight, like a Superman leaping down from the roof of a house more than 30 meters away, and stood firmly opposite them. Brother Wei and others rubbed their eyes in disbelief and said in shock, "Fake. Did I see it wrong? Flying man." He jumped from the roof of more than 30 meters above the ground and was still standing opposite them without any problems. Brother Wei and others had never seen such a person before. For some reason, Brother Wei had an ominous premonition in his heart, but after all, he is also a big brother. Brother Wei swallowed his saliva and pretended to be calm. "Man, which road are you on? This is the territory of our tiger shark gang. I advise you not to cause trouble and leave quickly. Don't give yourself any trouble. Getting angry. While talking, Brother Wei and others quietly took out their switchblade knives and got into fighting postures. It is not difficult to see from the actions of Brother Wei and others that they have a lot of combat experience. Even though Lin Hao standing opposite them is still some distance away from them, they are ready to fight. This is definitely not ordinary. The posture and consciousness that a local ruffian should have. In New York in this era, there are many gangs on the road, and gang fights often happen. A gangster needs to be ready to fight at any time, otherwise he may be killed in the next second. You will be stabbed in the stomach by someone from a rival gang. Over the years, as many people in New York have been killed by switchblades as by guns. Tiger Shark Gang? What is it? Is it very powerful? Lin Hao said with a joking smile. Of course it's awesome. Don't ask me, our Tiger Shark Gang is one of the 3 major gangs in New York. If you mess with us, you won't get anything good, so I advise you to stay out of your own business. Brother Wei seemed to he didn't hear the joking and sarcasm in Lin Hao's words, so he held his head high and said arrogantly. One of the 3 major gangs in New York? Let me guess, is your Tiger Shark Gang the 3rd largest? Hearing this, Brother Wei and others looked surprised. You, how did you know? Do you know our Tiger Shark Gang? No, I don't know your so-called Tiger Shark Gang. Lin Hao shook his head, I just made a little guess. If the Tiger Shark Gang is the boss, you would say it is the largest gang in New York. If it is the boss, second, you would say it is the 2nd largest gang in New York, but you are talking about one of the 3 major gangs. I can guess with my feet that it is the 3rd largest gang. What? You're the devil. Brother Wei stared gloomily at Lin Hao opposite him, but due to the darkness in the alley, he couldn't see clearly what Lin Hao's face looked like. The current situation did not allow him to mess up first, but even if the Tiger Shark Gang ranked 3rd child, you should also know the strength of the 3rd largest gang in New York. If you are sensible, you'd better not provoke us and get out of my way immediately. Otherwise, the Tiger Shark Gang will make you die in an ugly way. What if I say I'm not going to get out of the way and I want to send you to see Jesus? Lin Hao said in a cold voice. Before this, he might not dare to provoke these gangsters, but now it is different. Not only does he has acquired the blood of the Saiyans, a fighting nation, and also possesses the air dance and time-bending skills. His combat power is as high as 198. He can easily defeat a few gangsters, even if they have switchblades in their hands. Court death. Brother Wei let out a low roar and rushed forward with a lunge. He stabbed Lin Hao's heart with the switchblade. There was no sloppiness in the whole action. It was done in one go. It can be seen that Brother Wei has done this a lot and his goal is very clear. That is to pierce Lin Hao's heart. He wants Lin Hao to die. Brother Wei is very agile. If it were an ordinary person, without any preparation, he would definitely be succeeded by Brother Wei. Once stabbed into the heart by a switchblade, even if he could be sent to the hospital in time, he would probably be unable to recover. But what he is facing now is Lin Hao, a Lin Hao who has the blood of the fighting nation Saiyans. The switchblade quickly approached Lin Hao's heart. Just when Brother Wei thought he was about to succeed, Lin Hao struck out like lightning. He grabbed Brother Wei's wrist, and then flipped it over. There was only a crisp click, and Brother Wei's wrist after being broken off, the tip of the switchblade also changed its direction. The next second, it penetrated deeply into Brother Wei's lower abdomen. All this happened in a flash of lightning. Several gangsters on the opposite side only saw Brother Wei rushing to Lin Hao. As the sound of a spring knife piercing the body came, they all thought that Brother Wei had succeeded, and they all shouted, "You ignorant guy, have you seen this? This is what you will get if you provoke our Tiger Shark Gang." Oh? What will happen? Lin Hao gently pushed Brother Wei's forehead, and Brother Wei's huge body fell straight down. Seeing Brother Wei fall, the eyes of the remaining 4 gangsters suddenly widened. Brother Wei! The situation changed so quickly that the remaining 4 gangsters almost couldn't react. They all backed away in horror. You! Who are you? A person who punishes you. Bang 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 bang. In less than a minute, the remaining 4 gangsters were beaten to varying degrees. Some had their hands broken, some had their feet broken, and some had their faces bruised and swollen. Including the eldest brother, these 5 gangsters from the Tiger Shark Gang were lying on the ground like dead dogs, some fainted, and some were left with hoarse and feeble wails. As for Brother Wei, the switchblade only pierced his lower abdomen. As long as he received timely treatment, he would have to stay in the hospital for 10 days and a half at most, which would not be life-threatening. Sir, thank you very much for your help. The white lady responded and thanked Lin Hao, thank you for saving me. Without this money, my father doesn't know what to do. Thank you very much. Ma'am, you're welcome. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Lin Hao took out more than $3,000 that were found from Brother Wei and others. This money was probably robbed by Brother Wei and others tonight. For these ill-gotten gains, it is the most appropriate way to use them for good deeds. He handed it to the white lady, you can use this money to treat your father. I hope your father will recover soon. Sir, this. The white lady's face was complicated. She struggled internally for a long time, and finally took the dollar handed over by Lin Hao and burst into tears. Sir, thank you. I really don't know what to say. Thank you so much. After the white lady left, Lin Hao took out his mobile phone and called the police. Police station? Yes, there was a gang fight in the third block just now. I don't know the specific situation. You should come and take a look. After making a call to the police station, Lin Hao was about to use Wukong to leave this land of right and wrong, when suddenly a sexy and magnetic voice came from behind. Sir, maybe you can't leave now. Chapter 4. Lin Hao slowly turned around and saw a dark shadow appearing in the alleyway behind him. Due to the darkness of the night, Lin Hao could not see clearly who was coming from the other side, but from the sound of the voice, Lin Hao could not see clearly. Hao was already inseparable, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. What if I say, I have to leave? Then I have no choice but to make you stay. As soon as he finished speaking, the black shadow on the opposite side had already taken action. With extremely fast speed, flexible body, and vigorous steps, the black shadow came to Lin Hao in the blink of an eye. The black shadow used the wall next to the alley to kick Lin Hao. Hao's head greeted him directly. Lin Hao blocked it with his arm, then launched a counterattack, and the two started fighting in the alley. He Ying's skills and combat experience are extremely rich. Even though he is not as good as Lin Hao in terms of combat effectiveness, with his rich combat experience and flexible skills, Lin Hao was unable to gain any advantage over He Ying for a while. Instead, he felt vaguely overwhelmed. The trend of suppression, but Lin Hao was a bit stronger than He Ying in terms of combat effectiveness, so the battle between the two ended in a stalemate. This situation lasted for several minutes. Lin Hao found the right opportunity and punched the black shadow head-on. The black shadow quickly returned to defense, but Lin Hao's punch still made the black shadow fall back more than 10 meters before he stabilized himself. Body shape. That's it. After forcing the shadow back, Lin Hao did not intend to continue the battle. He waved his hand and chuckled. Agent Natasha Romanoff, why are you looking for me? I just fought a few times. I'm a little BD, so I won't let you arrest me and go to S.H.I.E.L.D. for questioning, right? Or do you just want to have a fight with me? From the battle just now, Lin Hao finally confirmed his guess. The familiar face, sexy red lips and plump figure were the famous super agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. in the previous Marvel movie, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff Romano husband. But for Natasha Romanoff, Lin Hao's words were like a bolt from the blue, completely shocking her. She stared at Lin Hao with a solemn expression on her beautiful face. Do you know me? It would be a shame for an agent to reveal his identity, let alone a super agent like Black Widow. The famous Black Widow, of course I know you, but you don't know me. Lin Hao smiled and said with interest, you're not here to catch me or pick a fight with me, are you? No. Natasha Romanoff shook her head. She was still staring at Lin Hao. She could guarantee that this was definitely the first time she had appeared in front of Lin Hao. At the same time, her agent's identity had always been kept secret. Why was this person in front of her? How could she know so clearly? Natasha Romanoff couldn't figure out what went wrong. In this case, everything about her would be exposed to Lin Hao, but she knew very little about Lin Hao. For an agent, this is extremely dangerous. No, that's fine. Then I guess you must have something to talk to me about. How about we change places and have a good chat? The police are coming soon. If you continue to stay here and wait for the police to arrive, there will be a lot of trouble. Lin Hao smiled. Suggested. Seeing that Lin Hao was not hostile, and Natasha Romanoff did not feel any murderous intent in him, she relaxed slightly and nodded slightly. I'm very happy. Since it was late, there was nothing good for the two of them to go, so Lin Hao took Natasha Romanoff to a nearby bar. Under Natasha Romanoff's questioning on the way, Lin Hao also briefly introduced himself. When they arrived at the bar, the atmosphere in the bar was booming. Lin Hao ordered 2 glasses of brandy and toasted to Natasha Romanoff. After a glass of wine, Lin Hao got straight to the point. Tell me, what do you want from me? Natasha Romanoff smiled charmingly. It's actually nothing, Mr. Lin. Do you like dancing? Maybe we can talk while dancing. It was an honor. Lin Hao was slightly startled, and then he accepted Natasha Romanoff's dance invitation. He was pulled to the dance floor by Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff immediately put her beautiful hands around Lin Hao's waist, and then took Lin Hao's hand and put it on her own. The little willow waist dances gracefully to the music. Mr. Lin, I am becoming more and more interested in you. Natasha Romanoff lay next to Lin Hao's ear and breathed softly. The scent of Natasha Romanoff's body hit his nostrils, and Lin Hao was almost in a trance. Pulling his mind back, Lin Hao smiled calmly and said, Why do you say that? Is there something special about me? You know that I am an agent of SHIELD. How dare you come so close to me, you know. In this case, I can kill you at any time. Natasha Romanoff smiled seductively. Lin Hao disagreed and said with a smile, Really? I don't think so. Maybe you will be dead before you take action. If you don't believe it, you can try it. Giggle. Natasha Romanoff suddenly smiled charmingly. She put a hand on Lin Hao's shoulder and said, Mr. Lin, tell me how you know my identity. If I remember correctly, this is our first time. Let's meet? As long as you tell me. Natasha Romanoff paused briefly, then grabbed Lin Hao's hand and slowly moved towards the high parts of her body. There will be a reward. Award. Hearing this, Lin Hao's voice trembled slightly as he noticed Natasha Romanoff's movements. Yes, I don't think any man would refuse this reward. As she said that, Natasha Romanoff grabbed Lin Hao's hand and continued to move it, just one palm away from touching her high part. However, the next second, the situation suddenly changed. The hand held by Natasha Romanoff suddenly exerted force and attacked her high parts with lightning speed. The speed was so fast that before Natasha Romanoff could react, Lin Hao's hand taken back. The smile on Natasha Romanoff's face suddenly froze. Lin Hao, who got the advantage, said expressionlessly, "Is this the reward you are talking about?" Lin Hao's sudden attack gave Natasha Romanoff no time to react. Originally, she wanted to use her invincible tactic, which was the honey trap, to get a trick out of Lin Hao's mouth. However, this Lin Hao did not follow common sense at all and attacked suddenly. She succeeded, what else can she do now? She even betrayed her appearance, so she had to suppress her murderous thoughts and said with a smile, "That's right, as long as you tell me, the reward is more than this, as long as you want, I can accompany you tonight you." Ha ha! Lin Hao suddenly laughed, leaving Natasha Romanoff confused. What are you laughing at? Are you thinking too much? Am I such a casual man? I will not spend the night with a woman I have just known for less than a day. Lin Hao released his hand on Natasha Romanoff's waist and returned to the bar. Natasha Romanoff had no choice but to follow. After continuing to ask for a glass of brandy, Lin Hao turned to Natasha Romanoff and said, "You don't need to play too many tricks with me. Let's be honest. Are you asking me to join S.H.I.E.L.D.?" As soon as Lin Hao said this, Natasha Romanoff's eyes widened. "How do you know? Who are you?" Chapter 5. Natasha Romanoff's beautiful eyes narrowed dangerously. She stared closely at the man in front of her. Why did he seem to know everything about her? Her identity, including her mission, was absolutely confidential, but in front of Lin Hao, she seems to have no secrets. Who am I? I am an ordinary citizen in New York, a student at Midtown High School. Lin Hao drank brandy and wrote lightly. At the same time, Natasha Romanoff's words also confirmed his thoughts. The reason why Natasha Romanoff targeted him was probably because she had dealt with those gangsters just now, so she took a fancy to his skills and wanted Lin Hao to join SHIELD, join the Avengers. From this point of view, it seems that the Avengers plan has been launched. Iron Man joins the Avengers, and Natasha Romanoff is also indispensable. No, my intuition tells me that you are not as simple as you seem. Natasha Romanoff shook her head and said firmly, "An ordinary high school student has such skills? An ordinary high school student can learn from 3 jumping from a 10-meter rooftop to the ground without getting hurt. So this is why you are targeting me?" Lin Hao asked. Natasha Romanoff nodded and said, "Yes, since you know everything, let me explain it clearly. S.H.I.E.L.D. is conducting an Avengers program. The purpose is to recruit extraordinary people to join the Avengers and become superpowers to protect mankind. Hero, and your performance tonight showed me your potential and strength." Natasha Romanoff didn't hide anything anymore and said it straightforwardly. Yes, she was eyeing Lin Hao because of his performance tonight. If it were her, she didn't think she could jump from a 30-meter high rooftop to the ground without any protection measures, and not survive. She has no loss of strength and ability, and through the previous fight, she has roughly figured out Lin Hao's strength. Lin Hao's strength is definitely not inferior to her, or even stronger than her. No, no, no. Lin Hao shook his finger and chuckled, "This plan sounds good, but I am not interested in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Avengers plan at all. I don't have the heart to protect the world. I just want to do it. An ordinary person. But your strength means that you cannot be an ordinary person all your life. When enemies and disasters come, you cannot stay out of it." Natasha Romanoff said every word. Lin Hao smiled and shrugged, "Maybe. Besides, even if there are enemies, isn't there your S.H.I.E.L.D.? With S.H.I.E.L.D. protecting us, I think I can rest assured. You really don't want to think about it." Natasha Romanoff was reluctant. After all, this was her mission. If possible, she still hoped to win over Lin Hao to join S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. "I think I made it very clear. I am still a student. What I should do now is study hard instead of fighting and killing all day long." Lin Hao said as he left the bar, "Of course, if you want to find me, you can come to Zhongcheng High School to find me at any time. I think I can buy you a drink, a meal, and be friends. Is not it?" With that said, Lin Hao had already walked to the door of the bar. "Okay, it's time for me to go back and rest. I have to go to class tomorrow." Looking at Lin Hao's retreating back, she bit her red lips unwillingly and shouted to Lin Hao, "Mr. Lin, I will come to see you again." Until Lin Hao disappeared from sight, Natasha Romanoff finally withdrew her gaze. She was speechless tonight, and her appearance betrayed her. However, Lin Hao was not interested in her suggestions at all, but Natasha Romanoff was not willing to give up. As a super agent, this is no reason for her to back down. "One day, I will conquer you." When I got home, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. As soon as I got home, the system's voice came from my ears, "Congratulations to the host for completing the novice combat mission. Points earned, 50. Increased combat effectiveness, 10. The host's current point balance is, 550. Combat power, 208. At the same time, because the host has the blood of the fighting nation Saiyans, daily combat missions will start from today. Daily combat missions can be completed once a day. Upon completion, you will receive 30 points and 5 combat power. It is up to the host to decide whether to accept the daily combat mission of that day. The combat mission must be completed if accepted, otherwise double points will be deducted as punishment. Hey, there are also daily combat missions? This is great. With this daily combat mission, the points and combat power can steadily increase every day. Although it is a little small, no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. Over time, the rewards are actually very considerable. However, through tonight's battle with Natasha Romanoff, Lin Hao also discovered his own shortcomings, that is, combat experience and fighting skills. In terms of combat effectiveness, he had a head start on Natasha Romanoff, but he never got any benefits from Natasha Romanoff. Apart from his own combat effectiveness, what Lin Hao lacked most was combat experience and fighting skills. This is like a swordsman without like a sword, his actual strength is greatly reduced. If Lin Hao has rich combat experience and fighting skills, then I believe that in tonight's battle with Natasha Romanoff, he will definitely defeat Natasha Romanoff by crushing him. It seems that this problem must be solved as soon as possible, otherwise it would be a tragedy to have such a high combat effectiveness but not be able to exert half of its strength. After thinking for a moment, Lin Hao decided that this problem must be solved as soon as possible. Although daily combat missions are now enabled, he can do things similar to tonight's every day, but the ones he fights against are all scum with a combat power of 5. You can't learn much combat experience and fighting skills. If you want to quickly enrich your combat experience and increase your fighting skills, you have to find a strong master to fight for a long time, such as Hulk, Captain Steve of the United States, etc. are very good. Target, but where is he going to find Hulk and Steve now? Not to mention the question of whether they can be found, even if he is found, will Hulk and Steve fight against him if he goes to tell them? This is obviously a bit unfair. Reality. After much thought, Lin Hao decided to go to the system mall. His consciousness entered the system mall again. Looking at the dazzling light group, Lin Hao frowned, "When will we find this? Hey, system, are there any secrets about physical skills or fighting skills?" 3 secrets on physical skills and fighting skills have been selected for the host. As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, 3 light groups suddenly floated in front of him: Tai Chi, 100 points, Wing Chun, 100 points, Sun Wukong's combat experience and fighting skills, Teenage, 8 stages in total 500 points. Seeing the last one, Lin Hao's eyes immediately settled. Although Tai Chi and Wing Chun are both good, they will be overshadowed by Sun Wukong's combat experience and fighting skills. Sun Wukong has fought countless battles in his life. The accumulated combat experience and fighting skills are extremely profound. Although he is only a teenager, this is enough for Lin Hao. Okay, it's you. Chapter 6. Pay 500 points to get Sun Wukong's combat experience and fighting skills, Teenage. The host's current points balance is 50. After selecting Sun Wukong's combat experience and fighting skills, the system's voice came, and then a flood of information poured into Lin Hao's mind. This information was all the combat experience and fighting skills contained in Sun Wukong's 7 Dragon Balls, that is, in his fighting experience and fighting skills against Piccolo when he was a child and against Piccolo before marrying Kiki. Even these are enough for the current Lin Hao to digest. After all, Sun Wukong has fought countless battles in his life. Even if he is allowed to obtain all the combat experience and fighting skills of Sun Wukong at once, he may not be able to digest it. The system distinguishes the juvenile stage among the 8 stages is suitable for the current Lin Hao. At this moment, Lin Hao had a feeling that he was no longer a newbie in combat, but a veteran who had experienced hundreds of battles. Although his combat power had not increased, he could clearly feel that compared to fighting the Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, at that time, it was several times stronger. This is the improvement in strength brought by Sun Wukong's combat experience and fighting skills. The 500 points are well spent. System, how many points does it cost to obtain Sun Wukong's combat experience and fighting skills in all stages? After personally experiencing the obvious improvement in strength brought by Sun Wukong's combat experience and fighting skills, Lin Hao couldn't help but want to obtain Sun Wukong's combat experience and fighting skills. Fighting skills are at full stage. Returning to the host requires 350,000 points in 8 stages. Wang Defa. The system struck Lin Hao with a bolt from the blue. Although Sun Wukong's combat experience and fighting skills were powerful, the points he needed to spend were too many. Lin Hao had to temporarily withdraw his thoughts. Now he still has to digest this teenage stage. Let's think about what's next. In the next month, Lin Hao completed the system's daily combat tasks on time every day. At the same time, he was also digesting Sun Wukong's combat experience and the first stage of fighting skills. Although he had obtained this information, personal combat was more important. In a month, apart from daily combat tasks, the system has not assigned any other tasks to Lin Hao. Perhaps this is still in the novice stage, or the enemy has not appeared yet. However, for Lin Hao, completing a combat mission every day and steadily gaining 30 points and 5 combat power increases is not unacceptable. He knows very well that the enemy has not appeared yet. Once the enemy appears, then the mission rewards distributed by the system will definitely be extremely generous. Judging from the fact that Natasha Romanoff came to join S.H.I.E.L.D a month ago, the Avengers plan has been launched. I don't know whether the Green Goblin or Loki will appear first. At night, Lin Hao stood on a high-rise building in New York and murmured to himself. Today is the full moon day when he turns on the system. Today's combat mission has been completed. Lin Hao suddenly became interested. System, test my physical fitness and various skill ratings. The host's physical fitness and various skills are being evaluated. Host, Lin Hao Jackson. Age, 18 years old. Limit speed, 500 meters/s. Reaction speed and physical fitness, C level. Combat strength, 358. The host's current points balance is 950. Since the host has completed daily combat tasks for one consecutive month, and in view of the host's outstanding performance, the system decided to give the host a perfect attendance reward, 200 points, combat power, 50. The host's current points balance is 1150. Combat strength, 408. As soon as the system's voice fell, Lin Hao felt an obvious force pouring into his body. Yes, he became stronger again. This unexpected gain surprised Lin Hao. There is also an unexpected gain, not bad, not bad. My efforts over the past month are worth it. Although the perfect attendance reward is not too generous, Lin Hao is already satisfied. It is better than nothing. To be a person, you must know how to be content. As the saying goes, contentment is always happy. Lin Hao knows this truth very well. Compared to a month ago, Lin Hao's current strength is undoubtedly several times stronger. Although his combat effectiveness has only doubled, his actual strength has increased several times. It's time to go back and rest. Jaja. Withdrawing his mind, Lin Hao was about to perform the Wukong technique, when suddenly a roar of laughter piercing the night sky came from a distance. This laughter was extremely sharp, like a ghost, and just the sound of it made people's scalp numb. What happened? Lin Hao looked along the source of the sound and saw a burst of fire suddenly erupting on the street in the distance. Huge amounts of explosions resounded through the New York night sky. A black shadow flew rapidly in the air. The explosion just now seemed to be this black shadow. A masterpiece of cinematography. That's the direction of Osborne Industries. The next moment, Lin Hao suddenly realized, Green Goblin. Oops. When he realized that the black shadow in the sky was the Green Goblin, Lin Hao felt an uneasy feeling in his heart. In the previous Spider-Man trilogy, Harlem Osborn's father Norman Osborn, it was because he was a guinea pig that the Green Goblin took over his body, which eventually led to Spider-Man Peter Parker and Harry turning from best friends to enemies. In the end, Norman was killed by his own flying machine. Harry also met a tragic end. Lin Hao didn't think much, and directly used the air dance technique to fly in the direction of Osborne Industries. However, when he came to the sky above Osborne Industries, the Green Goblin had already disappeared, leaving only traces of an explosion and panic. There was a huge crowd, and sirens sounded in the distance. The enemy appears, triggering the system's main battle mission, defeat the Green Goblin, mission reward, 800 points, 200 combat power, time limit, 1 month, mission failure penalty, 1,600 points deducted points can be negative. Hearing this, Lin Hao was stunned. If this main battle mission is to defeat the Green Goblin, wouldn't it be much different from the ending of the trilogy in the previous Spider-Man? It's just that Harry's hatred has been transferred from Peter to him. However, both Harry and Peter are his best friends in this world. If possible, he really doesn't want to follow in the footsteps of the Spider-Man trilogy. He wants to change this ending. System, isn't there a second way to deal with it? We must defeat the Green Goblin. Lin Hao asked unwillingly. In view of the host's relationship with Peter Parker and Harlem Osborn in the current world, the system now provides 2 conditions for completing this task for the host to choose. First condition, defeat the Green Goblin. Second condition, help Norman Osborn defeat the Green Goblin and regain control of his body. Chapter 7. That's pretty much it. I'll choose the second one. This system is quite user-friendly. The second option is good. If it can really help Norman defeat the Green Goblin and regain control of his body, he will undoubtedly have a powerful partner by his side in the future. And in this way it also saved the tragic ending of the Spider-Man trilogy. It was simply the best of both worlds. Since the second condition is more difficult to complete than the first, the task reward is now added. The task reward is adjusted to 1000 points, 300 combat power. Conversely, if the task fails, 2000 points will be deducted. No problem. This is a good idea. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Lin Hao smiled, so that he could start working freely. Wait, something seems wrong. After coming back to his senses, Lin Hao suddenly felt that he had missed something important. After thinking for a moment, Lin Hao finally realized, damn it. Why did I miss such an important detail? Now that the Green Goblin has appeared, it means that Peter has been bitten by the super spider and now has the ability of a spider. Originally, according to the timeline in the Spider-Man trilogy, shouldn't the Green Goblin appear after they graduate from high school? But now they are only in the first semester of high school. Logically speaking, it should be a long time before the Green Goblin appears. Maybe he traveled through time. This Marvel world is a little different from the previous Marvel movies, but that doesn't matter anymore. The Green Goblin has already appeared, and there's no point in thinking about it anymore. Having said that, the reason why he didn't go to high school until he was 18 years old was because Lin Hao's family had difficulties when he was a child, which caused him to go to school 2 or 3 years later than ordinary children. The next morning, at the entrance of Zhongcheng High School. Hey Lin, good morning. A greeting came from not far away. Lin Hao turned his head. Peter Parker was walking towards him waving. He also waved, Peter, good morning. Isn't Harry here yet? Peter asked. Maybe he just got up and washed up now. Lin Hao teased with a slight smile. Then he looked at Peter carefully and said intentionally or unintentionally, Peter, I found that you are a little different from the past. You seem to have changed a little. Really? Where to start? Peter showed a confident smile, and his whole temperament was different. In the past, he was an introverted and unconfident young man, but now he is a proud and confident young man. These two, there was a huge difference between them. During this time, Lin Hao was busy studying the system and completing daily combat tasks, and he didn't pay much attention to Peter and Harry. How should I put it? It feels like it. Lin Hao chuckled, not revealing Peter's secret. Even if Peter didn't explain it, he already knew it. While the two were chatting, a Rolls-Royce slowly stopped. Harry and his father Norman got out of the car, and Lin Hao walked forward slowly. Hey, man, you were almost late again today. Harry smiled noncommittally and introduced to his father, Dad, they are the Peter Parker and Lin Hao Jackson I often mentioned to you. Parker, Lin, it's nice to meet you. I think this is the happiest thing for me today. With a kind smile, Norman came over to shake hands with Lin Hao. Peter smiled politely and said, Uncle Norman, I am too nice to meet you. Lin Hao held Norman's hand, stared directly into his eyes, and said with a faint smile, Uncle Norman, I know a little about Osborne Industries you founded. I don't know if we can go there after graduation. Are you going to work as an intern in your company? Hearing this, Norman was stunned for a moment. After a moment, he waved his hand generously and said, Of course, you are all Harry's friends. After graduation, it's no problem if you want to be an intern at Osborne Industries. Harry often mentioned Peter and Lin Hao in front of him. He heard from Harry that Peter and Lin Hao were both outstanding students in Zhongcheng High School, so he naturally welcomed Lin Hao's request, although it might be too much. Or less of a surprise. That's really cool. Uncle Norman, can you take us to visit Osborne Industries when you have time? If you do your homework in advance, you can integrate into your company as quickly as possible after graduation, right? Lin Hao continued. Chai Zui said, since the mission has been accepted, it is natural to solve the Green Goblin matter as soon as possible. It happened that Norman sent Harry to school today, and Lin Hao did not want to miss this opportunity. Wow, that's great. You are the best and most active student I have ever seen. I will invite you when I have time. Norman smiled heartily. Lin Hao and Peter were going to visit Osborne Industries. Norman was naturally extremely happy, but he had been forced by the board of directors recently and was a little busy, so Norman thought of agreeing first and then inviting Lin Hao and Peter after the matter was resolved. Uncle Norman, why not just do it this weekend? Lin Hao took the lead. He turned to Peter and said, Peter, what do you think of this idea? Of course, I have time on weekends. Peter seemed to be in tune with Lin Hao and fully agreed with Lin Hao's idea. As Lin Hao and Peter were talking, Norman was stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Hao and Peter were going to visit Osborne Industries this weekend, which made it very difficult for him. While Norman was hesitating, Harry said, Dad, let's make this decision. I will go with you then. Speaking of which, I haven't been to your company for a long time. No problem, you can come together on the weekend. Norman was still a little hesitant at first, but when he heard that Harry was going with him, he immediately agreed. During this period, his relationship with Harry was already a bit estranged, so Norman always wanted to find an opportunity to make up for it, otherwise if so, the father-son relationship between him and Harry will become increasingly estranged. Harry, you have a good time at school, I have to go back to the company first. Lynn, Parker, see you on the weekend. After saying goodbye to everyone, Norman got into his Rolls-Royce and left Midtown High School. After Norman left, Peter's chatterbox started. He pulled Harry and kept chattering, Harry, that's great. I've always wanted to visit your dad's Osborne Industries. While Peter was nagging, Lin Hao suddenly became interested in Peter's fighting ability. In the previous Marvel movies, Spider-Man's ability was ranked among the best even among the Avengers. Unexpectedly, he has just obtained the spider ability now. How high is his combat effectiveness? System, can you detect Peter's combat effectiveness index? Lin Hao said in his heart, and at the same time he also looked at Peter. Diddy, we are evaluating Peter Parker's combat effectiveness index. Soon, feedback from the system came to my ears. After system evaluation, Peter Parker's combat effectiveness index is. Chapter 8. After system evaluation, Peter Parker's combat effectiveness index is 380. Maximum speed, 200 meters/s. Power, 10 tons. Physical fitness and various skills, sea level. Soon the feedback from the system reached Lin Hao's ears. At the same time, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh. Although Spider-Man's combat effectiveness is slightly lower than him, his strength is definitely better than his own. This is just after he obtained the spider ability. It's just a little Spider-Man. When Peter fully masters Spider-Man's ability, his combat effectiveness will increase by huge amounts. The rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. This sentence is indeed true. Rich men like Iron Man rely on technology, while poor people like Peter Parker can only rely on mutations and systems. In the biology class, since the biology professor hadn't arrived yet, everyone in the classroom was whispering to each other, and Lin Hao was no exception. Lin, there's only half a month left for summer vacation. What are you going to do during the summer vacation? Peter stared at Lin Hao with interest and asked. Lin Hao touched his chin, thought thoughtfully for a while, and said slowly, well, if possible, I would like to do an internship in Osborne Industrial Zone. This is a valuable internship experience, isn't it? After saying that, Lin Hao turned to look at Harry next to him, and said with a smile, Harry, what do you think? Then help me smoothen the relationship with your father. Harry was stunned, and then said, Lin, didn't you say you would wait until you graduate from high school before doing an internship? Why do you want to intern at my father's Osborne Industrial so quickly? It's not too early to start an internship. I call this sneaking out. Lin Hao said with a smile. Haha. You have foresight. Harry smiled knowingly, put his hand on Lin Hao's shoulder and said with a smile, I'll tell my father later and we can go on internship together during the summer vacation. Hey, classmates, have you heard? In the past month, a ghost who specializes in fighting crime has appeared in New York City. Yes, I heard about it too. It is said that he only appears at night, wearing a big black trench coat and a western cowboy hat on his head. In the past month, he has cracked down on no less than 30 criminal incidents. He came and went without a trace, and no one saw his true face, so one newspaper called him a ghost, a crime-fighting ghost. Since the appearance of this ghost, the crime time in New York has decreased by more than 60% this month. I don't know what his purpose is. Let me tell you, I saw him with my own eyes a few days ago. He looked so cool in a big black trench coat, but it's a pity that I didn't see clearly what his face looked like. If possible, I want to marry him. Next to Lin Hao and others, several classmates gathered together and excitedly discussed the ghosts that had appeared in New York City in the past month. Several people talked about it and had a great time. One of them was a female classmate with golden and blue eyes. She said with a nymphomaniacal look on her face, and several other classmates cast disdainful looks at her. One classmate even said, Hey, Yo-Yo, you are a nymphomaniac. Maybe people don't like your type. Hey, classmates, are you a little ignorant? Recently, there is not only this ghost who specializes in fighting crime, but also a Spider-Man who also specializes in fighting crime. These two have caused a stir in New York recently. News and newspapers, there are reports about them everywhere. I like Spider-Man better. It's so cool to see him jumping around on the streets of New York. A female classmate said with admiration. Day and night, my god, why do I think these two are so well matched? The students next to him were having a heated discussion, and their voices were so loud that even Lin Hao and the others could hear it clearly. Peter suddenly looked at Lin Hao and asked, Lin, do you know who this ghost is? Lin Hao shook his head and said, I haven't seen him, I just read his news. Do you know that Spider-Man? Peter. No, I don't know him. I would like to meet him in person. Peter also shook his head. Seeing that Lin Hao and Peter were chatting so enthusiastically, Harry was a little confused and said, What's the matter? It seems that you are very fond of these two people interest. Harry, it seems that most of the citizens of New York are interested in them now, not just us. Lin Hao cleverly diverted the source of the problem, and Peter nodded in agreement. Lin is right, Harry, are you not interested in them? A little bit. At the same time, in the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters building in New York, Fury was sitting at his desk, looking at the newspaper headlines about Spider-Man and the Ghost. After a long time, he said, Natasha Romanoff, what are the backgrounds of these two people? Are they? Information. Natasha Romanoff looked at Fury with her sexy big eyes and said slowly, maybe I know some information about ghosts. Hearing this, Fury immediately sat up straight and said in a serious tone, have you seen him? Maybe, a month ago I met a master in the 3rd Street district of New York. His skills were not inferior to mine, but at that time he didn't seem to have fully grasped that power. Perhaps he was inexperienced. I had a fight with him and I should have lost that battle, but he was inexperienced and we ended up tied. After a month, maybe I am no longer his opponent. Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath and continued, coincidentally, when I met him, he happened to be helping a lady solve a few gangsters who were robbing people. I guess, the ghost may be him. Natasha Romanoff, you did a great job this time. After hearing this, Fury nodded with satisfaction and asked, didn't you invite him to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Invited, but he said he was not interested in our plan, and this person is a bit strange. Looking back on what happened that night, Natasha Romanoff still can't forget the humiliation Lin Hao gave her that night. She originally wanted to use a honey trap. However, he didn't expect that he would fall into the hands of Lin Hao, a high school student. Not only did he betray his appearance, but in the end he didn't even get the words out. It can be said that he lost his wife and lost his army. What's so strange? Upon hearing this, Director Fury became immediately interested. Natasha Romanoff pondered for a moment, and then said, it's very strange. I'm sure it was the first time I met this person, but he directly told me my name and where I came from. This surprised me. I even told him about my mission, but before I even invited him, he said whether I wanted to invite him to join SHIELD. It was so scary. I really don't know where he knew this. In front of him, I have no secrets. Snapped. Fury suddenly stood up and said in disbelief, is there such a thing? Chapter 9. Fury thought for a few minutes and finally made a decision, Natasha Romanoff, try again to see if you can invite him to join SHIELD. If he doesn't agree, then capture him. This person knows too many top secrets of SHIELD. You have to find out how he knew, and I will send someone to help you. I see. On the weekend, today is the day that Lin Hao and Norman made an appointment to visit Osborne Industries. Lin Hao and Peter went to the headquarters building of Osborne Industries in Manhattan together. As soon as they walked in the door, they found that Harry was already waiting for them. Hey, Lin, Peter, this way. Harry waved to greet Lin Hao, and then under Harry's leadership, the two of them each received a visit card. Harry, where is your father? Why didn't you see him? After receiving the visitor card, Lin Hao looked around but didn't see Norman's figure, so he asked casually. My father is having a board meeting, and he will come over after the meeting. Harry said with a smile, and at the same time, under Harry's leadership, the three of them walked into the biotechnology research department of Osborne Industries. Hi, Harry, are these two your classmates? A sweet female voice attracted the attention of Lin Hao and others. Lin Hao looked along the source of the voice. Walking towards them was a charming girl in a white coat. A lady with a bright smile on her pretty face. Yes, they are Lynn Jackson and Peter Parker. Harry introduced the lady with a smile, and then introduced Lin Hao and Peter. Lin, Peter, she is Lucy, the director of the biotechnology department, my father before we came, she gave us a tour. Hello, Mr. Lin, Mr. Peter, nice to meet you. My name is Lucy Dan, and my friends all call me Lucy. Lucy extended her hand enthusiastically, and Lin Hao shook hands with Lucy generously and responded. Lucy, nice to meet you too. Hey, Lucy, hello. Peter also shook hands with Lucy, so we all knew each other. Following Lucy's footsteps, Lin Hao and the other three came to the biological laboratory of the biotechnology building. There were various instruments in the biological laboratory, and there were many people working at the same time. Lin Hao was very familiar with these instruments. Wu Shui was not interested in these things at the same time. He came to visit Osborne Industries just to find an excuse to get close to Norman and get rid of the Green Goblin. Compared to Lin Hao's casualness, Peter and Harry looked very interested and surprised. The only thing in the entire laboratory that interested Lin Hao was probably a holographic projection device located in the middle of the laboratory. This kind of holographic projection in his previous life, the equipment was only in the conceptual stage and in movies, but here, he actually saw it. After all, this is the Marvel world. In the future, he may witness more high-tech with his own eyes. The holographic projection equipment can only be said to be a very common high-tech, but it is not something that ordinary companies can equip. Only powerful companies like Osborne Industries and Stark Industries can afford to use holographic projection equipment. Oh, let's see who is here. A voice came from behind. Lin Hao looked back and saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses and looking gentler was walking slowly. Apart from his gentle and elegant temperament, the most eye-catching thing about him is his empty right arm. It's Harry, I haven't seen you here for a long time. The middle-aged man came to Lin Hao and others and introduced himself. You two must be Harry's classmates, right? I am Dr. Curtis Connors. I am very happy that you came to visit my laboratory today. I guess you must be surprised by my right arm. Maybe to outsiders, I am a disabled person who has lost my right arm. In fact, I don't think I am disabled. Dr. Connors didn't mind his empty right arm at all, and said with an optimistic smile, I am a scientist, second to none in the field of genetic reptiles. This is why I work at Osborne Industries. Dr. Connors is the main person in charge of this laboratory. Harry quietly explained to Lin Hao. Lin Hao nodded slightly. Dr. Connors was certainly no stranger to him. Isn't he the Dr. Lizard in the Spider-Man series? It seems that he still needs vaccinations with Dr. Connors. Maybe this guy will die one day. Because he became Dr. Lizard through his experiment, both Norman and Harry will be in danger when the time comes. Then Dr. Connors personally took Lin Hao and others to visit. While explaining, he talked about his dreams. Peter listened with interest, but Lin Hao was not interested. Lin Hao and the other three visited almost half of the biotechnology building from morning to afternoon. Norman showed up belatedly. Norman's expression was obviously not good. Perhaps it was because of Harry's presence. Man explained apologetically, Lin, Peter, I'm sorry for taking so long, please forgive me. Uncle Norman, it's okay. We have almost finished our visit today. I learned a lot from today's visit. Lin Hao did not blame Norman. In fact, he could almost guess what happened to Norman. The board of directors met from morning to afternoon, and it was estimated that the people on the board of directors would almost force Norman into the palace. Seeing that Lin Hao and Peter didn't blame him, Norman forced out a smile, thank you for your understanding. To express my apology, Uncle Norman will treat you to dinner tonight. That's great, Uncle Norman. It's an honor for me to be invited to dinner by the president of Osborne Industries. Peter accepted Norman's invitation without hesitation, and Lin Hao was no exception. Since Norman has having said that, he seemed to have no reason to refuse. Then it's settled, we'll meet at the Venus restaurant tonight. Norman said. Uncle Norman, you don't need to bother me so much. I personally prefer eating at home than going to a restaurant. I wonder if I would be honored to have a meal at Uncle Norman's house. Lin Hao said with a smile. Guess, today's board meeting made him so unhappy, and the Green Goblin is going to come out to cause trouble again tonight. It's better to choose a day than to hit it, and tonight is a good time to take action. If he could go to Norman's house for dinner, his chances of winning would be greatly increased. It seemed that he had to be prepared before eating. Haha, this is a good idea, Mr. Lin. Since you have brought it up, let's have dinner at my house tonight, Peter, and you will come with us then. After that, Norman had some things to deal with for the time being, so he left first. After leaving Osborne Industrial Headquarters, Lin Hao went home directly. He needed to prepare for tonight's action and find a way for Norman to defeat the Green Goblin and gain control of his body without hurting Norman. Chapter 10. Is there any way to allow Norman to defeat the Green Goblin, gain control of his body, and possess the power of the Green Goblin without harming him? Sitting in the room, Lin Hao thought about it. The strength of the Green Goblin should not be underestimated. His power was enough to rival Spider-Man. If Norman could control the power of the Green Goblin as he pleased, there would undoubtedly be more people around him. One more reliable partner. But originally the Green Goblin's thoughts were evil. He took over Norman's body, dominated him, and destroyed him as he pleased. How easy was it to persuade him to change his ways? Evil. Lin Hao dragged his chin and frowned. The next moment his eyes lit up and he suddenly became enlightened, as if a spring breeze had blown away the fog. There is a way, super holy water. He suddenly thought that in Dragon Ball GT, everyone on the earth had been infected by Babe and turned into a zombie who obeyed Babe's command. In the end, it was with the help of God's super holy water that everyone was able to get rid of Babe's negative energy. Back to normal. So is this super holy water also useful for the Green Goblin? It can expel the Green Goblin's negative thoughts without harming Norman. Maybe Norman can also perfectly control the Green Goblin's power. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone. With this idea, Lin Hao immediately entered the system mall and asked, System, do you have any super holy water to exchange here? Soon, the system extracted a light group and floated in front of Lin Hao. The light group was marked, Super Holy Water, 1 drop 180 points. Is this what the host said? Looking at the mark on the light group, Lin Hao's eyes lit up, yes, that's it. I want to exchange it for a drop of Super Holy Water. Successfully paid 180 points and received a drop of Super Holy Water. As the system beeped, Lin Hao suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, he had a small glass bottle in his hand. Inside the bottle was a drop of crystal-like holy water, which looked like something extraordinary at first glance. It took 180 points to exchange for such a drop of super holy water, but if it can have an effect on the Green Goblin, it will be worth it. Although spending 180 points to exchange for a drop of super holy water made Lin Hao feel a little pained, but as long as the super holy water can exert its effect and drive away the evil thoughts of the Green Goblin, it is worth it. After all, other than that, Lin Hao temporarily I can't think of any other good way. If you want to get rid of the evil thoughts of the Green Goblin without harming Norman, you can only use this method. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, and a warm voice came from outside the door. Lin, what are you hiding in the room? It's time to come down for dinner. Here it comes. Lin Hao quickly put the super holy water into his pocket and opened the door. Standing outside the door was his mother Mina Romanoff. Mina was a native New Yorker with long blonde hair and gentle temperament. Juan's face looked so kind and beautiful. Mina looked at Lin Hao dotingly and said with a smile, "My dear, you have been staying in the room lately. If you don't come out for some air, you will be suffocated." "Mom, I'm fine. It's just that I have a temporary summer vacation recently, and I have a lot of homework to review." Lin Hao casually found an excuse to excuse himself, and then followed Mina downstairs. "Lin, I heard that you visited Osborne Industrial today. Is this the case?" Lin Hao's father, Jason Jackson, was sitting downstairs watching TV. When he saw Lin Hao and Mina coming downstairs, he asked casually. "Yes, Dad, how do you know about this?" Lin Hao said in surprise. He seemed to have never mentioned this to him. How did he know about it? Jason smiled mysteriously. "I have a friend who works at Osborne Industries, and he happened to see you today, so he told me about it." After that, Jason stood up and walked to the dining table. "Everyone is here, it's time to have dinner." BBC broadcast live, the Green Goblin attacked the Fulin Hotel in Queens, New York City. It lived up to expectations. The righteous Spider-Man appeared and was fighting with the Green Goblin. At the same time, the police have also rushed to the scene to support Spider-Man at any time. As soon as Lin Hao came downstairs, he heard the sound coming from the TV. Hearing this report, Lin Hao quickly turned his attention to the TV. At this time, the TV was playing the fight between Spider-Man and the Green Goblin at the Fulin Hotel in Queens, New York. In the picture, the Green Goblin is stepping on the aircraft, and Spider-Man is using his spider webs to fight fiercely with the Green Goblin in the air. The scene is chaotic, and at the same time, police sirens are constantly heard from the TV. Oops! Looking at this scene, Lin Hao suddenly realized that something was wrong. It seemed that the Green Goblin would come out to cause trouble earlier than he expected. Lin Hao didn't think much, turned around and told his parents, and rushed out of the door. Since it was not dark yet and the sun was just about to set, in order not to attract other people's attention, Lin Hao could only choose to take a car there. However, his home was far away from Queens and it would take at least an hour to get there by taxi. I hoped he would arrive there by the time it's not over yet. However, when Lin Hao rushed to the Fulin Hotel in Queens, the police were already processing the scene, and Spider-Man and the Green Goblin had long disappeared. The scene was in a mess, with many traces of the explosion. It seemed that what had happened just now, the fight was quite intense. Looks like I still have to find Peter. Since he was late, Lin Hao had no choice but to go find Peter. It happened to be late now, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening, so Lin Hao transferred to Peter's house again. Lin Hao didn't ask him too much about what he had just said. Just find him and go to Harry's house together. Arriving at Harry's house, Harry warmly received Lin Hao and Peter. "Hey, my friends, you are very welcome to visit my house tonight." The three of them hugged each other, and Harry took Lin Hao into the house. Harry's house was a luxurious villa, decorated luxuriously inside and out. Lin Hao took a casual look and turned his head. Asked, "Harry, where is your father? Isn't he back yet?" "He's upstairs, I'll tell him to come down." Harry was about to turn around and go back upstairs to call Norman, when Norman's voice came from the corridor on the second floor. "It's Lin Hao and Peter who are here. You guys are really here." "Morning, I just asked the housekeeper to cook, please wait a moment and there will be food soon." "It's okay, Uncle Norman, we are not in a hurry." Lin Hao smiled lightly. Even though he was far away from Norman, he still saw that Norman was a little unnatural. Maybe the Green Goblin had just controlled his body. Return the power to him. Norman came down from upstairs and greeted Lin Hao and Peter to sit and chat. Their topics were very simple, just chatting about some household matters and study matters. Soon the housekeeper prepared the meal. Lin Hao and the others had eaten. It was already 10:30 in the evening, and Norman acted very naturally from beginning to end, without any flaws. "Harry, you have a good chat with Lin and Peter. Dad is a little tired today. Let's go back and rest first." After dinner, Norman said hello and went upstairs to his room. After confirming that Norman had returned to his room, Lin Hao's eyes suddenly became serious. "Harry, I have to tell you something very cruel." Chapter 11. Seeing that Lin Hao suddenly became serious, Harry asked in confusion, "Lin, what is this cruel thing? I don't quite understand what you mean." "I don't quite understand. Lin, you seem a little weird today. Peter was also confused. He couldn't figure out what Lin Hao was talking about. What kind of cruel thing was it? For Harry, there seemed to be no cruelty at the moment. Something happened, right? But why did Lin Hao say that? Peter couldn't figure it out for a while. It's not convenient to talk here, Harry, let's go to your room to talk. Lin Hao looked around and suggested. Harry thought for a while and agreed to Lin Hao's proposal. Looking at Lin Hao's look, it seemed that something was really serious, and he had already begun to feel an ominous premonition. After arriving at Harry's room and closing the door tightly, Lin Hao went straight to the point. Harry, do you know about the Green Goblin? Green Goblin? Hearing this, Harry frowned and said, have you heard of it? What's wrong? Very good. Lin Hao took a deep breath, and then said, what I want to tell you now is that the Green Goblin is actually your father, Norman Osborn. After hearing this, Peter said in disbelief, how is this possible? Are you mistaken, Lin? How could Uncle Norman be the Green Goblin? Hey, Peter, not only do I know that Uncle Norman is the Green Goblin, I also know that you are Spider-Man. Before we came here, you and Uncle Norman had a fight at the Fulin Hotel in Queens. Lin Hao looked at Peter, said with a smile. This. After listening, the most unbelievable and shocked person was Harry. He glanced at Lin Hao and then at Peter, a little doubtful about life. What on earth is going on? Peter, is what Lin said true? Are you really Spider-Man and my father is the Green Goblin? At this time, Peter was also shocked by Lin Hao's words. Lin Hao's confident tone made it impossible for him to find an excuse to deny it. Peter stared at Lin Hao blankly and said, Lin, how did you know? I don't seem to have told anyone about it, nor have I ever exposed it. So, you admitted that you are Spider-Man. Lin Hao did not answer him directly. Instead, he once again turned the blame on Peter. Only when Peter admitted it, Harry would believe that he was Spider-Man. Yes, you and Harry are both my best friends, and I have nothing to hide, but I beg you to keep this secret from me and don't tell it, okay? Peter looked at Lin Hao and nodded. Of course not, don't forget, we are best friends. Lin Hao smiled. After hearing Peter's own admission, Harry just accepted the fact that Peter was Spider-Man. In just a few minutes, he seemed to feel that his whole life had changed. His best friend was the famous Spider-Man in New York City, and the father is the infamous Green Goblin? Lin, are you sure that my father is the Green Goblin? Harry still couldn't accept the fact that his father was the Green Goblin. He stared at Lin Hao deeply and asked. Lin Hao nodded and said with certainty, yes, I'm sure your father is the Green Goblin. Then how do you know this? How do you know something that even the media doesn't know? Harry continued to ask. This was not only his question, but also Peter's question. Lin Hao smiled confidently, because I am Lin Jackson, the ghost in the mouth of the media. What? Are you the ghost? Hearing this, Peter and Harry were surprised at the same time. This time they were completely shocked. They never expected that Lin Hao was the ghost in the media office who specializes in fighting crime. Don't be surprised. Peter can be Spider-Man and Uncle Norman can be the Green Goblin. Why can't I be the ghost? Lin Hao waved his hand and motioned for them to keep their voices down. Harry took a few minutes to calm down and said. Oh my god! What kind of circle am I living in? My two best friends are Spider-Man and Ghost, and my father is the Green Goblin. The next second, Harry's eyes suddenly became confused. He looked at Lin Hao and said, Lin, you are the ghost who fights crime, and Peter is the Spider-Man who fights crime. Do you want to arrest my father? Listen, Harry, I'm not here to arrest your father. I'm here to redeem your father tonight. Tell me, do you want to redeem your father? Lin Hao grabbed Harry's shoulders, stared at him and said, fighting crime was due to the need for daily combat missions. Lin Hao, who couldn't find anyone to fight, could only find criminals to complete the mission. In fact, he doesn't have Spider-Man's heart to uphold justice. He just wants to become stronger and protect the people he wants to protect. After all, this is the Marvel world. He just wants to protect himself when more powerful enemies appear in the future. And the ability to protect one's family and friends. Of course I do, but how to redeem myself? Harry asked doubtfully. Of course I have a way. I just want you to know that I have no intention of harming your father. I am helping you, understand? In order to avoid Harry misunderstanding, Lin Hao felt it was necessary to explain clearly, otherwise, he wouldn't have said so much to Harry here. Okay, if you need my cooperation in anything, just say it, I believe you. Harry nodded, he still trusted Lin Hao. I will call you if necessary. Lin Hao smiled, then turned to Peter and said, Peter, you fought the Green Goblin in the evening. Do you think you can beat him? I'm not sure, the Green Goblin seems to be a little more powerful than me. Peter pondered for a moment and gave a more pertinent answer. Lin Hao nodded slightly. That was almost the case. The Green Goblin's strength should not be underestimated, and Peter's combat effectiveness it is 380, which is only 28 lower than his combat power. Since the Green Goblin is more powerful than Peter now, his strength is probably above him. To be on the safe side, Lin Hao has to join forces with Peter. Peter, listen, I have a plan now. Lin Hao told Peter his plan. Peter had no objection. He patted his chest and said confidently, no problem. Spider-Man and Ghost team up. Are you afraid that they can't subdue a green goblin? Haha. Lin Hao smiled and said, Spider-Man always feels bad. Let me give you a name. How about calling you Spider-Man? Spider-Man? I like this name. I will be called Spider-Man from now on. Peter is very satisfied with the name Spider-Man. It is undoubtedly cooler than Spider-Man. The system prompts that the Green Goblin has appeared. Suddenly a system voice came to Lin Hao's ears, and Lin Hao stood up suddenly. Peter, Harry, the Green Goblin has appeared, it's our turn. Chapter 12. Lin Hao and the other three rushed to Norman's room on the second floor. At this time, the room was empty. Only the floor-to-ceiling window of the room was open. It seemed that Norman's evil thoughts had taken over control of his body and went out of the window. Oops. He's already out. Seeing that Norman was not in the room, Lin Hao suddenly realized. Now, he was afraid that the Green Goblin had taken control of Norman's body and went to kill the shareholders of Osborne Industries. Lin Hao quickly turned around and asked, Peter, at the Fulin Hotel in the evening, was the Green Goblin attacking someone there? Yes, I heard that the Green Goblin attacked the shareholder of Osborne Industrial Group. When I arrived, the shareholder had been killed. Peter replied. Lin Hao nodded and said thoughtfully, then his next target must be the shareholders of Osborne Industrial Group. Harry, do you know where the shareholders of Osborne Industrial Group live? I don't know. Harry shook his head. It seems that we can only follow him. He must not have gone far yet. We should follow him immediately and we should be able to catch up. Lin Hao quickly made a decision. At this time, he would investigate the shareholders of Osborne Industries. It's too late to tell where they live. When the investigation is clear, they might all be killed. Although Lin Hao doesn't really want to save these bastards, he still has to complete his mission. The super holy water has been redeemed, so he had to complete the task as soon as possible. Peter, you go first, I will follow you immediately. Peter didn't waste any time and showed off his spider suit. Then he shot the web out of the window and Peter swung out. Peter is really Spider-Man. Looking at Peter who had disappeared into the night, Harry was slightly surprised. At this time, Lin Hao was about to use the air dance to follow him. Harry stepped forward and grabbed Lin Hao. Asked, Lin, what about me? Harry, if you wait here for our news, Peter and I can settle this matter. Lin Hao did not delay, and then directly performed the Wukong technique. His body rose into the air, flew out of the window with a whoosh, and disappeared into the night. Harry ran to the window. At this time, Lin Hao was only a small shadow. After a few seconds, he completely disappeared from Harry's sight. He stared at this scene blankly and murmured to himself, Lin, now I believe you are a ghost. The ability to fly in the air and the extremely fast flying speed are exactly the same as the description of the ghost in the newspaper, except that he is not wearing a black windbreaker and a western cowboy hat today. After Lin Hafei flew out, he looked for the Green Goblin along the way, but he couldn't find him. After all, it was very difficult to find someone at night in New York, and the Green Goblin came out a few minutes earlier than him, so he didn't know. Which direction did the Green Goblin go? Just when Lin Hao was confused, his eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly contacted the system. System, please detect the location of the Green Goblin. Pay 500 points to enable the positioning function. Do you want the host to enable it? The voice of the system came to his ears. Lin Hao wanted to hit someone after hearing this. FK, this also costs 500 points? You can, what a trap. He was speechless. Why do you have to spend points so often? 500 points to open a positioning function is too luxurious. Judging from this, there will probably be more places to spend points in the future. Lin Hao thought about it and decided to forget it. After all, his current points balance is not much, so he should save some if he can. The system kindly reminds the host that there is no free lunch in the world. At this time, the system said a little bit meanly. Lin Hao gritted his teeth angrily, but then he rolled his eyes and showed a sly smile. Really? I'm really going to have S*X for nothing today. Turn on the combat power detection mode. Lin Hao suddenly remembered that a few days ago in Zhongcheng High School, the system had detected Peter's combat power. As he expected, this should not cost points. As long as the combat power could be detected, the Green Goblin would be able to detect it. After all, among the many ordinary people in New York, the Green Goblin's fighting ability is definitely outstanding. After Lin Hao finished speaking, the system was silent for a while, and then reported back, the detection combat mode has been turned on. The current detection range is 10 miles. If you need to expand the detection range, you need to spend points. 10 miles? That's enough. Lin Hao bared his teeth and smiled. The Green Goblin must not have gone far at this time. The 10-mile range is more than enough. The system still wants to cheat his points? It doesn't exist. Why spend points when you can get it for free? At this time, the system is feeling miserable. It is a system of all worlds, but today it was actually cheated by an 18-year-old host. However, there is nothing that can be done about it. The combat power detection function comes with the system after it is turned on. Even though he is originally a system, he must abide by his own rules. As soon as the detection combat power mode was turned on, countless data were immediately fed back to Lin Hao's mind. Now he looked around and saw that all combat power values were beating, which made him a little dizzy. The system screens those with a combat power value of over 100. Such huge data is really difficult for Lin Hao to digest. It would be much simpler if he could filter it. Then the system's feedback came, the combat power detection function has been adjusted. The currently displayed combat power value is more than 100. As soon as the screening was turned on, Lin Hao immediately felt much more relaxed. There were very few people within the detection range of his combat power. Soon Lin Hao discovered Peter's location. Peter was only a few hundred meters away from him. Lin Hao then continued to expand the detection range. He had to quickly find the specific location of the Green Goblin. Did he? Combat strength, 460, range, 6 miles. When Lin Hao looked to the west, a clear feedback came from the combat power detection function, which was the direction of the wealthy area of New York. Lin Hao immediately locked the target. Green Goblin, I finally found you. Then Lin Hao sent a signal to Peter, then used the air dance technique and chased the Green Goblin at full speed. Because the Green Goblin was also moving quickly, it took Lin Hao a few minutes to catch up. At this time, Lin Hao had arrived at Long Island, one of the wealthy areas in New York. Long Island is far away from the city. The environment here is beautiful, and ordinary residences form clear boundaries. Those who can live here are those with certain financial strength in New York. Boom! When Lin Hao arrived, the Green Goblin had already taken action. A cannonball was fired from his aircraft and a luxurious villa was blown into a sea of flames. Jaja! Sharp and harsh laughter resounded through the night sky of Long Island. Lin Hao slowly descended and stood on the rooftop not far behind the Green Goblin. Hey, Green Goblin, your father is here. The Green Goblin slowly turned around, but as soon as he turned around, a shadow suddenly struck him and hit him hard in the face with a heavy punch. The Green Goblin and his aircraft fell like a cannonball. Chapter 13. The person who punched was Lin Hao. The moment the Green Goblin turned around, he used the air dance technique to rush down and punched him hard. Look, another one is here to die. Lin Hao's punch just now didn't seem to cause much damage to the Green Goblin. Soon he positioned the aircraft and flew up again, and directly attacked Lin Hao without saying a word. System, accept today's daily combat mission. The daily combat mission has been accepted, please complete it before 12 o'clock in the morning. Lin Hao took over the daily combat mission, and then took the initiative to confront the Green Goblin in a head-on manner. As soon as the two of them fought, they were ready to kill him. Several cannonballs flew from the Green Goblin's aircraft and hit Lin Hao. Lin Hao was calm and used his agility to dodge the shells with ease. At the same time, the Green Goblin pounced on Lin Hao like a vicious dog on its prey. I'm no longer a newbie in combat. If it had been a month ago, perhaps the Green Goblin would have succeeded in this move, but after absorbing Sun Wukong's childhood combat experience and fighting skills, plus a month of training, Lin Hao can now be regarded as a fighting warrior. An experienced player. Lin Hao stepped on the void, and when the Green Goblin was about to pounce on him, he suddenly jumped up. The Green Goblin pounced, then Lin Hao turned around and hit the Green Goblin on the back. Unprepared, the Green Goblin the demon was shot down from the air by Lin Hao again. Boom! The Green Goblin fell on the rooftop of a villa, smashing a hole in the ceiling. As a result, he himself fell into the villa. Lin Hao followed closely behind him and chased him down with a flying kick in the air. Just as Mo just stood up, he was hit by Lin Hao's flying kick in the air and flew out of the villa. Lin Hao continued to pursue the victory, but as soon as he rushed out, a fist hit him without any warning. At this moment, Lin Hao's eyes suddenly widened. Boom! At that critical moment, Lin Hao relied on his rich combat experience and his reaction speed to cross his arms and block the punch, but the huge amounts of impact still knocked him away, and Lin Hao was knocked away. Entering the villa, the Green Goblin chased him in and said coldly, "Kid, you are so proud. The Green Goblin really didn't do it for you." Lin Hao muttered in his heart and stood up quickly. At this time, the Green Goblin had chased in. He must seize the time to fight back. Bang bang bang! The two fought for a while, and their moves were extremely dangerous. After more than 10 rounds, the entire villa was almost demolished by the two of them. After more than 10 rounds of fighting with the Green Goblin, Lin Hao now felt the real battle. It was so thrilling and thrilling. In the battle just now, he was knocked away by the Green Goblin several times. Of course, the Green Goblin didn't fare well either. He was knocked away by Lin Hao almost twice as many times as Lin Hao was hit by him. If Lin Hao hadn't absorbed Sun Wukong's childhood combat experience and fighting skills, he would have been crushed by the Green Goblin. After all, he doesn't have Spider-Man's strange strength and resistance to beatings. After all, in terms of combat power, the Green Goblin is better than him. A little higher. Such a fierce battle not only did not make Lin Hao feel flinched, but instead became more and more excited. His blood longed for such a fierce and thrilling battle. Perhaps this was the blood of the fighting race Saiyans. In the game, in the eyes of demi-humans, fighting is supreme. During the battle, due to Lin Hao's negligence, he was hit by the Green Goblin and forced Lin Hao into a corner. The Green Goblin rushed up, stared at Lin Hao at close range, and said in a sinister tone, "Little guy, we are very powerful. Are you interested in cooperating with me? As long as we cooperate, no one in the world can be our opponent. Cooperation? Are you trying to win over me?" Lin Hao also stared at the creepy mask of the Green Goblin and said with a faint smile. Under the mask is Norman's face. The Green Goblin turned his head and said, "Of course, you can think so. If you are willing to recognize me as your father, I can consider it." Lin Hao raised the corner of his mouth and said jokingly. Hearing this, the Green Devil became angry and said fiercely, "Kid, don't toast me and you'll have to drink the wine as a penalty." But Lin Hao didn't care about his threat at all, and said with a smile, "Then what can you do to me? I can kill you." The Green Goblin finally understood that it was impossible for Lin Hao to cooperate with him. At this moment, he was already murderous. However, as soon as he raised his fist and prepared to give Lin Hao a fatal blow, Lin Hao had already taken the lead. The punch knocked him away. After knocking the Green Goblin away, Lin Hao jumped out of the villa and used the air dance technique again to return to the air. The Green Goblin also flew up with his aircraft. After a round of fighting, it consumed a lot of physical strength on both sides. But Lin Hao still has some unfinished thoughts about this battle, but now is not the time to love fighting. There will be many opportunities for him to fight in the future. Now he needs to complete the plan he made with Peter in advance. There was a Spider-Man who disturbed me in the evening, and now there's another one. It seems like you two are on the same team. The Green Goblin looked at Lin Hao from a distance and said coldly. "Congratulations, you got the answer right. But there is no prize." This sentence was not only spoken by Lin Hao, but also a voice was heard. The Green Goblin subconsciously turned around and saw Peter wearing a spider suit finally arriving. He swung over with the help of a nearby tall building. A flying kick hit the Green Goblin's chest with as much force as a mighty force. "Call out!" Before the Green Goblin had time to react, he was kicked away by Peter. The kicked Green Goblin fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. "Hey, man, you're really slow here." Lin Hao looked at Peter below and said with a teasing smile. "If I could fly like you, I would be here a long time ago." Peter complained, and Lin Hao smiled noncommittally. "Let's get down to business first. Do you remember what I told you?" "Certainly." After the words fell, Lin Hao and Peter rushed towards the Green Goblin on the ground at the same time. Spider-Man and Ghost teamed up. Even if the other party was the Green Goblin, I am afraid they would not be able to withstand the joint attack of these two people. Either Lin Hao or Peter alone, one person can fight with him for a long time, let alone two people joining forces now. Hey, let's see who is here." The Green Goblin crawled out of the pit and said gloomily, "They are both here, I will kill you both at once. Are you still awake? Is it just you?" While the Green Goblin was talking nonsense, Lin Hao had already swept down from the air and punched the Green Goblin hard in the face, causing the Green Goblin to roll dozens of meters away. Lin Hao and Peter joined forces. This was also the first time Spider-Man and Ghost joined forces. With the two of them joining forces, the Green Goblin was almost powerless to resist. He could take care of Lin Hao, but he couldn't guard against Peter. He could take care of Peter. He couldn't guard against Lin Hao, so the Green Goblin could only be extremely passive and was attacked by Lin Hao and Peter in turns. Puff! Lin Hao struck again and knocked the Green Goblin several dozen meters away, knocking down several trees along the way, and finally slammed into the wall of a villa. Even though he was as strong as the Green Goblin, he was already injured at this time. The time was ripe. Lin Hao quickly shouted, "Man, it's your turn to take action. Don't worry, just leave it to me." Phew! As soon as he finished speaking, a bunch of spider webs flew down from the air and pinned the Green Goblin to the wall of the villa. Chapter 14. Caught by Peter's spider web, the Green Goblin was pinned to the wall and unable to move. Lin Hao and Peter followed. Peter made a post and said proudly, "It's done easily." The two high-fived to express their pleasure in cooperating. Lin Hao's plan was actually very simple, that is, to join forces with Peter to injure the Green Goblin, and then use Peter's spider web to immobilize him, so that Lin Hao could use super holy water on the Green Goblin. After all, it takes 180 points to exchange for one drop of this ultra holy water. He must ensure that Norman, whose body is controlled by the Green Goblin, takes the ultra holy water. Otherwise, the gain will outweigh the loss. Seeing Lin Hao and Peter walking towards him, the Green Goblin struggled a few times but failed to break free from the shackles of the cobwebs. Peter's cobwebs were so tough that even if the Green Goblin wanted to break free from the shackles of the cobwebs, it would not be easy. "Easy thing. You beast, is it fun to forcefully control other people's bodies?" Lin Hao stepped forward, pinched the Green Goblin's neck, and coldly accused him. At this time, the Green Goblin still didn't panic at all, and said sinisterly, "What is your purpose? I seem to have no enmity or grudge against you." While the Green Goblin was speaking, the eyes under his mask flickered. "My purpose is very simple, that is to drive you out of Uncle Norman's body. If you don't control Uncle Norman's body, I won't bother to care about you," Lin Hao said coldly. "GG, kick me out of Norman's body? Just you two brats?" The Green Goblin smiled sinisterly, not forgetting the sarcasm at this time. Facing the Green Goblin's sarcasm, Lin Hao shrugged his shoulders, not even the slightest hint of sarcasm. Unmoved, "You are right, just rely on us, and I will succeed soon, and you will disappear from this world. Oh, actually, I also hope that you can drive me out of Norman's body, but if this is your strength, then I will be the winner tonight." As soon as the Green Goblin finished speaking, a dangerous aura suddenly came over him. He only heard a hissing sound. Before Lin Hao and Peter had time to react, the Green Goblin's aircraft flew out from the side, knocking Lin Hao and Peter away with 2 birds with 1 stone. More than 100 meters. The Green Goblin also took this opportunity to forcefully get rid of Peter's cobwebs. He was just showing off. It didn't take much effort for him to break free from the cobwebs. The Green Goblin stepped onto the aircraft, flew into the air, and fired 2 shells in the direction where Lin Hao and the 2 fell. With a bang, the bomb exploded instantly, and fire shot into the sky. Looking at this scene, the Green Goblin laughed wildly again. The creepy laughter echoed throughout Long Island. "What are you laughing at? You look like you are very happy." A joking voice came. The Green Goblin slowly turned around. Lin Hao was standing behind him, with his arms folded across his chest and looking at him with a joking look on his face. He had already guarded against the Green Goblin's move. He was very aware of the Green Goblin's insidiousness, so when he was hit by the aircraft just now, he used the air dance technique to quickly adjust and fly up again. The Green Goblin's 2 cannonballs, not even one of his hairs was hurt. "You!" Green Goblin's eyes widened. His series of counterattacks just now had no effect on Lin Hao? "You seem surprised." Lin Hao teased the Green Goblin, and the Green Goblin gritted his teeth, thinking that this guy was more difficult to deal with, so he should deal with Spider-Man first, and deal with him later. He made his decision, and the Green Goblin did not have any more entanglements with Lin Hao. He fired 2 tracking missiles at Lin Hao, and then drove the aircraft towards Peter without looking back. Lin Hao easily dodged the missiles and was just about to catch up when he realized that the Green Goblin was launching 2 tracking missiles at him. As long as these 2 tracking missiles did not catch up with him, he would not stop. "Is there such a thing?" Lin Hao raised his eyebrows. They were just tracking missiles. He had many ways to get rid of them. With the super flexibility of Wukong, it was not difficult to get rid of these 2 tracking missiles. Lin Hao was guiding the tracking missile while observing the battle between Peter and the Green Goblin. Under the suppression of the Green Goblin's strength, the Green Goblin could move in the air at will, while Peter could only use spider silk, plus there are fewer high-rise buildings in this area, mostly villas. His movement is restricted, which puts him at a great disadvantage. Under the attack of the Green Goblin, Peter is almost unable to withstand it. Even though the super spider has given him super ability to withstand beatings, the Green Goblin is not a vegetarian. With an air disadvantage, Peter has already suffered more than a dozen powerful attacks from the Green Goblin. "GG Spider-Man brat, I'll kill you first, and then I'll deal with your good friend." The Green Goblin smiled sinisterly, jumped directly from the air, kicked Peter into a villa with a knee kick, and smashed a hole in the villa. Before Peter could recover, the Green Goblin flew into the aircraft again. A powerful shell flew out from the aircraft, aiming directly at the villa where Peter was. If the shell fell and exploded, even if Spider-Man does not die, he will still be seriously injured. After all, modern thermal weapons are not something that flesh and blood can withstand. Lin Hao happened to lead the 2 tracking missiles into a dead end, and then made a sharp turn and flew up into the air. The tracking missiles had no time to turn, and directly hit the wall and exploded. Lin Hao, who was flying into the air again, happened to see this scene. If by standing by and watching, Peter would inevitably be seriously injured, or even blown to pieces. At this moment, a crazy idea suddenly flashed through Lin Hao's mind. That is, he has to bear the cannonball. With his strength, even if he resists a cannonball, it is not enough to directly kill him. Secondly, he wants to try. In the Dragon Ball world, every time a Saiyan is seriously injured after recovering, his strength will greatly increase. He wanted to know if it would be suitable for him. He had a fairy bean in his mouth, which he had spent 300 points to redeem from the system wall. In this way, he could not only save Peter, but also test whether the effect of a Saiyan's ability to recover from serious injuries and greatly increase his strength was applicable. Even if it was not applicable, he could still swallow the celestial beans in his mouth at the moment when he resisted the shell. Recover your injuries instantly without putting yourself in a dangerous situation. Although spending 300 points to buy a magic bean made him feel a little bit pained, if it was really used on him, using 300 points to get a substantial improvement in strength would undoubtedly be a huge gain, and Peter would also benefit from it. Be saved. At this time, Peter has no time to dodge the cannonball. Anyway, someone will eventually catch the Green Goblin's cannonball. In this case, let him do it. Soon after, these thoughts just flashed through Lin Hao's mind and he made a decision. Using Wukong technique to the extreme, Lin Hao was like a moth flying into the flame, hitting the original star. The cannonball flying towards Peter, the next moment. Boom! Along with a loud explosion, the shell exploded in the air. This scene happened to be caught in Peter's eyes. The moment the explosion sounded, Peter's eyes turned red. Lin. Why? Why do you do this? Thump! Lin Hao fell weakly from the air to the rooftop of the villa. The explosion just now almost left him tender inside and scorched outside. His body was covered with shocking scars, and he looked very embarrassed. GG moths fly into the flame, it's such a touching brotherhood. I almost can't bear to kill you. The Green Goblin looked down at the scene from the air and laughed happily. At this time, Lin Hao felt as if his eyelids were being pressed down by a huge mountain. They were extremely heavy. The injuries on his body made it difficult for him to move his fingers. He looked at the night sky in New York in a daze. The night sky in New York was very clear tonight. The full moon hung high in the starry sky, and Peter had taken off his spider head hat and looked at him with tears in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Hao, who was looking at the full moon in the starry sky, was about to swallow the fairy beans in his mouth. Suddenly, his eyes suddenly widened and his heart beat hard, causing his chest to rise and fall, and Lin Hao's consciousness also at this time, it gradually became blurred, and the kernels of his blue eyes gradually disappeared, and finally only the whites of the eyes remained. Lin Hao's combat effectiveness increased at an extremely fast speed at this time. The fairy beans in his mouth were swallowed unconsciously, and Lin Hao's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. 500, 800, 1000. In the end, Lin Hao's combat power finally stopped when it climbed to 1200. At the same time, a violent and bloodthirsty aura filled his body. Now Lin Hao's body was completely dominated by violence and bloodthirsty. Host, Lin Jackson. Combat power, Rage Mode 1200. Physical fitness and various skill ratings, C+ level. The sound of the system came from his ears, but Lin Hao couldn't hear it. Then Lin Hao instantly flew up from the ground into the air with the force of lightning. He turned his eyes with only the whites of his eyes and landed directly on the Green Goblin in the sky. At the same time, the Green Goblin's pupils suddenly shrank. Even though they were far apart, he still felt the violent and bloodthirsty aura emanating from Lin Hao. A dangerous aura hit him. The Green Goblin swallowed hard and pretended to be calm. Oh my god, it seems that I provoked a terrible monster. Even so, you can't defeat me. However, as soon as he finished saying this, Lin Hao's figure disappeared instantly, as if he had moved instantly, and came to him in the blink of an eye. He hit his chin with an uppercut, and the Green Goblin said pissed. Before he could react, Lin Hao hit him with another elbow. The Green Goblin hit the ground at supersonic speed, directly creating a deep pit in the ground. Peter was dumbfounded. Oh my god, Lin, what happened to you? Chapter 15. Peter was shocked. From Lin Hao, he felt an extremely dangerous aura, which was beyond the reach of the Green Goblin. Moreover, the hairs all over his body stood on end. This was a sign that the spider sense sensed danger. After Lin Hao punched the Green Goblin away, he did not target himself. It seemed that although Lin Hao was violent and bloodthirsty, at least he had not completely lost his mind. If Lin Hao completely lost his mind, then the target of attack is not only the Green Goblin, but also him. Peter couldn't figure out what happened to Lin Hao. He had been seriously injured just now, but suddenly he exploded and became several times stronger. Peter felt as if he had seen a ghost. Damn you brat! The Green Goblin climbed out of the ruins. The injuries suffered by Norman made it difficult for him to move. Although it was Norman who was injured, this also indirectly caused his strength to drop sharply. After all, he controlled Norman's body. If Norman dies, he will also disappear. Now the Green Goblin is a little regretful. He can't end the current situation. This is very fatal for him. If he can't handle Lin Hao in his current rampant state, he may really have to kill him, as Lin Hao said. He expelled Norman's body, and he would also be wiped out. The Green Goblin once again boarded the aircraft. At this time, Lin Hao was standing in the air with his feet on the void. He seemed to be waiting for him. Ah! Lin Hao suddenly shouted loudly, and the violent aura swept over him crazily. This violent aura actually made him a little frightened. Jaja little brat, do you think I can't do anything to you? If you dare, don't try to hide. The Green Goblin smiled sinisterly, and then several more shells were fired from the aircraft, hitting the enemy directly opposite. Lin Hao, now he has been injured and has great difficulty in moving. If he engages in close combat, it is obvious that he is no longer Lin Hao's opponent. Lin Hao's punch just now caused great damage to him. So now he can only rely on aircraft to play long-range combat with Lin Hao. Whoosh! 4 cannonballs flew towards Lin Hao at supersonic speed. At the same time, Lin Hao also moved. He did not dodge, but flew directly towards the cannonballs like a reckless man. Lin, don't be impulsive. You will die. Looking at this scene, Peter's pupils shrank suddenly. Although Lin Hao's strength suddenly increased greatly, after all, he was still made of flesh and blood, how could he face a cold weapon head-on? Just now is the best example. However, before Peter could finish speaking, Lin Hao encountered 4 cannonballs fired by the Green Goblin in the blink of an eye. The 4 powerful cannonballs exploded in the air, and the fire that exploded from the cannonballs instantly illuminated half of the city. The night sky of New York City was filled with billowing smoke and explosion shock waves, causing Peter to have to retreat some distance to avoid being affected. Forest. Looking at the sky-high firelight and smoke in front of him, Peter shouted Lin Hao's name in despair. At this moment, he suddenly hated himself and his lack of ability. If he could defeat the Green Goblin, Lin Hao would not take such a risk, nor would he. We won't end up like this. However, when Peter was almost in despair, a figure suddenly rushed out of the fire. He was extremely fast and did not appear to be injured at all. At this moment, Peter was speechless and confused. Peter's sudden sadness suddenly became brighter, the haze dissipated, and he laughed wildly, haha. Lin, let me just say, you won't die so easily, you are the best. What? Are you a human or a devil? Compared to Peter's excitement, the figure that rushed out of the fire gave the Green Goblin shock and disbelief. In this world, there are actually people who can withstand the explosion of 4 shells with their flesh and blood. Shock? This is not a human being, this is a devil. The devil among devils. Lin Hao rushed out of the explosion flames and continued to fly towards the Green Devil. In desperation, the Green Devil could only throw the aircraft under his feet. Now he could only hope that the aircraft would have some effect on Lin Hao. There are 2 arc-shaped sharp knives directly in front of the aircraft. Perhaps this is his only weapon to win. Seeing that Lin Hao still refused to dodge, the Green Devil's eyes suddenly opened. Yes, that's it, go see Jesus. It was too late, but it was so fast. The next moment, Lin Hao and the Green Goblin's aircraft met. The Green Goblin thought that the sharp knife that came with the aircraft could split Lin Hao in half, but he thought too much and Lin Hao punched him. After punching out, the Green Goblin's aircraft was exploded by one punch. Then Lin Hao's speed did not slow down, and he rushed towards the Green Goblin with an unstoppable momentum. At this moment, in the eyes of the Green Goblin, Lin Hao was a devil from hell. He was violent and bloodthirsty, and no one could stop him. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Hao punched the aircraft and then kicked the Green Goblin in the lower abdomen. This time, the Green Goblin spit out a mouthful of green blood, and his mask also changed. Falls, revealing Norman's face. Boom! The Green Goblin, who was kicked away by Lin Hao, fell into a villa. He smashed through the entire 3-story luxury villa, and finally lay in the lobby on the first floor of the villa. There was a hole directly above it, and Lin Hao stood there. In the sky above. Lin Hao's blow caused extremely serious injuries to the Green Goblin. He tried to stand up again, but was unable to do so. In the end, he spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted. After solving the Green Goblin, the violent and bloodthirsty aura on Lin Hao's body dissipated at the speed of light. His eyes, which had only the whites of their eyes, gradually returned to normal. A feeling of incomparable fatigue came over him. Lin Hao's eyes opened and closed, powerlessly. Falling from the air. Lin, I'm coming. At this time, Peter appeared in time. He swung over from a distance and caught Lin Hao. At this time, Lin Hao's eyes were closed tightly. He had obviously fainted. After placing Lin Hao temporarily, Peter remembered Lin Hao. He slapped his head suddenly about the plan he had told him before. It's my fault, I almost forgot, there's super holy water. Lin Hao is now in a coma, so he can only feed Norman with the super holy water. However, Peter searched all over Lin Hao's body and couldn't find the super holy water he mentioned. Finally, Peter searched for it and finally super holy water was found on the ground where Lin Hao was lying before. The super holy water was unusually eye-catching in the dark night, and it was difficult for him not to notice it. After taking the ultra holy water, Peter found Norman. Norman was also in a coma at this time. Peter pried open Norman's mouth and dripped the drop of ultra holy water in the glass bottle from the corner of Norman's mouth. The sound of sirens and ambulances rang outside. Peter lifted up Lin Hao and Norman and disappeared from the scene. Chapter 16. That's just the way it is. Outside the hospital corridor, Peter told Harry what happened last night in great detail. Harry couldn't believe it and blamed himself. He couldn't believe that his father was really the Green Goblin. At the same time, he blamed Lin Hao for risking his life for his father. He took such a big risk, but he could only wait at home, unable to do anything to help. Now Lin Hao and his father Norman are lying in the ward and are still unconscious. Norman's injury is a bit serious. The doctor said that he broke 2 ribs. Lin Hao is fine and just needs to rest, but he is still worried for Lin Hao and his father. Why can't I do anything? I have to rely on you for everything. Harry punched the wall hard. Even though there was severe pain in his fist, it was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. Harry suddenly grabbed Peter's shoulders. Peter, tell me the truth, am I useless? No, I don't think so. Peter shook his head and said with a serious face, Harry, my talents are bound to be useful. Everyone has their own areas of expertise, but your area is not in this area. Peter smiled and comforted Harry, you don't have to be depressed. Now that the matter has passed, why bother thinking about it so much anymore? While Peter was comforting Harry, Lin Hao opened his eyes in a daze in the ward. He felt as if he had fallen asleep, and there was no discomfort in his body. At the same time, a system voice came from his ears, congratulations to the host for completing the main battle mission of the Green Goblin and receiving the reward, 1000 points, 300 combat power. Complete yesterday's daily combat mission and obtain, 30 points, 5 combat effectiveness. Host, Lin Jackson. Combat power, 1480. Physical fitness and various skill ratings, C+ level. Points balance, 1700. Hearing the sound of the system, Lin Hao sat up suddenly. Has the main battle mission been completed? Now Lin Hao was leisurely thinking about what happened last night. He was originally going to test whether the Saiyans' ability to recover from serious injuries and increase their combat power was applicable to him. After he shouldered a cannonball, he was seriously injured. He vaguely remembered that he was looking at the sky, and there happened to be a full moon in the sky. Then he gradually lost consciousness. He could not remember what happened next. From then until this moment, his memory was blank. He did not remember what happened after that, but judging from the completion of the main battle mission, it is very likely that something terrible happened to him. And his combat power actually skyrocketed from 408 to 1480 overnight. This is the most important thing. The sudden surge in combat power almost made Lin Hao laugh out loud. It seemed that his experiment was successful and he had originally completed the main battle mission of the Green Goblin. It can only increase his combat power to over 700 at most, but now his combat power is twice that of 700. What does this mean? It shows that the effect of Saiyans recovering from serious injuries and soaring combat power also applies to him. The experiment was successful. For Lin Hao, it was obviously worth it to bear the bombardment of a shell last night. Later, Lin Hao asked the system and found out that last night it was because he had Saiyan blood, which caused him to enter rampage mode when he saw the full moon, but he did not turn into a great ape. After listening to the system's explanation, he did not change. He becomes a great ape because he has no tail, otherwise he would become a great ape and completely lose his mind. Although he did not turn into a great ape, the rampage mode also has its advantages and disadvantages. In Dragon Ball, the Saiyan saw the full moon transforming into a great ape and his combat power increased tenfold, while he only had 3 times, but he did not completely lose his mind because of this. After hearing what the system said, Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't hurt Peter. This is the best ending. Lin Hao stretched. At this time, Peter and Harry pushed the door open and came in. Seeing that Lin Hao was awake, Peter asked with concern, Lin, how do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? I'll call the doctor. You guys are here, I'm fine. Lin Hao waved his hand, I just took a nap, what can happen? Is Uncle Norman okay? It's a little injured, but I think it's nothing serious. Peter said. Harry came to Lin Hao and said gratefully, Lin, I don't know what to say, but, thank you. Lin Hao smiled heartily and said, thank you, we are friends, there is no need to be so polite. Lin Hao got up from the hospital bed. He felt better than his previous peak condition now and did not need to be hospitalized at all. Seeing Harry's remorseful look, Lin Hao went over and patted him on the shoulder, indicating that he didn't need to think too much, and then said, okay, don't be depressed, let's go over and see how Uncle Norman is doing. Norman lives in the ward next to Lin Hao. When the 3 of them came over, Norman was still in a coma. His hands were both in plaster. It looked like they were broken. After asking the nurse, it was said that Norman might be in a coma. It took several days to wake up, leaving Harry to stay in the ward with his father while Lin Hao and Peter walked out. Lin, I think it is necessary to tell you that you were really fierce last night, especially when you took 4 cannonballs from the front, it was really cool. After leaving the ward, Peter waved his fists and was very excited. Road. Did I hear correctly? I took 4 shells. Hearing this, Lin Hao's pupils suddenly shrank, and he couldn't believe it. You must know that before he lost consciousness, the aftermath of the explosion of the Green Goblin's shell could make him drink a pot, because after seeing the full moon, even the Green Goblin turned into berserk mode. Can you ignore that kind of extremely lethal artillery shell? This is too perverted. It's true. Don't you even remember? While the 2 were talking and laughing, they had arrived downstairs at the hospital. As they walked to the door, a capable and sexy woman wearing black clothes appeared in Lin Hao's sight. This figure was not familiar to Lin Hao. No stranger, she is the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, who he met a month ago. Hey, Mr. Lin, can we chat alone? Natasha Romanoff walked over with her sexy little waist twisted, and at the same time winked at Lin Hao and said charmingly. Before Lin Hao spoke, it was Peter who spoke first. He smiled meaningfully, Lin, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so I won't disturb you. Before Peter left, he quietly told Lin Hao to take it easy. Lin Hao smiled helplessly. Peter must have misunderstood something. He didn't think it would be a good thing to be visited by the Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Maybe it was just for it's about what happened last night. Ms. Natasha Romanoff, I wonder what brought you here. Lin Hao suddenly realized it and said with a smile, oh, I think I have guessed it. Do you want to see me for dinner and a movie? No problem, you want to. What are you going to eat? I'm treating you today. Gee, Mr. Lin still understands me. If that's the case, I'm not welcome. Chapter 17. In the Western restaurant, Natasha Romanoff took Lin Hao into a luxurious box. This seemed to be arranged by Natasha Romanoff in advance. Lin Hao didn't even need to make a reservation. The waiter led him and Natasha Romanoff into the box as soon as they entered. Lin Hao has not revealed it for the time being. He has vaguely guessed the purpose of Natasha Romanoff's trip. As the saying goes, he does not go to the Three Treasures Palace for nothing. Natasha Romanoff probably came here because of what happened last time. Of course, he does not rule out the second possibility. That's what happened last night. S.H.I.E.L.D. is the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency of the United States. His battle with the Green Goblin last night caused a lot of damage, and also caused a great impact in New York. S.H.I.E.L.D. may also so intervention comes in. Mr. Lin, what do you like to eat? How about cheesesteak? Lin Hao said nonchalantly, Natasha Romanoff agent, if you don't have anything to do, go to the Three Treasures Hall. I'm afraid eating is not your purpose, right? Just tell me directly, don't beat around the bush with me. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes, stopped beating around the bush, and said straight to the point, yes, Mr. Lin, you are a cheerful person. I hope you can reconsider S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Avengers superhero plan. I know it has caused an uproar in New York City. The ghost is you. Since that's your interest, why can't you join us? Natasha Romanoff lobbied seriously and said that she also wanted to win Lin Hao to SHIELD. After all, the world needs heroes, and Lin Hao is a good candidate. Ms. Natasha Romanoff, I think I made it clear last time that I am not interested in this plan. If you have nothing else to do, please leave first. After that, Lin Hao was about to get up and leave, but Natasha Romanoff couldn't sit still. She was just about to call out to Lin Hao. Suddenly, a voice with a cynical and playboy tone sounded. A slightly thin figure wearing the man in a black suit walked out from the other door of the box. He had one hand in his pocket and a glass of red wine in the other. He looked like a playboy who was always looking cool. Hey, little ghost brother, now that you're here, you don't have to be in such a hurry to leave, right? When he saw his face clearly, Lin Hao's eyes widened. This is not Iron Man, Stark? Stark actually came too? This was something Lin Hao didn't expect at first. The man who loved you 3,000 times would appear in front of him like this. He is still so personable and bohemian. In order to recruit him, even Stark went out to recruit him? It seems that they are determined to win him. Man, maybe we can sit down and talk again, what do you think? Stark gestured to Lin Hao to sit down and talk again. Lin Hao smiled lightly and sat back down in his seat. I want to see what Stark wants to say to me. If I guess correctly, you should be Tony Stark, right? Lin Hao said this not in a questioning tone, but in an affirmative tone. Stark's brows raised slightly, do you know me? Iron Man Tony Stark, who doesn't know him? Lin Hao said with a smile. Hey, it seems that being famous is not a bad thing. Now that you know me, I think we can talk again, right? Stark raised his head proudly and said with a smile. What are you talking about? If you still want me to join the Avengers, then I don't think we need to talk about it. I can tell you clearly that I have no interest in the Avengers. My belief is freedom, not restriction. Once I join the Avengers, it means that S.H.I.E.L.D. and the leaders above S.H.I.E.L.D. will always restrain me. It feels annoying to be restrained, you know? Mr. Stark. Even though the person sitting opposite him and talking to him was Stark, Lin Hao still did not change his choice. The water in S.H.I.E.L.D. was too deep, and he did not want to take a trip into the muddy water. Hearing this, Stark spread his hands helplessly, isn't there any room for maneuver? Yes, there is no room for maneuver. Lin Hao's attitude was very firm. It's great. Brother Ghost has a straightforward personality. I admire you very much. I never like to force anyone to do anything. Since you are not interested, then this matter ends here. Stark held his chin with his hands, eyes flashing. After a touch of slyness, I am a businessman, and there is a saying in the industry that business cannot be done without justice. I don't need to talk about inviting you to join the Avengers anymore, but I have a few questions. Brother Ghost, can you answer me honestly? What's the question? You can ask, and if I can answer it, I will answer you. Lin Hao waved his hand. Stark clapped his hands and said with a smile, my question is, before this, how did you know the secrets of SHIELD, such as Natasha Romanoff's identity and her mission? These were the first time you met Natasha Romanoff. You will know, I am very curious how you know all this, can you answer me? Ha, I already guessed that you were going to ask this question. Lin Hao laughed. As expected, Stark was also struggling with this question. In this case, he seemed to have no choice but to say it. Stark raised his eyebrows. Lin Hao thought for a while and said slowly, since you asked, I might as well tell you that I know far more than you think. For example, you, Tony Stark, the son of Howard Stark, is the heir to Stark Industries, the world's largest arms dealer. He has billions of assets and countless lovers. He is an out-and-out playboy. During your experience of selling arms, you were hacked. Hay was locked up in a cave. In the cave, you used a pile of scrap copper and iron to create the first-generation steel suit. I have to say that you are worthy of the title of genius. What? As soon as Lin Hao said these words, Stark was surprised, and so was Natasha Romanoff. Except for the insiders of SHIELD who knew a little about these things, no one else knew at all the circumstances under which Stark created the first generation of steel. Although he was wearing a battle suit, Lin Hao made it clear. Maybe he was right. Lin Hao knew much more than they imagined. Who is this person? Natasha Romanoff secretly said, such a person is too scary. If he cannot join the Avengers, he will definitely be a big trouble for the Avengers in the future. Lin Hao smiled mysteriously. He stood up and lay next to Stark's ear, and whispered, if I guessed correctly, your palladium poisoning is already very deep now, and you are helpless. Maybe I can cure you. Palladium poison, please come to me when you have time. As you said, business cannot be done without mercy. Although I reject your invitation, I think we can cooperate in other aspects, right? After that, Lin Hao laughed and stood up to leave, leaving Stark sitting on the chair with a shocked face. Chapter 18. Mr. Stark, let him go like this. After Lin Hao left, Agent Natasha Romanoff asked. Originally, Natasha Romanoff was with Stark today, along with more than a dozen elite agents of SHIELD. If Lin Hao did not join S.H.I.E.L.D., they would arrest him. They went back, but now Lin Hao left in a swaggering way from under their noses, and Stark didn't stop him yet, so it didn't matter. Even if they can't reach an agreement, the worst they can do is arrest him. There is no need to be so passive in order to win him over. This is not S.H.I.E.L.D.'s style of doing things. This little ghost brother is not as simple as what you see on the surface. Stark's eyes were deep. Not to mention anything else, just a palladium poisoning was enough to shock him. Not many people had his palladium poisoning. You know, and this Lin Jackson easily told his origins when he met him for the first time. Not only did he know about him making steel suits in the cave, but he even knew about his palladium poisoning. How did he get it? Knew? Stark just can't figure it out. This Lin Jackson is so terrifying. I have an intuition that he will definitely dominate the world in the future. How can the golden scales be a thing in the pool? S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers simply cannot accommodate his giant Buddha. Said Stark. Got a high rating. Natasha Romanoff was stunned. Others may not know it, but she knew very well that Stark regarded himself as a genius and his vision was higher than Mount Everest. Even to outsiders, Natasha Romanoff was a very outstanding agent, but in the eyes of Stark, she was still an unqualified agent. She was such a high-minded person, but she gave Lin Hao such a high evaluation. This was the first time she had seen Stark speak so highly of someone. Is this guy really that powerful? Natasha Romanoff was dubious. It's much more powerful than you think. I see a lot of potential in him. Even if we arrest him just now, we may not be able to keep him. On the contrary, we will leave him with bad things. Impression, in this way, the Avengers may become his enemies in the future. Things are not too bad now. Ms. Natasha Romanoff, go back and tell Fury not to be too aggressive towards Lin Jackson in the future. His behavior must not make him feel that the Avengers are his enemies. Stark warned. Mr. Stark, I don't quite understand what you mean. Natasha Romanoff was puzzled. Is Lin Jackson really as mysterious as he said? How could he be so afraid of Stark? And the entire SHIELD was not allowed to mess with him. Stark thinks so, Fury may not think so. Don't you understand? Even if he doesn't join the Avengers today, at least he's not hostile to us. He can't be colleagues, but can be friends. Remember to make it clear to Fury when you go back. If he provokes Lin Jackson, then I'll ask you. Tony Stark will leave the Avengers. In addition, you can often visit his house in your free time, and you can become a good friend with him. Honey traps are your specialty. Trust me, you can't go wrong. I see. Natasha Romanoff's face was serious. She had never seen Stark, who was always cynical and bohemian, be so serious. Maybe she should really consider becoming friends with Lin Jackson instead of enemies. She waved, and a dozen S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had been ambushing the private room appeared one after another, and then Natasha Romanoff led a group of people out of the Western restaurant. Lin Jackson, I'm here to see who you are. Stark's eyes narrowed. After solving the Green Goblin's matter, Lin Hao went to class as usual. During their spare time, Lin Hao and the other three sat under a tree and chatted. Harry, is your father recovering well? The recovery is very impressive. The doctor has reattached his ribs. Now he is in the recuperation stage. He may be discharged from the hospital by the time we have summer vacation. Harry's haze from the past few days was gone and he showed a pleasant smile. Lin, thank you very much for helping me and my father so much. When my father is discharged from the hospital, we will thank you very much. Speaking of which, I should also thank you, Lin. You saved my life that night. You are my lifesaver. Peter was also indescribably grateful. The scene that night was still vivid in his mind. Lin Hao was there. At the critical moment, regardless of his own life, he blocked the fatal bomb for him. I said, can you two stop talking about these things all the time? We are friends, and shouldn't friends help each other? Maybe one day I will be in trouble and need your help too. Lin Hao put his hands on their shoulders and said with a teasing smile. If there ever comes a day when you need my help, even if you have to risk my life, I, Harry, will not even frown. I don't think you will ever need help. You are too strong. I, Peter Parker, would like to call you the strongest. Haha. The three of them talked and laughed, sitting on the campus chatting and blowing the wind with their best friends. It was the most pleasant thing. Sizzle. Suddenly, a strange sound rang in their ears. Lin Hao and the other three suddenly looked up, and saw that the iron pole with the American flag flying in the center of the playground was gradually bending in full view of everyone. Not only that, all the metal and other materials nearby, they were all forcibly pulled out by a mysterious force. In an instant, the entire Midtown High School fell into panic. What happened? Harry was stunned. This was simply a supernatural phenomenon. There is no doubt that all the hair on Peter's body stood on end, which meant that his spider sense sensed danger. Lao Wan is a showman. Others may not know it, but Lin Hao knows it clearly. Apart from the man who can change the Earth's magnetic field and control metals, there is no other person who can control all metals from a distance. This is also his unique way of appearing. He always likes to make a big splash, for fear that others won't know he's coming, so he got the joke that Lao Wan is a showman. It's just that he doesn't know what Magneto is doing at Midtown High School. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise resounded throughout Zhongcheng High School. Lin Hao and the three of them looked at each other and saw a large piece of metal falling heavily from the sky under the influence of a crimson force. This triggered the huge explosion just now. Ring! Peter stood up instantly, and Lin Hao also stood up. Now he knew the purpose of Magneto coming to Midtown High School. His purpose was the Scarlet Witch, Wanda. That crimson mysterious power is obviously Wanda's symbol. Wanda actually went to Zhongcheng High School? Why didn't he find out about it nearly a year after enrolling? Now Lin Hao couldn't allow him to think too much. No matter what, he wanted to go over and have a look. Let's go over and take a look. Chapter 19. The entire Zhongcheng High School fell into panic. Thousands of students fled Zhongcheng High School screaming in panic. The east campus of Zhongcheng High School was now in chaos. A middle-aged man stood towering more than 10 meters in the air. The man, wearing a black tights and cape, and a strange black iron hat on his head, exudes a looming aura of a king. On the ground, a man and a woman were confronting him. The woman had a delicate and beautiful face. Although she was not stunningly beautiful, she was the type that became more and more beautiful the more she looked at her, especially her hot figure and the beauty of her body. Most men can't stand the career line that makes them nosebleed. The man has an oval face, a pointed chin, and a regular figure. He can't be said to be thin, but he can't be said to be strong either. Wanda, Pietro, I have been looking for you for a long time. Magneto looked down at Scarlet Witch Wanda and Quicksilver Pietro below with a calm expression, and said in a deep voice, "Follow me and return to the mutant brothers. Yes, I don't want our family to develop into a war. This world belongs to mutants, and you are not only my children, but also a member of mutants. Ordinary people will not accept you. Yours, only the Brotherhood of Mutants will accept you and treat you like family. Sister, what should I do?" Pietro looked at Wanda. For him, it didn't matter where he was, as long as Wanda was there, he would be there. "No, I will never go back." Wanda's eyes were deep, and she looked up at the sky. "Dad, I don't deny that you brought us to this world, but I know very well what the Brotherhood of Mutants has done over the years. Forgive me for not being able to accept your words. I don't have any great ambitions like you. I just want to live an ordinary life. At least before you came, Pietro and I lived very well. I like it here very much. Please don't interfere with our lives." Alas! Magneto shook his head helplessly. "You are such unfilial children. If you don't want to go with me, then don't blame Dad for being rough with you." After the words fell, Magneto waved his hand, and all the metals around him gathered together. Wanda and Pietro were right in the center. Facing Magneto's attack, Wanda did not choose to surrender. She opened her hands and the majestic crimson energy surged out like a tide. All the metals that came from all directions were controlled by Wanda. Finally, Wanda kneading it into one with your hands, the power of origin magic power is clearly revealed. With a push from Wanda's hands, the metal that Wanda kneaded into a ball suddenly blasted towards Magneto. Magneto calmly waved his hand, and he easily dissolved the huge spherical metal pile. Then Magneto stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and more than a dozen cars on the nearby streets flew into the air, and finally smashed down on Wanda and the two of them. This scene frightened the nearby passers-by. "Wanda, let Daddy see how powerful your origin magic power is," Magneto murmured to himself, and at the same time, a dozen cars were already approaching. Wanda bit her silver teeth, raised a pair of jade hands, and the majestic crimson energy poured out, actually knocking out a dozen cars. Pushed down. Elder sister. Pietro was a little panicked. Although Wanda took over a dozen cars that Magneto smashed down, Wanda also suffered huge amounts of pressure, which caused her feet to sink deeply into the ground. He gritted his teeth and refused to let the car fall down. "Sister, hold on, I'll help you." Pietro does not have Wanda's origin magic power, but he knows very well where his advantage lies. His advantage is speed. A dozen cars are obviously not enough to force his sister Wanda to the point where she cannot move. It is obvious that, it's their BD father Magneto who is putting pressure on Wanda. If this continues, Wanda won't be able to hold on for long. The next second, Pietro disappeared instantly. At this time in the sky, Magneto looked at the scene where Wanda was struggling to hold on, his eyes became deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking, but then a sharp look flashed across his eyes, and he pushed Wanda's feet in the air again. She sank a little deeper into the ground again, and a look of pain began to appear on her face. It was obvious that she could no longer hold on. Even though she possesses the powerful origin magic power, she has not yet fully controlled and used it. Faced with an old man like Magneto, Wanda is still a little younger. After all, ginger is old and spicy. Boom! Suddenly, Magneto was punched hard in the face. Magneto didn't even see clearly what was going on. He only noticed a shadow passing in front of him, but the punch did not cause any real harm to him. Harm? Pietro, are you going to disobey me too? Magneto looked at the ground, and Quicksilver Pietro happened to land on the ground. He was the one who just ran up to the rooftop of a nearby building at supersonic speed, and then jumped up with the help of supersonic speed and punched Magneto. But unfortunately, Quicksilver's although he was fast, his attack power and explosive power were pitifully low. He himself knew very well that the punch just now did not cause damage to Magneto. All he wanted to do was interfere with him. "Dad, I won't let you bully my sister." Pietro's eyes were firm, and he disappeared in an instant. At the moment when he disappeared, Magneto raised his hand and there was a magnetic field control. Even if Pietro was super fast, he couldn't match Magneto's range of magnetic field control, and he fell from the air. Embedded deeply in the ground, unable to move. "Lin, are we going to take action? That old guy is so arrogant, I really want to teach him a lesson." Lin Hao and the other three who were hiding nearby witnessed the whole battle between Magneto and Magneto. Peter clenched his fists and was angry. Filled with fear, he wished he could rush forward and teach Magneto a lesson. "Don't be impulsive, I don't want to watch you die." Lin Hao stopped Peter's urge to rush forward. Magneto is not someone to be trifled with. This guy is a level 4 mutant after all, and he is very powerful. How easy is it to teach him a lesson? There is no doubt about Magneto's strength. With Peter's current strength, he is no match for Magneto. "It still depends on me." Lin Hao's lips curled up with a hint of confidence. Although Magneto is strong, in Lin Hao's eyes he is just a fragile mage. The mage's output may be very high, but once he is approached, it's like fish on a sticky board, ready to be slaughtered. Moreover, Lin Hao mainly wants to save Scarlet Witch Wanda. If Wanda's ability is fully developed, it will definitely be called a bug level. If he can pull her to his side of the lineup, she will undoubtedly be a strong teammate. In addition, Lin Hao was a fan of Wanda's looks and weapons in his previous life. Today he must rescue Wanda from Magneto. This bad old man Magneto is very bad. Who knows if he can take Wanda back? What will he do to her next? Ding! Special side mission, rescue Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver from Magneto, reward, 300 points, 1 Dr. Gero character card, mission failure penalty, 600 points deducted. It seems that the system also wants me to rescue Wanda. This bad old man Magneto really doesn't know how to show mercy to women. Peter, let's go. Chapter 20. After a hard fight, Wanda and Pietro were still unable to defeat their father Magneto. At the same time, the New York police also arrived at the scene. Dozens of armed police officers fired at Magneto in the sky, but these uses the metal warheads were nothing to Magneto. Hundreds of bullets were fired in unison. Before they were about to hit Magneto, those bullets were held in the air by Magneto using magnetic field control. Magneto did not look back. With a thought, all the bullets returned along the same path. Clang clang clang. This scene frightened the policemen, who quickly found bunkers to hide, but they still suffered heavy casualties. Magneto ignored the ants and stuffed Wanda and Pietro into a car. Magneto stood on the roof of the car, and then the car flew into the sky and left gracefully. Magneto left New York City without any obstruction. Magneto's flying speed was not very fast. After all, he was confident. Even if the New York police dispatched a helicopter to intercept him, he was not afraid at all, so Magneto was quite good. Leisurely. But he didn't know yet that two people were approaching behind him. After leaving New York City, Magneto quickly came to a large mountainous plain area. Lin Hao, who was following behind, found the right opportunity and suddenly accelerated the speed of his air dance, and went around in front of Magneto. "Hey, Eric, maybe you can't leave yet." A figure suddenly appeared in front, and Magneto also stopped. He looked at Lin Hao in front of him with disdain, and said coldly, "Kid, don't you know how to write the word death? Do you dare to block my way?" Lin Hao smiled slightly. "Old guy, what are you talking about in your sleep? I'm afraid you are the one who doesn't know whether to live or die. Leave Wanda and Pietro behind, and today I can consider letting you live." Hearing this, Magneto smiled sarcastically. "Young people today really don't know what the world is, how can you let me live? Kid, are you dreaming and haven't woken up yet? Want to save someone from me? Have you weighed how much you weigh? Not only will you not be able to save anyone today, but you will also die here. It seems that you are getting more confused as you get older, and you still haven't figured out the situation yet? In that case, I don't mind letting you know what it means to have someone outside the world." Before Lin Hao finished speaking, he had already started to move. Lin Hao was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already stepped forward and struck at Magneto's head with a terrifying kick. He knew very well how powerful Magneto was. Strong, but after all, in the strict sense, Magneto is a mage, and close combat is definitely his shortcoming. To deal with him, Lin Hao must fight with him in close combat. Call out. Magneto is also a veteran after all. He controlled the Earth's magnetic field and allowed himself to fly up a certain height. He easily dodged Lin Hao's kick. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, the hood of the car that was still in the air was instantly lifted. Smashed towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao did not dodge or evade, and punched the front of the car directly to blow away the front cover of the car. At the same time, Lin Hao shouted to the ground, "Peter, it's your turn to appear. Here we go." Spider-Man makes his debut. A bunch of spider silk was launched from the ground and directly stuck to the car in the air. Then Peter on the ground pulled hard, and the car instantly got rid of Magneto's control and fell in the direction of Peter. Two brats are just asking for death. Wanda and Pietro were rescued, and Magneto realized that something was wrong. Lin Hao didn't really want to hit him just now, but forced him to leave the car, so that Peter would have a chance to save people. But how could he, the majestic Magneto, the founder and boss of the Brotherhood of Mutants, be willing to let two brats rescue people from his hands? Magneto pulled his right hand in the air, and the hood of the car that had been pulled out melted. Using a sharp blade, he cut off Peter's webbing, causing the car to lose control and fall to the ground again. Wanda started to panic in the car. She tried hard to open the door, but found that the door had been locked. However, Quicksilver comforted her and told her not to be afraid. No matter how powerful Wanda was, she was only a 10-year-old. An 8-year-old high school senior is now trapped in a car and falling from the sky. Even a girl would panic. Wanda did a good job not to scream. Snort. Magneto raised his hand again and used magnetic field control to lift the car up and place it behind him. He looked at Lin Hao coldly. "You want to save people from me? I'm afraid you are a little green." Whoosh. Magneto pulled out the back cover of the car again, turned into several spikes and stabbed Lin Hao. Lin Hao, who was using the air dance technique, was not afraid of his move at all, and easily avoided Magneto's offensive. Magneto wanted to control the metal again to attack Lin Hao, but found that there was no metal left for him to control. If he continued to remove the metal on the car, it would inevitably cause the car to fall apart, and both Wanda and Pietro would fall to the ground. "What's wrong, the majestic Magneto? There is no metal left to control." Lin Hao casually mocked. Why did he wait until Magneto left New York City and came to the plains and mountains before taking action? The reason is very simple. If intercepted in New York City, all the metal in New York City will become Magneto's attack weapon, but this place is 20 or 30 miles away from New York City. If he wants to control metal at such a long distance, even if he can do it, it will take a lot of effort. Besides, Lin Hao will not give him this opportunity. "You think I can't deal with you without metal?" Magneto raised his hand and pushed forward. "Without metal, I still have magnetic field control." At this moment, Lin Hao was highly concentrated. When his consciousness sank into his heart, his eyes suddenly opened. Flash time kung fu. Click. At this moment, there was a brief pause of 0.1 seconds in time and space. At the moment when flash time stopped time, Lin Hao rushed forward with the force of lightning. At the moment when Magneto was about to exert magnetic field control, he used this brief moment to, after a pause of 0.1 seconds, he came to Magneto, and a big iron-like hand had already tightly grasped Magneto's throat. At this moment, The huge force coming from the throat caused Magneto's brain to quickly lack oxygen at this moment. His super ability controlled by the magnetic field was rapidly fading. Magneto's eyes widened in horror, watching the force that pinched him. The big hand at the throat and Lin Hao who came to him instantly. How is this possible? How did you do it? Who are you? At this moment, Magneto felt a sense of fear in his heart. He was a majestic Magneto. He didn't even know what happened, but a mere teenage kid grabbed his throat and interrupted him. Magnetic field control to cast spells? The brain's lack of oxygen made it impossible for him to use magnetic field control at this time. He simply couldn't muster the energy to use magnetic field control. I said I would let you know what it means that there are people outside the world and there is a world outside the sky. Do you believe it now? Lin Hao smiled coldly. Do you think I should let you live? As long as I exert a little more force, your neck will be broken by me, and you, Eric, will go to meet Jesus. Chapter 21. Magneto was pinched by the throat and almost suffocated. What else could he do now except compromise? He had no doubt that if he kept speaking harshly, Lin Hao would really break his neck. Little brother, I leave Wanda and Pietro to you. I admit defeat and let me live. He knew very well that he was no longer Lin Hao's opponent. Even if he was unwilling, he was still rational. He was not qualified to negotiate terms. After all, his life was in Lin Hao's hands. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. It seems that you are quite aware of the current affairs. Lin Hao smiled coldly, and then casually threw Magneto away with the hand that was holding Magneto's throat. Go away, if you dare to take Wanda's idea again in the future, I will take your life for you. Jesus collected it for you. Magneto's eyes were gloomy. He took several breaths to recover. He just glanced at Lin Hao coldly. He didn't even dare to say harsh words, and ran away in despair. He was afraid that if he said harsh words again, Lin Hao would be killed. He couldn't defend himself against the move he just used again. In order to avoid an accident, Magneto thought about it and let it go. After all, he was not as powerful as others, so he had no choice but to admit defeat. How are you guys? Are you okay? Putting the car on the ground smoothly, Lin Hao asked. I'm fine. Thank you for your help. Thank you very much. Wanda said gratefully, and Pietro also stepped forward. Brother, thank you for today. If you need it another day, our brothers and sisters will repay you. Both Wanda and Wanda were a little embarrassed, but Wanda just used origin magic power which was a bit too much, while Pietro was a little miserable, with many external injuries on his body, but it didn't look like anything serious, even though Magneto attacked them. It's rough, but Wanda and Pietro are his children after all, and he won't really do anything harsh. We are all classmates at Zhongcheng High School, so what do you mean by repayment? Lin Hao chuckled. Hearing this, Wanda and Pietro were slightly surprised. You also go to Zhongcheng High School? Lin Hao smiled and nodded. Yes, not only me, but my buddy is also a student of Zhongcheng High School. Hey, hello, my name is Peter Parker. I'm a freshman at Midtown High School. Nice to meet you. Peter landed steadily on a high jump and shook hands with Wanda and Pietro enthusiastically. Then everyone introduced themselves and everyone had a preliminary understanding. It turns out that you are seniors in the senior year of high school. No wonder I haven't seen you since I came to Zhongcheng High School for nearly a year. Through Wanda and Pietro's self-introduction, Lin Hao also figured out that Wanda and his brother they are all seniors in high school. Hey, Peter, the recent rumors about Spider-Man are about you, right? I didn't expect that a hero with such a famous reputation is actually a student of our Midtown High School. Pietro seemed to have a rapport with Peter and greeted him enthusiastically. He said with a smile over his shoulder, but Peter was so frightened that he lowered his voice. It's okay if a few of us know about this, but don't go out and say it. I don't want to expose my identity. Haha, you don't have to worry about this. We will definitely keep it a secret for you. Of course, we hope you can keep it a secret for us. Then I guess Lin is a ghost, right? I also heard about the incident on Changdao a while ago. Pietro looked at Lin Hao again, and Lin Hao smiled and nodded, which was regarded as admission. After all, their respective identities were already known to everyone. He knew it all and had nothing to hide. Your identity is no longer a secret. There was a big fuss in the East Campus today. If you go back to Zhongcheng High School, the group of government personnel who specialize in dealing with mutants will probably come to your door. Now you can't go back anymore. Zhongcheng High School. Lin Hao shook his head and said, the battle between them and Magneto was so big just now, they just didn't want to reveal their identity. Wanda nodded and agreed, yes, our identities have been exposed. It was Dad who ruined our lives. Pietro was a little frustrated. After all, their peaceful life had been destroyed by Magneto. It might not be that simple for them to live a peaceful life again in the future. Sister, what will we do in the future? Are we going to be desperados forever? I don't know. Wanda squatted down holding her head, looking confused, not knowing where to go. Lin Hao smiled slightly, put a hand on Wanda's shoulder, and said softly, remember one sentence, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You are all mutants. From the moment you were born, you were destined. You can't go through this life smoothly. Wanda, can you tell me why you left your father Eric's Brotherhood of Mutants? My father always shouted that mutants should do everything possible to defend their rights and killed innocent people indiscriminately and committed all kinds of evil. He wanted to dominate human beings and believed that human beings were outdated and not qualified to rule the world anymore. But this was not his indiscriminate killing of innocent people. The reason is that I can't understand what he did. Everything he did, in my opinion, is cruel and sinful, so I don't want to return to the Brotherhood of Mutants anymore. I don't want my hands to be stained with innocent humans anymore. Blood. I took Pietro away from the Brotherhood back then because I didn't want to get involved in his disputes with humans anymore, but today his arrival has disrupted our lives. I don't know how I should go next. Wanda said as he spoke, tears flowed down unconsciously. Lin Hao was also deeply moved. Magneto was ambitious, but he never thought about Wanda and Pietro's inner thoughts. Even though they were mutants, after all, they were still teenagers who had just grown up. They were not like Magneto. Ambition and evil thoughts. If you believe me, I can show you a way. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and said. What way? Wanda and both of them looked at Lin Hao. Lin Hao smiled gently and then said, join us and become our partners. I will not ask you to kill people, nor will I ask you to save the world. My purpose is very simple, I won't offend others unless they offend me, and I will offend them if they offend me. Even if Eric wants to come back and take you back, he has to ask my opinion first. No one will interfere with our lives here, not even the US government. Looking at Lin Hao's sharp eyes, both Wanda and Pietro were stunned. How much confidence and strength does it take to dare to say such a thing? No matter which force is involved, it cannot be underestimated. If here, before, they might have scoffed at Lin Hao's words, but now even their father, Magneto Eric, has been forced away by Lin Hao, which directly proves that he has a way to deal with Magneto. Sister. Pietro looked at Wanda. He always had the same opinion as Wanda. As long as Wanda said something, he would join Wanda without hesitation. Wanda thought for a long time, then slowly looked at Lin Hao, her eyes firm, her red lips slightly parted. I believe you, I don't know why, although it's the first time we've met, I can feel safe in you, so I choose to join you. After hearing Wanda's words, Lin Hao smiled and stretched out his hand. Wanda, Pietro, welcome to join us. Chapter 22. Can you still go back on your own? Now that Wanda and Pietro have decided to join Lin Hao's side, this matter can be considered solved, and solved perfectly. Not only did they save them from Magneto, but they also gained two powerful partners, Quicksilver. Although his mutant ability is average, as long as he performs well, Lin Hao believes that Quicksilver can definitely defeat most of the Avengers superheroes. Not everyone can possess his supersonic speed. As the saying goes, all martial arts in the world are invincible, only speed. Needless to say, Wanda, her origin magic power is definitely one of the best super magics in the entire Marvel world, but she has not yet fully mastered the power of origin magic power. I can't walk anymore. I've exhausted too much energy just now and I was injured again. I can't forcefully use my supersonic ability anymore. Pietro spread his hands helplessly, and Wanda nodded in agreement, me too, before. The consumption is too great, I am very tired now and can't use my strength. It doesn't matter. Aren't you just two people? There are two of us too. Lin and I will take you back. Peter said that this is not a big problem. With his strength, it is still no problem to take one person back to New York City. Although this place is 20 or 30 miles away from New York City. Lin Hao thought about it and realized that this was the only way to go now. Otherwise, if Wanda and Pietro had to walk back to New York, their legs would probably be broken. Peter, take me with you. Pietro chose Peter first. Peter had no objection. After all, he felt that he and Pietro could still talk. Lin, then take senior sister Wanda with you, let's go. After Peter and Pietro left, Lin Hao also did not delay. He turned to Wanda and said, hold me tight, we should go back. Wanda hesitated for a while, her face flushed, but she still stepped forward and hugged Lin Hao tightly. A scent of fragrant wind came, and Lin Hao took a glance like a reflex, and an infinite spring appeared in her sight. Lin Hao couldn't help but secretly exclaimed, Scarlet Witch, Wanda did have something. Sit tight, it's time for us to set off. Lin Hao smiled gently, put an arm around Wanda's waist, launched his air dance technique, and caught up with him at an extremely fast speed. Back in the sky over New York City, the entire Midtown High School has been cordoned off. There are police cars everywhere, and hundreds of police officers are handling the scene. It seems that today's incident is quite big. Lin Hao couldn't care too much about these things. He found Harry and told him what happened just now. Harry patted his chest and smiled and said, this matter is all my responsibility. It happens that my family has an unused building in Manhattan. Villa, let senior sister Wanda and the others live there for the time being. Although no one lives in it, it is cleaned regularly every week. All you need to do is bring your bags and move in. Well, I'll trouble you then. Now Lin Hao doesn't have the conditions to accommodate Wanda and the others. Obviously, he can't take Wanda back to live in his own home. Even if his parents don't tell him, his home doesn't have that many rooms. After all, his family is not as rich as Harry. So Harry can only settle down Wanda and Pietro. After settling Wanda and his two siblings, Harry suddenly received an emergency call from the hospital. If nothing else, it should be about Norman. Congratulations to the host for completing the special side mission and receiving the reward, 300 points, a Dr. Gru character card. The current remaining host points are 2,000. At this time, the system's voice came belatedly, and Lin Hao frowned. Dr. Gru character card? What is that for? The previous situation was urgent, so Lin Hao didn't pay much attention to the rewards of this mission. Although this mission did not bring about a direct increase in combat effectiveness, he did get a Dr. Gru character card. Lin Hao has not yet understood this. What it was for. Before Lin Hao could study it carefully, Harry had already finished answering the phone. Harry, what's going on? Lin Hao stepped forward to ask. Harry's face was a little heavy. Yes, the doctor said that my father has woken up, but his condition is not very optimistic and is not under their control. Let me best go there. Then let's go over there and see what's going on. Lin Hao also felt that something was wrong, so he said hello to Wanda and the others and asked them to rest first. Lin Hao and the others rushed directly to the hospital. Arriving at Norman's inpatient floor of the hospital, Lin Hao and the others happened to bump into Norman's main hospital. Harry hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Doctor, what happened to my father? I don't know what to say. You'd better go in and take a look for yourself. The hospital took off his mask and frowned slightly. Harry couldn't wait to rush into the ward. At this time, two nurses were cleaning Norman in the ward. At work, there is a medical basin on the table next to the bedside. The basin contains a pool of green substance. The pool of green substance is still slowly squirming at this time, and it looks no different from slime. Mr. Harry, this was spit out of Mr. Norman's mouth after he woke up. We can't identify what substance it is for the time being. The doctor pointed at the pool of green substance. Could this be the Green Goblin? Did the super holy water separate the Green Goblin from Norman's body? Lin Hao muttered to himself, not to mention, this thing really might be the Green Goblin. Norman, it was because of a research that Osborn was working on that he was possessed by the Green Goblin. No one knew what had invaded his body while he was doing research. When Lin Hao was wondering, Harry had slowly stepped forward and reached out to touch the green substance in the medical basin. Harry, don't! Lin Hao came back to his senses and opened his eyes wide when he saw this scene. Before he could finish his words, Harry had already touched the pool of green substance. When Harry's hand touched the green substance seemed to stare at him. Like Harry, it climbed up his arms, and finally followed his mouth and entered his body. This scene scared the two nurses in the ward and screamed. Peter stepped forward quickly, but was pushed hard by Harry. Peter was pushed straight into the wall. Fake. A curse word came out, and Lin Hao was a little confused. He didn't understand why Harry went up and touched the pool of green material. He was just in a daze for a while, and it happened. Now it's okay. Maybe this time it will be Harry's turn to be possessed by the Green Goblin and take control of his body. Of course, there is also a second ending. It is also possible that due to the super holy water, the Green Goblin has no evil thoughts at this time. Harry may also be a blessing in disguise, not only gaining the power of the Green Goblin, but also maintaining his sanity and body. Control will not be taken away by the Green Goblin. Now it depends on which outcome Harry falls into. If it is the second outcome, everyone will be happy, but if it is the first outcome, Lin Hao may have to spend a lot of points to buy super holy water. Chapter 23. Harry, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? Doctor, please help my son. Norman on the bed next to him also started to panic. Lin Hao quickly asked the nurse to move Norman's bed further away. Harry would be there at any time now. It may break out. Norman's injury has not recovered yet. Don't let him be implicated again, it will not be optimistic. Uncle Norman, don't worry, I'm here. Lin Hao comforted Norman and asked him to calm down. At this time, Harry lay on the ground with his head in his hands. The attending doctor also stepped back far away, for fear of being suddenly attacked by Harry. Harry. Lin Hao came to Harry's side, his body on alert. If Harry made any rash move, he could instantly stop him. However, Harry lay on the ground and made no next move. He just held his head tightly with both hands and remained motionless. There was no other movement. System, detect Harry's combat effectiveness index. As Lin Hao's order was issued, Lin Hao also received feedback from the system. Target, Harry, combat power index, 150, 180. 200, 300. Harry's combat effectiveness index continued to soar, and finally stabilized when it reached a height of 860. The combat power is 860. Doubling that of Peter in an instant. Lin Hao was slightly shocked. The Green Goblin changed his body and doubled his combat power? Isn't this too scary? After a long time, Harry stood up. However, Lin Hao always felt that something was wrong with Harry at this moment. His temperament seemed to have changed. Harry before was a personable and gentle person, but now he had something different about him. A sense of confidence and arrogance made Lin Hao look slightly sideways. Harry? How are you? Do you feel any different? Lin Hao stared into his eyes and asked. He knew that the current Harry had fully obtained the power of the Green Goblin, but he didn't know whether the current Harry was himself or the Green Goblin. It's okay. Lin, why are you looking at me like that? Harry paused briefly and looked at Lin Hao with confusion on his face. Lin Hao scratched his head. Now are you Harry or Green? Demon? You are not controlled by the Green Goblin. No, I feel a powerful force filling my whole body now. This kind of force makes me excited. This is probably what Lin and Peter have. This feeling is really wonderful. Harry smiled with a smile on his face. He checked his body with satisfaction, and it didn't look like he was possessed by the Green Goblin at all. Lin Hao finally understood. When Norman was possessed by the Green Goblin, his combat power could not be detected normally. It could only be detected when the Green Goblin took control of his body. But now Harry's combat power, but there is no doubt that he obtained the power of the Green Goblin by accident, the pure power after being purified by the super holy water. Although this has some changes to his character, overall, the ending is very good. Even if Harry is really possessed by the Green Goblin and takes control of his body, Lin Hao is now completely sure to punish him, even if his combat effectiveness increases as a result. At 860, Lin Hao's combat power was 1480, which completely crushed Harry in terms of combat power, not to mention that he had such a powerful trump card as Flash Time Kung Fu. Harry! You scared me to death just now. Peter didn't care about what happened just now, and besides, Harry's push just now was not harmful at all to Peter. After confirming that Harry was fine, Norman breathed a sigh of relief. Since Norman's injury had not fully recovered and he still needed to be hospitalized for later treatment, Lin Hao and others stayed for a while and then left. On the top floor of the Stark building in New York, in the Steel Suit Research Laboratory, Stark was seriously studying the latest generation of steel suit. Suddenly, he felt a cramp in his chest. Various mechanical parts were overturned to the ground, and he felt severe pain in his chest. Stark's face began to twist. Sir, your palladium poisoning has become deeper and deeper. If there is no solution, you may not survive for 3 years. Jarvis's voice came, and Stark looked serious. Jarvis, I know my physical condition very well, I don't need you to remind me. At this time, the scene from that year reappeared in Stark's mind. In an explosion, shrapnel was embedded near his heart. As the heart beats, the shrapnel would get closer and closer to the heart, thus causing serious damage to his life. Threat, so he needs this energy device to continuously absorb shrapnel. For him, the energy device is placed in the body, so he will be poisoned by palladium, but for others, the energy device only provides energy for his steel suit. It is not placed in the body, so why not many people know that he was poisoned by palladium? This is the reason. But now as time goes by, he has to pay attention to the palladium poisoning. Even if the energy device can absorb the shrapnel, the palladium poisoning will still kill him. At this time, Stark suddenly remembered what he said to him before he left when he went to see Lin Jackson. Stark hesitated for a while, but gritted his teeth. Jarvis, locate a person named Lin Jackson people. Yes sir. Lin Jackson has been located. His current location is number 43 Halen Street, 5th Street, New York City. Plan me a route with the shortest time and I will go there now. At this time, Lin Hao was at home. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. It turned out that the person was Iron Man Stark. Lin Hao was slightly startled, and then the corners of his lips raised vaguely. Could he not help coming to him so quickly? Hey, Mr. Stark, how can a busy man like you have the grace to come to see me today? Lin Hao teased with a smile, and at the same time invited Stark into his home. Fortunately, his parents were both at work at noon, otherwise he would have when they saw Stark visiting their home, they were afraid they would jump with excitement. After all, they were fans of Stark. Mr. Lin, I want to know, is it true what you said last time that there is a way to solve my palladium poisoning? Stark got straight to the point, with a hint of pain in his voice. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows. It seemed that it was his palladium poisoning that broke out again. After pondering for a moment, Lin Hao said, is this why you came to me? Yes, Mr. Lin, if you can solve my palladium poisoning, I am willing to pay $100 million as your reward and treatment costs. Stark offered a sky-high price of $100 million as soon as he opened his mouth. $100 million. Lin Hao smiled slightly. Mr. Stark, is your life only worth $100 million? Hearing this, Stark was startled and could not refute. Yes, his life is worth more than $100 million. His status as president of Stark Industries alone is worth more than that, let alone the fact that he now has an Iron Man identity of. At this time, Stark couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although Lin Jackson seemed young, he actually knew how to kill people. However, Stark didn't care about so much now. If he really had a way to solve the palladium poisoning, he would be slaughtered. Stark also recognized it. Mr. Lin, please make a price. Stark gritted his teeth. Haha, Mr. Stark, do you have any misunderstandings about me? I am not interested in your money. I can solve your palladium poisoning, but as a condition, you only need to owe me a favor. When necessary, I will ask you for help. How about it, can you accept my conditions? Lin Hao talked and laughed happily. A favor? Is it that simple? Stark wondered if he had heard wrong. He didn't want money? Yes, you heard me right. If you owe me a favor, I can help you solve the palladium poisoning. Make a deal. Chapter 24. Mr. Lin, I'm curious about how you want to solve my palladium poisoning. Stark couldn't help but ask Lin Hao doubtfully, but Lin Hao smiled mysteriously. Mr. Stark, this is not something you should worry about. I naturally have my own methods, and you just need to wait quietly. He can even drive the Green Goblin out of Norman's body. Isn't Stark's palladium poisoning easy to catch? In this case, then I will wait for your good news, Mr. Lin. I hope you will not disappoint me. Stark smiled slightly, then waved with Lin Hao and left. After Stark left, Lin Hao returned to the room. He had to think carefully about Stark's palladium poisoning. Even if he used super holy water to clean up his palladium poisoning, the energy device installed on his chest in the future, palladium elements will also continue to be delivered into his body. This is only a temporary solution, not the root cause. Suddenly, Lin Hao had an idea. That's right. I almost forgot about this. Dr. Gero character card. Isn't Dr. Gero the scientist of the Red Ribbon Legion in Dragon Ball? Number 16, 17, and 18 were all made by him, and he is also android number 20. Isn't his field exactly in this area? Lin Hao believes it. If it were Dr. Gero, there would definitely be a way to solve Stark's palladium poisoning, and it would be a matter of course for the system to reward him with a character card of Dr. Gero. System, use Dr. Gero's character card. Using the Dr. Glow character card, Dr. Glow is being generated. System feedback came to Lin Hao's ears, and then countless flashes of light suddenly appeared in front of Lin Hao. The wizened old man with the image of a black hat with the letter R of the Ribbon Legion stood in front of Lin Hao. Dr. Glow's character card was used successfully. Boss, Glow is always at your disposal. Dr. Glow bowed slightly, his tone extremely loyal. Damn, it's really good. Lin Hao was a little surprised. The Dr. Gero who appeared in front of him was still a normal human being. It was not because of the modified android number 20. After becoming an android, Dr. Gero's strength could even transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta and his son, it is obvious that the system cannot give him such a perverted Dr. Gero. But even so, Lin Hao is satisfied. For him, Dr. Gro is not used to fight and deal with enemies. His more use is his technology. At this moment, Lin Hao had another bold idea. Lin Hao briefly told Dr. Gero about Stark's situation. After listening, Dr. Gero stroked his beard, thought for a while, and analyzed, using an energy device of palladium element to absorb shrapnel in the body. I have to say, this man has great ideas, but what he does will only allow the palladium element to continuously invade his body, which will eventually lead to palladium poisoning throughout his body and his life will be short-lived. So the task I give you is to find a way to replace the palladium element with other kinetic energy cores. But Dr. Gro said that due to the limitations in this world, he cannot replace the palladium element. At present, the palladium element energy device is the best method. Boss, I can't replace the palladium element in the short term, but I can improve the palladium element energy device and greatly reduce the palladium element poisoning. At least within 50 years, he will no longer need to worry about palladium poisoning. Dr. Gro gave a solution. 50 years? That's okay. It is still unknown whether Stark can live for 50 years. Even if the palladium poisoning is not completely solved, it is enough. In the next few days, Dr. Gro conducted sleepless research in Lin Hao's room. It was not until the morning of the 5th day that Dr. Gro's research was finally completed. Dr. Gro handed over a circular energy device. Boss, fortunately, I have succeeded. The palladium element energy device I made has only a very small amount of palladium element leaking out. The total amount of palladium element it has leaked in 50 years may be the amount of palladium element you are talking about, Mr. Stark. A month's worth of self-made palladium energy devices. Well, you did a good job. I'll treat you to a big dinner another day and reward you. Lin Hao took over the palladium energy device developed by Dr. Gro from his hands with satisfaction. This thing is still glowing. In terms of shape alone, it is much taller than the one developed by Stark himself. It's really worthy of his reputation. He is a scientific madman who can create artificial humans. At this time, Stark just called, Mr. Lin, actually I don't want to disturb you. Before Stark finished speaking, Lin Hao smiled and interrupted him, Mr. Stark, I know what you want to say. The new energy device has been prepared. Come and get it now. What? It only took 5 days to finish it? How did you do it? I just wanted to inquire about the progress. Stark's eyes on the other end of the phone suddenly widened, and he almost couldn't believe his ears. It took only 5 days to build an energy device that completely solves palladium poisoning? Yes, you heard me right. If you don't come and get it today, I will throw it away. Lin Hao joked. Mr. Lin, wait a minute, I'm coming over now. Half an hour later, Shi Stark came to Lin Hao's house again. Seeing his impatient look, Lin Hao rolled his eyes, threw the energy device to him, and said, Mr. Shi Stark, this is what you want. Stark quickly caught the energy device. When he took a look at the energy device, his eyes filled with disbelief. There is such a technology. Mr. Lin, how did you do it? Stark Bala said a lot of technical terms that Lin Hao didn't understand, which roughly meant what were the advantages of this palladium element energy device over his own research, etc. Lin Hao was confused after hearing this. Actually, this was not researched by me, but by a person named Dr. Gro. You can understand him as my subordinate. Lin Hao thought for a while and said lightly. Dr. Gro. Lin Hao snapped his fingers, and Dr. Gro came down from upstairs. He stood behind Lin Hao, looking extremely submissive. He is Dr. Gro. Lin Hao smiled, and then said with his eyes, Dr. Gro, this is Stark, go over and say hello. Hello, Mr. Stark, I'm Dr. Glow. Dr. Glow stepped forward and stretched out his right hand. Stark was slightly startled. Hello, I'm Stark. I'm glad to meet a genius like you. The two shook hands and were considered acquainted. Shi Stark smiled happily and said, Mr. Lin, I didn't expect that you have such a talent under you. I wonder if you would mind letting him work at Stark Industries. I can give him a high salary. Hearing this, Lin Hao smiled and shook his head. Mr. Stark, I'm afraid it's not possible, but we can cooperate in other aspects. Chapter 25. Cooperation in other aspects. Stark was puzzled. Lin Hao just smiled slightly. You will know in a few days. Now you can go back. Don't forget my favor. Certainly. Stark smiled knowingly and said, thank you very much for your new energy device. With this, the problem of palladium poisoning can almost be solved. If you need help with anything later, just ask me. Because Magneto made a big fuss in Zhongcheng High School a few days ago, it needs to be renovated and reorganized. Therefore, Zhongcheng High School announced that it will start summer vacation in advance this year, which means that Lin Hao and Peter will have to wait for more than 2 months in the next 2 months. No need to go to school anymore. As Zhongcheng High School announced an early summer vacation, Norman was also discharged from the hospital. His hand had not fully recovered, but he insisted on being discharged. Lin Hao knew very well that the reason why he was discharged early was probably for the Osborne Group. Now it can be said that the entire Osborne Group is in ruins. Almost all shareholders reject Norman and want to force him out of office immediately. Injury is not an excuse for Norman to escape. He must deal with the Osborne Group's problems. After Norman was discharged from the hospital, he directly found Lin Hao. Lin, Harry told me everything. Thank you very much for your help. If it weren't for you, I might have become a ghost now. This is what I, Norman, owe you. Man held the gun in his arm, his face full of sorrow. Lin Hao shrugged and chuckled. Uncle Norman, is this why you came to me today to talk about this? I'm afraid it's more than that. Yes, I'm not just looking for you for this matter. I shouldn't have told you about the Osborne Group, right? Norman nodded. You haven't told me, but I am very aware of the current problems of Osborne Group. The newly appointed military general does not agree to inject funds into Osborne Industrial's research. Osborne's current operating funds are worrying. At the same time, the board of directors unanimously approved to sell Osborne Industries is actually to kick you out for profit, am I right? Uncle Norman. Lin Hao pondered for a moment and answered Osborne's questions one by one. Norman's face was full of disbelief. Yes, what you said is absolutely correct, but how did you know? These are top secrets of the Osborne Group. How I know is not important. What is important is how do you plan to solve the current problem of Osborne Industries? Norman sighed. Well, that's why I came to you today, Lin. I know you are not an ordinary high school student, you should be able to help me save Osborne's situation, right? Lin, at this point, Uncle Norman doesn't want to tell you too many useless things. To be honest, I would rather give Osborne to you than to those old foxes. As long as you help me save Osborne's situation. Eliminate Osborne's spies, and I will give you 51 of Osborne's shares. From now on, you will be the largest shareholder of Osborne Industries. Lin Hao curled his lips and stood up directly. Uncle Norman, prepare to hold a board of directors meeting tomorrow morning. Those rebellious shareholders will not be able to survive until tomorrow. Really? Hearing this, Norman couldn't believe his ears. Can it still be fake? Uncle Norman, hurry up and prepare. It's best to prepare some dirty information about the anti-bone shareholders. If not, it doesn't matter. After talking to Norman, Lin Hao left directly. After returning, he called Stark. Hey, Mr. Stark, Do you still remember the cooperation I told you a few days ago? Remember, the cooperation came so soon. Stark asked with slight interest, and Lin Hao smiled, yes, and tomorrow is also the time for you to return the favor. Then, Lin Hao told Stark his plan in detail, and Stark smiled tacitly. Mr. Lin is indeed not an ordinary person. I will cooperate with you to do something big tomorrow. On the second day, a board meeting was being held in the boardroom on the top floor of the Osborne Industrial Headquarters building. Including Norman, the other dozen shareholders were all present, but these shareholders looked at Norman with an unusual look in their eyes, as if they were waiting for Norman to announce his resignation. However, Norman pretended not to see it at all. He smiled and looked at the shareholders. I held a board meeting today to announce something. Osborne will soon surpass Exploration Aerospace and become the largest supplier to the military. This also means that your costs are reduced and your profits are increased. Norman, there's something I need to remind you. The bald shareholder named Max interrupted Norman. We told you as early as half a month ago at the board meeting. The board of directors unanimously approved the intention to sell the company. You need to resign within a month. Now there are still what are you still daydreaming about in the last half month? Yes, Norman, you may have forgotten some important things because you were hospitalized for a period of time. I need to reiterate to you here. Exploration Aerospace does not want this matter to delay too long. So you are resigning today, Norman, you are done. The shareholder wearing gold-rimmed glasses opposite Norman sneered coldly. The other shareholders looked at Norman with indifferent eyes. Obviously, except for Norman, the other shareholders were all the same. I'm sorry, Norman won't finish playing, it's you who will finish playing. At this time, the door of the conference room suddenly opened, and Lin Hao walked in with his hands in his pockets and a joking smile on his lips. Everyone turned their attention to Lin Hao. The shareholder with gold-rimmed glasses opposite Norman said angrily, "Where? The kid here dared to break into Osborne's board of directors meeting, where is the security guard? Kick him out. I have never heard such a strange request, so just follow what he said and kick him out." As Lin Hao finished speaking, 2 security guards rushed in. They went straight to the shareholder with gold-rimmed glasses, picked him up and dragged him out of the conference room. "Are you going to rebel? I asked you to kick out the kid over there, not me." The shareholder with gold-rimmed glasses struggled and roared. Lin Hao waved his hand, and the security guard held him in front of him. Lin Hao lifting his chin with his hand, he smiled harmlessly and said, "Do you want to know why they kicked you out?" "Why?" Lin Hao adjusted his collar and said loudly, "I forgot to tell you that just last night, Osborne Industries received an investment of $30 billion, and the shares obtained from this investment exceeded the shares of Osborne Industries 51% of the total, so now you so-called board members have no qualifications or the right to sell Osborne Industries on your own." Lin Hao's words are not just for shareholders with gold-rimmed glasses, but for all shareholders here except Norman. Impossible. Osborne is almost in a state of survival. How could anyone invest 30 billion? All shareholders did not believe it and thought Lin Hao was talking big words. Lin Hao did not refute them directly, but snapped his fingers. "I'm sorry, my investment was urgent last night, so I didn't have time to inform you all. I wonder if you have any objections to my investment of 30 billion? Chapter 26. Also coming with the voice was Iron Man Tony Stark. He was still wearing a decent black suit and a pair of sunglasses. He looked elegant but cynical. After the shareholders saw him clearly, all opened their mouths. "Tony Stark. It seems that everyone is quite surprised. I always do things based on my willingness. Last night I invested 30 billion and transferred all the 52% shareholder shares of Osborne Industries to Lin Jackson. So now he is the largest shareholder of Osborne Industries. As for whether Osborne Industries should be sold to Exploration Aerospace, it is entirely up to him." Hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Lin Hao. Now all they saw was shock. Who is this young guy? He can actually make Iron Man Tony Stark sell a man worth $30 billion. All the shares were transferred to his name? Do you have any questions now? Lin Hao looked at the shareholder with gold-rimmed glasses again. His mouth was slightly open and his voice was trembling. This is impossible. This is not true. The old guy must have become confused because of his age. What are you waiting for? Just now he asked for him to be kicked out and he didn't do anything? I always like to meet other people's requests. Lin Hao waved his hands gently, and the security guards stood in awe and dragged the shareholder out of the boardroom wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Seeing the shareholders with gold-rimmed glasses being kicked out by the security guards, the other shareholders were so angry that they did not dare to say a word. In front of Lin Hao, who owned 52% of the shares, their group of board members were undoubtedly a joke. Don't take chances, the show has just begun. Uncle Norman, it's your turn. Lin Hao looked at Norman. Norman took out a stack of documents from his bag and threw them heavily on the conference table. He said coldly, "These are all evidence that you disclosed the secrets of Osborne Industries to Exploration Aerospace. It has violated Osborne's interests, and it has also committed Osborne's crime of leaking trade secrets. I don't think I need to say more about how serious the crime of leaking trade secrets is. At this time, Max, the bald shareholder, finally panicked and begged, Norman, please, don't do this, this matter has nothing to do with me. It's useless to beg me. You have to ask Director Lin if he is willing to let you go. Now I announce that all shareholders of Max are involved in the crime of leaking Osborne's business secrets. This means that not only will you face jail time, but all your shares will also be confiscated. Lin Hao said coldly. He glanced at everyone, none of you can escape. I see that you are not too young, so you should spend the rest of your life in prison. If anyone wants to celebrate a birthday or something, please let me know and I will generously hold a birthday party for you in prison. Happy birthday! As soon as Lin Hao said these words, everyone was so frightened that their faces turned pale. I guess you are planning to leave here and fly away? As I said just now, you don't have to take any chances, none of you can escape. Lin Hao waved his hand, and dozens of police officers rushed in. In the conference room, all the directors of the Osborne Industrial Board of Directors were locked up. Stark, who was watching the whole show, did not forget to sarcastically say, "What a wonderful show. If you hate me for this, I will wait for your revenge at any time. Take away." Soon the police arrested all the shareholders including Max, and a ruthless trial awaited them in the future. Fortunately, Stark used S.H.I.E.L.D's intelligence department to investigate evidence that these people leaked Osborne's business secrets. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to sanction them. Even if they have to be dismissed, they must at least be paid their share of the shares held by each of them. The equivalent amount, this is good, not only did they save a lot of money, but they also confiscated all their shares. The most perfect ending is this. Lin, Mr. Stark, thank you for helping me get rid of these beasts. At this time, Norman was inexplicably excited. Lin Hao and Stark both waved their hands to indicate that he was welcome. Mr. Lin, if nothing happens, I will leave first. You can handle the rest by yourself. Stark was about to leave, but Lin Hao stopped him. Mr. Stark, have you forgotten the cooperation I told you? Oh? What kind of cooperation is it? Stark stopped and asked with interest. You invested in Osborne to repay a favor, and now it's time to talk about cooperation. Lin Hao sat directly on the president's seat and said with a smile, do you remember Dr. Gro? Of course I remember, he is a better genius than me. Well, the cooperation I'm talking about is, are you interested in synthesizing Stark Industries and Osborne Industries into a new, larger group? I'm not as rich as you and Uncle Norman, but I can invest in technology. Your steel suit, Dr. Gro is no worse than you in this field. I believe that with his joining, your steel suit can make a qualitative leap. At the same time, I also have capsule technology here. Capsule technology, you can turn vehicles, helicopters, and even houses and villas into portable capsules the size of a finger file. Once this technology comes out, you should be able to estimate the value created, Mr. Stark. In addition, at Osborne Industries, I can also provide biotechnology. I also have a god-level healing medicine called fairy beans. As long as the person is not dead, it can instantly recover all injuries. Even if we cannot develop the same fairy beans, we can also provide biotechnology. We can rely on Osborne's biotechnology to determine the medicinal efficacy of beans. It shouldn't be a problem to study it 70% to 80%, and the value created by this technology is also immeasurable. Mr. Stark, I wonder if you are interested. Stark and Norman were stunned. Capsule technology and fairy bean technology were something they had never heard of. If it was really as magical as Lin Hao said, then there is no doubt that these two technologies can definitely shock the world. Mr. Lin, are everything you said true? Stark calmed down and said dubiously. Do I need to deceive you? That's all I'm talking about. Whether you are willing to cooperate or not depends on your willingness. Mr. Lin, I appreciate your confidence. I believe what you said. As you said, once these two technologies come out, they will shock the world. I choose to cooperate with you. Stark Industries will join forces with Osborne Industries. Mr. Stark, there is one thing you need to understand. The alliance I am talking about is the synthesis of a new company between Stark Industries and Osborne Industries. From now on, we will prosper together and suffer losses together. You must think carefully about it. Yes, I have thought it through. Chapter 27. The next day, a piece of news that shocked the entire New York swept across the city. Stark Industries and Osborne Industries announced a powerful alliance to form an unprecedentedly large industrial group. Thus Harrington Industrial Group Co., Limited was born. Both Osborne Industries and Stark Industries are giant companies in New York. Now that these two companies have announced a merger, other companies of the same nature in New York simply have no way to survive. After Osborne joined forces with Stark, Lin Hao also realized his technology investment. First, he sent Dr. Gro to Stark Industries to participate in the research on Stark's steel suit, and then spent 200 points to exchange for a Bulma suit in the system wall. Leave the capsule to Stark to study. As long as he can clearly study the principles of Bulma's capsule technology and realize the universal capsule technology, the value achieved will be immeasurable. Mr. Lin, I don't even have the slightest clue about this capsule technology. How did you come up with it? That's great. As long as the capsule technology matures, the technology of all mankind will be upgraded to a new level. Cooperating with you is simply the wisest decision I have ever made in my life. Stark took the capsule and studied it excitedly. On Osborne's side, Lin Hao spent 600 points to redeem a fairy bean from the system wall. Fairy beans are a god-level drug that can instantly restore all injuries. The points required for each redemption will be doubled. So if Osborne Industries led by Norman can study the fairy beans clearly, Lin Hao will be able to save a lot of points in the future. He may be able to ensure that he doesn't get hurt without the need for fairy beans, but he can't guarantee that his friends won't get hurt. After the two companies merged, they were on the right track in just 1 month. During this month, Lin Hao didn't need to worry about the company's affairs at all. What could Stark and Norman not do? And he took advantage of this. It took a while to train Harry and others. After all, Harry had just gained the power of the Green Goblin and was not very familiar with the Green Goblin's power yet. In addition to Harry, Peter, Wanda and Pietro, they have all made great progress under Lin Hao's guidance. At the same time, Lin Hao's strength has also improved. The 4 of them, Peter, basically have to fight him once a day. Due to the fighting nation with Sun blood, Lin Hao became stronger with each battle. In just 1 month, his combat effectiveness made a qualitative leap. Host, Lin Jackson. Combat power, 6000. Physical fitness and various skill ratings, B+ level. Points balance, 2800. This is only B+ level, I don't know what the top level is. Lin Hao looked at his palm and murmured. Within a month, the combat power surged from 1480 to 6000, which already made Lin Hao very satisfied. Although it took a lot of effort, it was all worth it. Brother Lin, something happened to Peter and Harry. In the Manhattan villa, as soon as Lin Hao came back to his senses, Pietro rushed in furiously, looking a little anxious. What? Speak slowly, it's not the end of the world. Lin Hao said casually. They encountered a powerful opponent and were injured. My sister is holding him back. Let me come back to you for help. Pietro said concisely and to the point. Lin Hao frowned, I guessed that something would happen to these two people sooner or later. Both Peter and Harry have a heart to be superheroes. After training, the two of them always go out to fight crime and uphold justice. This time, they finally encountered a hard idea. However, Lin Hao was very curious. With Harry and Peter's current strength, who could injure them both and still have Wanda hold them back? Where? I want to see who dares to hit my partner. Follow me. Under the leadership of Pietro, Lin Hao came to the outskirts of New York. Along the way, Lin Hao saw many S.H.I.E.L.D. cars on the road. It was obvious that they were all in the same place as he was going. Could it be? Lin Hao narrowed his eyes and seemed to have the answer in his heart. Soon Lin Hao and Pietro came to the outskirts. Looking down from the air, Lin Hao could see a car in an open space, and a crashed helicopter lying next to it. There were nearly 10 people in the open space. They showed among the 3 parties, one side is naturally Peter and the 3 of them. The side standing opposite them is also 3 people. On the other side is Commander Fury of SHIELD and 2 of his men. Loki, it is indeed you. Lin Hao smiled slightly. Isn't this the scene at the beginning of Avengers Endgame when Loki snatched the Tesseract and used the Psychic Scepter to control Hawkeye and Dr. Silvergel to escape, and were chased out by Commander Fury in a helicopter? I just didn't expect that Harry and Peter would interfere in this matter. Loki is known as the god of trickery, and his methods are very sinister. With Harry and Peter's innocence and simplicity, it is not unreasonable for them to be defeated by him. Lin Hao slowly fell from the sky. Harry, Peter, how are you doing? We're fine. This guy is too powerful. We are no match for him. Harry said with a solemn expression. Both he and Peter had some superficial injuries, which should be fine. It's getting more and more lively. Are you here to grab the Tesseract too? Loki looked at Lin Hao, who was the latest to arrive, and said slyly. Hey, I have to make it clear first that the Tesseract belongs to SHIELD. I suggest you not try to get involved. At this time, the one-eyed Fury said to Lin Hao from the side. Obviously, he was warning Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't look back and said expressionlessly, it seems that you are not qualified to speak here. When you gather all the Avengers to stand here, then you may be qualified to speak. You. Who are you? This is our S.H.I.E.L.D's business, we don't need your intervention. Fury said coldly. It seems that you are not in the same group. I feel that you are different. Are you interested in joining forces with me? When I rule the earth, you will be inferior to 1 person and superior to 10,000 people. Loki grinned. 1 person is inferior to 10,000 people? You may not understand. I am here to teach you a lesson. As for the Tesseract, it depends on its fate. Lin Hao looked at Loki, and a piece of information instantly came back to his mind. Target person, Loki, combat value, 50,000. He is indeed the god of trickery. His combat power is almost 10 times that of Lin Hao, but he is still not afraid. Although Loki's combat power is high, he often forgets that he is a mage and has to fight with people in close combat. As long as he avoids the Mind Scepter and spell attack, Loki is no different from a baby in his hands. With Lin Hao's current speed, he can definitely do it, not to mention he has the time-blinking skill. Teach me a lesson? Are you worthy of it? Loki smiled disdainfully, then raised the spiritual scepter, and a shock wave of the scepter hit Lin Hao. Chapter 28. Lin Hao jumped up on the spot, avoiding the shock wave of Loki's scepter, and then dived, aiming directly at Loki directly opposite. Upon seeing this, Hawkeye, who was controlled by the spiritual scepter, raised his gun and shot at Lin Hao. Lin Hao ignored it. With his current combat effectiveness and physical strength, a mere pistol could not break his defense. How dare you try to teach me a lesson? I am Loki, the god of trickery. The country of Asgard. Loki smiled disdainfully, holding the spiritual scepter in his hand without using it, and started a close combat with Lin Hao. Lin Hao raised the corner of his lips and chose close combat, which was simply asking for death. If Loki made good use of his spiritual scepter and spells, Lin Hao might be a little tricky. In close combat, he could defeat 10 Lokis. Bang! Before Loki could finish speaking, Lin Hao's figure had already appeared in front of him, and before he could react, he punched Loki directly in the face. Thump! This punch directly sent Loki flying out, and finally landed on the ground. The whole place was silent. Harry and Peter's jaws almost dropped. Loki, who they had worked so hard to defeat, was actually knocked away by Lin Hao's punch? Director Fury was also confused. Loki, who had just made a scene in the S.H.I.E.L.D. Underground Laboratory, was beaten away so easily. The god of trickery, right? One punch? The king of Asgard, right? Another punch? Lin Hao punched Loki in the face like a sandbag. Loki didn't even have the strength to react. He was horrified to find that as the prince of Asgard, his body could barely bear the man in front of him. Fist? After a violent beating, there was a trace of blood on the corner of Loki's mouth, and his psychic scepter had already fallen to the ground. After a beating, Lin Hao threw Loki on the ground like trash and spat, "What a weak god of trickery, you really disgrace your brother Thor." Hawkeye next to him was stunned. How strong a person must be to beat Loki to the point of being unable to fight back. Hawkeye swallowed hard, almost peeing in fear. Originally, he planned to save Loki, but after seeing Lin Hao's power, he didn't even have the courage to take action. Harry and Peter turned into salted fish and shouted 666. You injured my friend. This is the lesson I will teach you. If it happens again, I will break your hands and feet and give them back to Thor. Loki didn't even dare to fart after being beaten violently. He finally figured out that the man in front of him was not easy to mess with, so he decided to avoid his sharp edge for the time being. When he opened the door to space, the Chitauri army would come. Find the place again. Let's go. Loki was afraid that Lin Hao would try to retaliate later, so he called Hawkeye and Dr. Silvergel to get in the car and drove away in despair. Tesseract. Commander Fury looked at the speeding car and shouted, but Lin Hao remained indifferent. Why don't you take the Tesseract back? When Loki's car disappeared into the night, Commander Fury asked Lin Hao with a straight face. Lin Hao shrugged, why should I take the Tesseract? First of all, it seems that you told me not to get involved. Tesseract. Secondly, I am not a member of SHIELD, and I have no obligation to follow your orders. You. Commander Fury almost fainted from anger. Loki's violent beating just now was the best opportunity to take back the Tesseract, but the man in front of him didn't care about the Tesseract at all and just let Loki go. Sir, if because you didn't take back the Tesseract today, a catastrophe will happen to the Earth in the future, you will be the culprit. Fury said gloomily. You lost the Tesseract, what does it have to do with me? You have the ability to lose it, but you have the ability to get it back. Only cowardly and incompetent people will shift the responsibility to others. Lin Hao shrugged, and there was no need to blame him. No words? Lin Hao doesn't want the Tesseract, mainly because the Tesseract is too powerful. With his current strength, he can't control the Tesseract at all. He also asked the system just now, but the system's answer was that it would not interfere with anything in the real world. Not to mention helping Lin Hao integrate the Tesseract's power and transfer it to him. The Tesseract is a hot potato. Even if he takes it, not only will he not be able to control the power of the Tesseract, but he will also be targeted by S.H.I.E.L.D. and Loki Thor. Although he is not afraid of S.H.I.E.L.D., it will be less troublesome, and S.H.I.E.L.D. has not been provoked. To him, there is no need to deliberately antagonize SHIELD. Lin, you were so cool just now. You defeated that Loki in 2 moves. It seems that there is still a big gap between us and Lin. We must step up our training in the future. Lin Hao rolled his eyes at Harry and Peter. Don't cause me any trouble in the future. S.H.I.E.L.D will be responsible for maintaining world peace. Do you understand? Lin, don't worry, Harry and I won't cause any trouble in the future. If we encounter an opponent we can't beat, we'll just run away. Peter said with a smile. Wanda, let's go back. Loki has appeared, and it seems that it is not far away from Thor, Hulk, and Captain Steve. The first generation of Avengers and the big three of Avengers may be officially assembled in the near future. But what surprised Lin Hao was that Loki's appearance did not trigger a combat mission. Could it be that the system determined that Loki was too weak and was not worthy of even the main battle mission? Darling, if this is really the case, Loki will be in such a miserable state. However, Lin Hao is not in a hurry. As long as there are tasks, the system will definitely release them. After all, this kind of system will not malfunction. After Lin Hao and others left, Director Fury was unwilling to pick up his phone. Coulson, notify everyone who did not participate in the rescue to activate the 7-level alarm. The war has begun. In the remote suburbs, Natasha Romanoff found Banner. In the gym, Commander Fury found the American Captain Steve. Coulson also found Stark in Stark Tower. A bloody storm is brewing. Chapter 29. Late at night, Lin Hao was sitting on the balcony of his room, looking at the stars in the New York sky. It had been 18 years since he came here. Speaking of which, Lin Hao really missed the earth in his previous life. Dong dong dong. A knock on the door pulled Lin Hao's mind back. Who? It's me, Wanda. Wanda. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows. Come in. Wearing pajamas, Wanda came to Lin Hao's side. She supported Lin Hao's shoulders with her hands and opened her red lips. Mr. Lin, can't you sleep? Not sleepy yet. Lin Hao replied lightly. Sometimes I wonder, Dad, why did he do this? Why can't we mutants live in peace with humans? Just like us. Of course Lin Hao knew why. There were too many grievances involved. Magneto and Professor People and ordinary human beings develop peacefully. None of them is wrong, they just have different positions. But Lin Hao would not tell Wanda this. Then you have to ask your father to find out. Maybe he can give you the answer. I don't think so, I already know the answer now. With that said, Wanda's hand turned into a sharp blade and wiped it directly on Lin Hao's neck. Call out. The sharp blade passed by, but there was no scene of blood splattering as expected. The chair at this time was empty. Ms. Raven, to be honest, your acting skills are a bit poor. First of all, Wanda never calls me Mr. Lin, but the single word linear. Secondly, Wanda has always been unwilling to take the initiative to mention Eric. You think your acting is flawless, but in fact there are flaws. Lin Hao's voice sounded from behind Raven, and Wanda gradually turned into a woman with brown-red hair and dark blue body. This woman is Mystique, Raven in the X-Men series. You are indeed very powerful, but you are also bound to die tonight. Including your partner. Mystique suddenly turned around and wanted to attack Lin Hao, but how could she compare with Lin Hao based on her speed? The moment she turned around, Lin Hao kicked her away hard and fell directly from the second floor of the villa. A long deep pit was left on the ground. I don't think you guys from the Brotherhood of Mutants can be a match for Wanda and Peter. Lin Hao jumped from the second floor. At the same time, a strong wind blew, and all the metal nearby began to deform. Several figures quietly appeared in the courtyard of the villa. They were the mutant brothers led by Magneto Eric. Member. Mission Combat Mission Activation, defeat Magneto Eric, reward, the Eye of Death, punishment for mission failure, 2000 points deducted. Hey, isn't this the old man we beat away last time? Peter, Wanda, and others also came out. Peter came up and mocked Magneto. When Wanda and Pietro saw Magneto, their faces were solemn. It seemed that their father did not intend to let them go. You don't know the heights of the world. The last time you took advantage of me, it was because of my carelessness. This time you won't be able to fly. When talking about what happened last time, Magneto felt his face burning with pain. He, the majestic Magneto, fell into the hands of two young people who were not even as old as him in total. This was simply a shame for him. Except for Wanda and Pietro, everyone else will be killed without mercy. If Wanda and Pietro resist, I don't mind you educating them for me. Magneto obviously didn't want to talk nonsense with Lin Hao and others, so he gave an order directly. The members of the Brotherhood of Mutants, led by Red Devil and Mystique, took action directly. The others directly surrounded Wanda and Peter, and the Red Devil's target was its Lin Hao. He teleported to Lin Hao's side. The moment his hand was placed on Lin Hao's shoulder, he disappeared and reappeared, dozens of meters above the ground. Enjoy the last days of your life. The Red Devil grinned sinisterly and then let go. He wanted to throw Lin Hao to death. However, when he let go, he was surprised to find that Lin Hao had no tendency to fall to the ground, but stood firmly in midair. You're stupid, I can fly. Lin Hao also grinned. At the moment when the Red Devil was surprised, he kicked the Red Devil hard on the back. With this heavy blow, the Red Devil lost control and fell from the air, creating a deep hole on the ground. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. Lin Hao touched his nose and slowly fell from the air. The Red Devil's teleportation ability is indeed very strong, but it is only very strong for people with slow reaction speed. For people with fast reaction speed, it is simply a trap. Target. Obviously, Lin Hao belongs to this category of people. At this time, in the courtyard of the villa, Wanda and Peter had already started fighting with the members of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Many mutants showed off their magical powers, and the scene was very intense. Lin Hao ignored the scumbag Red Devil and focused directly on Magneto Eric. Magneto was the biggest boss of the Brotherhood of Mutants and Lin Hao's mission target. It seems that your strength has improved again, but you are still an ant in front of me. Magneto stared at Lin Hao coldly. It seems that you didn't remember the lesson learned last time. Then tonight I will let you remember what it feels like to kick an iron plate. Lin Hao fired back forcefully. I won't give you any chance to react this time. After the words fell, Magneto raised his hand and used a magnetic field control. The terrifying magnetic field reaction caused Lin Hao to lose control and was knocked back to the wall. At the same time, several solid metals entangled him, locking Lin Hao to the wall. Superior. I said, you are just an ant in front of me. After successfully controlling the magnetic field, Magneto smiled disdainfully. Then, with the ability of his metal control, a piece of metal turned into a sharp spear and stabbed Lin Hao's head at an extremely fast speed. Excuse me, what are you so proud of? You don't think you can kill me, do you? Lin Hao smiled sarcastically. With a little effort, he broke free from the metal restraints. Under the premise of his 6,000 combat power, these metal restraints were just like a joke. The moment he broke free from the metal shackles, Lin Hao grabbed the pierced metal spear with one hand, returned the same way and threw it back. Magneto casually dissolved the metal spear, and then used magnetic field control to shroud Lin Hao. I won't fall for the same trick twice. Lin Hao, who had been prepared for a long time, had already used the air dance technique to fly into the air the moment Magneto raised his head, out of the control range of his magnetic field. Magneto followed closely, and he raised his eyes to look at Lin Hao. Boy, you will regret going against me. Chapter 30. I never regret anything I do. Lin Hao was too lazy to talk nonsense with Magneto, so he used the air dance technique and launched an attack directly. Roll. Magneto pushed lightly with his palm, and then used magnetic field control. The strong magnetic force pushed Lin Hao back hundreds of meters. Then Magneto raised his hand again, and countless metals flew from the ground into the air. Countless metal fragments, under the control of Magneto, attacked Lin Hao like a hail of bullets. Lin Hao flew higher into the sky, avoiding the attack trajectory of the metal fragments, and then suddenly swooped down, heading straight towards Magneto. Bang! However, just when Lin Hao was about to approach Magneto King, a force of elasticity bounced Lin Hao away, preventing him from approaching Magneto King. Magnetic field. Lin Hao was startled, but Magneto had learned well. He set up a strong magnetic field around himself to protect himself. It seemed that the last time Flash Kung Fu cast a great shadow on him. Boy, don't think of me as a fool. Even if you use the same trick as last time, you won't be able to get close to me. Under the control of Magneto, the metal fragments formed a hurricane, sweeping towards Lin Hao in a sweeping manner. Wherever the metal hurricane passed, all the houses on the ground were damaged, and Magneto began to truly show his mutant ability. Then I won't approach you. Lin Hao retreated a distance. It seemed that he should indeed know some long-range moves. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to encounter opponents like Magneto. Guess. Lin Hao's combat power has now reached a height of 6,000. Logically speaking, he is close to controlling his energy. He suddenly remembered how Son Gohan taught Sun Wukong and Videl to control their ki in the Bu chapter of Dragon Ball Z. Concentrate and brew chi in the palm of your hand. Lin Hao concentrated his energy and gathered his energy in his palms, and soon a blue-white light slowly appeared in his palms. Ha, easy, easy, easy. As Lin Hao increased his strength, a file-sized fist, an energy Qigong bomb glowing with blue and white light condensed and formed in his palm. At the same time, Magneto's metal hurricane came, and Lin Hao laughed, "Old Wan, come and try my Qigong bomb." Call out. As soon as Lin Hao threw it, the energy Qigong bomb came out of his hand and met Magneto's metal hurricane. With a loud bang, the Qigong bomb exploded. The huge amounts of destructive power of the Qigong bombs blew up the metal hurricane to pieces, and at the same time, fire and smoke rose into the sky. Seeing this situation, Magneto continued to use his ability. Almost all metals within a few hundred meters were controlled by him, and nearby high-rise buildings began to gradually collapse. This scene is like the end of the world. Huge amounts of movement caused panic in Manhattan. The police began to dispatch police, but when they arrived at the scene, they found that they could not intervene at all. On the ground, Peter and Magneto's Brotherhood of Mutants stopped fighting. Peter and Harry looked at the sky with shocked eyes. The Brotherhood of Mutants was relatively calm, and they followed Magneto. What scene have you not seen in such a long time? That kid is going to lose. Yes, it looks like Eric is getting serious. He better pray that he can survive in Eric's hands. The Brotherhood of Mutants mourned Lin Hao one after another. In their opinion, only Professor X could rival Magneto. I'll help him. Wanda looked worried. She knew very well the horror of her father's ability. Judging from the current situation, she knew that her father was beginning to show his true strength. Maybe Lin could not stop his offensive. Wanda, don't go. Peter pulled Wanda back in time, shook his head and said, believe Lin, he can handle it. If you go, you might cause him trouble. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there were loud noises that echoed through the night sky. Everyone looked up suddenly and saw a real confrontation between Lin Hao and Magneto in the sky. Magneto controlled the metal and launched an attack on Lin Hao, while Lin Hao fired Qigong bombs continuously, constantly breaking Magneto's metal offensive. This scene is very visually shocking. Are these two people different? We can't compare at all. Harry was stunned. Although he had gained the power of the Green Goblin, compared to the battle between Lin Hao and Magneto, he felt Lin Hao's power in his heart. This level of fighting was beyond his reach. He knew very well that if it had been him, he would have died at the hands of Magneto no less than 10 times. Ha ha ha, have fun, come again. Lin Hao stood in midair and threw Qigong bombs one after another. This fierce battle made him feel very happy. This is the deepest fighting factor in the blood of the fighting race Saiyans. Eric, who was on the opposite side, was a little impatient. He didn't expect Lin Hao to be able to persist for so long. And looking at him, he seemed to be getting ready to fight. This is not what he wants to see, what he wants is to be crushed, absolutely crushed. This time, I'll finish you off. Magneto's eyes condensed, and the powerful magnetic force spread out the metal overwhelmingly. Finally, countless metals surrounded Lin Hao in midair. It seems that he plans to use his ability to control magnetic fields to strangle Lin Hao. Hey, are you starting to get impatient? Lin Hao raised the corners of his lips, exchange for Turtle School Qigong. Congratulations to the host for successfully paying 1000 points and obtaining the Turtle Qigong secret book. As the sound of the system rang in his ears, a huge amount of information poured into Lin Hao's mind. This was information about the essentials of Turtle Sect Qigong. Soon the information was transmitted, and Lin Hao's hands slowly moved to his waist. Don't look anymore, that kid has already lost. At this moment when Magneto controlled the magnetic field to surround Lin Hao, the Red Devil said gloomily. There were many people who wanted to defeat Eric, but the end result was their death. Mystique's face was expressionless. In her eyes, Lin Hao was already a dead man. I can't sit around anymore, Lin needs my help. Now Wanda couldn't sit still. She had just used origin magic power to lift herself into the air when the Red Devil suddenly teleported in front of her and forced her back. Beautiful Miss Wanda, where do you want to go? Are you going to help that boy deal with your father? If Eric knows you do this, he will definitely be very sad, right? The Red Devil said sarcastically. It has nothing to do with you, get out of here. Wanda's originally blue eyes suddenly turned crimson, and then with a wave of her jade hand, the majestic crimson chaos energy blew away the Red Devil. What is that? Peter suddenly spoke. Wanda looked up and saw dozens of dazzling pure white lights suddenly appearing in the sky. The pure white light penetrated Magneto's magnetic field and reflected the night sky of Manhattan with a radiant attitude. Extremely eye-catching in the dark night sky. Chapter 31. It's Lin, he's going to fight back. Peter shouted excitedly, and Wanda's steps to support him also stopped. On top of that, she felt a powerful energy condensing. What a powerful energy! It seems we have all underestimated that young man. It's really scary. That kid looks only 18 years old, but he actually has such terrifying energy. As mutants, people like the Brotherhood of Mutants can feel the powerful energy in the sky, and this powerful energy is still getting stronger. So what? No matter what, Eric will not lose. Mystique still believes in Magneto. Although she also feels the power of that energy, out of her trust in Magneto, she still does not believe that Eric will lose. Turtle, Pi, Chi. At this moment, Lin Hao, who is the party involved, does not know that there is so much to discuss below. Now he is concentrating on the Turtle School Qigong with all his strength. Moreover, the Turtle School Qigong is about to be condensed and completed. This is his first time to use Turtle-style Qigong, so it takes a long time to condense. Fighting to the death, I will let you take a good look at the gap between us. Magneto's eyes were disdainful. As he held his palm, all the metals in the sky gathered together, forming a metal river carrying huge amounts of destructive power across the sky, aiming directly at Lin Hao. Die! As Magneto fell with a sound, a powerful magnetic field accompanied by a metal river appeared within 100 meters of Lin Hao, and Lin Hao's clothes were blown away. Achievement! As Lin Hao's last word fell, the turtle-style Qigong was completely condensed. Then Lin Hao suddenly pushed out, and the turtle-style Qigong was launched from the palm of his hand. At this moment, in the eyes of countless people below, the Turtle School Qigong crossed the sky and suddenly met Magneto's metal river. The imaginary explosion did not happen. The Turtle School Qigong was seen to break through the metal river with overwhelming force, directly from the metal. A channel opened in the middle of the river. Wow! The scene in front of them made Peter and others gasp in surprise. At this time, the mutant brotherhood seemed a little solemn. The mutants who were mocking Lin Hao for his success or failure a minute ago were speechless. Bang! A few seconds later, the turtle-style Qigong with its own energy tail completely penetrated the metal river, then broke through the magnetic field around Magneto, and hit the unprotected Magneto. The fire caused by the explosion once again illuminated the night sky of Manhattan, and a figure fell from the center of the explosion. This person is naturally Magneto. Cool! Lin Hao exclaimed, this kind of fighting is what he pursues. Although the consumption of using turtle-style Qigong is a bit high, it is still within the acceptable range. At least there will be no collapse and weakness. With Magneto's defeat, the metal in the sky lost Magneto's control, so they all fell to the ground, almost turning into ruins within a radius of several hundred meters. Being hit head-on by Turtle School Qigong, although it did not directly kill Magneto, it still took half of his life. Lin Hao fell from the sky and looked down at Magneto lying in the ruins. A Qigong bomb condensed in the palm of his hand and aimed at Magneto's head. His tone was cold. Eric, I told you to let you know what kicking is. The taste of iron plate. For Wanda's sake, I don't have to kill you today, but if there is a next time, I promise to kill you without hesitation, and your brotherhood of mutants, I will kill them all. Jing, do you understand? You were not so powerful last time, why did you become so powerful in such a short period of time? Magneto's face was full of hurt, his tone was full of disbelief, but there was also a hint of unwillingness. He never imagined that he would be defeated twice in a row by a young man who was no more than 18 years old. Think about it slowly. Lin Hao said nothing, ignored Magneto, and flew directly back to the villa. Seeing Lin Hao's return, the mutant brotherhood took a few steps back unconsciously. There was fear in their eyes when they looked at Lin Hao. Because your arrival disturbed our peaceful dreams. Lin Hao rolled his eyes coldly and fired several Qigong bombs, hitting Red Devil, Mystique, and others respectively. All of them vomited blood and retreated. This is a lesson for you. Next time you come again, I will send you to see God. Although Mystique and others looked unwilling, they dared to be angry but dared not speak out. Even Magneto was defeated, how could they be Lin Hao's opponents? Roll! Lin Hao shouted loudly, making Mystique and others run away in fear. They were afraid that if they stayed for a while longer, Lin Hao would kill them without hesitation. Lin, when did you learn that move? Can you teach it to us? You're right, Lin, you are so good at hiding. You have such a powerful trick and you don't even teach us. Come on, arrange it for us. Peter and Harry looked at Lin Hao expectantly. Lin Hao smiled and said, actually, I just learned it. I'm still in the exploratory stage. How can I teach you? Oh my god, you actually learned a new trick in the battle with Magneto? You are so perverted. You are not human. Lin, tell me, how do you use the energy bomb that can be fired from the palm of your hand? Lin Hao didn't bother to pay attention to Peter and Harry. To be honest, he just wanted to teach them. They couldn't learn it, so why waste time and energy? Although the battle between him and Magneto affected a large area, fortunately their villa did not suffer much damage. That is, the balcony of his second-floor room only had a hole. It could be renovated. On the other hand, it was hundreds of meters away. To a mile, it was almost in ruins. Congratulations to the host for completing the combat mission and obtaining the demonic eye of direct death. Then, a sea of information poured into Lin Hao's mind, and the eyes of hell like black holes slowly appeared in the middle of Lin Hao's pupils. Lin Hao blinked and returned to normal. The demonic eye of direct death, the ability of two rituals. All things must have an end when they are born, and the end is called death. The end of a thing is destined from its birth. When a thing flows out from its source, its death has already been determined by the source. Decide. If a pair of eyes can connect to the source and see the death of things, then we call it the demon eye of direct death. As the name suggests, the demonic eye of death can directly see the end point of all things, which is death. When an attack is launched on the death point, it is a causal attack. To put it another way, it is like Leodin in Nordic mythology. As long as the gun is thrown, it will definitely shoot through the heart. With the demonic eye of direct death, Lin Hao's strength has undoubtedly reached a higher level. However, it is worth mentioning that the demonic eye of direct death is the same as the Turtle School Qigong. It becomes more powerful according to its own strength. If the demonic eye of direct death is given to a scumbag with a combat power of only 5, it will only be a waste of natural resources. Chapter 32. Lin, thank you very much today. Without you, my brother and I would have returned to that dark place long ago. My father is very powerful, and I am no match for him. In the living room of the villa, Wanda said gratefully. No, your potential is stronger than anyone else. Believe me, sooner or later, Eric will no longer be your opponent. Lin Hao comforted Wanda. In fact, he told the truth. Wanda is capable of fighting against 5 enemies. A woman who owns Thanos with an Infinity Stone and can also distract herself from destroying the Mind Stone. The power of origin magic power is so powerful that it is one of the best even in the Marvel world. Maybe. I also feel that there is a very powerful force in my body, but I can't control it now and can't exert its full power. I will help you. Only when you are strong can you ensure that you will not be harmed, right? Lin Hao said with a smile. Why are you helping me? Wanda looked directly at Lin Hao. It is my duty to help beautiful ladies. Lin Hao said seriously. Wanda was amused by Lin Hao. Her smile was as beautiful as a rose blooming. Then she stood up, kissed Lin Hao's cheek lightly, and said with a smile, Dear Lin, rest early, sweet dreams. After Wanda returned to the room, Lin Hao touched the cheek that Wanda kissed just now and smiled, tonight is worth it if I get a kiss from Wanda. The next day, Stark came to visit early. He looked a little confused, Mr. Lin, you guys were too crazy last night. Almost everything within a few hundred meters was destroyed by you. Mr. Stark, maybe you got the wrong person. I am not the initiator of all this. Lin Hao said innocently. Who is the opponent? Stark asked doubtfully. Mutant, a mutant named Eric. Lin Hao said lightly, is this why you came here? This is just one of them. Now I have no time to care about this Eric. You know that the Tesseract was stolen by Loki. I am here today to invite you to capture Loki and take back the Tesseract. The Tesseract has the energy to destroy the Earth. Compared to Eric is not worth mentioning. Stark said quickly. The capture of Loki is a matter of SHIELD. I can't get involved. Lin Hao spread his hands, but I can provide you with Loki's location, and you can also watch the show by the way. That's great. Loki's whereabouts are unknown after stealing the Tesseract. Fury is preparing to launch the helicarrier into the sky and track his location around the world. Well, let me explain in advance that capturing Loki is your business, and I will not interfere. Of course, if he doesn't mess with me, I will teach him a lesson. Stark said there was no problem. After reaching a consensus with Stark, Lin Hao explained Peter and Wanda, and then left with Stark. Mr. Lin, do you know where Loki is now? On the top floor of Stark Tower, Stark asked. It's almost time for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier to find him. Lin Hao raised the corners of his lips, Germany, Stuttgart, Hanover 28. Is the news confirmed? Stark was a little doubtful. As soon as Stark finished speaking, he received a message from the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. A location popped up on his holographic projection screen, which was Stuttgart, Germany, Hanover 28. Okay, Mr. Lin, you are so good at knowing the exact location. Stark was a little shocked. He thought Lin Hao was just mentioning a location casually, but the facts told him that Loki was really there. Germany. Let's go, Loki has a big conspiracy. When Lin Hao and Stark arrived in Germany, they saw the American Captain Steve fighting Loki. However, Steve was always immortal and was at a disadvantage in the battle with Loki. However, Stark arrived and easily defeated Loki with 2 palm cannons. Loki. Try moving again, you reindeer. Lin Hao and Stark landed slowly. Stark's palm cannon was already aimed at Loki sitting on the ground. Mr. Loki, we meet again. It seems that you are recovering well. Lin Hao teased with a smile. Loki looked at Lin Hao with some fear, it's you. Mr. Stark, who is he? Steve pointed at Lin Hao and asked. Lin Jackson, the master I specially invited here. Master? I don't see how he looks like a master. Steve looked at Lin Hao questioningly. Soldier, you are wrong, he is much more powerful than you. Loki took the opportunity to taunt Steve, but Steve was dissatisfied, you mean I'm not as good as him? Obviously, you have to admit the fact that you are just not as good as him. A sly look flashed in Loki's eyes, and he continued to fan the flames. Lin Hao knew very well the reason why Loki said this. He was deliberately trying to sow discord so that the Avengers would fight among themselves. In this way, his goal would be achieved. However, Lin Hao would not be fooled by him, and besides, he was not an Avenger. Members of the Alliance. Captain, I think you should take a look around, maybe you can find Hawkeye. Lin Hao changed the subject. Barton is here too. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Agent Coulson got off the fighter jet. Natasha Romanoff stepped forward and asked. It seemed that she cared about Hawkeye. Mr. Lin, long time no see. Lin Hao nodded, saying hello, and then continued, yes, hurry up, and maybe he can still be found. If it's later, he might leave here. Lin Jackson, you shouldn't say this. Loki glared at Lin Hao, and it was obvious that Lin Hao's words exposed his plan. Seeing Loki's reaction, Natasha Romanoff instantly understood, it seems to be true, Captain, now is not the time to be impulsive, we must get Barton back. Steve also ignored what just happened. He nodded, and then split up with Natasha Romanoff to look for Hawkeye. While they were looking for Hawkeye, Stark escorted Loki onto the fighter jet. After about half an hour, Black Widow and Steve came back, but they did not find Hawkeye. It looks like you came back empty-handed. Loki grinned, mocking happily. If you don't want me to tear your mouth apart, just shut it. Black Widow gave Loki a cold look. Immediately after the fighter jet took off, on the plane, Steve realized that it was unusual for Loki to be captured so easily. Of course, Stark also discovered it, but they still didn't know what plan Loki was plotting. Lin Hao knew it all, but he didn't intend to expose it. Although his combat power has reached 6,000 now, it is not enough for being in the Marvel world. The enemies in the future will be even stronger. Avengers won the New York War may bring him a great improvement in strength, so he must complete Loki's plan and start the New York War. While Stark and Steve were chatting, there was sudden lightning and thunder in the sky. Chapter 33. Where did this thunder and lightning come from? Black Widow was a little confused because it didn't look like it was going to rain tonight. But Loki sat up straighter, and Steve teased, "What's wrong? Are you afraid of lightning? I don't like that guy who makes thunder soon." As Loki finished speaking, there was a sound above the fighter jet, and Lin Hao knew that Thor was on the stage. Stark put on a steel mask and just opened the cabin door. Thor with long hair and a meow hammer appeared on stage. Thor knocked Stark away with a hammer, and then kidnapped Loki without saying a word. Unconvinced, Stark chased him out, and Steve also put on a parachute and jumped out of the cabin door. "Is that guy also from the Divine Realm?" Black Widow turned around and asked. "I think so." Lin Hao nodded. "Mr. Lin, aren't you going to help?" "Help? Natasha Romanoff agent, I think you haven't figured it out yet, that's an Asgardian, Thor, God. They're not afraid of me," Lin Hao said seriously. "But don't worry, the three of them will bring Loki back soon. S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. Lin Hao, American Captain Steve, Stark, Dr. Banner, Thor, Black Widow and others gathered to discuss Loki's purpose. Lin Hao couldn't understand what quantum effects they were talking about. After all, he was a biology student. "Of course, I don't know anything about astronomy and physics." But he knew exactly what Loki was planning. "Dr. Banner is here to help us track down the Tesseract." At this time, Commander Fury, who had imprisoned Loki, came back. He saw Lin Hao at a glance. "It's you. Why are you here?" "I invited him here," Stark said. "Commander Fury, he is the ghost I told you about," Black Widow explained from the side. "What? He is a ghost?" "I asked him how he has the strength to defeat Loki." Fury was slightly startled. It was difficult for him to connect the ghost who was famous in New York some time ago with Lin Hao, but that night he saw Lin Hao easily. After defeating Loki's strength, he believed it. "Ghost? What a strange name," Thor complained. "Even if you are the ghost, I still have to blame you. If you had taken back the Tesseract that night, there wouldn't be so many things happening now." Commander Fury was a little angry. "Commander Fury, as things have developed now, I think it is meaningless to talk about this anymore. Why don't we talk about why you are blind in your left eye?" Lin Hao leaned back tactically and looked at Commander Fury with a smile. "Your left eye should have been scratched by a cat. Am I right, Commander Fury? How do you know?" Hearing this, Fury couldn't help being surprised. It was 1995 when he was blinded. It was already 17 years ago. At that time, this guy was just born. He even knew about this. "Ha ha ha. Your eyes were really scratched by a cat. Then you are too inferior." After hearing Commander Fury's admission, Thor laughed directly. The others all pursed their lips and snickered. Commander Fury's face almost turned green. "Brother, I suddenly admire you. Let me meet you. My name is Thor, from Asgard." Thor extended his hand in a friendly manner and introduced himself. Thor, I know you, my name is Lin Jackson, you can call me Linear." Lin Hao shook hands with Thor and smiled. Then Lin Hao and other members of the Avengers introduced each other, and everyone got to know each other. "Now that I'm here, I might as well tell you about Loki's plan. Loki's mind is hard to guess. Who knows what he is thinking?" Natasha Romanoff said. "Actually, it's not that complicated. Loki was caught here to be a bait and an informant. His other purpose is to make you doubt each other, and then start internal strife and turn against each other. In this way, there will be no obstacles for him on Earth, and he can do whatever he wants." Lin Hao kept talking. "Mr. Lin, I don't object to the first thing you said, but we are a team and we will never have internal strife," Commander Fury said seriously. The rest of the people were silent. Lin Hao smiled. "Really? If you don't believe it, just wait and see. Not to mention that they will quarrel later." In Captain America 3, the members of the Avengers were divided into two factions to engage in civil war. "I agree with him." At this time, Steve expressed his position. "Okay, I guess we should get to work now." Stark interrupted the conversation, and then he and Dr. Banner left. The others went about their business, and Lin Hao came to the place where Loki was imprisoned. At this time, Loki was facing away from Lin Hao, but the next second he immediately turned around and saw that the person coming was Lin Hao. He was a little surprised. "It's you again, you seem to know everything." "Of course, I know everything you know, and I know what you don't know, or you can call me a prophet." Lin Hao moved a chair over and sat down, smiling calmly. Loki raised the corner of his mouth. "Really? You are really arrogant. You are just an ordinary person on Earth, and I am God. If you want to be a prophet, it is me, not you." Then maybe we can talk about your plan, why you were deliberately detained here, who is your purpose, and who do you want to question each other and cause internal strife. Lin Hao chuckled and said, you should know that this place is monitored all the time, and there is a high probability that what we say will be known to Fury and others. Shut up. Loki panicked, but he still chose to give in. I admit that you are a prophet, but I think we can talk about other things. What are you talking about? You and I don't seem to have anything in common. You know everything, why are you hiding it from them? No matter what your purpose is, at least we are half partners, right? Loki had a tricky angle. You are wrong. At least for now, you and I are not even half partners. As for why I want to hide them, I don't think you need to know. Okay, I suddenly discovered that you are the same as me. You are arrogant and arrogant. You want everyone's attention, right? Loki stared at Lin Hao closely, and Lin Hao suddenly smiled. First of all, you are arrogant, but I am confident. In addition, what I want to tell you is that you and I are different. You like to be high profile and hope to win everyone's attention, that's because you know that you are not Odin's biological son, you are an ice giant, so it is your brother Thor who should inherit the throne of Asgard. You feel very unfair about this, so you keep a high profile and hope that you get everyone's attention because you are seeking a sense of presence, you long for the throne, and you want everyone to remember you. As for me, my fate is not as tragic as yours. I have a happy family, good friends, and partners. I don't need attention or a sense of existence, so we are different. After hearing this, Loki was dumbfounded. He took 2 steps back in confusion. Who are you? Chapter 34. Didn't I just say that? I am a prophet. Lin Hao waved his hand and chuckled. Loki narrowed his eyes slightly. Do you really know everything? Then it depends on what you think. That's all I can say. Before leaving, Lin Hao turned back sharply and looked at Loki with sharp eyes. One last thing to remind you, don't try to attack the people around me, otherwise I guarantee you will die miserably. Then Lin Hao came to the studio of Stark and Dr. Banner. At this time, Commander Fury and the Avengers were already quarreling with each other. They were all hurting each other, sometimes involving Stark, and sometimes it came to Dr. Banner, and then to Commander Fury. You call this a team? Together you can only create chaos and accomplish nothing. Lin Hao came in and watched them argue for a while before he spoke. Everyone turned around with confused faces. Somehow, they started to argue. The reason seemed to be because Fury wanted to use the Tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction. Remember what I just said? Lin Hao looked at everyone, and Stark was the first to react. Mr. Lin, you are right, Loki wants us to have internal strife. Everyone, I think now is not the time to blame each other. The most important thing for us now is to find the Tesseract first. Commander Fury also calmed down. Lin Hao smiled and then began to count down. 3, 2. Mr. Lin, what are you counting down to? Natasha Romanoff was puzzled. 1. When Lin Hao's last number fell, there was a loud bang, and the entire helicarrier shook violently. Then the studio was also affected. Then the alarm sounded, and a report from the control room came from the studio. Commander Fury, the turbine is damaged. If the turbine is not repaired in time, we will crash. Young Eagle Eye is here, why are you standing still? Go and meet your opponent. Commander Fury shouted, everyone get your weapons and prepare to fight. While everyone was hurriedly dealing with Hawkeye, Lin Hao was sitting leisurely in the control room. Anyway, he was just watching a show and there was no need to participate in the war. They should let them handle the S.H.I.E.L.D. matters themselves, and Lin Hao I also know that they can handle it well and there is no need for them to intervene. After a big battle, it ended with Loki escaping, Hulk and Thor falling to the ground, Agent Coulson and many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents being killed. However, Hawkeye also returned to the Avengers, but now Hawkeye has no use value to Loki. Taking advantage of the melee, Lin Hao left the helicarrier alone and went directly to the top floor of the Stark building. He knew that the Avengers 1 battle was about to begin here. Boss, you're here. Dr. Gero came out of the research room and came to Lin Hao with a pious face, like the most loyal servant. Dr. Gero, how is the research on Stark's steel suit going? Lin Hao nodded slightly and then asked. According to Mr. Stark's ranking, the latest generation of steel suits is the Mark 42 type. Dr. Gero replied. Oh? It's progressing so fast. Lin Hao raised his brows. He remembered that Stark wore a Mark 7 steel suit in Avengers 1. He had already studied it to Type 42. It seems that Dr. Gero has been here for a month. Stark's research on the iron suit has indeed made a lot of contributions. At this moment, Loki arrived holding the spiritual scepter. When he saw Lin Hao, he was stunned for a moment, and then he was shocked. Are you my nemesis? That's right, maybe I am really your nemesis. Lin Hao poured a glass of wine to himself. You're here to stop my plan? Loki asked warily. Lin Hao smiled. I know that Dr. Silweger is on the rooftop above me, and the door to the universe is about to open. If I want to stop you, you will not escape from the helicarrier. So, we are accomplices. Loki suddenly grinned. Not always. Lin Hao shook his finger, I have something else to do, so I have to leave first. By the way, this Dr. Gro is mine. I hope he won't lose a hair when I come later. Don't worry, if you don't stop me, I will entertain Dr. Gro for you. Lin Hao said he didn't dare to do anything to Dr. Gro. Even if he was, Dr. Gro had the means to defend himself, and Stark would be back soon. Before that, Lin Hao needs to inform Peter and Wanda that the New York battle in Avengers 1 is about to start in Manhattan, and their villa happens to be in Manhattan. Basically, they cannot stay out of this battle. Back at the villa, Peter said uneasily, Lin, I feel something big is about to happen. Yes, there will be a big war soon. The location is in Manhattan. Everyone, be prepared for the battle. You just need to ensure your own safety. If the Chitauri army dares to provoke you, they will be killed without mercy. While Lin Hao was speaking, not far away from the Stark building, an energy pillar rose into the sky, and a circular space door slowly opened. The Chitauri army passed through the door of space, like locusts passing through, and descended. New York. The enemy appears, and the main battle mission begins, destroy the Chitauri army and destroy the Chitauri army mothership. Rewards, 1 point and 10 combat power for each Chitauri soldier killed, and 50 points for each Chitauri insect killed. And 500 combat power, the mission fails, all rewards will be deducted, and 5,000 points will be deducted. The points deducted can be negative. The voice of the system came to his ears. When he heard the rewards, Lin Hao was immediately moved. Although killing a Chitauri soldier only rewarded 1 point and 10 combat power, which looked like mosquito legs, there were many Chitauri troops, and all of them were increased. He looks like a cow. This reward is definitely the most generous reward since he obtained the system. Facts have also proved that Lin Hao made the right choice. This time in the Avengers 1 battle, his strength will really increase. Lin Hao geared up and said with a smile, hey, the show is about to begin. Peter, Wanda, guard your home and don't let the Chitauri army steal it. It's worth millions of dollars. Wanda and Peter nodded in unison, as long as we are here, no one can destroy our home. Well, I'll come as soon as I go. After the explanation, Lin Hao used his air dance technique and flew directly to the Stark building, killing all the Chitauri soldiers who blocked him along the way. Lin Hao joined the battlefield, and for a time there were not enough Chitauri soldiers to fight alone. Every time a Kigong shot was fired, a few unlucky Chitauri soldiers would be blasted to pieces, and Lin Hao's mission rewards were constantly rising as a result. After wiping out nearly dozens of Chitauri soldiers, the Chitauri insect finally passed through the gate of space and slowly wandered down. Chapter 35. On the ground, Captain Steve of the United States, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Barton were fighting a fierce battle with the Chitauri army. In the sky, Stark also attracted the attention of the Chitauri bug. Lin Hao landed on the street where Steve and others were, followed closely by Thor, and Dr. Banner also arrived riding a shabby motorcycle. Hey, buddy, you're here too. Soul greeted Lin Hao. Join in the fun, don't you welcome me? Lin Hao said with a smile. Welcome to the extreme, Mr. Lin. With you joining us, our chances of winning are even higher. Black Widow smiled slightly. Have you found Dr. Banner? At this time, Stark's voice rang in Natasha Romanoff's ears, and she replied, he has arrived, and Mr. Lin is here too. Mr. Lin is here too? Great, let's get them ready to party. Then, Stark led the Chitauri bug quickly from the far side of the street, and Black Widow was shocked, I don't think this is worth celebrating. Dr. Banner, it's time for you to get angry. Steve looked at Dr. Banner. Just as Banner was about to step forward and transform into the Hulk and punch away the Chitauri bug, Lin Hao stopped him and said, Dr. Banner, how about you give up this big bug to me? In the eyes of others, this Chitauri bug may be a monster, but in Lin Hao's eyes, this is a reward of 50 points and 500 combat power, don't give it up in vain. Of course, you're welcome. Dr. Banner waved his hand, and then Lin Hao stepped forward, and Stark also led the Chitauri worm to come. When the Chitauri worm was still 100 meters away, Lin Hao threw out more than a dozen Kigong bombs, and the Chitauri worm came. The big insect exploded instantly, turning into countless wreckage and falling all over the ground. Steve was stunned, is this guy also a god? Oh, it seems that he has left me behind a long time ago. Black Widow also shook her head. When she and Lin Hao met for the first time, she was still on a par with Lin Hao, but now she doesn't recognize him. Because he could still survive one move in Lin Hao's hands. Then Steve began to formulate a battle plan, but Lin Hao didn't care so much. He said directly, you can do whatever you want with the little ones, but big bugs like the one just now must be left to me to deal with. One large Chitauri insect is equivalent to the reward amount of 50 Chitauri minions. Instead of hunting Chitauri minions in large numbers, the large insects are more substantial. Lin Hao's first target is the big insect, followed by the small soldiers. With Loki's voice, everyone mobilized, and several Chitauri insects wandered out from the door of the universe. Thor danced the Meow Hammer and flew up to a tall building. He was about to summon lightning and use AoE skills to destroy the Chitauri army and the insects in a large area. Suddenly, pure white light shone from below, and a Qigong bomb carrying an energy tail was launched into the sky from below, heading straight towards several large Chidori bugs and minions that had just come out of the gate to the universe. Boom! The explosion blooms like fireworks. The huge destructive force caused by the explosion of the Qigong bomb directly smashed those Chidori insects and dozens of soldiers into rubble. Thor looked down and saw that the masterpiece just now was clearly the work of Lin Hao. Is this guy crazy? Is he so obsessed with the Chidori bug? Thor was confused. The battle continued. In just half an hour, Lin Hao killed 20 Chidori insects and hundreds of soldiers. The accumulated rewards already made Lin Hao very excited. But this is still a small head, the real big head is the Chidori mothership located outside the gate of space. Although Lin Hao's participation in the war relieved a lot of pressure on the first-generation Avengers, the number of the Chidori army was too large. Apart from them, there was no one else who could participate in the war, at least they could not be mobilized in a short time. Lin Hao was very clear about the direction of the next plot. At this time, he left the battlefield and flew in a certain direction in New York. There is the New York Holy of Holies. On the rooftop, the Ancient One mage wearing a yellow robe was cleaning up the corpses of nearby Chidori soldiers. At this time, a big green guy suddenly jumped out of thin air, and he traveled through time through the quantum space-time tunnel 5 years later. Here comes Dr. Hulk, a combination of Banner and Hulk. You're probably 5 years early. Looking at Dr. Hulk, the Ancient One mage said softly with his hands behind his back. When Lin Hao arrived, Dr. Hulk was trying to convince the Ancient One Master to lend him the Time Stone. The Sorcerer Supreme's duty is to protect the Time Stone. Once I give the Time Stone to you, it will cause chaos in the future timeline and have an irreversible impact on history. The Ancient One Mage's position is extremely firm. Hey, can you listen to me? Lin Hao's voice came, and the Ancient One Mage and Dr. Hulk both turned around. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am, what's important is that my appearance should not affect the development of history, am I right? Ancient One Mage. Lin Hafeng King Yin said with a smile. The Ancient One Mage counted his fingers, nodded slightly, and said with some surprise, indeed, your appearance will not have any impact on the future historical development, and I can't calculate your future. Mage Ancient One, you just said that Sorcerer Supreme's duty is to protect the Time Stone. This is not wrong, but he came here from the Earth 5 years later, so he naturally has his mission. This is needed for the development of history. I know who are you waiting for? You are waiting for Strange. You have already calculated your end, so you plan to train him to be your successor. At the same time, he is also the best mage you think. In addition, I can also tell you that this Dr. Hulk traveled through time to come to you to borrow the Time Stone, and Strange was also involved in this operation. You may worry that once the Time Stone is loaned out, it will have an impact on history, but since he can travel here and come here to borrow the Time Stone from you, he can also travel back and return it to you after he borrows it and uses it up, so it will not have any impact on future history. Any impact? Brother, do we know each other? Why do you want to help me? And you seem to know more than Master Ancient One. Dr. Hulk asked doubtfully. You are thinking too much. I just want to send you away quickly. I still have something to ask the Ancient One Mage for help. Lin Hao said casually. Dr. Hulk. Is this Strange's decision? Sir, maybe you are right. I also believe in Strange's decision. The Ancient One Mage pondered for a moment, then made a decision. She held her thumb and index finger, and a raw time stone shining with green light slowly emerged. Take it and complete your mission. Dr. Hulk took the time stone and said excitedly, Master Ancient One, thank you very much, and this gentleman, thank you very much. We are destined to meet again. Go ahead and see you in 5 years. After taking the time stone, the Hulk activated the PIM particles and disappeared with a whoosh. Just as Dr. Hulk stepped forward, he suddenly flashed out of thin air, and a figure suddenly appeared. Chapter 36. This time the American Captain Steve came to return the gem. He looked at Lin Hao meaningfully, as if he wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Master Ancient One, thank you for the time stone. Everything has been settled. I won't say anything more. I need to catch the next trip. The Ancient One Mage took back the time stone and waited quietly for Steve to leave. Then she turned to Lin Hao. She looked at Lin Hao carefully. You are very strange, why can't I foresee your future? You should know the person just now. Those two people, why don't they recognize you when they came back from time travel 5 years later? Could it be? The Ancient One Mage hesitated to speak, as she seemed to have guessed something. What? Lin Hao asked curiously. You only exist in the current world. The future they traveled back to will not have you. Only when the time of this world reaches 5 years later, will you exist in the world 5 years later. Only in this way can I explain why I can't foresee your future. Future? Maybe, I don't know exactly. Lin Hao shrugged. To be honest, he didn't quite understand. Maybe it was exactly what the Ancient One Mage said, but none of that mattered. You are unusual. The Ancient One Mage's eyes narrowed dangerously. Haha, it doesn't matter. You just need to know that I have no ill intentions towards the world. I'm sure of this. Why did you come to me? The Ancient One Mage changed the subject and asked. I want to ask you a favor. Lin Hao said slowly, you should be able to calculate that S.H.I.E.L.D will launch a nuclear bomb towards Manhattan in 10 minutes, so I want to ask you to help me open a portal and let me send the nuclear bomb into the gate of space and annihilate the Chitauri army. It seems that you can predict the future just like me, but this matter is Stark's mission. He will handle the nuclear bomb. I don't need my help. The Ancient One Mage declined Lin Hao's request. Lin Hao was not in a hurry. Feng Qingyan smiled lightly and said, really? You are right. Stark can indeed handle this nuclear bomb, but he sent the nuclear bomb into the universe. At the same time as the gate to space, Natasha Romanoff had obtained the spiritual scepter to close the gate to space. At that time, Stark's steel suit no longer had enough energy to support his return, and he would be blocked in and out of space, never to return again. Not coming to New York. And you will open a portal for him so that he can return to the current world in time before the door to the universe closes. Am I right? Ancient One Mage. Lin Hao looked at the Ancient One Mage with a smile and continued, you may be right, this may be Stark's mission, but I also have my mission. In the end, you will eventually open a portal and open it for me. Aren't opening a portal and opening a portal for Stark the same thing? The result is that the nuclear bomb destroyed the Chitauri army's mothership. I don't think it will have any impact on the development of history. Hearing this, the Ancient One Mage was startled, with a look of surprise in her eyes. After pondering for a moment, the Ancient One Mage finally spoke slowly, you are not an ordinary person. As you said, this may also be your mission. Anyway, in the end the result will not change, I can open the portal for you. Thank you so much. Lin Hao turned around suddenly and saw that on the sea far away from New York, a nuclear bomb carrying destructive energy was flying rapidly towards Manhattan, New York. Lin Hao nodded towards the Ancient One Mage, then launched his air dance technique and headed straight for the nuclear bomb. At the same time, Stark was also flying towards the nuclear bomb at the fastest speed, but his speed was still a little slow after all. Before he arrived, Lin Hao had already arrived and caught the nuclear bomb. Mr. Lin. Stark braked suddenly and looked at Lin Hao, who was flying towards New York with a nuclear bomb on his back, and didn't react for a moment. On the helicarrier that was always paying attention to this place, when Lin Hao appeared and grabbed the nuclear bomb, Commander Fury's eyes suddenly widened, it's him? What does he want to do? Everyone in the helicarrier control room was nervous. They did not know Lin Hao. If Lin Hao dropped a nuclear bomb directly on Manhattan, it would be a devastating blow to New York. Everyone held their breath, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Now the fate of New York is completely in the hands of that young man. After Lin Hao grabbed the nuclear bomb and flew for several miles, a portal suddenly appeared in the air. Lin Hao flew straight into the portal, and then the portal appeared at the gate of the universe above the Stark building. Lin Hao, the hand holding the nuclear bomb, slowly loosened. After Lin Hao let go, the kinetic energy of the nuclear bomb did not decrease at all, and it flew into the gate of the universe at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, Commander Fury finally showed a hidden smile, brat, good job. Inside the control room, all the staff cheered with excitement. They hugged each other as if celebrating victory. Since Lin Hao did not have the protection of a steel suit, he could not fly into the gate of space because there was a vacuum in the universe. At the same time, he was not sure whether he could forcibly change the flight trajectory of the nuclear bomb, so he needed to find the Ancient One Mage to help him. He opened a portal and luckily he succeeded. When the nuclear bomb flew into the door to space, on the rooftop of the Stark building, Natasha Romanoff held the psychic warrant and was closing the door to space. At the moment when the door to space was about to close, Lin Hao could vaguely see the nuclear bomb destroying the Chitauri army's mothership. The terrifying and destructive shock wave ruthlessly destroyed the Chitauri army's mothership, but not a single sound was heard. To his ears, because sound cannot propagate in space. With the explosion of the Chitauri army mothership, the door to the universe was completely closed. The remaining Chitauri soldiers in Manhattan lost their energy support at this moment and fell to the ground one after another. Congratulations to the host for completing the main battle mission, annihilating the Chitauri army and destroying the Chitauri mothership. This time, a total of 3,000 Chitauri soldiers and 100 Chitauri worms were eliminated. A total of 8,000 points and 35,000 combat power were obtained. The Chitauri mothership was destroyed. The ship will receive an additional 2,000 points and 5,000 combat power. The total rewards for this combat mission are 10,000 points, 40,000 combat power. Host, Lin Jackson. Combat strength, 46,000. Body host and various skill ratings, a level. Point balance, 12,800. The sound of the system came to his ears, and Lin Hao clearly felt an extremely powerful energy pouring into his body, and his aura was rising steadily. Lin Hao clenched his fists, and powerful power was about to come out. Lin Hao exclaimed that it was indeed the Avengers 1 battle. This combat mission directly increased his strength by nearly 7 times. This was something Lin Hao had never dared to think about before. Chapter 37. The Avengers 1 war ended, and almost everyone remembered the figure who sent the nuclear bomb into the gate of space. After that, Commander Fury also sent people to invite Lin Hao to join the Avengers, but Lin Hao was rejected by Lin Hao. Hao declined. He didn't want to work for anyone, and he didn't want to be at the mercy of Fury. After the war, the Manhattan area also began to be rebuilt. However, the villa of Lin Hao and others did not suffer any damage during the war. With Peter and Wanda guarding it, the Chitauri army's warriors could not get close to it. 1 year flies by in the blink of an eye. During this year, the company of Lin Hao, Stark and Norman developed rapidly. With the efforts of Dr. Gro and Stark, the capsule technology was finally conquered. At the same time, the fairy beans were also used by Osborne Industries. Overcome and study the latest drug with similar effects to fairy beans. This drug is named Xianlin. Although its efficacy is not as good as fairy beans, it is still 70% of that of fairy beans. As long as it is not extremely serious for injuries, Xianlin can recover in a short time. For example, if you are stabbed several times, or if you are shot in a non-vital part, Xianlin can stop the bleeding instantly and recover from the injury within an hour. One thing to note here is that Xianlin is only effective on injuries and has no effect on viral diseases. Otherwise, during the Dragon Ball Z period, Sun Wukong who suffered from heart disease would not have to use Trunks from the future. Only by providing technology can we cure heart disease. Can't we just take a fairy bean and it will be cured? But even so, Xianlin is still a big seller. After the capsule technology and Xianlin patents were applied for, the market value of Harrington Industrial Co., Limited, originally composed of Stark Industries and Osborne Industries, soared and became the private company with the highest market value in the United States. In addition, during this year, through Stark's help, Wanda and Pietro also obtained American citizen ID cards. They no longer need to avoid the police's identity checks when going to places as before. After getting their certificates, they were also preparing to return to Zhongcheng High School and restart their senior year of high school life. Since no powerful enemies have appeared this year, Lin Hao can only rely on daily combat missions to improve his strength. Therefore, his progress has been slow this year. After the Avengers 1 war, his combat effectiveness had already reached I have earned 46,000, and now it is around 50,000. I have saved quite a lot of points, with a total of 20,000 points. However, Lin Hao is not in a hurry to squander these 20,000 points. 20,000 points seems to be a lot, but it is still far away from the 480,000 points required for the ultimate self-intention kung fu, so if it is not necessary, Lin Hao didn't want to squander the points at will. Peter and Harry, on the other hand, traveled to every corner of New York to fight criminals during this year. Lin Hao knew that they both had a heart to uphold justice and save the world. Lin Hao told them several times and refused to listen, so he simply followed them. Went. After all, this is their character. As long as they don't provoke enemies they can't afford, Lin Hao won't bother to deal with them no matter how many. On the other hand, what is Lin Hao doing? Originally, Lin Hao planned to go to Dr. Banner tonight for a discussion, but Wanda invited Lin Hao to dinner. There were beautiful women invited, and Lin Hao had long forgotten about the discussion. It was already 10:30 in the evening when the two of them came out of the cinema. They walked slowly on the streets of Brooklyn, like a couple in love, but in fact they were not. Lin, there is a store over there, let's go buy some food. Wanda blinked her big eyes and pointed to the store opposite. No problem, but you have to be careful not to eat too much. If you eat too much, you may become obese. Lin Hao joked. Wanda nodded, and then they walked into the store together. This is a furniture store, not large in scale, the entire store is only about 100 square meters, and the owners are a couple in their late 50s. In the end, Lin Hao and the two bought 2 bottles of drinks and some biscuits and potato chips. When paying the bill, the kind-faced landlady looked at Lin Hao and the two with a smile and said, "Young handsome boy, your girlfriend is so pretty. Haha, Auntie has good eyesight. Auntie, you are not bad looking either. With clear contours, a garlic-like nose, and charming eyes, you must have been a beauty when you were young." Lin Hao naturally took over what the landlady said and complimented him by the way. She said, "Giggle, the little handsome guy has such a sweet mouth. No wonder this beautiful little girl falls in love with you. Auntie wishes you two lovers to get married eventually." The landlady smiled from ear to ear. On the other hand, Wanda's little face turned red as she listened to the conversation between Lin Hao and the landlady. Not to mention, Wanda looked shy and had a unique flavor. After paying the bill, Lin Hao and the landlady exchanged polite words with each other before leaving. "Lin, is what you just said true?" At the door of the store, the blush on Wanda's face had not faded away, and her big eyes were full of eyes. She was waiting for Lin Hao's answer. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Lin Hao looked directly at Wanda, with a serious look on his face that made Wanda blush even more. After 3 seconds, Wanda did not dare to look at Lin Hao anymore. Lin Hao suddenly laughed and pulled Wanda into his arms. Dana's waist was very tactile, and he said affectionately, Fool, if you hope it is true, then it is true. Suddenly being held in Lin Hao's arms, Wanda's delicate body trembled, her plump breasts pressed against Lin Hao's chest, causing her heart to beat very fast. When she was at a loss, her red lips were suddenly kissed, and the warm and sweet touch hit her. Wanda didn't even dare to move. You're so cute when you're shy. The lips parted as soon as they touched. Lin Hao lifted her chin and teased her with a smile. Wanda buried her head directly in Lin Hao's arms, a sweet smile appeared on her red lips. However, at this moment Lin Hao and the two were suddenly pushed, and 4 or 5 black men walked past them and walked into the store. After entering the store, the black men took out their pistols and pointed them at the boss and his wife at the cashier. It seemed like they were here to rob. Damn! You guys are robbing all you want, why do you have to push me? Lin Hao was very angry. The good atmosphere was completely destroyed by their push. Wanda also noticed what was happening in the store. She looked up at Lin Hao and said, Lin, let's help them. They are very good person. Even if Wanda didn't say anything, Lin Hao would take action. The landlady had given him her blessing just now. Now that they were robbed by black people, Lin Hao naturally couldn't sit idly by and do nothing. Besides, just because they pushed Lin Hao, they destroyed him. Lin Hao couldn't spare them due to the atmosphere with Wanda. At this time, inside the store, under the threat of 2 guns, the boss and his wife were trembling with fear. Take out all the money, or I will send you to hell. Don't play any tricks on me, the leader of the black men shouted with a ferocious face. The weather is really nice today, quite suitable for burial, what do you think? Chapter 38. Lin Hao walked in with a harmless smile, and Wanda followed him. Young handsome guy, get out of here quickly. They just want money. I'll just give it to them. Don't bother you. Seeing Lin Hao and Wanda coming back again, the boss's wife became anxious. These guys who robbed with guns were all desperados. What if someone lost their lives? There are quite a few shootings every year in the United States. Hehe, the girl is quite beautiful. Leave her here and get out. Otherwise I will shoot you. The leading black man licked his lips, looking extremely obscene. Oh, it seems you haven't figured out the current situation yet. I can tell you responsibly now that you have been surrounded by me. Put down your guns now. I can accept your surrender. Lin Hao folded his hands on his chest and said casually. Ha ha ha. He said he accepted our surrender? Did I hear that right? Everyone wants to be a hero in the hearts of beautiful women, but many people often don't know their position. We have 5 guns, and you, with bare hands. Several black accomplices couldn't help laughing, but only the black boss among them said seriously, brother, don't talk nonsense with him, we are here to rob, not to play hooligans. Boy, if you want to blame, it's your bad luck that bumped into us. When I kill you, I will take good care of your little girl. Kill him. The black boss gave the order, and the other 4 black men raised their guns and slammed the triggers on Lin Hao. More than a dozen bullets were fired, and Lin Hao was surrounded. Clang clang clang. However, when the bullets hit Lin Hao, the scene did not appear as they imagined. Not only did Lin Hao not fall in a pool of blood, but the bullets that hit him were as if they hit steel and were bounced out. It seems you don't need a chance to surrender. As soon as Lin Hao finished speaking, he flashed and then returned to the same place. There were already 5 more guns in his hands. These 5 guns naturally belonged to several black gangsters. Ah? You, who are you? Now several black gangsters finally panicked. Not only did their guns have no effect on Lin Hao, but in the blink of an eye, they didn't even realize what happened to them, and their guns were taken away. Until now, the black boss finally realized that he had hit the wall tonight. He didn't even care about his dignity, and quickly knelt down and begged for mercy, brother, we are just trying to make ends meet. Please forgive me for my stupid behavior. I promise to change my mind and be a new person in the future. The boss had already knelt down, and the other black men, regardless of their dignity, knelt down and begged for mercy. It is God's business not to forgive you, and my mission is to send you to see God. Poor people must be hateful. Lin Hao had no sympathy for them at all. If they had not met him tonight, but had been someone else, the boss and his wife might have fallen here tonight. Bang bang bang. 5 bullets were fired in unison, and each bullet penetrated the head of one of the gangsters. All 5 of them were killed by headshots. Even if Lin Hao didn't kill him, when the police arrived and saw that they all had guns in their hands, they would still be shot to death by the police. Lin Hao just gave them a good time. Ah! You killed someone. The landlady turned pale with fright. She never thought that Lin Hao, a seemingly amiable young man, would kill 5 people in front of her without even taking a shot. Wink. Lin Hao shrugged, they deserve to die. Don't worry, I'll be fine. You call the police immediately and have the police come and clean up the scene. Lin Hao confessed and then left the store with Wanda. Shortly after Lin Hao and Wanda left, the police arrived belatedly. Wanda, what's wrong with you? You seem a little absent-minded. After coming out of the store, Wanda's face had been a little confused, and she seemed to be thinking about something. Lin, was it really necessary to kill them just now? Wanda couldn't bear to say. Even though she possesses the powerful origin magic power, in the final analysis, she is only a 19-year-old girl. She is still relatively innocent. Although she did a lot of bad things with Magneto in the past, it was all because she was brainwashed by Magneto. Pissed. Lin Hao smiled. How should I put it? Some people are like this. They obviously have a chance to survive, but they don't grasp it. They will regret it when they lose it. There is no regret medicine in the world. Just imagine, if what would have happened to the store owner and his wife if they hadn't met us tonight. You are still too naive now. Remember one sentence, kindness to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. When you should be crueler than anyone else. Only in this way can you survive in this world, do you understand? After Lin Hao said this, Wanda felt a lot more relieved. Maybe Lin Hao was right. If she hadn't met them tonight, the store owner and his wife might not have seen the sun tomorrow. Are you tired? Let's go back and rest. Holding Wanda in his arms, Lin Hao used the air dance technique to fly into the night sky of New York and went straight to the villa in Manhattan. Returning to the villa, Lin Hao found that no one was there. Peter, Harry, and Pietro were nowhere to be seen. Lin Hao frowned. Wanda, do you know what the three of them have been busy with recently? Lin Hao felt strange that this situation was no longer the same for 2 days. In the past week, he had not been able to see Peter and the three of them at this point. They seemed to be tracking a criminal in an underground boxing ring, Wanda said. Underground boxing ring tracking criminals. Damn it! Lin Hao suddenly thought of something and shouted excitedly. This scene is so familiar. In the Spider-Man trilogy, wasn't it precisely because Peter let the criminal go that Uncle Ben was shot and killed by the criminal? Maybe the criminal Peter and the others were tracking was not the criminal, but Lin Hao had an intuition that this was going to happen. Lin Hao doesn't know what the ending of Uncle Ben in this world will be, but if he can prevent this tragedy from happening, he will do his best to prevent it. Then Lin Hao went out again. Soon Lin Hao noticed many people gathered around a street. Lin Hao landed quickly and squeezed into the crowd. There was a body lying on the ground. It was Ben Parker. No. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Peter looked at Uncle Ben who was lying on the ground and was no longer breathing. Tears kept falling from the corners of his eyes. He was heartbroken. Lin Hao knew that he was blaming himself in his heart. In the end, Lin Hao still failed to prevent Uncle Ben's tragedy. Perhaps this was Peter's fate. Uncle Ben's death made him understand what it means, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Chapter 39. This is Peter's fate, and perhaps Uncle Ben's fate as well. Peter, my condolences. Lin Hao walked to his side and said softly. He also felt very sad about Uncle Ben's death. Uncle Ben was a very good man. He was always willing to help others and taught Peter how to be a good person. At the same time, he also treated himself and Harry as his own younger generations. Uncle Ben could say he is the person Lin Hao respects the most besides his parents. But if Uncle Ben hadn't died, who would have taught Peter? This is the only way for Peter to grow. If Uncle Ben was not dead, Lin Hao wouldn't mind teaching him, but he still came too late, and Uncle Ben was eventually shot to death. Lin, I deserve to die. I really deserve to die. It was me who harmed Uncle Ben, and it was I who let the thief go, so Uncle Ben. After handing Uncle Ben's body to the police for disposal, Peter wiped his tears and regretted himself. I want him to pay with blood. A fierce light suddenly bloomed in Peter's eyes, and murderous intent gradually filled the air. This was the first time Lin Hao had seen Peter possess such strong murderous intent. Uncle Ben's death was a huge blow to him. The person who killed Uncle Ben can't escape. Lin Hao comforted Peter, and then asked, aren't you with Harry and Pietro? Where have they gone? They went to chase the criminals. I suddenly saw Uncle Ben lying here, so I separated from them. Lin, I'm going to kill him. Now Peter is very angry, a bunch of spider webs are shot out, and Peter disappears instantly. Lin Hao shook his head helplessly, maybe this is the only way Peter can truly grow up. After Peter left, Lin Hao turned on the combat effectiveness detection mode and found traces of Pietro in the suburbs of New York. In addition to Pietro, there was also a group of powerful combat effectiveness, which was not inferior to Harry's. Lin Hao picked a deserted corner and used the air dance technique to fly over at an extremely fast speed. At this time, Pietro was fighting a huge amount of monster in the countryside. The monster's whole body was made of sand. Although Pietro's offensive was fierce, it could cause a big blow to the sand monster every time, but this was not enough for the sand monster. Whether it hurt or not, his hand was interrupted by Pietro, and soon countless sands gathered together to form an arm again. There was a hole in his head, and the sand immediately filled it, as if there was a regenerative healing factor. Damn, this guy is so difficult. Pietro had just caused damage to Sandman, but the sand soon replaced it. This made Pietro very upset. Could it be that he had been doing useless work? Pietro, maybe you should consider burning him. Lin Hao stood in the sky and reminded lightly. This huge amounts of sand monster is apparently the Sandman, William Baker, or this is what Peter calls the criminal. Brother Lin. Why are you here? Seeing that the visitor was Lin Hao, Pietro shouted excitedly. If I don't come, you'll have to fight this monster all night. Soon Lin Hao found a bucket of gasoline nearby and poured it on Sandman. Although Sandman was big, it greatly hindered his speed. He poured a bucket of gasoline on the clumsy Sandman and hit Lin Hao. It is said that there is no difficulty at all. Smelling the gasoline poured down, Sandman panicked. He swung huge amounts of sand and hit Lin Hao with his arm. Lin Hao remained motionless and kicked the 2-meter-thick sand arm to pieces. Ouch! Sandman was unwilling to give up and controlled the sand in the sky to wrap it up towards Lin Hao. Little tricks! Lin Hao made a sound of disdain, and a Qigong bomb came out of his hand, penetrated the sand surrounding Sandman, and landed on his body. With a bang, the Qigong bomb exploded, and the sparks generated by the explosion directly ignited Sandman's body. Raging! Soon, the fire spread to most of Sandman's body, and the area on fire was vitrified at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ouch! Sandman roared in pain, but was helpless. He was originally Sandman. He could not be exposed to water or fire. He could not find a way to extinguish the flames on his body. Soon, Sandman's arms gradually turned to glass, and other areas on fire were also glassing. Pietro scratched his head and then suddenly realized, why didn't I think of this method? Sand will turn into glass when it encounters fire. Brother Lin is so awesome. There is no water source nearby, so the only way to deal with Sandman is with fire attacks. Not long after, Sandman transformed from his huge sand body and turned into his original appearance, but the fire spreading on his body did not go out. I give up. I give up. Sandman begged for mercy, and Lin Hao helped him put out the fire. What crime did this guy commit? Lin Hao asked. He robbed the bank and took away millions of dollars. The police couldn't do anything to him, so we had to take action. Pietro said truthfully. Lin Hao nodded slightly. He was almost helpless against Pietro and Peter Harry. There was nothing he couldn't do. If he had to learn to be a superhero and fight criminals, sooner or later he would get burned. Where's Harry, isn't he with you? Yeah, where's Harry? After Lin Hao asked, Pietro realized that Harry was missing. He looked confused and obviously didn't know where Harry had gone. Lin Hao was speechless for a moment. Harry had been missing for a long time before he realized that there was no one left. Lin Hao had no choice but to turn on the combat power detection mode again to look for Harry, but he searched all over New York and found no information about Harry's combat power index. Harry can't be found. After searching carefully several times, Lin Hao finally determined that Harry was missing. Not long after the incident happened, Harry could not have left New York. Since his combat power could not be detected, it meant that something must have happened to him. Brother Lin, what should we do? Pietro said anxiously. Lin Hao pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Sandman sitting on the ground. Baker, do you want to die? No, I don't want to die. If I die, my daughter will really be hopeless. Sandman has a strong desire to live. Since you don't want to die, then I hope you will answer my question honestly. Lin Hao stared at him coldly. What is your purpose in luring Pietro to the suburbs? Was Harry kidnapped by your companions? Who are they and why do they want to arrest Harry? Faced with Lin Hao's 3 consecutive questions, Sandman fell silent. He hesitated to speak, as if it was a bit difficult to speak. I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it, answer my question, or die. Don't kill me, I say. Sandman no longer dared to hide anything, and finally told the truth. It turned out that he lured Pietro to the suburbs to distract Harry and Pietro. The death of Uncle Ben was also part of their plan. Their purpose was to take them away. All 3 of them spread out and arrested Harry again. What else? Lin Hao continued to ask. Besides. Chapter 40. Dr. Connors was interested in Harry's DNA. He plotted to capture Harry in order to extract the NDA in his body and make him more powerful. There are 6 of us in total, and Connors calls us the Sinister Six. The Sinister Six. Lin Hao frowned. Everyone in the Evil Six had mutated abilities. Ordinary people were by no means their opponents. Even Harry, who had gained the power of the Green Goblin, fell into their hands. This shows that the strength of this group of people is huge. How powerful! He estimated that Dr. Connors had obtained the information that Harry had gained the power of the Green Goblin, so he wanted to extract his NDA for research. The past year had been so peaceful that Lin Hao almost ignored Dr. Lizard Kong. With the existence of NAS, this guy really came out to cause trouble. That's about it. I've said everything I need to say, can you let me go? Sandman said tremblingly. Of course, but before that, you need to take us to Dr. Connors's laboratory. Otherwise, you will die tonight. Without further ado, Harry has fallen into the hands of Dr. Lizard. If it is delayed until tomorrow, Lin Hao cannot guarantee whether Harry will still live to see the sun tomorrow. Under the leadership of Sandman, Lin Hao and others came to a relatively remote villa in Brooklyn. The lights here were relatively dim, and even the villa was not brightly lit, giving people an eerie and strange sense of déjà vu. At the same time, in a secret room in the villa, there were various instruments and equipment. There were 6 people in the room. There was an experimental bed in the center of the room. Harry was lying on it, being inserted into test tubes of various instruments. At the same time, he was also the restraints were so tight that even if Harry woke up, he could not break free. Our time is coming. Dr. Connors flashed a weird smile. Apart from him, the other 5 people in the room were Dr. Octopus, Vulture, Craven the Hunter, Mysterio, and Electro. It turns out that the Evil Six is composed of Dr. Octopus. In addition to Dr. Lizard Connors, plus Sandman, they are the Evil Six in Lin Hao's previous life in the Marvel world. It seems that the Evil Six here is different. Now they already have 7 members. Boom. Dr. Connors was about to start the instrument when the door to the room was suddenly opened, and Lin Hao walked in slowly. Everyone, let me give you a suggestion. Give Harry to me, and I can spare your life tonight. After Lin Hao, Pietro and Sandman also walked in. It's you. Connors recognized Lin Hao at a glance. A year ago, Lin Hao and Peter visited Osborne Industries and happened to meet him at that time, so Dr. Connors still paid attention to Lin Hao. It's a bit of an impression. Baker, did you betray us? Dr. Octopus, who had 4 robotic arms on the side, looked at Sandman with sharp eyes. It was obvious that without Sandman's leadership, Lin Hao and the others would not be able to find this place. He didn't betray you, sometimes people have no choice but to do so. Lin Hao sneered. Humph, UBD, I didn't intend to cause trouble for you, but since you showed up at your own door, I'll send you to hell. Dr. Connors knew that the matter had been exposed, and it would be superfluous to say more now. Only by killing Lin Hao and Pietro could their plan proceed. Send me to hell? Hey, just because of your rotten sweet potatoes and stinky bird eggs. Lin Hao pulled up a chair and sat down, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette leisurely, exhaled a puff of thick smoke, then looked at Dr. Connors and others jokingly, and said extremely arrogantly, you guys who is the most capable of fighting? Or you can do it together, so you don't have to do it one by one. Fake. You actually look down on us? I will teach you a lesson. Dr. Octopus was angry, and Lin Hao's arrogance completely angered him. Then, the mechanical tentacles with huge power wrapped directly towards Lin Hao and went straight to Lin Hao's neck. Lin Hao tiptoed and stepped back a few meters with his chair, just out of the attack range of Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles. The mechanical tentacles missed and the ground was directly smashed. The blow failed, and Dr. Octopus continued to pursue. This time, 2 mechanical tentacles moved one behind the other, cutting off Lin Hao's retreat. However, Lin Hao sat firmly on the Diao Tai. When the mechanical tentacles attacked, he tipped his toes again and flew into the air with the chair. He turned over in the air and then slowly landed. On the contrary, Dr. Octopus's 2 mechanical tentacles are dog-eating and have a hairy mouth. Is that all you have? Lin Hao raised his eyelids slightly, and Dr. Octopus was furious. How dare you play with me? He vowed to teach this arrogant boy a lesson. Then Dr. Octopus launched an even more violent attack, and almost half of the laboratory was destroyed by him, but Lin Hao was unscathed. He was still sitting on the chair, and the cigarette in his mouth had just burned out. Okay, it's time to settle accounts with you. Lin Hao threw away the cigarette butt, slowly stood up from the chair, and said without looking back, Pietro, bring Harry back. Pietro nodded, and saw his figure flash, and the next second he was back to where he was, and at the same time there was another person, which was naturally Harry. Dr. Connors suddenly looked at the experimental bed. Harry, who was originally lying on it, had disappeared. This angered Dr. Connors. He went through all kinds of troubles to get Harry back. How could it be so easy? Rescued by Lin Hao? You shouldn't interfere in my affairs. In your next life, remember not to provoke me. Immediately afterwards, Dr. Connors' body gradually changed. His body became huge, muscles bulged, and his skin turned green. He had lost one hand and grew an arm with sharp claws. His feet also turned into sharp claws, and his face bulged out, and he changed from a good-looking human to a lizard. He opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and looked extremely ferocious. Connors, who transformed into Dr. Lizard, jumped and pounced on Lin Hao menacingly, as if he was going to tear Lin Hao to pieces. Bang! Lin Hao put his hands behind his back. When Dr. Lizard pounced, he suddenly rushed forward and hit Dr. Lizard's abdomen with an elbow. A muffled sound was heard and Dr. Lizard, who was more than 2 meters tall, was instantly knocked away. Several instruments were smashed. Connors, who transforms into Dr. Lizard, will gain Superman-like power in a short period of time. His strength, reaction speed, and agility will rise to the same level as Spider-Man. But for Lin Hao, this is nothing like a baby. What's the difference? He only used less than 20% of his strength just now, but even so, it was enough for Dr. Lizard to drink a pot. Now he has completely mastered the fighting skills of Sun Wukong in his youth. Not to mention Dr. Lizard, Lin Hao is not afraid at all when facing a superhero with extremely strong fighting skills like Hulk. Chapter 41. Dr. Lizard stood up again, let out a threatening roar towards Lin Hao, and then rushed towards Lin Hao with all his strength. Dr. Lizard was so fast that ordinary people would not be able to avoid his impact, but Lin Hao was not an ordinary person. Just when Dr. Lizard's sharp claws were about to catch Lin Hao easily dodged to the side and kicked Dr. Lizard's feet at the same time. Dr. Lizard was caught off guard and fell to the ground. However, Dr. Lizard's reaction was not slow. He adjusted his balance in the air and was about to roll a few times and land on the ground to adjust his posture, but Lin Hao suddenly put his foot on Dr. Lizard's butt again. At this time, Dr. Lizard completely lost control and fell to the ground. Due to the power of Lin Hao's kick, Dr. Lizard rolled several times on the ground after landing, and he knocked a hole in the wall of the laboratory. Oh, with this little ability, you dare to scream and send me to hell? I think you should stop calling me Dr. Lizard and change your name to Dr. Shameful. Lin Hoki Deadman mocked without paying for his life. Dr. Lizard got up and struck angrily with his claws. However, in Lin Hao's view, he had no rules at all. He only relied on the Superman-like power obtained after mutation. This kind of fighting did not have any special qualities for Lin Hao. Challenging. Lin Hao stepped forward. When Dr. Lizard found that he was lonely, he slowly lowered his head and found that Lin Hao was in his arms. Lin Hao raised his head and smiled innocently at him, revealing a row of white teeth. He opened his palms, and a Qigong bomb shining with pure white light was in the palm of his hand. Dr. Lizard's pupils suddenly shrank. The next second. Boom! The Qigong bomb exploded, Dr. Lizard was blown away, and a hole was made in the laboratory. Dr. Lizard fell to the ground, and black smoke continued to rise from his body. Dr. Lizard rolled on the ground in pain and screamed. Lin Hao continued to mock, what? At this point, you can't help but call mother in pain. At this time, Dr. Lizard had no strength to fight anymore, and Lin Hao's Qigong bomb just now was enough to cause serious damage to him. And this is also true. After Dr. Lizard struggled on the ground for a while, he finally slowly changed back to his original appearance. Now it's your turn. Lin Hao turned around, and there were still Dr. Octopus, Vulture, Hunter Craven, Mysterio and Electro on the other side. Among these people, only Dr. Octopus and Electro were somewhat interesting, but compared to Lin Hao, they were still not enough. Come together and kill him. Dr. Octopus knew that Lin Hao would not let them go. If this was the case, then only by killing Lin Hao could the matter be completely resolved. Otherwise, after today, there will be no place for them in New York. Dr. Octopus led the rest of the Evil Six to kill Lin Hao. The 5 people were surrounded and each showed their magical powers to kill Lin Hao. Lin Hao stood still, and saw that his eyes suddenly became strange at this time. His eyeballs changed from the original blue to deep black holes, and the whites of his eyes changed from white to blue. The demonic eye of direct death, To no Shiki, and the ability of Ryo ritual. As soon as the demonic eye of direct death was opened, Dr. Octopus and others saw graffiti-like crisscrossing lines and dots forming lines on their bodies in Lin Hao's eyes. These lines represented objects that can easily be divided and destroyed. The line, and the dot represents their death. The dead point is the end of things. The end of this thing is not the end defined by the evil eye of direct death, but the end of things originally defined. Everything has an end as it has its origin. The end of things lies in the possession of the evil eye of direct death. In people's eyes, a dead spot will form. When a person with the demonic eye of direct death launches an attack on the target's dead point, it is a causal attack. To put it simply, it cannot be avoided. When launching an attack on the dead point, he is already dead before the opponent can react. This is the ability of the eye of direct death. Generally speaking, ordinary people will have many death points on their bodies, and only gods who are truly immortal will have fewer or even no death points. Although using the demonic eye of direct death against scumbags like Dr. Octopus is a bit overkill, Lin Hao has never used it against an enemy since he obtained the demonic eye of direct death, so Lin Hao wanted to use it. Dr. Octopus comes to try his hand. At some point, Lin Hao had a knife in his hand. He rushed forward, and the knife in his hand directly cut off the dead point on Dr. Octopus's body. Then he kept moving. Vulture, Mysterio, Hunter Craven and none of the Dianguang people were spared, and Lin Hao cut off all the death points on their bodies. This process only lasted a few seconds. When Lin Hao landed, Dr. Octopus and the other 5 people had fallen into a pool of blood. At this time, they had no chance of survival. They didn't understand how they died until they died. Seeing the 5 doctors of Dr. Octopus defeated so quickly, Sandman swallowed secretly. It seemed that his choice to surrender just now was an extremely wise decision. Otherwise, he would be a cold corpse now. This person is really terrible. Sandman is well aware of the strength of people like Dr. Octopus, but in Lin Hao's hands, they are like babies without the slightest resistance, and their lives have been taken away. From now on, the Sinister Six will cease to exist. These people were all extremely evil people. Lin Hao killed them without any sense of burden. Most of them were pure evil and only committed evil because of their dissatisfaction with society and their fate. In order to avoid future trouble, Lin Hao chose to kill them. Dr. Lizard was no exception. He solved Dr. Octopus and others. Lin Hao walked towards Dr. Lizard. At this time, Dr. Lizard had turned into a human and was dying. In your next life, remember not to mess with me. Lin Hao returned Dr. Lizard's words intact to him. In Dr. Lizard's desperate eyes, Lin Hao was about to end their lives. Suddenly, a black sticky substance attached to Dr. Lizard's body. Dr. Lizard, at this moment something changes. Venom. Lin Hao was suddenly shocked. The black sticky substance was obviously venom, and it had chosen Dr. Connors as its parasite. Tisk. With the possession of venom, Dr. Connors, who had returned to human form, once again transformed into Dr. Lizard. But this time, with the blessing of the power of venom, Dr. Lizard's size increased several times, reaching a height of nearly 10 meters. Broke through the roof of the villa, and a pair of sharp claws were 7 or 8 meters long. The main battle mission begins. Defeat Dr. Lizard. Reward, 1000 points, teleport. Punishment for mission failure, 4000 points deducted. Chapter 42. There is no doubt about the power of venom. If the venom possesses an ordinary photography enthusiast, it can violently abuse Spider-Man. The more evil and negative emotions the person possessed by the venom has, the more evil and negative emotions there are in the person possessed by the venom. The stronger the strength. Unfortunately, Dr. Lizard happened to be this type of person. The original Dr. Lizard was already evil, and Lin Hao broke his plan, which made his negative emotions even deeper and brought him more negative emotions. The strength that comes is even greater. After Dr. Lizard turned into a giant monster, he directly destroyed the entire villa and turned it into rubble. Lin Hao and others also evacuated the villa in time. Lin Hao felt a strong aura from Dr. Lizard. If he guessed correctly, the current Dr. Lizard might be even higher than him in terms of combat effectiveness index alone. Diddy, detection target, Dr. Lizard, combat effectiveness index, 70,000. Holy shit! Lin Hao was shocked and uttered a curse word from his previous life. What kind of monster is this? Dr. Lizard's original combat power index was only over 3000, but after being possessed by the venom, it directly reached an astonishing 70,000. As expected, Dr. Lizard's current combat power is as much as 20,000 higher than him. As expected, the poor rely on mutation, and the rich rely on technology. After buildings with a radius of several hundred meters were destroyed by Dr. Lizard, he directly pointed the finger at Lin Hao, who was standing in the air. His. Dr. Lizard spat at Lin Hao, but Lin Hao didn't dare to express his anger and quickly avoided it. He couldn't guarantee what effect Dr. Lizard's saliva would have, so it was better to avoid it. Tisk. Just after avoiding Dr. Lizard's saliva, Lin Hao turned around and saw a hole in the ground behind him, with a wisp of white smoke rising. It's actually corrosive. Lin Hao frowned. The reborn Dr. Lizard was more difficult to deal with than he thought. Then Dr. Lizard stretched out his sharp claws, and the sharp claws began to grow rapidly, spreading towards Lin Hao from all directions. Lin Hao was not one to sit still and wait for death. He flew higher into the air, and then threw nearly 10 Qigong bombs. Came out, fell on Dr. Lizard, and exploded with a bang bang bang. After the explosion, Dr. Lizard was actually unharmed. Not only that, but it also angered Dr. Lizard. Then he opened his mouth, revealing his ferocious fangs, and an energy laser beam shot out from his mouth, pointing directly at Lin Hao in the sky. Lin Hao quickly used the air dance technique to avoid it, but the energy laser beam seemed to have a tracking effect and kept chasing Lin Hao. All the buildings along the way were cut off. Interesting. There is no doubt that if Lin Hao does not use the flash time kung fu or the demon eye of death, it will be difficult to defeat Dr. Lizard head-on. However, Lin Hao is not in a hurry. After the Avengers 1 battle, he has never been like this. Having fought against powerful opponents, Dr. Lizard's strength aroused the warlike factor deep in his heart. To deal with a miscellaneous fish like Dr. Octopus, he likes to use instant kill methods, but for Dr. Lizard after being possessed by venom, he prefers to use combat to deal with him. This is also a kind of training for him originally. Lin Hao walked around to Dr. Lizard's blind spot, stood with his feet together, and fell quickly. Clang! Lin Hao's kick on Dr. Lizard's back was like kicking on a steel plate. Not only did it not cause any real damage to Dr. Lizard, it actually made his feet numb. The turtle shell is so hard. Lin Hao curled his lips. Dr. Lizard's defense had obviously been greatly improved. Although the current Dr. Lizard is highly aggressive and defensive, he is not without weaknesses. That is his huge size, which limits his speed. In this regard, Lin Hao has a great advantage. Dr. Lizard grabbed the vehicle on the ground and threw it towards Lin Hao. After all, he did not have the ability to fly, so he could only use things within reach to deal with Lin Hao. But these did not pose any threat to Lin Hao, and he easily avoided all vehicles. Lin Hao hooked his fingers at Dr. Lizard and mocked, "Hey, monster, can you throw accurately? Or maybe your eyesight is not very good, then I suggest you see an ophthalmologist first." His. Lin Hao's words once again angered Dr. Lizard. He took a running start and jumped more than 100 meters in the air, intending to knock Lin Hao down. When Dr. Lizard almost pounced on him, Lin Hao moved aside, and Dr. Lizard pounced again. Then Lin Hao threw out a few Qigong bombs and hit Dr. Lizard on the back, and the Qigong bomb exploded. The subsequent impact caused Dr. Lizard to lose his balance in the air and fall like a meteorite. He flattened several floors of a 10-meter-high building. The movement here attracted the New York police helicopter, and 5 armed helicopters surrounded Dr. Lizard, and then fired at Dr. Lizard without saying a word. Da-da-da-da-da. The strafing of 5 helicopters stirred up more than 10 meters of dust. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao could already foresee the fate of these 5 helicopters. Even his Qigong bombs could not break Dr. Lizard's defense, let alone these ordinary bullets are enough to scratch people's itch. Laugh. Sure enough, an energy laser beam was shot out from the dust, and 3 of the helicopters were detonated, destroying the aircraft and killing everyone. Dr. Lizard immediately jumped out of the smoke, wrapped his claws around the remaining 2 helicopters, and then landed heavily, causing another crash and death. After dealing with the New York police gunship, Dr. Lizard looked at Lin Hao in the air again. He hissed, then his mouth opened wide, and a green light emitted from his throat. A powerful energy breath was gathering. This farce is almost over. This time, Lin Hao didn't plan to dodge anymore. He put his hands on his waist, and as the breath gathered, the energy exuding pure white light gradually condensed. Brother Lin, let's use that trick again. Pietro looked up at the sky and murmured. At the same time, Scarlet Witch Wanda stood on a tall building, staring at Lin Hao. On the top floor of the Stark building, Stark was also looking in the direction of Brooklyn, where the pure white light illuminated half of the sky. Such a powerful energy, why haven't I seen this move before? In the Holy of Holies in New York, the Ancient One Mage was also standing on the rooftop, looking at Brooklyn, and suddenly said, "A person from a parallel universe, this is destined to be a place for you to shine." On Lin Hao's side, his turtle-style Qigong has been condensed, and Dr. Lizard's energy has reached its peak. The next moment, the two of them seemed to have a clear understanding of each other. Lin Hao threw out the turtle-style Qigong in his hand, and Dr. Lizard also spit out a diameter of 1 meter of energy laser beam. One white and one green, like a spark hitting the earth, a shocking encounter. Chapter 43. 2 waves of energy, enough to destroy most of New York, met in the air. The turtle-style Qigong and Dr. Lizard's energy laser beam fiercely eroded each other. In a short period of time, there was a stalemate. However, as time went by, Dr. Lizard's green energy laser beam began to gain the upper hand and continued to penetrate the forest. Hao's position moves upward. Countless people in Brooklyn looked at this scene and were stunned. Brother Lin, come on, kill him. Pietro on the ground was sweating for Lin Hao. He didn't want to see Lin Hao lose. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Dr. Lizard worked even harder. With the continuous infusion of green energy, the upward movement accelerated significantly. It's time to finish. Lin Hao's eyes condensed, and a more powerful energy was poured into the Turtle School Qigong. The Turtle School Qigong suddenly doubled. Lin Hao, who was originally at a disadvantage, instantly gained the upper hand. The Turtle School Qigong used an unstoppable attitude to pour out the energy. The laser beam was completely suppressed, and even Dr. Lizard was helpless. Finally, the turtle-style Qigong pushed Dr. Lizard's energy laser beam back to its original path, carrying the energy of the turtle-style Qigong, and blasted it into Dr. Lizard's body from his mouth. Gulu! Dr. Lizard was startled at first, and then a white light lit up inside his body. With a bang, Dr. Lizard's huge body exploded. Boom! The shock wave generated by the explosion swept hundreds of meters in a radius, and all people and vehicles were swept away. The fire instantly lit up the night sky in Brooklyn. This scene was extremely spectacular. Phew, feel good. Lin Hao took a deep breath of fresh air. Although it was a bit exhausting, he felt very satisfied with this battle. Congratulations to the host for completing the main battle mission and receiving the reward, 1000 points, teleportation. Points balance, 13800. Teleportation, this is a good thing. Compared with Wukong, teleportation is undoubtedly countless times more advanced. Teleportation is even more advanced than the teleportation ability among mutants. After all, the teleportation ability of mutants can only be performed within a short range. Teleport, and teleport as long as you can feel someone's breath, you can teleport. Obviously, although I am a little tired tonight, it is still worth it. Lin Hao returned to Pietro's position. By this time, Harry had woken up. After all, it was difficult for him not to wake up due to such a big movement, but his face was a little pale. Lin, thank you for saving me. Harry thanked him sincerely. At the same time, he also blamed himself a little. If it wasn't for his arrogance tonight, he wouldn't be in such a dangerous situation, and Lin Hao would have to come to help them. No need to thank you. Just don't cause me any more trouble in the future. Lin Hao didn't want to blame him. After all, a person's character was like this. Even if he blamed Harry, what would be the use? Harry nodded, accepting Lin Hao's suggestion, but Lin Hao knew that they would definitely cause trouble in the future. Brother Lin, don't you think this is what we just saw? Pietro suddenly said that there was a pool of black viscous liquid on the ground, which was obviously the venom of the parasite after Dr. Lizard was defeated. It's better to destroy this kind of thing. Lin Hao was about to kill the venom when Harry suddenly stopped Lin Hao and murmured, Lin, wait a minute. My intuition tells me that I need it. Oh. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows. He did not stop Harry. He also wanted to see what would happen when Harry was possessed by the venom. Maybe this was a good thing for him, but it was not necessarily true. It was like when Harry was possessed by the Green Goblin. Like his body, this gave him great strength. Then Harry squatted down and stretched out his hand towards Venom. Venom did not resist, climbed up Harry's arm, and finally entered his body through Harry's mouth. Gulu gulu. As the venom was absorbed by Harry, a few seconds later, Lin Hao clearly felt that Harry's aura began to rise. When it finally reached a certain point, it finally stopped. Until now, the powerful aura in Harry's body was at least half that of Lin Hao's. Diddy, detection target, Harry, combat effectiveness index, 28,000. This. Harry has a devouring constitution. Lin Hao was a little surprised. Before this, Harry's combat effectiveness index had only stayed around 2,500 after a year of his guidance. However, after he swallowed the venom, it soared to 28,000. This made Lin Hao, who had worked so hard in Avengers 1 to reach 46,000 combat power, almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. He didn't even need to ask, the venom must have been swallowed and assimilated by Harry, just like the Green Goblin. Although Harry's combat strength of 280,000 was a bit weaker than Dr. Lizard's previous combat strength of 70,000, but at least he was not controlled and influenced by the venom. This was a real improvement in strength. Harry was a blessing in disguise. Lin, I feel like I'm getting stronger again. Harry was very happy. He waved his fists twice, undoubtedly more powerful than before. It's a good thing to become stronger. It will save me the trouble of worrying about you in the future. Lin Hao was also happy for Harry. Lin Hao was happy to see the people around him become stronger. Their strength also meant that their small team was getting stronger. One day, Lin Hao believed in the success of their small team. The strength definitely does not belong to any force in the Marvel Universe. Lin, from what you said, it sounds like we are holding you back. Harry joked. In fact, we seem to be holding Brother Lin back. Pietro hit Harry from the side without giving any face, and Lin Hao burst into laughter. Instead, Pietro sighed and said, Brother Lin, Harry, I wish I were as strong as you. Apart from speed, I seem to be useless. Speed is your advantage. There is a saying that in the world of martial arts, nothing can be broken except speed. As long as you make good use of your ability, I believe your strength will not be inferior to that of Harry and Peter. Lin Hao was very confident. He taught deeply. Just like Dr. Lizard just now, although he gained great strength after being possessed by venom, his speed is a flaw. He can clearly crush dozens of Quicksilver in terms of combat power, but if Quicksilver doesn't want to fight with him, Dr. Lizard really can't do anything to him. This is the advantage of speed. Even if I can't beat him, can I still not be able to run? I will work hard to become stronger. Kuei Yan's eyes were firm. Tonight, it finally came to an end with the demise of Dr. Lizard and the Evil Six. The next day, a rare guest came to Lin Hao and others' villa. Chapter 44. At noon, Lin Hao was still studying teleportation in his room. Peter knocked on his door. Lin, you have a guest. I know, I'll go out right away. Lin Hao scratched his head. Guest? Just try teleportation. Lin Hao didn't have time to study the teleportation he obtained after defeating Dr. Lizard, who was possessed by venom last night. It was only today that Lin Hao had time to study it. From studying it in the morning to now, he has almost figured it out. Teleportation is mainly about perceiving someone's energy and then teleporting. For infinite distance techniques like teleportation, you must have a target point to move. Otherwise, if you don't need a target point, you can move at an infinite distance. Teleportation is too buggy. Then Lin Hao put his fingers on his forehead, closed his eyes, and perceived the breath of everyone in the villa. With his perception, the scene in the villa was clearly reflected in his mind. In addition to the breath of Peter and others, he also perceived an extremely powerful aura. This aura comes from Thor. Why did Thor come to me? No matter, let's go out first and then talk. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao began to move instantly, and his figure instantly disappeared from the room, reappearing in the living room of the villa. Thor was looking around in the living room when Lin Hao suddenly appeared out of thin air, startling him. Wow, your appearance is so cool. How did you do it? Well, I just learned it too. Lin Hao smiled and said, Mr. Saul came to visit. I wonder if you have something to ask me for. Look what you said, can't I come to your house as a guest if you have nothing to do? Thor put his meow hammer on the table and joked. Sure, can you have some beer? Lin Hao stood up and walked to the refrigerator, took 2 bottles of beer, and threw one towards Solution. Sol caught the beer and cast a knowing look at Lin Hao. You still understand me, I like to drink beer the most. Lin Hao smiled and secretly said, of course I know you like to drink beer, otherwise how could Thor with the big beer belly in Avengers 4 appear? Hey, buddy, your hammer is really cool, can I take it? At this time, Peter on the side suddenly became interested in Thor's hammer. Thor said, of course, as long as you can lift it. Is your hammer very heavy? When Peter was confused, he already had one hand on the hammer handle. He was about to lift it up when he realized that no matter how hard he tried, the hammer wouldn't move. Hey! Only then did Peter realize something was wrong, and then he used his other hand, put one foot on the table, and lifted it up. However, Thor's hammer still lay motionless on the table. Peter tried his best until his face turned red and even his blood vessels protruded. Thor's hammer still lay there quietly. At every turn. Ha ha ha, no one else can take my hammer except me. Looking at the red-faced and somewhat defeated Peter, Thor laughed and said, let me try. Harry didn't believe in this evil, so he also went forward to try it. In the end, his result was the same as Peter's. No matter how hard he tried, the Meowth hammer would not move. Then Kuei Yin also tried it, with the same result. No, your hammer is so heavy, why can the table bear it? Shouldn't the table be flattened? Peter asked in confusion. When he lifted the hammer just now, it felt like it was a big mountain. No matter how hard he tried, the hammer just wouldn't move. The hammer was not originally heavy, but because Thor's father, Odin, the god of gods, placed a curse on Thor's hammer, only those with the power of Thor are qualified to hold it. Lin Hao explained, and Sol nodded. Lin is right, but how did you know? I know more. Lin, why don't you try it? I always feel that you can lift it. Peter suggested. It's impossible, except for me and my father, no one can lift Thor's hammer. Thor vowed. How will you know if you don't try? Lin Hao was also curious about whether he could lift Thor's hammer. He rolled up his sleeves and put his hands on the handle of Thor's hammer. The eyes of Thor, Peter and others all focused on Lin Hao. Then Lin Hao suddenly exerted force, and Thor's hammer seemed to weigh tens of millions of pounds. Lin Hao felt an unprecedented heaviness, but his intuition told him that he could lift Thor's hammer. Haha, I told you, except me and my father, no one can. Thor was feeling proud, but the next moment, Thor's hammer suddenly moved under Lin Hao's force. Although it was subtle, Sol was still aware of it. Of course, Lin Hao also noticed it, and then he exerted force again, and Thor's hammer was caught off guard by Lin Hao and took it into his hand. Thor was stunned. He looked at Lin Hao in disbelief, looking at Thor's hammer in Lin Hao's hand, a little doubtful about life. Peter and others were also shocked. They had experienced Thor's hammer personally. Even though they had exhausted all their strength, Thor's hammer did not move at all, but now it was lifted up by Lin Hao. Why can he lift Thor's hammer when he is clearly not under Odin's spell? Sol couldn't figure it out, and Peter and the others couldn't figure it out either. Lin Hao knew something about Thor's hammer. In fact, in addition to Thor and Odin, there are people who can lift Thor's hammer, such as Thor's sister Hela, the goddess of death, and Captain Steve of the United States. As for him, perhaps because he is a time traveler, he does not belong to this world originally, so he is not restricted by Odin's spell. It doesn't look like this hammer is what you said. Only you and Odin can lift it. Lin Hao played with Thor's hammer and joked. Since lifting Thor's hammer is no longer so heavy in his hand. Instead, it is like an ordinary hammer, and he can play with it as he pleases. How did you do it? It's amazing, it's unbelievable. Thor said in shock. I just brought it up and brought it up. Lin Hao said lightly. Lin, that's so cool. I said you could definitely bring it up. I was right. Peter gave a thumbs up and said proudly. After playing with Thor's hammer for a while, Lin Hao put it back on the table and got back to business. Okay, Thor, you must have something to do with me. Tell me what it is. Okay, let's get down to business. I came to you today to invite you to Asgard and to take Loki back to question him. Chapter 45. Go to Asgard? Why did you invite me? Speaking of friendship, you have a deeper friendship with Jane and Dr. Silvergel. You can definitely invite them. Lin Hao didn't understand why Thor invited him to Asgard. But speaking of it, he really wanted to visit Asgard. This is an invitation from Loki. He said that I must invite you, no matter what the outcome is, otherwise he will not come back to Asgard with me. Thor said. Loki. Lin Hao was stunned. He and Loki were no longer friends. Yes, although I can escort him back to Asgard by force, he is still my younger brother who grew up with me, so I can still satisfy his request. What he said is that he admires you. Of course, I also admire you a little. From the first moment I saw you, I felt that you were different from Stark and the others. As for what the difference is, I can't tell. Thor explained. If you have nothing to do recently, I can take you to Asgard to experience our customs and the 9 kingdoms. Well, since you invite me so kindly, I can't refuse. Lin Hao soon made a decision. Judging from the time, it seems that it will be Malkith's turn to play next. If he goes to Asgard this time, he may have an improvement in strength. After all, in the past year, due to being too calm, his strength progressed a bit slowly. When do we set off? Great, we can go now. Then Thor went to bring Loki. Lin Hao, Thor, and Loki stood in the courtyard of the villa. Thor shouted to the sky, Heimdall, open the rainbow bridge. The next moment, a beam of colorful light suddenly fell from the sky, wrapping Lin Hao and the three of them. Then the colorful light disappeared at the speed of light, leaving a strange pattern on the spot. After being picked up by the rainbow bridge, Lin Hao experienced a burst of high-speed movement. Lin Hao didn't know whether it was faster than the speed of light. In less than a minute, Lin Hao, Thor, and Loki arrived at a golden building. In the main hall, there is a round platform in the center of the hall, with a man standing on it. He is wearing golden armor and holding a sword, looking domineering. He is the guardian of the rainbow bridge, Heimdall. Hey, Heimdall! Thor greeted Heimdall, who nodded coldly, and then looked at Lin Hao, Mr. Lin Jackson, welcome to Asgard. Well, this is a great place. Lin Hao nodded. Let's go. Thor then took Lin Hao and Loki through the rainbow bridge connecting the continent of Asgard. Along the way, Lin Hao was filled with emotion. In his previous life, he could only see this scene in a movie, but now he is immersed in it. Although Asgard is not as good as the one on Earth, it looks like a modern high-rise building, but it gives him a sacred sense of sight. Asgard, also known as the realm of gods. Mr. Lin, you go sit down in the back garden first. I need to leave Loki to my father first. Arriving at the Asgard palace, Thor gave an explanation, and then two soldiers took Lin Hao to the back garden. In the back garden of the immortal palace, there is an open-air pavilion. Outside the pavilion, there are mountains, water, and blue sky. It is a good place to relax. Mr. Lin Jackson, you seem to be bored. Suddenly a sweet voice came, and Lin Hao looked back. Frigga, the queen of Asgard and Odin's wife, appeared behind him at some point. What she just said was exactly what she said. Isn't it thanks to your good son that you invited me here and left me alone? You said it was too much. Lin Hao said angrily. Frigga smiled sweetly, sat opposite Lin Hao, and said, why don't I take you around to make up for Sol's fault? It's my pleasure. Lin Hao accepted Frigga's invitation. Frigga took Lin Hao to visit many places, such as the training ground, the medical room, etc. Lin Hao also had a deeper understanding of Asgard. The 9 major kingdoms are about to be connected recently. We call it the celestial body convergence. You should be lucky enough to see this spectacle by then. Walking in the corridor of the immortal palace, Frigga introduced Lin Hao enthusiastically. Lin Hao he smiled lightly and said casually, yes, this also means that Asgard is about to face a disaster. Disaster? Where to start? Frigga asked doubtfully. You'll know when the time comes. It's not convenient to say too much now. Lin Hao couldn't tell her that she would be killed by Algarim, the last cursed dark elf among the dark elves and the most powerful dark elf warrior. Frigga wouldn't believe it even if he told her. From the brief interaction just now, Lin Hao had a good impression of Frigga. She was considerate and considerate. When Thor was ignoring him, she was the one who took the initiative to take him around Asgard's fairy palace. Lin Hao was not too embarrassed. Too boring. If possible, Lin Hao would see if he could save her from Algarim. He could not prevent Uncle Ben's tragedy, but he might be able to prevent Frigga's tragedy. Mr. Lin, it seems you are hiding something from me. Frigga asked. I have nothing to hide from you. None of this has happened yet. I am just guessing. In order to avoid Frigga's questioning, Lin Hao found an excuse to pass. Next, Lin Hao stayed in Asgard for a few days. During this period, Sol also enthusiastically took Lin Hao to taste Asgard's delicacies and met several of Sol's friends. However, at night, Sol would always go out. Lin Hao knew that he was going to deal with the disputes in the 9 kingdoms. Asgard's duty was to maintain the peace of the 9 kingdoms, and as Odin's successor, Thor naturally had to shoulder this heavy responsibility. In the evening, Lin Hao just practiced by himself to pass the time, which was not boring. Also, just yesterday, Thor brought his Earth-based girlfriend Jane Fortes to Asgard. On this day, Asgard's guards brought back a group of prisoners, and Lin Hao happened to be present. Among them was a tall, thick man with a mask that turned his head, so his appearance could not be clearly seen. Algarim. Lin Hao murmured that Algarim had appeared and Malekith was about to lead his troops to attack Asgard. What? Do you know Mr. Lin? Sol heard Lin Hao's murmur and asked curiously. I don't know. Lin Hao shook his head. Sol didn't pay too much attention. He waved his hand and shouted, put them all in jail. A powerful opponent appears, triggers the main battle mission, kills Algarim and Malekith, reward, 3,000 points, 30,000 combat power. Punishment for mission failure, 10,000 points deducted. After the guards took the prisoners down, Odin, who had not appeared in front of Lin Hao in the past few days, finally appeared. Chapter 46. Father, why are you here? I can just take care of this little matter. Thor said with a smile, but Odin had a serious face and said sternly in the tone of the father of the gods, Thor, send your mortal friend back. He has been living here for a few days. Asgard, this is not a place that mortals should come to. I have already taken your face into consideration by letting him stay here for a few days. I will naturally send him back when the time comes, so you don't need to worry. When is that time? You are not the king of Asgard yet, I am, and you must obey my orders. Looking at the two father and son bickering, Lin Hao smiled helplessly. Odin might be a bit pedantic in this way, but he was also thinking about Asgard. This is the realm of God after all, and Lin Hao, as a mortal, really shouldn't come. Actually, it's quite boring for me to live here. Although the scenery here is nice, it's a bit boring and lacking in warmth. I'm still not used to it after staying here for a long time. Lin Hao said happily. Hearing what Lin Hao said, Odin was a little unhappy. He looked at Lin Hao angrily and said, are you saying that Asgard is unkind? Who is protecting the 9 kingdoms? Who is protecting you? Really? Last year, when the Chitauri army attacked New York, where were the people from Asgard? And it was your good son Loki who led the Chitauri army to attack New York. Lin Hao was not afraid of Austria at all. Ding looked into his eyes and fired back forcefully. Do you think Thor doesn't exist? He was the one who stopped Loki and took him back to Asgard for questioning and punishment. Odin continued to retort. Thor. Lin Hao smiled heartily, I know he is very powerful, but if we only relied on him, the earth would have been captured by the Chitauri army led by Loki. When Lin Hao said this, he recognized Thor's strength and did not offend his dignity. At the same time, he insulted Odin. Father, it was indeed Mr. Lin who dropped the nuclear bomb on the Chitauri army's mothership last year and annihilated the Chitauri army. I was just going through the motions. Thor took over Lin Hao's words. In fact, it was the same. Speaking of what role Thor played in last year's battle with the Chitauri army, it was nothing more than clearing out some of the Chitauri's minions and bugs. Loki was captured by Lin Hao and Iron Man. But you can't deny Asgard's contribution and sacrifice to the 9 kingdoms. Odin glared at Thor bitterly and forced himself to find the steps. Mr. Lin, let's go. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Thor quickly pulled Lin Hao away, and Lin Hao was too lazy to talk to Odin anymore. After leaving Asgard, Lin Hao and Thor came to the Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace is the palace of Frigga, Queen of Asgard, and Jane Fortes is here. Ms. Frigga, do you still remember what I told you a few days ago? Lin Hao said. What did you say a few days ago? You said a lot of things, which ones are you referring to? Frigga asked confused. The 9 kingdoms are about to be connected into a line, the celestial bodies are converging, and Asgard is going to experience a disaster. Lin Hao pointed to Jane and said, the source of everything is her, and the TIE particles in her body are the source of the disaster. You mean Malekith? Frigga suddenly realized. Yes, Malekith is still evil. In order to build a dark universe, he must use the power of TIE particles. Among the prisoners just captured, there is the most powerful dark elf and the last cursed warrior. Malekith has lurked into Asgard. How is this possible? There is no other way to enter Asgard except the Rainbow Bridge. Nothing happened at the Rainbow Bridge. Frigga shook her head in denial. That's up to Loki. At this moment, there was a sound of fighting coming from the direction of the Asgard, and Frigga was suddenly startled. Something happened in the prison. Is it really Malekith's people? Lin Hao nodded and looked at Thor. Thor, you go ahead, I'll take care of Frigga and Jane here. Thor didn't say anything, he directly summoned Thor's hammer and flew to the Asgard prison. Let's go to the room. Frigga realized that the matter was a bit serious, and brought Lin Hao and Jane to her room. Frigga said seriously, Mr. Lin, you just mentioned Loki, what does this have to do with him? Although it is cruel to say it, since you asked, I might as well tell you the truth. Malekith was able to lurk in Asgard through a secret passage discovered by Loki. This secret passage connects Asgard and the Dark World. How is this possible? Why would Loki do this? Frigga couldn't believe that Loki would bring the enemy to her doorstep. Although Loki was not her biological child, he was raised by her. She really couldn't believe that Loki would do such a thing. It's useless to talk about it now. When Malekith attacks Asgard, his target must be TIE particles. We need to make some preparations before Malekith comes. At the same time, Malekith's mothership has appeared in Asgard, and a battle over TIE particles is taking place. The battle lasted for about an hour. The door to Frigga's room was pushed open, and Malekith, who looked scary to Lin Hao, slowly stepped in. In the room, Frigga and Jane Fortes suddenly stood up, but Lin Hao was nowhere to be seen. I left my stuff here, I'm here to get it back. Malekith said as he walked towards Frigga and the two. Oh? I wonder what you are talking about? First of all, I don't know you, and secondly, I don't have what you want here. Frigga pretended not to understand, and Malekith looked directly at the person who shrank in fear. Jane Fortes in the corner said coldly, my things are on her. Give her to me. I don't have to kill you. Then you need to ask her for her own opinion. I can't decide her freedom. Frigga said. As long as you don't interfere, it's not her turn to decide her freedom. If you do, you will die here today. After that, Malekith flashed up and appeared in front of Jane Fortes. Looking at Jane Fortes who was so close, Malekith showed a proud smile. This poisonous universe should have disappeared long ago. The universe is about to open. TIE particles, after thousands of years, finally returned to my hands again. Really? But before that, you have to make sure you can leave here alive. Jane Fortes in front of her suddenly showed a sly smile. She tiptoed, jumped up on the spot, and kicked Malekith in the head. Malekith's pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 47. Puff. This kick almost deformed Malekith's face. The ideal is full, but the reality is sometimes very skinny. Jane Fortes then turned back into Lin Hao's appearance. It was Frigga who used her witchcraft to turn Lin Hao into Jane Fortes's appearance. The real Jane Fortes was hiding. After Lin Hao kicked Malekith away, Frigga followed immediately. Malekith without TIE particles was no match for Frigga. Frigga punished him in just a few seconds. Frigga's knife was on Malekith's neck, ready to kill him at any time. Maiko, human boy, are you working together to plot against me? With Frigga holding a knife to his neck, Malekith finally came to his senses. He seemed to have fallen into the trap of Lin Hao and Frigga. Congratulations, you got the answer right, but there is no prize. Lin Hao also pulled out a knife, and at the same time opened the evil eye of death. As long as Malekith is solved, the war on TIE particles will come to an end. Who are you? Looking at Lin Hao whose pupils suddenly changed, Malekith noticed a strong aura of death. Who am I? Of course I am the one who wants your life. Lin Hao smiled coldly. In Malekith, Lin Hao also saw his death points, but his death points were not as clear and numerous as those of Dr. Octopus and others. After all, Malekith he has lived for countless years. Even Odin's father failed to kill him after defeating him, so he has relatively few death points, only 2 or 3. Since there is a death point, it means that Malekith will also end one day. He is not immortal. Just when Lin Hao was about to finish off Malekith, an extremely powerful aura appeared in Lin Hao's perception. The door of Frigga's room suddenly exploded with a bang, and Algarim wearing a cow mask appeared. He rushed in at extremely fast speed and attacked Lin Hao. Lin Hao quickly defended. Algarim was too strong and he had to treat it with caution. Judging from his perception, Algarim's strength was at least several times that of him. Avoiding Algarim's blow, he did not continue to pursue Lin Hao, but pointed the finger at Frigga, and rescued Malekith from Frigga. Diddy, detection target, Algarim, combat effectiveness index, 280000. As expected of the most powerful cursed warrior. After testing Algarim's combat power index, Lin Hao couldn't help but sigh, this guy's strength is really incredible. If he fights alone, Lin Hao will never be his opponent, but in Lin Hao's eyes, he is nor is it invincible. Now, I've turned the tables. Algarim arrived, and Malekith began to get upset. Tell me, where are the TIE particles? Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. I'm afraid you can't do it. Lin Hao stood in front of Frigga and said calmly. I believe I can't do it, but Algarim can. Malekith did not refute Lin Hao's words, but pointed at the cursed warrior Algarim standing next to him. You may not understand what I'm saying. What I mean is that neither of you can do it. Even if Algarim is the strongest cursed warrior with a combat power of an astonishing 280,000, Lin Hao is sure to kill him. What an arrogant boy. I can see that your strength is far inferior to Algarim. I really don't know where you get your confidence. Malekith dismissed it and directly ordered Algarim, kill them. There are always people who don't understand the situation. If that's the case, then I'll let this be the burial place for you too. Algarim and Lin Hao started to attack at the same time, and the two of them clashed in an instant. In a flash, Lin Hao appeared on the right side of Algarim, and hit Algarim hard with a heavy punch. Head. But Algarim's reaction was not slow. He grabbed Lin Hao's fist, twisted it suddenly, and kicked Lin Hao in the abdomen. Lin Hao didn't panic, and used Wukong to kick upwards. While avoiding Algarim's kick, he stepped on his shoulders with both feet, borrowed the force in the air, and kicked hard on the ground with a side kick. On Algarim's head. Algarim was kicked by Lin Hao forcefully, but Algarim did not suffer any real damage. He turned around and rushed towards Lin Hao again. Relying on his excellent fighting skills, Lin Hao did not suffer any disadvantage in the battle with Algarim. In just a few minutes, Lin Hao punched Algarim at least 100 times, but even so, it still failed to break through Algarim's defense. This guy's defense power is really too amazing. After all, the combat power of 280,000 is not enough. Lin Hao relies on his own combat power of 50,000 to break through the defense of Algarim, which has a combat power of 280,000. Unless he uses the demonic eye of direct death, directly attacking Algarim's dead point, as long as the dead point is cut off by Lin Hao, no matter how high the Algarim's combat power is, there will only be one end. That is death. Mr. Lin, I'm here. The two were fighting fiercely, but Thor had already taken care of the prison and rushed over. He used Thor's hammer to summon a thunder and lightning, forcing Algarim back, and at the same time, another thunder and lightning struck Muller Case's face. Ouch! This thunder and lightning caused great damage to Malekith. Seeing that something was wrong, Algarim quickly got away. He picked up the injured Malekith and jumped from the balcony of the room without any hesitation. Where to run? Lin Hao and Sol chased out at the same time. Sol threw his hammer at them. Lin Hao also threw dozens of Qigong bombs, but he was still a step too slow. After jumping from the balcony, a spaceship took Malekith away. The two were picked up, and they flew onto the mothership at an extremely fast speed. Then the huge mothership quickly disappeared from the sight of Lin Hao and others. You must run fast, otherwise I will smash your heads with Thor's hammer. Thor yelled in the direction where the mothership disappeared. Back in the room, Jane Fortes also came out. Sol asked with concern, Mom, Jane Fortes, are you all okay? Frigga shook her head and smiled, we are all fine, thanks to Mr. Lin, otherwise I would not be sure I could survive the hands of Malekith and the cursed warrior. Mr. Lin, thank you so much. Inviting you to Asgard this time is the right decision. Sol held Lin Hao's hand gratefully. Lin Hao quickly shook it off with a look of disgust on his face, don't disgust me. If others see it, they think we are gay. Frigga and Jane Fortes were teased by Lin Hao and laughed. Then, Odin, the father of the gods, belatedly arrived with his troops. Chapter 48. Odin arrived and was secretly relieved to see Frigga safe and sound. Then he turned his gaze to Lin Hao aside, and said in a reproachful tone, why haven't you left yet? If you die here, don't blame me for not reminding you. It was Mr. Lin who drove Malekith away. Without him, it would be difficult for me to survive this disaster. We should thank him rather than hold him accountable. Frigga stepped forward and smiled. Madam is still considerate, unlike a certain father of the gods who is cold and cold all day long. Compared to Odin, Lin Hao still prefers Frigga, at least she is not like Odin who can't say a good word. Hearing this, Odin was a little embarrassed. He coughed tactically and then slowed down his tone, okay, Mr. Lin, I apologize to you for my attitude just now, and I also thank you for protecting my wife. To express my gratitude. You will be Asgard's distinguished guest from now on. That's all, compared to this trivial matter, chasing Malekith is the top priority. Lin Hao was not that stingy. Now that Odin had apologized, the matter was over. As long as Malekith is alive, the TIE particles in Jane Fortes' body will be unsafe. No matter where she goes, Malekith will hunt her down unless Lord Odin can remove the TIE particles from her body. Let's talk about it another time. This is not as easy as you say. Odin's face became serious and he said, I can't remove the TIE particles from Ms. Jane Fortes' body. In addition, in today's battle, Asgard was seriously damaged, and there were countless soldiers killed and injured. As the king of Asgard, I need to deal with these. Only after the funeral can we take care of Malekith. It's actually not as difficult as you say. Lin Hao walked away and said at the same time, if you stick to Asgard, Malekith will definitely make a comeback soon. He obviously can't give you enough time to rebuild Asgard and deal with the funeral affairs. The only way now is to take the initiative and attack, it's the best defense. Forgive me for not accepting your suggestion. I don't know what method you used to drive away Malekith today, but he is very powerful. He also has the most powerful cursed warrior beside him. I can't get away. Under the premise, when you arrive in the dark world, you will undoubtedly fall into a trap. You cannot be his opponent, and I cannot make such a risky decision. Odin refused flatly and said with a strong attitude, in addition, I will tell Heimdall that the Rainbow Bridge will not be open to anyone from now on until the reconstruction of Asgard is completed. After that, Odin led the people away without giving Lin Hao a chance to speak again. Mr. Lin, I can't change Odin's decision. Frigga shook her head helplessly and left with Odin. Lin Hao fell into deep thought. He knew that the true form of TIE particles was the reality stone. If Malekith got TIE particles, he could really change the universe and plunge it into darkness. At that time, even he would not be able to avoid it. Including Peter, Wanda, and their parents. Even if it wasn't to complete the mission, Lin Hao must stop Malekith for the sake of his family and friends. Mr. Lin, what are you thinking about? Sol interrupted Lin Hao's thoughts. Lin Hao turned to look at Sol. Sol, do you dare to have a fight with me? You should know that TIE particles are on your girlfriend's side. In the body, Malekith will not let her go. I know this very well, but my father just said that the Rainbow Bridge will not be open to anyone during the reconstruction of Asgard. How can we leave Asgard? Thor was a little distressed, and Lin Hao smiled, Heimdall over there, I believe you can handle it. Besides, we don't have to use the Rainbow Bridge to go to the Dark World. You mean Loki? Thor suddenly understood. It seems that your reaction is not too slow. Lin Hao continued, you are the Prince of Asgard. You can use your power appropriately. Your father is busy dealing with funeral affairs and can't take care of us. Okay, then I will work with you for Jane Fortes. Thor immediately made a decision, so Lin Hao and Thor began to plan. Thor was responsible for getting rid of Heimdall, while Lin Hao went to the prison. Hey, Loki, how are you doing here? Mr. Lin. Seeing that the person coming was Lin Hao, Loki cheered up instantly. I knew you would definitely come. How dare you insist on inviting me to Asgard just because you expect me to rescue you? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. It's easy to talk to smart people. But why should I rescue you? Do you know that because of you, your mother Frigga was killed by a cursed warrior just now? Lin Hao said seriously, not joking at all. When he heard the news, Loki was startled. No. This is not true, you are lying to me. Although Loki doesn't like Odin, he still has feelings for Frigga. Lying to you? Why should I lie to you? What good does this do to me? When there was turmoil in the prison just now, weren't you the one who asked the cursed warrior to take the stairs on the left? That is the way to Frigga's room. After hearing this, Loki took 2 steps back in a daze, his eyes full of sadness. Hey, now is not the time to be sad. Don't you want to avenge Frigga? Looking at Loki who suddenly doubted his life, Lin Hao couldn't help but shook his head. What should I do? After the sadness, Loki quickly adjusted, and Lin Hao could clearly feel the strong killing intent emanating from him. Take us out of Asgard through the secret passage to the dark world. This is just for you to make up for your mistakes. After killing Malekith and the cursed warrior, it depends on Thor whether you will return to prison. Lin Hao's tone suddenly became sharp, but I hope you'd better not play any tricks on me during this period, otherwise, I promise to kill you completely, do you understand? Bring it on. A crazy smile appeared on Loki's lips. Lin Hao teleported into the prison, and then took Loki out with another teleport. Is this okay? Your secondary profession is a magician. Loki was stunned. He thought Lin Hao was going to break the prison and rescue him, but the result surprised him. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Lin Hao joked, but Loki believed it and pestered Lin Hao. Brother, you said this yourself, you must teach me this trick. If you are still chirping in my ear, I don't mind sending you back now. Hearing this, Loki obediently shut his mouth. When he came out of the prison, he encountered the Immortal Palace guards blocking the way. However, they did not cause any hindrance to Lin Hao and the others. They easily dealt with the guards. Lin Hao and Loki arrived at the Immortal Palace Hall. At this time, the main hall of the Immortal Palace was like a ruin, and there was a spaceship driven by a dark elf parked roughly in the main hall. In addition, there was a group of Immortal Palace guards blocking the way of Lin Hao and Loki. Chapter 49. It looks like it's not going to work here. Loki waved his hand mischievously, but at this moment, Thor's friends, the 3 warriors of Asgard, arrived, and they stopped in front of the guard. Mr. Lin, you go first, leave this place to us. Let's go. Lin Hao took Loki to bypass the guards and the 3 warriors of Immortal Palace and planned to leave from the other side. Then Thor arrived with his Meow hammer and said, Mr. Lin, my father has already detained me. Well, good job. Odin must be held back, otherwise if he intervenes, it will be difficult for Lin Hao and others to leave. After all, Odin is the father of the gods, with heavenly father-level strength. With Lin Hao's current strength, he still has to deal with Odin. Not ideal. Hey, Loki, I have to warn you, if you dare to betray us, I will kill you first. Thor stepped forward and grabbed Loki's collar. Loki teased without any panic, then you may have to wait in line. Let's go, drive this big guy away. Sol waved and walked towards the spaceship. Lin Hao suddenly asked, can you fly this big guy? No. Sol shook his head. Lin Hao rolled his eyes at him and said speechlessly, then you say hello, I don't want to die on the spaceship with you. Sol. You go and bring Jane Fortes over, and we go outside to snatch a flying ship. Originally, if they didn't take Loki with them, Lin Hao and the others wouldn't need a flying ship at all, but Loki couldn't fly. Thor could hold Jane Fortes and use the flying ability of Meowth hammer to leave, but he didn't want to hold Loki alone. Big men are everywhere in Asgard. Okay, let's meet outside. After that, Thor waved Thor's hammer and left quickly. Lin Hao waved, let's go too. Coming outside, Asgard, which had finally calmed down after Malekith left, was now at war again, but this time it was a civil war. One side was Thor's forces, and the other was the forces following Odin, but Thor's those led by good friends cannot resist for long, so Lin Hao must hurry up. After easily grabbing a flying ship, Lin Hao took Loki and quickly left Asgard in the direction of the Rainbow Bridge. Then Sol arrived with Jane Fortes, and the 4 of them got together. Loki, where is the secret passage? Lin Hao asked. To the right. Loki pointed in the direction, and Thor was about to turn around when there was a sound of attack from behind. It was the guards of the Asgard driving the battle spaceship chasing after him. Sol quickly drove the flying ship to avoid it. Lin Hao turned around and asked, Thor, do you mind if I knock them down? Certainly. Lin Hao then threw dozens of Qigong bombs in succession, and all the dozen combat spaceships that were chasing him were shot down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Thor made a U-turn and left the battle circle of Immortal Palace. Under Loki's guidance, Lin Hao and others came to Asgard's secret passage. They crashed straight into a mountain. Thor panicked, Loki, are you crazy? If it were easy, anyone could do it. Loki grinned, controlled the flying ship, and rushed in directly from the crack in the mountain. The next moment, the surroundings were shrouded in darkness. The darkness disappeared in the blink of an eye. When the darkness passed, the flying ship rushed out from a space passage. Arrive successfully. This is a dark and desolate world, the entire sky is shrouded in dark clouds, and waves of dark wind blow against your face, which is uncomfortable. Lin Hao looked around curiously. He could feel that the air here was filled with a dark and evil atmosphere. If you give me this power, how much can I accomplish? Loki complained, but Thor struck mercilessly, you will be destroyed. Isn't she okay? You want TIE particles? Lin Hao turned to look at Loki, and Loki asked, you don't want it? Lin Hao smiled and did not answer Loki's words. How could he not want it? If he could withstand and control the power of TIE particles, Lin Hao would definitely want it. After all, TIE particles are the reality stones. Lin Hao coveted a gem that could change reality at will. No matter what this time, he had to give it a try. He missed the Tesseract in the New York War because the Mind Stone in the Tesseract was needed later to advance history, and he could get his hands on this reality stone. Mr. Lin, are we going to meet Malekith unprepared like this? I think we can make a plan. What's your plan? Lin Hao asked. TIE particles are a force that can change the universe, but it is now in Jane's body, so we can plan to have Malekith take the TIE particles out of Jane's body and destroy it. Sol told his plan, but Lin Hao smiled, you also know that the power of TIE particles can change the universe. Do you think you and I can destroy TIE particles with our strength? If TIE particles can be destroyed, then your grandfather I destroyed it when I defeated Malekith. Don't be so naive, okay? Otherwise, what else can we do? Thor frowned. Lin Hao pondered for a moment, then said, but you are right about one thing, you have to let Malekith take out the TIE particles from Jane's body, and then we will do this. After passing through the ruins, Lin Hao and others finally saw the mothership floating in the air. That mothership was the mothership that appeared in Asgard before. Do you remember the plan I just mentioned? I know it by heart. Sol laughed. I hope your plan doesn't kill us all. Loki was a little worried. Then the four of Lin Hao walked up a small hill, and Malekith led Algarim and a group of dark elves towards them. It's you. Seeing Lin Hao and Sol, Malekith instantly became gloomy, give her to me, and I will let you die quickly. I'm sorry, Mr. Malekith, maybe I won't consider your suggestion. Lin Hao grinned and said mockingly, what I want to say is that you will be the ones who die today. Shameless talk. Malekith dismissed them. He waved, and Algarim walked straight towards Lin Hao and others. At the same time, the dark elves also surrounded them heavily. However, at this moment, Loki suddenly attacked Thor. He stabbed Thor in the waist, grabbed Jane Fortis, and quickly came to Malekith. Malkis, I will give you TIE particles, but in return, I will watch the destruction of Asgard with my own eyes. Loki smiled slyly. Who are you? He is our partner, and he was imprisoned in dungeon before. Algarim turned around and said. Very well, I accept your request. Without further ado, Malekith controlled Jane Fortis to float in the air. Under the control of Malekith, the red TIE particles were slowly taken out of Jane Fortis' body. Seeing that the time was right, Lin Hao suddenly shouted, Loki, Thor, do it. Chapter 50. Lin Hao's plan is very simple, that is, when Malekith takes out the TIE particles from Jane Fortis' body, he will kill her with lightning speed. To capture a thief, capture the king first, then hit the snake within 7 inches. Lin Hao knows this truth very well. As long as Malekith dies, there will be no threat to the universe. Then he can recover TIE particles, kill Algarim, and completely end it. As Lin Hao fell down, Loki, who was pretending to be a rebel, turned his face and pounced directly on Malekith. At the same time, Lin Hao's eyes changed, and the evil eye of death opened. He held a dagger and glanced at Malekith who was entangled by Loki. Now Malekith was panicking. Although he struggled desperately and hit Loki hard one after another, Loki still refused to let go. Seeing that the situation was not good, Malekith quickly called for help, Algarim. Algarim, the most powerful cursed warrior, suddenly turned back and rushed towards Lin Hao as fast as he could, because he knew that the real threat to Malekith was not Loki, but Lin Hao. A fist as big as a casserole contains infinite terrifying power. If it hits Lin Hao, even Lin Hao will definitely be seriously injured, or even half of his life will be lost. Thor. Lin Hao had no intention of paying attention to Algarim. The opportunity was fleeting. As long as Malekith was given a little more time, he would be able to break away from Loki. It would not be that easy to kill him again. Thor, who had been injured by Loki's sneak attack just now, stood up suddenly. His injury was just an illusion caused by Loki's use of witchcraft. Thor stretched out his hand, and Thor's hammer flew into his hand with the force of lightning. Then Thor threw Thor's hammer out with all his strength and went straight to Algarim. All of this happened in just a few seconds. When Thor's hammer flew towards Algarim, Algarim had no time to react and was blown away by Thor's hammer. Lin Hao, who caught sight of this scene from the corner of his eye, moved a little faster. The dagger flashed with a deadly cold light and pointed directly at Malekith's death point. You were lucky enough to escape in the Crystal Palace. Let's see if anyone can save you this time. Lin Hao's murderous intent was at its peak, and Malkith's eyes became ferocious as he had no choice but to hide. You want to kill me with just a knife? You're extremely stupid. Boar couldn't kill me back then, let alone a little human like you. Pissed. Before Malkith finished speaking, his pupils suddenly shrank. Lin Hao's dagger pierced his abdomen mercilessly, and black blood flowed out like a spring. The vitality in Malkith's eyes was rapidly fading. No way, why? Malkith looked at Lin Hao, who was standing in front of him with unwillingness and disbelief. He couldn't figure it out. His abdomen was obviously not a fatal wound, but why could his knife directly kill him? The majestic leader of the Dark Elves for thousands of years actually died in his hometown under such circumstances? Can't kill you? As long as it is alive, even if it is a god, I will kill it for you. Lin Hao gently pushed Malkith's head and said calmly, go with peace of mind. Just because Ball can't kill you doesn't mean that I can't kill you. Immediately afterwards, Malkith's eyes began to gradually turn into black powder and collapsed, followed by his face, and then his entire body. In just a few seconds, Malkith turned into powder and scattered in the wind, creating a generation of darkness. The leader of the elves has fallen. Malkith. Seeing Malkith disappear in front of his eyes, Algarim went into a violent state. He waved, and hundreds of dark elves came down from the mothership, each armed with a high-tech laser gun, and heavily attacked Lin Hao and others. Surrounded. Kill them. Algarim gave an order, and hundreds of dark elves opened fire. Thor and Loki hurriedly defended. Even they could not ignore the high-tech laser guns of the dark elves. At the same time, Lin Hao rushed towards the TIE particles in the air. When he rushed into the TIE particles, the red TIE particles instantly enveloped Lin Hao. The dense laser bombs hit him, like a stone sinking into the sea, without causing a single ripple. Seeing this scene, Algarim immediately felt something bad. He rushed towards Lin Hao and tried to force Lin Hao out of TIE particles. Bang! As soon as Algarim's fist touched the TIE particles, it was bounced back by a powerful force. He overestimates his own power. Even if he is the most powerful cursed warrior, in front of TIE particles, he is like a mayfly shaking a tree. At this time, Lin Hao, who was in TIE particles, felt an infinitely powerful force rushing into his body. This force was so powerful that even Lin Hao could not control it. TIE particles were pervasive, pouring into Lin Hao's body from every corner of his body. When all the TIE particles entered Lin Hao's body, Lin Hao slowly fell from the air. A layer of dark red slid across the surface of his skin, which was strange and mysterious. At this moment, Lin Hao felt a powerful force that he could not control move throughout his body. This powerful force almost burst his body. As expected of TIE particles, and worthy of the reality gem. Lin Hao can clearly feel that the power in his body is enough to change the universe, but it is also this power that is so powerful. Because of his current lack of strength, he cannot fully grasp the power of the reality stone. Once it is fully released, Kai Lai, I'm afraid that before the universe changes, I won't be able to hold on and my body will be exploded by this force. Therefore, he can only use a small part of the power of the reality stone now, and even a small part is enough for him to run rampant in the Marvel world. Mr. Lin, you are so unkind that you took the opportunity to pick up the pieces. When Lin Hao finished absorbing the TIE particles, everyone stopped in unison. Loki was slightly startled and complained. Oh, you weren't destroyed by TIE particles. Thor was a little surprised. Lin Hao smiled faintly. Obviously, his current state answered Soul's question. Human boy, give the TIE particles back, and I'll let you die a happy death. Algarim was already enraged at this time. Malkith was killed by Lin Hao, and TIE particles was captured by Lin Hao. His murderous intention towards Lin Hao rose to the extreme. If he didn't kill Lin Hao, he would not be able to explain to the dead Malkith. He walked towards Lin Hao, and punched Lin Hao with a punch containing destructive power without any explanation. However, Lin Hao just smiled slightly, not even intending to dodge, and allowed Algarim's fist to hit him. Boom! When the fist hit Lin Hao's face, it was not Lin Hao who flew out, but Algarim. Chapter 51. Algarim was bounced hundreds of meters away by the power of the reality stone, and then landed heavily, causing smoke and dust to rise. He raised his hand in shock, only to find that the hand he had punched with had been corroded to a large extent. Why do you still want to compete with the power of TIE particles? Maybe before this, you were indeed a strong enemy in my eyes, but now you are just an ant in my eyes. Lin Hao curled his lips and sneered. Boy, do you think you are invincible if you have TIE particles? Even if you have TIE particles, if I want you to die, you will die as well. Algarim was extremely unwilling. With a glance, several dark elves standing around Lin Hao threw a black hole bomb at Lin Hao. This black hole bomb would produce a powerful adsorbent space field, and any matter would be adsorbent. If you go in, it will be decomposed by it, and not even the slag will be left. The power is very terrifying. Lin Hao, who has memories of his previous life, is naturally very aware of the power of this kind of black hole bomb, but now in his opinion, the so-called black hole bomb is not threatening at all. Now, reality is within my control. Lin Hao stretched out his hand and held it in the air. The 8 black hole bombs stopped instantly. At the same time, a dark red power emitted. Then the black hole bomb flickered for a few times and then fell to the ground feebly. Seeing this scene, some dark elves who were originally surrounding Lin Hao subconsciously took a few steps back. This farce should come to an end. What kind of trouble do the surviving dark elves still want to make? Now I will completely exterminate you. Thor, Loki, hurry up and get out of here. Lin Hao turned his head and confessed to Thor and Loki, then flew into the air. Pure white energy condensed in Lin Hao's palm, and a terrifying aura that was 10 times stronger than before rippled out. Algarim looked up at Lin Hao in the sky, his eyes full of despair, and murmured, "The dark elves will not be able to escape this disaster after all, Malekith, I'm sorry." Naturally, he also felt the terror of that power in the sky. Even though he was the most powerful cursed warrior, he thought that he could not resist that terrifying power. Even a tiny bit of that power would mean nothing to him. Devastating. After Thor and Loki retreated, Lin Hao's eyes were cold. Disappear, dark elves. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao blasted out the turtle-style qigong from the palm of his hand. The turtle-style qigong carried destructive energy and a long pure white tail and fell rapidly from the sky. Boom! The next moment, the turtle school qigong detonated in the crowd of dark elves, and the loud roar spread thousands of miles away. The energy after the detonation of the turtle school qigong spread to a radius of 10 miles. All the dark elves, including the dark elves' mothership, were destroyed. Drowned. Woohoo! A mushroom cloud suddenly rose up, reaching an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, indicating a powerful destructive power. The energy storm raged for several minutes before slowly annihilating. When the smoke and dust dissipated, a circular crater with a diameter of 2 miles appeared in the previous area. Apart from the crater, there was nothing there. Things. Hi. Lin Hao took a deep breath and finally finished. Hiss. At this moment, Lin Hao suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body. This was the power of reality at work. Even though his power increased sharply because of the acquisition of the reality stone, because the power of the reality stone was too powerful, he had to deal with the power of the reality stone. Suppress it, otherwise he will be backlashed by the reality stone sooner or later. Lin Hao knew this very well. Even though Malekith has a deep understanding of the reality stone, when he uses the reality stone, he must also suppress the power of the reality stone, otherwise he will be counterattacked by the reality stone. Unless used together with other infinite rough stones, but with Lin Hao's current strength, just one reality stone would give him a headache. The power of 2 infinite rough stones would probably burst him. So at the moment, Lin Hao's only way is to suppress the power of the reality stone. When the strength gradually becomes stronger, he can use the power of the reality stone step by step until the fire power is fully unleashed. Congratulations to the host for completing the main battle mission, defeating Malekith and Algarim, and receiving rewards, 3,000 points, 30,000 combat power. Host, Lin Jackson. Combat strength, 530,000. Point balance, 15,800. Listening to the sound of the system in his ears, Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. This trip to Asgard had a good harvest. Because he obtained the reality stone, his combat power increased tenfold. From the initial 5, the combat power of 10,000 has skyrocketed to 500,000, plus the 30,000 combat power rewarded by the combat mission, so now he has directly reached the combat power of 530,000. This combat power is 10,000 higher than the combat power of King Frisia's prototype in Dragon Ball Z. However, Lin Hao knows very well that even though he has a combat power of 530,000, his true strength may not be the same. King Frisia in his original form is stronger. After all, even King Frisia in his original form can easily destroy the planet. Now it is obvious that he cannot destroy the planet casually. He cannot do it unless he deeply masters the power of the reality stone. Oh my god, Mr. Lin, is this really your masterpiece? Thor and others came back and looked at the huge crater in front of them that was at least 2 miles in diameter and tens of meters deep. Thor and the others were stunned. Even Thor felt inferior. It was impossible for him to have such power to cause such an area of destruction. It makes a fuss, but you can do it too. Lin Hao smiled lightly and said. No, Mr. Lin, you are joking. I don't have this kind of ability. Sol Quan thought Lin Hao was joking. After all, he was very self-aware. How much strength is needed to cause such an area of destruction? Anyway, Thor doesn't have a specific concept. At least he knows that his father Odin can do it. Lin Hao didn't say anything more. Thor's strength has not yet reached this point. As time goes by, Thor's strength will become stronger and stronger. Especially after awakening, Thor's strength will be geometric. Skyrocketing, even if he awakens, his strength is still not as good as that of his sister, the goddess of death, Hela, but he definitely has a fighting power of more than 1 million. Maybe Lin Hao underestimated this, but we will have to wait a few more years until Hela appears. If you give me this power, how much can you accomplish? Loki was grumbling again. If I give it to you, you will live for less than half a month at most. Lin Hao struck mercilessly. With Loki's character, if he really got the reality stone, he would definitely use the power of the reality stone to deal with Odin unscrupulously. By then, he might not be able to defeat Odin before he himself was killed by the reality stone. It came back. Loki laughed dryly and changed the subject. Mr. Lin, was my performance okay just now? Well, it's okay. At least you showed your credibility once. Lin Hao nodded slightly. The great revenge has been avenged. I hope Frigga can see in heaven that the person who killed her has been killed by us. Loki's eyes suddenly filled with sadness. Loki. What are you talking about? Are you cursing your mother to death? Chapter 52. Thor suddenly grabbed Loki's collar and looked angry. What? Wasn't Frigga killed by the cursed warrior? Loki looked confused, not really understanding the situation. If you were killed by the cursed warrior, your mother would not be killed. Thor punched Loki hard in the face. Loki fell to the ground. He quickly reacted and looked directly at Lin Hao. Mr. Lin, are you lying to me? Lin Hao finally laughed out loud. Haha. Loki, I just realized that you are so easy to be deceived. You are unqualified as the god of tricks. If I didn't say that Frigga was killed, how could you let us from there? The secret passage came to the dark world, how could you work so hard to help kill Malekith? Lin Jackson. I'm going to kill you. Loki felt the shame he had never experienced in his life. He got up and rushed towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao glanced at him and said, Are you sure? Sensing the sharp glance in Lin Hao's eyes, Loki quickly calmed down. Okay, I admit that I can't beat you. In fact, it's not bad to be deceived once. At least it's a valuable experience. After repeated beatings, what else could Loki do? He could only swallow it with broken teeth, unable to express the pain. I've always been a very reasonable person. This time you helped a lot and didn't cause any trouble. As your reward this time, I can allow you to be taken back to Asgard without Thor, but as for whether you will be taken back to Asgard in the future. If Sol takes it back again, it's none of my business. Hearing this, Loki finally showed a smile. Mr. Lin, I like to make friends with people like you, you are simply my close friend. Thor couldn't refute Lin Hao's decision. After all, Lin Hao took a lot of credit for Jane's rescue this time. Anyway, they also escaped from Asgard against Odin's order. Will they take Loki back with them? Doesn't seem that important. At worst, he could just find an excuse and deal with Odin. Now that things have been settled, it's time for us to go back. Then Thor returned to Asgard, and before leaving, he asked Lin Hao to take Jane Fortes back. As for Loki, Lin Hao didn't know where he went, and he didn't need to ask. Where he went was his freedom. Because the dark world is too far away from the earth, Lin Hao cannot sense the breath of anyone on the earth. However, at this moment, the celestial body convergence officially appears, and the 9 kingdoms are connected into one. The gravity is sometimes light and sometimes heavy. Lin Hao takes Jane Fortes flew several times and finally found the connection point to fly back to the earth. When we returned to earth, we were over London. Mr. Lin, thank you. Jane Fortes lifted her bangs and smiled. You're welcome, I'm leaving now. See you later if you have a chance. Lin Hao didn't want to stay too long. He had to quickly suppress the power of the reality stone in his body, otherwise the reality stone would backfire on him, and the consequences were definitely not what Lin Hao was happy to see. He sensed Wanda's breath, and then teleported directly from London to his home in New York. Lin Hao's instant disappearance shocked Jane Fortes. Why is he weirder than Thor? Saying that, Jane Fortes also stretched out her hand and waved the position where Lin Hao was standing just now to make sure that there was nothing there. Jane Fortes scratched her head and left without knowing why. In the villa in Manhattan, New York, Lin Hao's sudden appearance also startled Wanda. Wanda, guard the room for me. Don't let anyone come in and disturb me. Lin Hao told Wanda and rushed into the room. Even though Wanda was full of curiosity about Lin Hao now, since Lin Hao said not to let anyone disturb him, she put aside her curiosity for the time being and quietly stood guard outside Lin Hao's door. After returning to the room, Lin Hao immediately sank his consciousness into his heart. Feeling the huge power surging in his body, Lin Hao frowned. Sometimes too much power may not be a good thing. Then Lin Hao stretched out his hand and grasped it, and a reality gem glowing with dark red light floated on the palm of his hand. This was the reality gem condensed by TIE particles. The huge energy contained in the reality gem made Lin Hao frightened. Outside the room, Wanda suddenly felt huge amounts of energy fluctuations coming from Lin Hao's room. She blinked her big eyes, bit her red lips lightly, and said worriedly, such a powerful energy, Lin Hao is in the room after all. What to do? Then Lin Hao turned the reality gem into a liquid state and entered the body from the surface of the skin. After the reality gem entered the body, Lin Hao mobilized the huge energy that filled the whole body to converge towards the lower abdomen. At the same time, the surface of Lin Hao's skin revealed a dark red color. Mysterious and weird. The process of suppressing the power of the reality stone was difficult and long. Lin Hao didn't know how long it took. He kept suppressing the power of the reality stone. Every time he suppressed it, it was no less than a difficult battle for him. Gradually, Lin Hao's shirt was completely destroyed by the power of the reality stone, exposing his upper body. Not to mention, Lin Hao's upper body is quite strong, with perfect muscles outlined in lines, and the 8-pack abs on his lower abdomen are enough to fascinate many girls. 10%, 30%, 40%, 50%. After suppressing the power of the reality stone again and again, Lin Hao tried his best to suppress 60% of the power of the reality stone. The remaining 40% of the power that had not been suppressed was enough for Lin Hao to suppress the power of the reality stone. Hao suffered a lot, and even suffered a backlash. Cold sweat broke out on Lin Hao's forehead. He knew very well that if he could not suppress the power of the reality stone by more than 90%, then he would be backlashed by the reality stone. The power of the reality stone is infinitely powerful. Even if it is suppressed by 90%, it is still a question whether Lin Hao can control the remaining 10% as he wishes. Get down here. Lin Hao closed his eyes tightly, gritted his teeth and tried his best, finally suppressing the power of the reality stone by 65% again. But this is not enough. His body could not bear the remaining 35% of the power. If he did not suppress it, Lin Hao would be counterattacked by the 35% of the power in less than a month. What to do? Lin Hao is in a dilemma. Suppressing 65% is the limit of what he can do now. If he wants to suppress the power of the reality stone again, he must have stronger strength, but his strength is currently fixed. Here, there is more than enough heart but not enough energy. If you want to control more of the power of reality gems, you need to improve your strength and physical strength. Immediately afterwards, a more troublesome situation appeared. Chapter 53. Due to Lin Hao's previous crazy suppression of the power of the reality stone, the remaining 35% of the unsuppressed power was in turmoil. They seemed to be aware of the danger and kept running around in Lin Hao's body, and even some of them were rushing out of Lin Hao's body. In just a few seconds, the dark red reality gem energy filled Lin Hao's room, and then continued to spread out. The dark red energy changes reality wherever it passes. The chairs and tables in Lin Hao's room turned into stones, the bulletproof glass windows turned into wooden boards, and the notebook turned into powder. If the energy of these dark red reality gems is allowed to spread out, the consequences will be absolutely unimaginable. Wanda, who had been guarding outside Lin Hao's door, was suddenly startled. She noticed the movement in Lin Hao's room. At the same time, dark red energy also poured out from Lin Hao's room, turning the door of Lin Hao's room into powder. Forest. Wanda felt something bad secretly. Seeing Lin Hao's painful expression in the room, Wanda was shocked. She rushed in and at the same time, the origin magic power exploded to fight against the energy of the reality stone. This energy is too powerful and Lin can't control it. Soon, Wanda also clearly understood the current situation. Judging from the current situation, the general situation was that Lin Hao was unable to withstand the power of the dark red energy, which caused them to spread outward. I won't let you bear it alone. Wanda didn't know if her origin magic power could resist this dark red energy, but she obviously couldn't stand by and watch as something like this happened to Lin Hao. When she encounters difficulties, Lin Hao always appears in time to help her tide over the difficulties. This time, she also wants to help Lin Hao. Having made a decision in her heart, Wanda stretched out her jade hand, and the crimson origin magic power surged out like a river, wrapping Lin Hao heavily to contain the overflow of dark red energy in his body. When her origin magic power wrapped Lin Hao, a sudden suction force sucked him in. The suction force caused Wanda to hug Lin Hao tightly from his back. Feeling the warmth coming from Lin Hao's body, Wanda's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. At the same time, the suction force frantically sucked her origin magic power from her body, and the dark red energy pouring out of Lin Hao also completely wiped off Wanda's upper body clothes. At this moment, Wanda was even more panicked, but she felt that Lin Hao needed her origin magic power to suppress the dark red energy. Wanda blinked, and then she hugged Lin Hao tightly, buried her head on Lin Hao's back, and allowed him to absorb her origin magic power at will. With the support of Wanda's origin magic power, the overflow of the reality stone's energy was finally contained. Lin Hao, who was struggling with the reality stone, naturally also perceived the sudden origin magic power. He knew very well that it was Wanda who took action. Origin magic power is powerful. It is so powerful that it can even allow Wanda to destroy the Mind Stone with one hand and at the same time fight against Thanos, who has 5 infinite stones. From this point alone, we can see that the power of origin magic power is definitely not comparable to that of a real-life gem. To be honest, origin magic power's ability to distort reality is not as good as the reality stone, but it is definitely not weak. Lin Hao unscrupulously absorbed origin magic power to suppress the power of the reality stone. Since Wanda took action voluntarily, these origin magic powers did not repel him much. With Wanda's help, Lin Hao finally had enough energy to suppress the power of the reality stone. In the sanctuary of New York, the ancient one mage who was entering a meditative state suddenly opened his eyes. It's the reality stone and origin magic power. Is it that person? This state lasted for an unknown period of time. When the power of the reality stone was suppressed to 95% and only 5% remained in his body for his use, Lin Hao stopped suppressing it. 5% is what he can control at will at present, and it is difficult to say more. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Lin Hao suppressed the power of the reality stone by 95%. When it becomes stronger in the future, he can slowly release the power of the reality stone for your own use. After completing the suppression, Lin Hao could feel that his strength was a little stronger, and there was still a part of origin magic power remaining in his body. It is this part of origin magic power that makes him stronger. Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes and realized that he was naked and the clothes on his body were missing. Wanda also opened her eyes. Wanda was also naked at this time. Finding that both herself and Lin Hao were naked, and that she was still hugging Lin Hao tightly, Wanda suddenly felt a little overwhelmed. She pulled the quilt and tried to cover it up. Lin Hao waved his hand, and the unrecognizable room that had been covered by the overflowing reality stone energy returned to its original state. Then he slowly turned around, holding the pretty face of Wanda, who was a little overwhelmed, and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Wanda, thank you." Wanda blinked and lowered her head shyly. "This is what I should do." With the beauty in their arms, the two of them faced each other unreservedly, and Wanda's red face was like a hibiscus emerging from water, extremely alluring. Despite the circumstances, the two kissed each other for a while. Lin Hao hugged Wanda and lay down, covered her with the quilt, and everything fell into place. In this case, if Lin Hao could restrain himself, then he would really become Lu Xiaowai, and Wanda would not have any quarrel with her, so it would be natural for her to have S***X. After an hour. "Lin, will you always be by my side from now on?" Wanda lay on Lin Hao's chest, like a well-behaved kitten. Her eyes and pretty face were full of sweetness. "Fool, you are my woman. Of course I will always be by your side. No one else can get involved." Lin Hao lifted her chin and smiled. After getting the answer she wanted, Wanda smiled even sweeter. Before we knew it, it was dawn and it was already the second day. "Wanda, even though it's very reluctant, maybe we should go to school." Although he has experienced a lot, in the final analysis, Lin Hao is still a student who has just entered the second grade of high school. He has missed a few days of classes. If he doesn't go, the teacher will kill him. The two got dressed, had a simple breakfast, and then drove to Zhongcheng High School. Today's Zhongcheng High School is as lively as ever. When they came to the school, because Wanda was a senior in high school and Lin Hao was a sophomore in high school, the two had to go separately. Just when they were about to go to a teaching building, a seat made in a wheelchair, a smiling bald man came towards Lin Hao and Wanda. Chapter 54. When he pushed the wheelchair, everyone on the campus stood still. Even Lin Hao felt a powerful mind control ability trying to control his consciousness. However, this so-called mind control ability had no impact on Lin Hao. He said that he did not have the power to control him. He just rejected him casually, and the mind control ability disappeared without a trace. The person who exerted mind control was none other than Professor X Xavier. "Wanda, I'm glad to see you here again." Professor X smiled at Wanda. "Professor." It is obviously not the first time that Wanda and Professor X have met. They both know each other. "Professor X, do you have anything to do with Wanda?" Lin Hao asked. "Huh? You're not controlled by me." Hearing Lin Hao speak, Professor. But now he can't even control Lin Hao, who doesn't look too outstanding. "To be honest, your mind control ability is indeed very powerful, but unfortunately it is useless to me." Lin Hao said lightly. He was stating a fact. At this moment, Professor. "Well, she is my woman." Lin Hao said. Hearing this, Professor. "Well, it seems that I don't need to avoid you deliberately. There is a very urgent situation right now, which concerns all mutants." Xavier was extremely serious and did not mean to joke at all. "What happened?" Wanda asked in confusion. What happened that caused Xavier to personally come to Midtown High School to find Wanda? "Project Sentry, we mutants are facing the biggest crisis in history. So we need to gather all mutants to survive this crisis." Xavier looked up at Wanda. "Wanda, even if you hide here, in the end there is no way to escape this crisis, which targets all mutants, good and bad, evil and good. You are one of the most powerful mutants and Eric's daughter. We need your power." After hearing this, Lin Hao was suddenly shocked. He almost forgot about it. The Sentry Project is a plan to exterminate mutants. The origin of everything started when Mystique killed Trask in 1973. Because Mystique killed Trask, the Sentry Project was considered a necessary plan by the government. After decades of research, Sentry now has the ability to copy any mutant, and is simply the natural enemy of mutants. Eric came to Wanda and Pietro twice last year. He tried to get Wanda and Pietro to return to the Brotherhood. Is this also related to this matter? Lin Hao asked, and he suddenly remembered Magneto twice last year. He came to Wanda to return to the Brotherhood of Mutants, and was defeated by him twice, but in Lin Hao's impression, Magneto was definitely not that weak. Magneto is also a level 4 mutant after all, but he was defeated when he only had 6,000 combat power. This is too unreliable. If the first time he used the flash time kung fu to strangle Magneto's neck, Magneto didn't expect it, then what about the second time? Yes, the Sentry plan has been completely completed. We have fought against Sentry countless times. We have suffered heavy casualties. They can copy the abilities of all mutants. If this continues, sooner or later, we mutants will be completely exterminated by Sentry. Xavier sighed and said in a heavy tone, because of the Sentry plan, Eric and I settled our differences and joined forces again to resist our enemies. But this time the enemies were too powerful and we were retreating steadily. This time I came to New York, it's also the risk of being discovered by Sentry at any time. Wanda, Eric persuaded you and Pietro to return last year for your own good, but according to him, he was stopped by a young man at that time. Xavier then turned to look at Lin Hao. If that's right, that young man is you, right? Lin Hao nodded, and Xavier smiled. He told me, but he lost to you because he thought you could protect Wanda, and also to avoid causing greater impact and attracting Sentry's attention, so he chose give up. Lin Hao believed this, but he didn't believe that Magneto only had that little strength, but now Lin Hao, even if Magneto uses his full strength, Lin Hao is confident to defeat him. But now the situation is critical and we need Wanda's help, so I'm here. Is my father okay? Wanda asked worriedly. Well, it's okay for now, but it might not be the same in the future. Lin, I want to. Wanda hesitated to speak, but Lin Hao smiled. I know what you want to say, and I also know that you cannot avoid this battle. In this case, let us destroy Sentry together. He naturally understands Wanda. She is not only a mutant, but also Eric's daughter. Although she hated what Eric did in the past, she obviously could not help but watch her biological father be killed by Sentry. And if she chooses to sit idly by at this moment, Sentry will find her in the future. You mean, willing to help us? Don't forget, you are my woman. Now that you are in trouble, how can I stand by and watch? And I like fighting. Only fighting can make me stronger. What Sentry robot? It's a scumbag with a combat power of 5. I'll punch each one. Lin Hao's words made Wanda's eyes turn red. If it weren't for the fact that Xavier was still here, Wanda would have pounced on him directly. Young man, although your strength is not weak, the Sentry robot is not that easy to deal with. Even if we gathered all the mutants together, we were still easily defeated by Sentry. This was a fierce battle. Are you sure you want to join in? Xavier reminded. First of all, you can call me Lin. Secondly, I am not a mutant. In my eyes, the Sentry robots are just a bunch of scrap metal with some combat effectiveness. Even though they have copied the abilities of some mutants, they cannot copy any mutant. People's abilities, such as Storm Girl, Jean, and Wanda's mutant abilities, cannot be copied. They can only copy the abilities that work on themselves, and the upper limit is not too high. As for whether the abilities taught to you and Eric can be copied, I'm not sure. Professor. If Lin Hao doesn't intervene this time, I'm afraid Wanda will never come back. Chapter 55. After listening to Lin Hao's words, Professor X remained silent. Professor, I would like to ask, is Jean dead? The atmosphere was silent for a while, and then Lin Hao spoke again. Yes, Jean Grey is dead, and Logan killed her with his own hands. Xavier nodded slightly. It seems that as Lin Hao knew, Jean's phoenix power was too powerful, so after she sacrificed once, her mind was gradually eroded by the phoenix power, and she turned into a black phoenix. Jean tried to become the Black Phoenix. To eliminate all human beings, Wolverine relied on his super self-healing ability to bear the wave of energy impact of Jean, and killed the woman he loved most in his life. Otherwise, if Jean is not dead yet, what does Sentry have to fear? Jean can handle it alone. Professor X looked at Lin Hao curiously and asked, why do you know so much about mutants? If I said I was a prophet, would you believe it? Lin Hao said with a joking smile. Believe it, of course I believe it. The funny thing is that Professor Will thought deeply. As Professor X, he seemed to be no longer surprised that anyone had any ability. Over the years, he has built a school for mutants and has seen too many mutant abilities. Just kidding, where is your hiding place now? We have no fixed abode and wander around. We can only stay in one place for a few days before being discovered by Sentry. Once discovered, we have to change places. Days passed. It seems you are not as beautiful as you seem. Lin Hao smiled and joked, and Xavier also smiled and didn't take it to heart. Let's release your mind control first. Don't delay your classmates from going to school. This is not the place to talk. Let's change places. Then Xavier released his mind control, and all the people who were immobilized were relieved of their restrictions. They went to school as usual and did what they were supposed to do. They seemed to have no memory of what happened just now. Lin Hao and the other three were about to find a place to chat slowly, but the next moment Lin Hao suddenly looked up into the sky and saw a Sentry robot transport plane appearing in the sky above Zhongcheng High School at some unknown time. It's Sentry. Xavier's pupils shrank when he saw the Sentry robot transport plane. This was the Sentry robot that had plundered the lives of countless mutants. It was also at this moment that three people came out of nowhere and came to Professor X. They got into position and were ready to fight the sentry robot at any time. Bang bang bang! Immediately afterwards, the hatch of the transport plane opened, and 5 sentry robots, which were 4 to 5 meters tall, jumped out, as if the entire Midtown High School was shaken. The appearance of the sentry robot is exactly the same as that in Lin Hao's previous life in the X-Men series. The material used to make the sentry robot is space material without any metal, so even Magneto has nothing to do with the sentry robot. At the same time, the sentry robots have escaped human control. They have high intelligence and self-awareness. Even if Professor Special Combat Mission, defeat the sentry robot, mission reward, a sentry robot gets 200 points and 2000 combat power. It was also at the moment when Sentry appeared that the system's voice came to Lin Hao's ears. Because Sentry's appearance triggered the system's special combat mission again, it seemed that the battle with Sentry was inevitable. And the rewards for this special combat mission are also extremely generous. The rewards for these missions are much higher than during the Battle of New York. As the sentry robot landed, the students and professors of Zhongcheng High School were so frightened that they fled the school. Wanda, are you confident to fight against them? Lin Hao turned around and asked. Wanda stared at the sentry robot and said firmly, I can completely crush them. While Lin Hao and Wanda were talking, the sentry robot launched an attack without any explanation. Their right hands transformed into sharp and deadly long cones, and rushed directly towards Lin Hao and Xavier. With us here, you can't even think of touching a hair of the professor. The 3 people who rushed out earlier took action together. When they took action, Lin Hao discovered that they were Iceman, Sunspot and Pyroman respectively. Pyro transformed into a pyro whose whole body was filled with flames. He stretched out his hand and sprayed blazing flames with a temperature of 3 to 4,000 degrees towards one of the sentry robots. At the same time, Sunspot and Iceman also took action at the same time. However, their seemingly powerful attacks did not cause any deterrence or threat in Sentry's hands. One of them, Sentry, was wrapped in Pyro's flame attack and his whole body turned into cold ice. He carried it hard, walking towards the burning man step by step with the temperature of thousands of degrees. Seeing this, Pyro quickly increased his efforts, but to no avail. In the end, Sentry chopped off one of his arms with an awl. As for Iceman, the sentry robot used the same ability to force him back. Sunspot is no exception. Their mutant ability, which seems unbelievable to ordinary people, has become a weapon for sentry robots to defeat them in the hands of Sentry. Then, with the addition of 2 other sentry robots, the Pyro trio were in danger. Seeing that they were about to die at the hands of the sentry robots, Wanda finally couldn't sit still. Get out of my way. The majestic origin magic power was unleashed by Wanda vividly. She directly repelled 5 sentry robots at once, and the fireman was saved in a thrilling manner. Over the past year, under Lin Hao's guidance, Wanda's current origin magic power is far beyond what she could compare to a year ago. Lin Hao once tested Wanda's combat effectiveness, and her combat effectiveness reached for an astonishing 400,000 yuan. Even Lin Hao, who had not yet gone to Asgard, was willing to lose. Of course, this is just the tip of the iceberg of origin magic power. When Wanda fully awakens origin magic power, she can curse most mutants to lose their mutant ability with just one sentence. This is the reality-distorting ability of origin magic power. The 5 sentry robots were repelled, and they all turned their attention to Wanda. After detecting that she was also a mutant, 2 of the mutants opened their heads directly, and fired laser attacks at Wanda with 1 fire and 1 ice. At the same time, the other 3 sentry robots surrounded Wanda from the remaining 3 directions, completely cutting off Wanda's escape route. Facing the laser attacks from the 2 sentry robots, Wanda quickly released origin magic power with both hands to resist the laser attacks from the 2 sentry robots respectively. But after resisting the laser attack, she was unable to deal with the attacks from the remaining 3 sentry robots. Oh, it seems I still have to take action. Lin Hao sighed lightly, then moved his feet and struck like a thunder. Chapter 56. Seeing that the fatal blow from the 3 sentry robots was about to fall on Wanda, Lin Hao rushed over as quickly as possible. He came to Wanda's side and put one hand on Wanda's shoulder. When the sentry robot's attack was about to fall, Lin Hao moved in an instant and teleported out with Wanda. Lin, thank you. Wanda looked a little panicked. She had also noticed the attacks of the other 3 sentry robots just now, but she was unable to duplicate them. She was already unable to duplicate the laser attacks of the 2 sentry robots, not to mention that there were 3 other sentry robots watching eagerly. If Lin Hao hadn't arrived in time to rescue her, Wanda would have died today. Let me do it, these sentry robots are not that easy to deal with. With Wanda behind him, Lin Hao stepped forward. Wanda said concernedly from behind, be careful, they are very strong. Lin Hao smiled. The sentry robot was developed to deal with mutants, but he was not a mutant. After successfully suppressing the power of the Reality Stone, part of Wanda's origin magic power remained in his body. He has become much stronger. According to Lin Hao's estimation, his current combat effectiveness index is at least 800,000. Lin, don't be brave. At worst, we can leave first and meet Eric to find a way to deal with Sentry. Professor X said from behind. It's not necessary. They're just scraps of scrap metal. I can just scrap them all. Lin Hao smiled confidently, and then raised his fingers at the 5 sentry robots. Hey, Sentry Tool Man, your grandpa is here, why don't you come over and die quickly? Lin Hao's words successfully attracted the attention of the sentry robot. The sentry robot has evolved self-awareness, so they can naturally understand Lin Hao's words. What is a tool man? Lin Hao's meaning is very obvious. These sentry robots are just tool men developed by scientists to deal with mutants. Dong dong dong. After understanding the meaning of Lin Hao's words, the 5 sentry robots were angered. They all mobilized and ran. The ground of Zhongcheng High School shook. The arm of the sentry robot running at the front turned into an ice pick and moved towards Lin Hao. Stabbed in the heart. Zaza. Lin Hao glanced disdainfully, then jumped back. Sentry's ice pick arm directly pierced the ground. At the same time, Lin Hao ran up along the sentry robot's arm, and then jumped into the air, his feet covered with dark red energy, kicked the sentry robot hard on the head. Clang. At this moment, Professor X and others who were watching from behind suddenly widened their eyes. Because Lin Hao's kick just now directly kicked the sentry robot's head away. You know, the sentry robots are all made of space materials, and countless mutants are helpless against them, but now their heads were easily kicked off by Lin Hao? Professor? After being kicked off the head by Lin Hao, the sentry robot collapsed. This young man is not simple. This is the evaluation given to Lin Hao by Professor X Charles Xavier. Oh my god, this guy is too fierce, isn't he? Is this the same sentry that just made us narrowly escape death? Sunspot and others were shocked. After seeing what happened to the sentry robot just now, the other sentry robots learned the lesson. They turned themselves into magma one after another, and 4 jets of magma blasted towards Lin Hao. Can you take advantage of such a weak mutant ability? Lin Hao smiled sarcastically. Facing the 4 magma jets, he stretched out his hand and dark red energy surged in his palm. The 4 magma jets turned into bubbles and flew into the sky. The 4 sentry robots were all shocked. They had fought so many mutants, but they had never seen this kind of ability to modify reality. This is because Lin Hao only controlled 5% of the power of the reality stone. If he had completely controlled the reality stone, Lin Hao would have wiped them out in minutes. When the sentry robot was surprised, Lin Hao had already struck again with lightning, opening the evil eye of death. He held a dagger, aimed at the dead point of a sentry robot, and cut it off with one knife. The sentry robot, which turned into a magma body, instantly changed into its original appearance when Lin Hao cut off the dead point. Then it fell to its knees, and the whole body began to fall apart, and finally turned into a pile of scrap metal. 2 companions were lost in the blink of an eye, and the remaining 3 sentry robots panicked. They quickly turned their bodies into diamonds in an attempt to resist Lin Hao's dagger attack. White Queen's ability. Lin Hao looked at the remaining 3 sentry robots with interest and grinned. They thought they would be safe if they turned into diamonds? Little did they know that what Lin Hao cut was the dead point. Let alone diamonds, even if they turned into vibranium and adamantium metals, Lin Hao could easily cut them off. After their whole bodies turned into diamonds, the 3 sentry robots gathered together, and then their heads split apart, and 3 laser attacks were fired at Lin Hao in an attempt to eliminate Lin Hao. Aren't you still good at learning? If that's the case, then I'll let you have a taste of what despair means. Lin Hao could use the Reality Stone's ability to easily neutralize the laser attack of the sentry robot, but Lin Hao wanted to crush their illusions head-on. They thought that the laser attack could kill them? It was too naive. Turtle. Pi. Chi. Gong. Put your hands on your waist, the pure white energy quickly condenses, and the turtle-style Qigong is instantly condensed. Woohoo! The turtle-style Qigong cuts through the air and collides with the laser attack of the sentry robot. At this moment, a powerful energy field was generated around them, and Wanda and Professor X were forced to retreat continuously by this energy field. At the moment when the turtle Qigong and the laser attack met, the laser attack launched by the 3 sentry robots only withstood for a few seconds before being defeated by the turtle Qigong with overwhelming force. After defeating the laser attack, the trend of Turtle School Qigong continued unabated and submerged all 3 sentry robots. Turtle School Qigong caused a shocking crack on the ground and rushed hundreds of meters before exploding. Boom! Huge amounts of explosions resounded through the sky. The Turtle School Qigong produced an explosion with a diameter of hundreds of meters. This was because Lin Hao reduced the explosion range. Otherwise, this Turtle School Qigong alone would be enough to cover a radius of several thousand meters. Raised to the ground. Lin Hao didn't look back, clapped his hands and said casually, "It's done." Chapter 57. Kill 5 sentry robots, cumulative reward, 1000 points, 10,000 combat power. The voice of the system came to his ears, and Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction. 10,000 combat power may not be so tempting to him now, but 1000 points is different. Even if his current combat power index reaches 100,000, but his points are only over 10,000. Therefore, points are even more important to Lin Hao. He is still far away from the 400,000 points of the ultimate intention gong. Brother, you are so fierce, I want to mess with you. Sunspot and the other three said excitedly and seriously. Just now, Lin Hao instantly killed 5 sentry robots with a crushing force. In their opinion, it was really too strong. After all, any sentry robot could defeat a bunch of them mutants. How strong must Lin Hao be, who can easily crush 5 sentry robots? Lin, you impress me with admiration. Professor X showed a hopeful smile. I believe that as long as you are here, the sentry robot will no longer pose a threat. That's hard to say. Lin Hao shook his head. Although he was good at dealing with sentry robots, as far as he knew, the number of sentry robots was too large. Once the sentry robots were deployed, it would be impossible for him alone to contain all the sentry robots. Moreover, the sentry robots, they are not stupid, they all have self-awareness. After today's battle, other sentry robots must also know how powerful Lin Hao is. Once they send some sentry robots to hold Lin Hao down, and then turn to deal with Wanda and Professor X, the situation will not be optimistic. Suddenly, Stark flew over quickly in his steel suit. Looking at the ruins after the explosion in the distance and the long crack with a diameter of 3 meters on the ground, Stark exclaimed, "Oh, I seem to have missed a good event." Play. Then Stark also noticed Lin Hao and others in Zhongcheng High School. He flew down and said with certainty, "Mr. Lin, I guess these must be your masterpieces." Stark? You came just in time. As soon as Stark appeared, Lin Hao suddenly had an idea. He thought of a way to deal with the sentry robot. "Oh? You want to see me for something?" Stark raised his eyebrows. "Who is this?" Professor X looked at Stark and asked doubtfully. "Tony Stark, a genius, philanthropist, and playboy. Who are you?" Stark introduced himself. "Charles Xavier, everyone calls me Professor X. Nice to meet you." Stark shook hands with Professor X, turned to Lin Hao and said, "Mr. Lin, are they all your friends?" "Strictly speaking, they are not friends," Lin Hao said lightly. Stark nodded, "I probably understand. Mr. Lin, what happened here just now? It seemed very intense. It's very interesting. Maybe you can show off your skills this time." On the top floor of the Stark building, Lin Hao, Stark, Professor X and others were all here. Lin Hao briefly told Stark about the sentry robot. "How about, can we develop an anti-sentry mecha? Didn't the government develop the sentry robot specifically to deal with mutants?" So Lin Hao planned to ask Stark to develop an anti-sentry mecha specifically to deal with sentry robots. As far as he knew, there was nothing that Stark could not counter. He can even develop an anti-Phoenix mecha, which is a mecha designed to deal with the power of Jean Grey's Phoenix. "I like challenges, give me a little time and I will make Sentry useless." Stark smiled confidently. He had been bored recently, so now he had something to do, and this matter interested him very much. A sentry robot that can copy mutant ability, Stark is very interested in developing an anti-sentry mecha. "Then I'll wait for your good news." Lin Hao believed that Stark and Dr. Gero could develop the anti-sentry mecha within 3 days at most. Once the anti-sentry mecha is successfully researched and mass-produced, Professor. After that, Stark and Dr. Gero rushed into the laboratory. "Lin, how long do we need to stay here?" Professor X came over and asked. "Just wait, they can develop the anti-sentry mecha in up to 3 days. Lin Hao thought for a while and reminded, "By the way, I need to remind you, you'd better contact Eric and let him know they don't want to go head-to-head with Sentry yet. When the research here is successful, the mutants will fight back. I'll contact Eric right away." After being reminded by Lin Hao, Professor X remembered and hurriedly contacted Eric. With Professor X's mind control ability, he can contact Magneto as long as he is still on Earth. "Professor. Once they leave Stark Tower, they will be chased by the sentry robots. Mutants have endless fear of the sentry robots. After all, this thing was developed specifically to deal with mutants. They are almost ready to copy the ability of any mutant. How can they fight against them? Otherwise, Professor Lin, there seems to be something wrong with them." Lin Hao was visiting the Stark building when Wanda suddenly found him. "What's the problem?" Lin Hao asked confused. "They were injured and in pain." After hearing what Wanda said, Lin Hao just remembered that Sunspot and the others seemed to have been injured when they fought with Sentry. If Wanda hadn't taken action in time, they would have been killed by Sentry on the spot. "They will get good treatment in Stark Tower, you don't have to worry," Lin Hao said lightly. "Stark Tower has everything you need, and the medical level is also top-notch, so minor injuries are not a problem." Moreover, Lin Hao had given them enough help. He rescued them from Sentry and took them to the Stark building, so that they no longer had to worry about being chased by the Sentry robot or getting hurt in a short period of time. Lin Hao didn't want to worry about it. "Don't you have a medicine called Cyan Lin? They are also my kind. Maybe we can help them with this little thing, right?" Wanda begged with her eyes. She really couldn't bear to see Sunspot and the others suffering such pain. It was no longer a minor injury, but an almost fatal injury. "Okay, then I'll be a good person for once. Really unable to defeat Wanda, Lin Hao had no choice but to go to the Osborne Industrial branch of the Harrington Group to get a few fairy trees and let Sunspot and several others take them. Their injuries were completely recovered in just a few minutes. What is this? It's amazing. Chapter 58. Sunspot. The three of them moved their bodies excitedly, with faces filled with wonder. Well, this is a healing medicine developed by our Harrington Industries, called Zion Lin. Lin Hao said seriously, by the way, the market price is $50,000 per pill. Since you are the same as Wanda, I will give you a 20% discount. Remember to pay. Forest. Professor X's voice came from behind. Lin Hao turned around. Professor X winked and said, do you have time? Let's chat. The two came to the balcony on the top floor of the Stark building, and Lin Hao said, Professor, what do you want to talk to me about? First of all, thank you very much for giving us so much help. You are the most outstanding young man I have seen in so many years. You have great potential. In my opinion, you are not even inferior to Jean Grey. Professor X, he commented from the bottom of his heart. Thank you. I know what you said very well. No one can match my potential. Lin Hao said without any humility. With all the systems in the world, how can he be compared to Jean? Even if she has the power of the Phoenix, so what? Professor X smiled and said, you are really not humble at all. I am committed to peaceful coexistence and development and progress with humans, but humans regard us as aliens and are bent on eradicating mutants. This is hard for me to accept. Professor X sighed. The reason is very simple, you should know it yourself. As early as the moment Mystique assassinated Trask in 1973, the future of mutants was already doomed. Of course, there is another reason. The abilities of mutants are too strong. Those politicians are worried that they threaten their status. Mutants will not become extinct for one day. They can't sleep, and they can't eat well. After all, mutants are different from the Avengers. Although superheroes like the Avengers are strong, they belong to SHIELD. And S.H.I.E.L.D. is directly under the leadership of the government and within the control of politicians. If one day the superheroes are no longer under the control of politicians, they control them, I'm afraid they will also clean up the superheroes. This is a very realistic thing. If mutants were directly ordered by the government, would that solve the problem? In fact, if this hypothesis is not possible, Professor. Moreover, the struggle between mutants and politicians has been going on for so many years. In the early years, they even captured mutants for in vivo experiments. Mutants may be able to coexist peacefully with humans, but they will never be controlled. Yes, I know it very well. I was wondering if I was wrong these years and Eric was right. It depends on what you think. In my opinion, you are not wrong, you just have different positions. On the side of mutants, Magneto is not wrong at all. Politicians want to kill all mutants, and Magneto is just taking up arms to resist. Professor Lin, what about you? Where did your ability come from? You should not be a mutant. Have you ever heard of a saying? Lin Hao smiled mysteriously. What? The poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. Without saying a word, Lin Hao left. The next few days were spent in peace, until the third night when Stark and Dr. Groh finally came out of the laboratory. Hey guys, I think we can celebrate. Although Stark looked tired, he had a bright smile on his lips. Oh! Lin Hao and others all enlarged their eyes. It seemed that their research was successful. Now we invite our protagonist to appear. According to Mr. Lin, I named it Anti-Sentry Mecha. Immediately after Stark pressed the button on the remote control, the door of the laboratory slowly opened, and a big guy gradually appeared in everyone's sight. It is more than 3 meters tall, slightly smaller than the anti-Hulk armor, and its thick mechanical arms are full of power. Its face is similar to Stark's steel suit, and its surface slides over a layer from time to time. The golden light and other things were not too eye-catching, but Lin Hao knew that this anti-sentry mecha was much more than what it seemed on the surface. Let me introduce to you this anti-sentry mecha. First of all, it is medium in size and combines speed, power, and burst defense. It is also equipped with a detection system that can automatically detect sentry robots within 100 miles. And I added propellers to it, which is fission ability. There is also its weaponry. It is equipped with energy cannons, howitzers, plasma cannons, particle cannons, and various missile systems. The most important thing is that since it is called an anti-sentry mecha, it naturally has the ability to restrain sentry robots. Function. This function is the layer of material on its surface. This is the latest element invented by Dr. Groh and I. I call it ion-free. Ion-free can withstand high temperatures of 100 million degrees and can withstand temperatures below zero. It does not freeze in an environment of 200 degrees, and it also has an energy reflection function. When the sentry robot's laser attack hits, it can automatically reflect back. The principle is just like if you shine a beam of light on a mirror, the light will be reflected back. With these 3 conditions, coupled with the weaponry of the anti-sentry mecha, the blaster sentry robot should be stress-free. This was just developed in a hurry. If we improve it in the future, it will be even better. Stark proudly introduced his latest work. Professor. Lin Hao nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. It wouldn't surprise Lin Hao if these two people were together, even if they came up with more perverted things. One is a genius in the Marvel world, and the other is the most outstanding scientist in the Dragon Ball world. These two people are in together, we can destroy the world. But the only drawback is that there are too few ion-free. The current storage capacity of ion-free is only enough to make 3 anti-sentry mechas. Stark said with some regret. 3 is enough, let's hunt down those sentry who have fallen into darkness. Lin Hao raised the corners of his lips. 3 anti-sentry mechas were enough. Although the more of these things, the better, but the storage capacity of ion-free was only so small. It was good to be able to create 3. Next, Stark and Dr. Gero continued to build the anti-sentry mecha. With the first experience and the help this time, the production speed of the next 2 anti-sentry mechs was obviously much faster. In just 1 week, 3 anti-sentry mechas were officially launched. Chapter 59. Siberia, among the endless mountains. There is a fortress on the mountainside of one of the mountains. The fortress is relatively simple and looks like it was built temporarily. It's been 10 days and the professors haven't come back yet. Is it possible that something happened? In the cave, Wolverine Logan was a little absent-minded. It should be okay. He contacted me a few days ago and asked us to stay put and wait for news. Magneto, whose face was full of traces of time, said. In addition to the 2 of them, there are dozens of mutants gathered here. This is their hiding place, and the fortress is also temporarily opened. Most of the mutants have been brutally murdered by Sentry. Mutants are already the last mutants on Earth. Eric, we don't have that much time. Maybe today or tomorrow, Sentry will find us. We are imminent. Mystique's face was solemn. Sentry, this name is almost every mutant's nightmare. Upon hearing Sentry, many mutants had expressions of death on their faces. The shadow this name cast on them was really too great. Even Magneto, a level 4 mutant, can't do anything to them. I am afraid that only level 5 mutants and even Omega level mutants can be the opponents of the Sentry robot. However, the only level 5 mutant, Jean Grey, has been there a few years ago. He was killed by Logan himself years ago. At the moment, only Wanda is their hope. Wanda's origin magic power is almost on the same level as Jean Grey's Phoenix Force. Only that kind of power that can destroy the world can compete with the Sentry robot. So Wanda has undoubtedly become the hope of all mutants now. We have been fighting against humans for so many years, but we still can't defeat them. Magneto sighed, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Wolverine was silent. He was older than anyone else here and had experienced more things than anyone else. Perhaps in his heart, he had already seen through life and death. 20 transport planes appeared 10 miles away. Suddenly, while observing outside, news came from mutants with acute eyes. When this news came, Magneto and others were shocked. It seems that God doesn't have much time for us. Magneto took a deep breath, Mystique's right arm turned into a sharp blade, and he said as if he was dead, "Come on, let's fight to the death." Then Magneto led a group of mutants and waved his hand to open a space door. Dozens of mutants stepped out one after another. Stepping out from the space door was a platform, and below was an abyss. This will be the final battlefield for mutants. Soon, under the gaze of everyone, 20 transport planes appeared in sight, and then the transport hatch opened, and densely packed Sentry robots came with overwhelming force. Oh! Shit, it looks like they are bound to win. Wolverine Logan couldn't help cursing. Children, let us fight for the mutants one last time. Magneto's arm shook, and the plane parked nearby was controlled to fly up. Then with a wave of his hand, the plane flew towards the Sentry robot army. Storm Girl! The Storm Girl in front understood, and her eyes turned pure white. At the same time, there was lightning and thunder in the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck the plane from the thunder cloud. The plane that was about to fly in front of the Sentry robot army was instantly detonated. Boom! The terrifying impact caused by the explosion of the plane shot down all the Sentry robots around it. However, the army of Sentry robots was too numerous. Although Magneto and Storm teamed up to knock down many Sentries with one blow, there were still a large number of Sentry robots rushing towards them. Seeing that the situation was not good, Magneto quickly controlled the wreckage of the plane, gathered it into a huge iron ball, and crashed into Sentry, who was rushing towards him. Tisk! Several Sentry robots fired laser attacks at the same time, and the big iron ball that hit them was turned into nothingness by the laser attack. Magneto's body trembled and he took a few steps back, with a look of shock in his eyes. Try to hold them off as long as possible. I hope we can hold on until the professor comes back. Wolverine clenched his fist, and the adamantium steel claws stretched out from between his fingers with a clang. He gritted his teeth and rushed straight down. Without metal to control, Magneto at this time is almost the same as an old man with no strength. Although he still has magnetic field control, the sad thing is that his magnetic field control does not have any effect on the Sentry robot. Magneto's mutant ability is indeed very powerful, but at certain times, it seems so useless, such as right now. Boy Lin, I really hope I can see you come back with Wanda before I am killed by Sentry. Magneto showed a vicissitudes of smile. In this moment of narrow escape, he seemed to have seen through a lot. The only ones who can save them now are Lin Hao, Wanda, and others. He places all his hopes on Lin Hao. Although there are a lot of mutants here, facing the Sentry robot army, they can't escape. If there is an accident, this will be the burial place for all of them. Although Magneto has lived long enough, how wonderful is this world. He doesn't want to die just yet. Then a tragic scene happened. The Sentry robot rushed onto the platform, and many mutants resisted to the death. However, facing the Sentry robots that were specially designed to deal with mutants, their mutant abilities seemed so weak. Pissed. Soon, a mutant was pierced through the body by the Sentry robot, and the blood stained the ground red. One mutant after another fell, and the remaining mutants were still resisting desperately, maintaining the final dignity of the mutants. Wolverine relied on her super self-healing ability to withstand the laser attack of the Sentry robot. Blink also used her space gate ability to help mutants in need launch attacks or avoid attacks from the Sentry robot. Soon, Blink was also surrounded by several Sentry robots and was pierced by Sentry's long tapered arm. The scene was undoubtedly tragic. As time went by, there were only less than 10 mutants left from the original dozens, and it only took half an hour. Lying on the ground were all the corpses of mutants. Some had their bodies pierced by long cones, and some were cut into pieces by Sentry robots. In the end, only Magneto, Wolverine, Phantom Cat, Storm, and Mystique were left, and they were cornered by hundreds of Sentry robots. There are only a few of us left. Wolverine's face was solemn. It seemed that they would not be able to escape Sentry's disaster in the end. Magneto's hands were trembling slightly. Although he was unwilling to die here, the situation left him no choice. While Wolverine was speaking, the heads of the 10 Sentry robots in the front row slowly opened, and the laser attack was condensing. The intense laser light forced Magneto to cover his eyes with his hands. Then the laser attack was condensed and 10 laser attacks were launched towards them. Clang! The moment Magneto closed his eyes, 3 sounds came, and he vaguely saw 3 figures suddenly appearing, blocking them in front of them. Chapter 60. The laser attack condensed into a single point hit the figure in the middle, but was actually bounced back. The energy of the 10 laser attacks converged into a laser attack with a diameter of 1 meter and was reflected back. A Sentry robot directly in front was instantly dissolved. Then the laser attack trend continued unabated, and 5 or 6 Sentry robots were dissolved. And then gradually exhausted the energy. Magneto and others slowly opened their eyes, and they all looked forward. They saw 3 mechas standing in front of them. Each mecha was 3 meters high. They just stood there quietly like this. It gives Magneto and others an endless sense of security. Oh, it seems our reinforcements have arrived. Wolverine, who was used to seeing strong winds and waves, joked with a smile. I'm afraid he was the only one who could laugh at this time. Hopefully we're not too late. A voice came from above. Magneto and others looked up and saw a few figures falling from the sky. They were Lin Hao, Wanda, the Professor, and Stark, who was wearing a new nanotechnology steel armor. The anti-Sentry mechas are driven by Iceman, Pyro, and Sunspot each. Seeing Lin Hao, Professor, and others, Magneto finally showed a relieved smile. It feels so good to see you. I thought I was dead just now. Now is not the time to reminisce. Lin Hao said lightly, then turned to look at the densely packed hundreds of Sentry robots. He grinned and said, with so many Sentry robots, if we kill all of you, how generous the reward will be. Lin Hao didn't feel like he was facing a formidable enemy at all. If Magneto and a group of mutants were the prey of Sentry just now, then the roles have been reversed now. Now Sentry is the prey, and they are hunting the Sentry robots. Hunter. Boy Lin, are you really just coming back with just a few people? There are hundreds of Sentries. Magneto suddenly realized something was wrong. Although Lin Hao and others arrived in time to save them, there were only a few of them, and Sentry, but there are hundreds of them, and the number alone is not of the same magnitude. Magneto almost doubted that they were definitely not here to die. Eric, are you afraid or do you have doubts about our strength? Just these rotten fish and shrimps, the few of us are enough. Lin Hao rolled his eyes. Hearing this, both Magneto and Wolverine have black streaks all over their heads. What the hell is this? Just these rotten fish and shrimps, they almost killed all the mutants just now. Magneto didn't know whether Lin Hao was pretending to be a big head or if he really had such strength, but at this point, he could only believe that Lin Hao and the others could deal with these hundreds of Sentry robots. Otherwise, they would still be in trouble today. This is exactly what I want to say. On this earth, no one can compare to me, Stark, in terms of technology. Stark said confidently, perhaps these Sentry robots may seem powerful to you, and even no one among you can match them, but in my opinion, they are just a group of scrap metal who are slightly resistant to ability. Okay, so what do you call this arrogant guy? Wolverine couldn't help but ask. Tony Stark, who are you? Stark asked. Logan, but a lot of people call me Wolverine. While Stark and Wolverine were talking, the sentry closest to Stark suddenly launched an attack. His arm transformed into a long cone and stabbed Stark in the heart. "Oh, big guy, you shouldn't have troubled me." Stark noticed the sentry's sudden attack. He turned around suddenly. The nano armor quickly formed a shield on his arm, blocking the sentry's long cone. At the same time, the palm of his other hand emitted a plasma ray, which possessed Sentry, who had extremely terrifying defense power, had his head penetrated alive. Then the plasma beam directly split Sentry in two. "I warned you not to trouble me." After taking care of the Sentry, Stark pretended. Incredible. Mystique and others' eyes widened. In their eyes, the extremely powerful Sentry robot was really just a pile of scrap metal that slightly resisted ability in Stark's eyes. Destroy the enemy. The death of the Sentry robot resonated with hundreds of Sentry robots present. Ready to fight. Eric, please stay away. I can't guarantee that I can take care of you. Hundreds of sentries set off at the same time. Lin Hao warned Magneto and began to get excited. This kind of scene was the most exciting for him who has the blood of the fighting nation Saiyans. Magneto and Wolverine were afraid of being affected, so they quickly hid in the cave. After all, if they were there, they wouldn't be able to help, and they would only hinder Lin Hao and the others. Come on, beasts. Stark raised his eyelids, and then 6 energy transmitters quickly formed on his back. Stark shouted, "Wanda, it's up to you." Wanda understood, and when she examined it with her jade hand, the crimson origin magic power poured out like a tide, pouring directly into the energy transmitter on Stark's back. With the infusion of origin magic power, the 6-channel energy transmitter divided the origin magic power into 6 channels, forming a ray to sweep towards the sentry group. Tisk. A dozen sentries who didn't react were directly blasted into nothingness by the energy of origin magic power. At the same time, 3 anti-sentry mechas also started taking action. They rushed directly into the sentry group and killed everyone. Anti-sentry mechas with ion-free coating defense, coupled with weapons and equipment with terrifying destructive power such as plasma cannons, particle cannons, and howitzers, the sentry robots are as fragile as paper in front of them. At the same time, Lin Hao also took action. To be honest, he is the main force in today's battle with Sentry. He has the ability to modify reality and part of the origin magic power. The Sentry robot has almost no resistance in front of him. The scene once turned into an abnormal chaos. The difference from before was that this time the situation was reversed. Under the strong attack of Lin Hao and others, the Sentry robots fell one after another. In just half a time, the Sentry robots fell. Nearly 100 robots were wiped out, and Lin Hao alone wiped out half of them. But there are too many Sentry robots, and 3 anti-Sentry mechas are not enough. Although the anti-sentry mechas can restrain the sentry, under the suppression of numbers, the energy of the anti-sentry mechas is also rapidly consumed. Once the energy supporting the operation of the anti-sentry mecha is exhausted, facing the sentry, it will only end up being destroyed. Chapter 61. Tisk. Plasma rays, origin magic power rays, ion cannon rays and sentry's laser attack rays are crisscrossing the battlefield. If you are not careful, you will be destroyed. The dark clouds in the sky were illuminated into colorful colors, and the mountains here were destroyed to pieces. Even Magneto and others hiding in the cave felt the fierce battle outside. The entire battlefield was divided into 3 battle circles, of which Lin Hao occupied one alone, 3 anti-sentry mechas formed one, and Wanda and Stark formed one. 63-64. Lin Hao used the reality stone to modify reality, and casually eliminated another sentry robot. At the same time, he was still counting the number of sentry robots to eliminate. Compared to the other 2 battlefields, which were somewhat difficult, Lin Hao seemed a little relaxed. Looking at Lin Hao, who was as powerful as the god of war, the sentry robots that surrounded Lin Hao involuntarily took a few steps back. After all, they were not mindless robots that only knew how to kill. They also had autonomous consciousness, but they were invincible in the past. They seemed a little afraid of the man in front of them. He seemed to never get tired and kept killing their companions. This group of sentry also launched violent attacks on Lin Hao, but their attacks had no effect on Lin Hao at all, whether it was laser attack rays, or variant ability attacks such as ice, fire, and magma. Even if they gathered dozens of sentry to launch them together, the attack was easily resolved by the man in front of me, and he also counterattacked and killed several of his companions. These long-range attacks didn't work, so they engaged in melee combat with Lin Hao, but to Lin Hao, their speed was no different than a snail. Lin Hao, who possessed teleportation and air dance skills, could easily move among many sentries. In between, constantly destroy their defenses and kill sentry. Hey, what's wrong? Are you afraid of me? Even so, I won't let you go. Sensing this interesting scene, Lin Hao grinned. In his eyes, these sentry were just points in combat power, and they were all fat. Laugh. Lin Hao stretched out his arm, and dark red energy formed an energy hand knife in his hand. This energy hand knife was formed from the energy of the reality gem. It was undoubtedly fatal to sentry. Then Lin Hao curled his lips, teleported to a sentry in front of him, and slashed diagonally at sentry's neck with his hand knife. Time seems to stand still at this moment. When Lin Hao's energy knife fell, the sentry's head was cut off alive, and the fracture was as smooth as a mirror. The sentry robot, which was 4 to 5 meters tall, collapsed to the ground. Clang clang clang. Lin Hao was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, several more sentry were beheaded by Lin Hao without any reaction. More than 100 sentry robots surrounding Lin Hao finally panicked, but they were so arrogant that they did not want to be frightened and defeated by Lin Hao. Besides, they still had a numerical advantage. Even if you use the human seed tactic, it will still kill Lin Hao, right? After making a decision, the heads of more than 100 sentries opened together, and the laser attacks quietly focused on Lin Hao. If the dozens of sentry just now are not enough, then there will be more than 100. They planned to crush Lin Hao with numbers. Soon, the laser attack rays were condensed, and hundreds of laser attack rays were fired at Lin Hao. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "This is interesting." Stepping into the void, Lin Hao flew into the sky, and sentries' rays followed suit. When it reached a certain height, more than 100 laser attack rays converged together, forming a laser attack ray with a diameter of 5 meters. Destructive energy fluctuations surged above it, and the destructive power of this laser attack ray was enough to level a mountain to the ground. The brightness of more than 100 laser attacks caught Stark's attention. He looked up in Lin Hao's direction and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, Mr. Lin is playing really crazy." Facing the laser attack launched by more than 100 sentry, even the proud Stark felt that he could not take this attack. He wanted to see how Lin Hao could resolve this crisis. Flying thousands of meters into the air, overlooking the laser attack ray that was rapidly chasing after him, Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. The energy hand knife in his right hand suddenly increased several times, from the original length of more than 1 meter to 7 or 8 meters in length. The energy of the reality stone contained in it is even greater. Under this situation, he obviously couldn't use turtle-style Qigong to fight back. After all, Stark, Wanda and others were down there. If he used turtle-style Qigong to fight back, he would probably bury them all together. "Come on, let me completely defeat your delusions." When Sentry's laser attack came through the clouds, there was lightning and thunder above his head. When a bolt of lightning rumbled across the sky, a brief light illuminated the sky, and Lin Hao suddenly rushed downwards. Soon, Lin Hao was in close contact with Sentry's laser attack. The energy knife on his right hand directly split the huge laser attack containing terrifying energy, like a kitchen knife cutting a watermelon. Phew! The sound of breaking wind sounded in Lin Hao's ears. Lin Hao rushed down at an extremely fast speed, and at the same time, the laser attack rays were split simultaneously with his steps. From Stark's perspective, this scene was extremely spectacular. In Stark's line of sight, he saw a long dark red energy hand knife, splitting the huge laser attack with a powerful force. With the background of lightning and thunder, it was very visually impactful. As the person involved, Lin Hao had deep eyes. He rushed down from an altitude of several thousand meters, and finally completely cut off the thunder attack rays, falling like a meteorite among the many sentries. The moment he landed, an energy shock wave spread out with Lin Hao as the center, and the 20 or 30 sentry robots around him were blown away by this energy shock wave. Now the sentry robots were completely shocked. This guy was not a human, he was a god. Mars. They had never seen such a powerful guy. Even if they gathered the power of more than 100 sentry, they still couldn't withstand Lin Hao's offensive. After landing, Lin Hao waved his knife, and more than a dozen sentry were instantly beheaded and killed. Facing such a powerful Lin Hao, the other sentry robots instantly lost their fighting spirit. No matter how they resisted, in the eyes of the man in front of them, they were like a mantis trying to block a car, overestimating their own capabilities. Sentry, who was originally unrivaled in the eyes of mutants, unexpectedly flew into the sky at this moment, running for his life in a panic. "Want to run away? Then you have to ask me if I can agree." Lin Hao naturally couldn't let them run away. He used Wukong to pursue them. Every time he dropped his sword, 1, 2 or even several sentry robots would fall. Seeing this scene, Stark's eyes twitched. This guy is crazy. Chapter 62. This scene is very funny. Lin Hao, holding an energy hand knife, chases sentry all over the sky, but their speed is far slower than Lin Hao. Even some sentry robots that luckily escaped more than 10 miles were still moved by Lin Hao in an instant and struck with a knife. Behead. 200. After getting rid of the last sentry who escaped, Lin Hao clapped his hands with satisfaction. He counted exactly 200. He didn't know what happened to Stark and Wanda. Back on the battlefield, there were only a dozen sentry robots left on the huge amounts of platform struggling to their death, and the entire platform was covered with sentry corpses. The battle with sentry is coming to an end here. With Lin Hao's entrance, the remaining sentry party members have no resistance. Until the end, Lin Hao eliminated a total of 215 sentry in this battle. Robots, plus the 5 from Midtown High School, that's 220 sentry robots. Congratulations to the host for completing the main battle mission. This time, a total of 220 sentries have been eliminated. Reward, 44,000 points, 440,000 combat power. Because the host successfully completed this combat mission, he received an additional reward from the system, Kyo Fist. Host, Lin Jackson. Combat Strength, 1.24 million. Points Balance, 59,800. The sound of the system came to his ears, and Lin Hao was very satisfied. The rewards obtained from this battle with Sentry were still considerable. Although the rewards brought by one Sentry robot were not very impressive, more than 200 robots combined, the reward was enough to make Lin Hao excited and satisfied. And the most important thing is that there is an additional reward of Kaioken. Kaioken is a unique skill taught to Sun Wukong by the North Kaio. It can even increase a person's combat power several times or even dozens of times in a short period of time. However, every time the Kaioken multiplier increases, the requirements for one's own body's ability to withstand will also be higher. Every time Sun Wukong uses Kaioken, his body will be seriously damaged, so this can be regarded as a double-edged sword. Until the critical moment, there is no need to use Kaioken. Kyo Fist is used more as a final trump card. After all, even the Super Blue Sun Wukong's body almost collapsed after using Kyo Fist 20 times. Lin Hao's current physical ability is still higher than that of Sun Wukong. The difference is more than a million miles. Is everyone okay? Lin Hao came back to his senses and asked. Both Stark and Wanda shook their heads. Although Wanda was not injured, her consumption was huge amounts of, and the 3 anti-sentry mechas were almost scrapped, but fortunately there were no casualties. It is worth mentioning that after this battle, Wanda's control over origin magic power has deepened. Lin Hao can clearly feel that Wanda's aura is a bit stronger than her before. Hearing that there was no movement outside, Magneto, Wolverine and the others came out of the cave. Looking at the bodies of Sentry everywhere, Magneto and the other 5 were extremely shocked. You actually killed all the Sentry. Magneto couldn't believe his eyes. 6 people killed more than 300 Sentry robots? And they didn't suffer any casualties. Man, you guys are awesome. Wolverine gave Lin Hao a heartfelt thumbs up. This was the deepest affirmation in his heart. Not to mention more than 300 Sentries, just 3 Sentries were enough to defeat all their mutants. Therefore, Lin Hao and others' actions, this achievement is enough to be recorded in the history of mutants. Thank you for your help, allowing mutants to avoid this disaster. Stormgirl and others all stood up and bowed slightly in the direction of Lin Hao and others, expressing their most sincere gratitude. It's just a little effort. After all, this matter concerns Wanda, so I took action. All Sentry should be gone. How you mutants will fight politicians in the future is all your business. As long as you don't disturb us, that's fine. Lin Hao waved his hand and said casually. If Wanda wasn't involved, he wouldn't bother to get involved. After all, he's not a superhero, and he doesn't have the ambition to defend the world and uphold justice. He just protects the people around him from harm. Anyway, it's you who saved the mutants. When I have time, I will come to express my gratitude in person. Professor X smiled while sitting in his wheelchair. Then I have to say something in advance. If you come empty-handed, I won't welcome you. When you are a guest, you must have the consciousness of being a guest. Lin Hao said with a joking smile. Hearing this, everyone laughed, and the tension and pressure just now disappeared, replaced by the joy after the disaster. It's time for us to leave. See you again later. After saying goodbye, Lin Hao, Stark, and Wanda were about to leave, when Magneto suddenly said, Wanda, wait. My father didn't set a good example for you in the past. I know that you and Pietro don't like me, and even hate me, but no matter what, I hope to see you again in the future. We will meet again. Right? After all, we are a family. When he said these words, Magneto's face trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with a father's longing for his children. Magneto, who has always been pretentious and arrogant, said these words, which touched Lin Hao's heart slightly. Magneto may not be a good father, but it cannot be said that he does not love his children. After all, blood is thicker than water. Da and Kuei-yin are both his biological children. If you say you don't miss them, it's all lies. Looking at Magneto's longing eyes, Wanda wanted to rush over and hug him tightly, but her body instinct refused her to do so. Perhaps it was because Wanda could not forgive Magneto for what he had done in the past. Let's do it. But Wanda's eyes were also red, and a drop of clear tear fell down. Wanda wiped the clear tear for a while. She wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say it. She just nodded lightly. Looking at the entangled Wanda, Lin Hao smiled helplessly. Eric, you know where we live. If you want to see Wanda and Pietro, you can come over at any time. Lin Hao said what Wanda wanted to say in her heart. Since Wanda couldn't say it, let him say it. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Magneto finally showed a smile. He waved and watched Lin Hao and others leave until they disappeared from sight, then he withdrew his gaze. Eric, Lin Jackson and Wanda are lovers, and your family has become stronger. Professor X said in a congratulatory tone. If that's really the case, then I'm relieved. This guy is very good. Magneto showed a pleased smile. If Wanda found an ordinary person as her boyfriend, Magneto would probably not be the first to agree, but if it was Lin Hao, then he will be very satisfied. Magneto's daughter should marry a powerful man, and Lin Hao just met his taste and standards. Chapter 63. Lost heavily. Stark building, looking at the 3 anti-sentry mechas on the verge of being scrapped in front of him, Stark said with some distress. He didn't feel sorry for the 3 anti-sentry mechas, but he felt sorry for the ionless used on them. That thing was too rare, and in this battle with Sentry, the ionless was also because it resisted too many Sentris. Attack resulting in exhaustion. If an infinite energy device is installed on it, theoretically speaking, does the Ion Free have infinite defense power? Lin Hao touched his chin and said thoughtfully. Infinite energy device? Mr. Lin, are you kidding? I'm afraid it's not possible to do this so far. Stark smiled. Infinite energy device is still too far away for him. What does it mean if an infinite energy device is really developed? Doesn't it mean that his nano armor can fight endlessly without having to worry about the energy carried by the armor itself? Once he has an infinite energy device, Stark's combat effectiveness will increase exponentially. An infinite energy device will be a huge improvement for the nano suit. Really? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean my people can't do it. Lin Hao had a confident smile on his lips. Stark was stunned and asked tentatively, you mean Dr. Gero? Your reaction is not too slow. I believe Dr. Gero can solve this problem. Number 16, Number 17, and Number 18, artificial humans with infinite energy, were all created by Dr. Gero. Even Cell, who once put Sun Wukong and others into despair, was also created by Dr. Gero. A mere infinite energy device should not be a problem for Dr. Gero. I can't guarantee that I can definitely research it, but please give me some time and I will try my best to research it. Dr. Gero said from the side. Well, I believe you can definitely figure it out. Lin Hao smiled calmly. Stark, this infinite energy device is just the reward for your help this time. Dr. Gero's ability is far less than what you know so far. He is much more powerful than you. Yes, even though I consider myself a genius, I must admit that Dr. Gero is better than me. Stark could not refute that the knowledge and technology possessed by Dr. Gero were several levels higher than his. You can study the matter of the infinite energy device on your own. I have to leave first. Saying goodbye, Lin Hao took Wanda back to the villa in Manhattan. As soon as he returned to the door of the villa, Lin Hao suddenly frowned and smelled an unusual smell. In the hall, the 3 Peters gathered together and seemed to be discussing something. As soon as Lin Hao and Wanda came in, they stopped the discussion immediately. What are you discussing? Lin Hao had a bright smile on his face. Although they concealed it very well, Lin Hao still noticed a trace of panic on Peter's face. Hey, Lin, Wanda, where have you been? We've been looking for you for several days. Peter stood up naturally and asked with a smile. Really? Why do I feel that something is wrong with you? Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, and Peter quickly defended, Lin, are you worrying too much? Is there something wrong with us? Isn't it good? Don't admit it. It doesn't matter. Lin Hao bypassed the 3 of them and walked straight to the innermost room of the villa. Peter and the 3 looked at each other and quickly followed. Crunch. As the door to the room opened, the American Captain Steve and S.H.I.E.L.D. Commander Fury who were in the room were suddenly shocked. Commander Fury was lying on the sofa, sweating profusely. There were still several blood stains on his body, but they had been bandaged. It looked like he had been shot several times. Steve was also a little embarrassed. Lin, they are. Peter, who was following closely, tried to explain, but Lin Hao waved his hand, no need to explain, I understand everything. It seems that Commander Fury is being hunted. Who in New York dares to hunt down the commander of S.H.I.E.L.D.? There is only one answer, and that is Hydra, which is lurking in S.H.I.E.L.D. and controls most of the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve, Commander Fury, long time no see, you seem a little miserable. Lin Hao walked over leisurely, and Steve frowned. Mr. Lin, if you think we are disturbing you, we can leave. Oh? So stubborn? If you want to leave, please do so. Lin Hao pointed to the door and said casually. Steve's face suddenly became embarrassed. Apart from here, there is almost no place for them in the vast New York. Once they leave here, they will continue to be hunted by Hydra. Fortunately, Peter, Harlem and Pietro came to help and they were temporarily safe. At this time, Commander Fury started to do it with difficulty. He raised his head and looked at Lin Hao. Mr. Lin, do you know Hydra? Lin Hao nodded. Yes, of course I know. To tell you the truth, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been controlled by Hydra. They plan to carry out large-scale massacres of people around the world who will threaten Hydra in the future. At least millions of people will be killed in this massacre. Fury's face was solemn. Steve and I are the last obstacle to their execution of this plan. Once we are killed, no one can stop them. Then what? What does this have to do with me? This is an internal matter of your SHIELD. It seems that I have no right or qualification to intervene. Lin Hao shrugged. To be honest, this matter had nothing to do with him. He didn't care about other people's affairs. Besides, couldn't Fury ask the Avengers for help? There was no need for him to intervene at all. Lin, didn't you hear? Millions of people will die. We can't sit idly by and do nothing. Peter, who has a sense of justice, lobbied on the sidelines, trying to persuade Lin Hao. You still think you guys haven't caused enough trouble? Lin Hao glared at him, and Peter quickly closed his mouth. Lin, but by helping Commander Fury, we have offended Hydra. Even if we stop intervening, Hydra will not let us go. Harry said. You guys really don't make people worry. Lin Hao could clearly perceive that more than 100 people had surrounded the villa. These people were all members of Hydra, but the identity they represented was SHIELD, an organization with almost the most power in the United States. Suddenly, Peter's pores stood up, which meant danger was coming. No, it's dangerous. Peter hurriedly reminded him. At this moment, Lin Hao pinched his fingers forward. At the same time, the sound of the window breaking was heard. There was an extra bullet between Lin Hao's index finger and thumb. The trajectory of the bullet happened to be Commander Fury's temple. Lin Hao looked in the direction of the bullet. On a building opposite, he saw a man with messy hair and a mask. Chapter 64. Can you finally take action? From the moment Lin Hao stepped into the room, he noticed Bucky opposite him. Seeing the bullet between Lin Hao's fingers, Commander Fury was so frightened that he was sweating profusely. Thanks. It's him. Steve picked up his shield and was about to chase him out, but Lin Hao stopped him. No need to chase, they are already at the door. After saying that, Lin Hao turned and left the room, followed closely by Peter and others. At the gate of the villa, more than a dozen police cars and hundreds of armed police officers surrounded the villa, and Wanda was confronting them. When Lin Hao and others arrived, Bucky had already arrived at the front. Seeing the opponent's battle, Lin Hao said calmly, I don't know what we have done. You want to surround this place? Bucky didn't say anything. A guy wearing this police officer's uniform came forward and said in a cold voice, I'm only going to say it once, hand over Fury and Steve, otherwise you'll be responsible for the consequences. Lin Hao walked forward, scratched his head and said, I remember that it is illegal to break into a private house, right? You are coming here to arrest people. Do you have an arrest warrant? If not, I will take you to court. Hearing this, the guy suddenly laughed. He walked up to Lin Hao, took out a piece of arrest warrant, put it in front of Lin Hao, and said coldly, see clearly, this is the arrest warrant. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows, took the arrest warrant and looked at it carefully, and then tore the arrest warrant into pieces while the guy stared blankly at him. You're looking for death. Upon seeing this, the police officer stared angrily, filled with murderous intent. Isn't it gone now? No matter who you are, no one can arrest people in my territory. Lin Hao was domineering. Are you kidding, just because this bunch of rotten fish and shrimps want to arrest people in Lin Hao's villa? Doesn't he want to lose face? Bucky, who was silent on the side, was too lazy to talk nonsense. After Lin Hao tore up the arrest warrant, his eyes narrowed and he rushed directly towards Lin Hao. His robotic arm clenched into a fist and smashed at Lin Hao angrily. A scumbag with a combat power of 5. Lin Hao didn't even look at Bucky as an overwhelming aura erupted. Bucky's whole body was knocked backwards by the aura before his fist could even land. Bucky may be considered a strong rival to Steve, but in his eyes, he is really just a scumbag with a combat power of 5. Bucky, who was knocked away, looked at Lin Hao in shock. Bucky sensed an extremely dangerous aura in him. Seeing Bucky taking action, the police officer couldn't sit still. He directly ordered, do it, anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. After receiving the order, more than 100 policemen who surrounded the villa opened fire. Da-da-da-da-da. Thousands of bullets were fired at Lin Hao and others at 360-degree angles. In such a dense hail of bullets, even if they had wings, they might not be able to escape. There was a sinister smile on the police officer's lips, anyone who dares to go against Hydra will die. However, the next second he was dumbfounded. I saw Lin Hao and Wanda's 5 people standing still. Lin Hao raised his palm slightly, and dark red light surged. When all the bullets entered within a radius of 5 meters of them, they all turned into ashes out of thin air and slowly fell to the ground. It's your business that Hydra wants to hunt down Fury and Steve, but why do you want to provoke me? The majestic murderous aura erupted from Lin Hao's body. Upon noticing this murderous aura, Bucky's pupils shrank. He turned around and ran away without even thinking about it. However, the police didn't know what was going to happen next. They stared at Bucky running away, at a loss. At the same time, dark red energy surged around Lin Hao. As Lin Hao activated the power of the Reality Stone, more than 100 police officers turned into dust almost instantly and blew away in the wind. I don't know whether those who oppose Hydra will die, but I know that anyone who provokes me will die. Lin Hao turned around and entered the villa and said, Peter, you guys get rid of all the police cars here and don't block the road. Peter and others were shocked. More than 100 policemen who were alive and well just now turned into dust under their eyes. It's getting harder and harder to see through Lin. Peter sighed, and Harry echoed, we will never be able to keep up with his pace. While Peter and Harry were sighing, Pietro had already disposed of all the police cars and looked at this wind-like man. Oh no, a light man. Pietro, you are so fast. Pietro smiled, thank you for the compliment. If Lin Hao would laugh to death hearing this, what's so bad about a man? He has to be faster? I've already dealt with the Hydra people outside. Lin Hao took out a fairy forest and threw it to Fury, and said, eat it. After you leave here, go to Stark and the others for help. I don't want to interfere with the internal affairs of SHIELD. Fury was startled, but he still swallowed the fairy forest that Lin Hao gave him. After swallowing the fairy forest, Fury's gunshot wound fully recovered in just a few seconds. This is the fairy forest that shocked the world? It's really incredible. Fury's face was full of shock. He didn't believe in the effect of Xianlin before and thought it was a hype. After he took it himself, he realized that it really had the effect of instantly restoring injuries. Fury got up from the sofa, Mr. Lin, Fury, owe you today, and I will pay you back when necessary in the future. Besides, maybe you'll never pay it back. Lin Hao's help today was purely moral help. If Peter and the others hadn't brought Fury and Steve here, he wouldn't have bothered to care about it. Lin Hao never did anything that was not beneficial, and today was an exception. After Bucky escaped, he returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. In Fury's office, Alexander Pierce was looking at the scenery leisurely, waiting for Bucky's good news. Suddenly, the office door opened and Bucky walked in hurriedly. Pierce turned around and saw that Bucky's face looked a little strange. He frowned and asked, what happened? Where are Fury and Steve? They are in a completely safe place now. Bucky's eyes were deep, we encountered a powerful enemy. You may not believe it. I am the only one who can come back out of the 150 people this time. The others were all reduced to ashes a second ago. If I take a step too late, I won't even be able to come back. Bucky, do you know what you are talking about? Faced with Bucky's words, Pierce only felt ridiculous. I know exactly what I'm talking about. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Bucky's face was solemn, this time we are facing an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. Listening to Bucky's confident tone, Pierce also realized the seriousness of the matter. But this is not a reason to hinder the pace of Hydra. No one can stop the pace of Hydra. It seems it's time to wake him up. Chapter 65. Who is he? Bucky asked confused. Do you know about mutants? Pierce asked back with a sly smile on his lips. I know a little bit. Is he the mutant you're talking about? Yes. Pierce walked back and forth, saying as he walked, strictly speaking, he is the ancestor of mutants. According to the information I have, his existence may have exceeded tens of thousands of years. In ancient Egypt thousands of years ago, he slept there during his last reincarnation. As long as we can wake him up, no one in the world can stop us, including the Avengers. His name is Ensabanor. Pierce's eyes are full of conspiracies, conspiracies to conquer the world, rule the world, and change the world. How can you guarantee that he will play for us? Bucky asked the most fatal question. If Sabanor is so powerful that even the Avengers can't stand up to him, how can Pierce get him to work for Hydra? How did you end up working for Hydra? Pierce smiled confidently and looked at Bucky. Hearing this, Bucky fell silent. He and Steve were once comrades in arms and best friends. They regarded Hydra as an enemy, but now he works for Hydra. It is indeed a bit ironic to say that, but now Bucky does not know about his past. I don't know. Bucky shook his head. Ha. Pierce laughed, Bucky, you don't need to know. What you need to do now is to take people to Cairo, Egypt, to wake up Ensabanor. I have arranged everything there, and leave everything else to me. That's it. Yes. In the room, Lin Hao's consciousness entered the system wall. Now he had nearly 60,000 points, so Lin Hao planned to see if there was anything worth redeeming. However, after shopping for a long time, Lin Hao couldn't find anything he liked. Some things were indeed tempting to him, but his current points were not enough to redeem them, and those with fewer points were of no use to him. Just when Lin Hao was about to exit the system wall, he suddenly had an idea. System, Sun Wukong's combat experience and fighting skills have a total of 8 stages, right? How many points are needed for each? He suddenly remembered, didn't he redeem Monkey King's boyhood combat experience and fighting skills at the beginning? As far as he knew, when he redeemed it, it was the first stage. The first stage required 500 points, so the second and third stages were even. How many points are needed for higher stages? Sun Wukong's combat experience and fighting skills are divided into 8 stages, namely, boyhood, youth, adulthood, Super 1, Super 2, Super 3, Super Saiyan God, and Super Blue. The points required for each stage are 500, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, 38,000, 70,000, 150,000, and 300,000. When you reach the 8th stage, you can upgrade to the ultimate freedom of mind by paying another 480,000 points. The sound of the system sounded, and Lin Hao suddenly had black lines all over his head. What a big pit! With his current 59,800 points, he can only upgrade to Super 1, which is the 4th stage. If he wants to continue to advance, he will need a huge number of points. And the more points you need, the more points you need. Lin Hao really didn't expect that Sun Wukong's combat experience and fighting skills were still a big pitfall. Wait, something seems wrong. You mean, after reaching the 8th stage and paying 480,000 points, you can upgrade to the ultimate freedom of mind? Lin Hao asked tentatively. Back to the host, yes. Then you mean that the ultimate intention Kung Fu can only be upgraded after the 8th stage, and cannot be redeemed by paying an additional 480,000 points? Is that so? The host's understanding ability is perfect. The system flattered him, but not only did Lin Hao not appreciate it, he even wanted to slap him. Originally, he thought that he only needed to save 480,000 points for the ultimate self-intention gong, but according to the current situation, he would not be able to get it without 1 million points. If the system were a person and stood in front of him, Lin Hao would punch him without hesitation. But now Lin Hao seemed to have no better way besides scolding him in his heart. Upgrade me to the 3rd stage. Lin Hao calmed down his desire to hit someone, but chose to upgrade to the 3rd stage first. After all, upgrading to the 3rd stage requires 15,000 points, so he only has less than 45,000 points left. If you upgrade to the 4th stage and spend another 20,000 points, it will be difficult to deal with any situation that needs to be exchanged for emergency items. So Lin Hao planned to keep the 45,000 points without spending them and keep them for later use. Anyway, the fighting experience and fighting skills of the adult Sun Wukong are enough for him at present. If he upgrades to Super 1, he may not be able to digest so much at one time. Congratulations to the host for successfully paying 15,000 points. Sun Wukong's combat experience and fighting skills have been upgraded to adulthood, the 3rd stage. Immediately afterwards, a huge amount of information poured into Lin Hao's mind. Fortunately, Lin Hao's combat power had exceeded 1 million, so he did not suffer from swelling and pain in his head. He accepted all the information poured into the system. These were all Sun Wukong's combat experience and fighting skills before he transformed into Super 1. Compared with his youth, he was undoubtedly much stronger. Similarly, although the upgrade did not directly increase Lin Hao's combat power, his current original strength is probably comparable to 1.5 million combat power. Comfortable. After fully accepting this huge information, Lin Hao took a deep breath. The feeling of becoming stronger was really wonderful. Wanda, Peter, Harlem, Pietro, it's time to start today's training. Lin Hao walked out of the room and continued to train Wanda and others. After all, the potential of the 4 of them is far beyond the current level, especially Wanda. If her origin magic power is fully developed, her strength will reach an extremely terrifying level. Egypt, Cairo. Bucky appeared here with a group of heavily armed S.H.I.E.L.D. troops. Their purpose was very clear, it was one of the alleys on the outskirts of Cairo. Pierce has all the information, and they are accompanied by a group of local Egyptian believers. They broke into a house. In the open space of the house, there was a bottomless hole, and they didn't know where it led. This is it. A guy next to Bucky said. Bucky's eyes were deep, he nodded slightly and waved his hand, go in. As Bucky and everyone filed in, a dozen people were left guarding the entrance of the cave. Chapter 66. Entering from the entrance of the cave, the tendency of the cave entrance has been to spread underground. After descending for about tens of meters, a group of people led by Bucky came to an underground cave. There were piles of rubble in the cave. Among the piles of rubble, there was a tower more than 10 meters high. Pyramids. The pyramids were covered with mysterious lines. Bucky took a closer look, then looked back at the group of believers. Are you sure this is where it is? Yes, this is where our God sleeps. As long as our gods can give us power, I believe we will have a very high status in the entire world. A believer vowed with a pious face. Come on, you'd better not play tricks on me, otherwise I will let you and your gods be buried together. Bucky said with cold eyes, his words full of warning. The believers did not respond, and then they spread out and began to pray. Great Almighty God, please give us strength. Give us our rights. Please give us light. The pyramids did not respond to the prayers of the believers. The prayer continued for several hours, but there was still no response from the pyramids. Bucky was almost impatient to wait. I doubt whether your God really exists. Bucky lost all his patience and grabbed a submachine gun from a boy next to him, pointing the empty muzzle at the believers. Bucky's move frightened the believers. They stopped praying and stared at Bucky warily. At this moment, a ray of sunlight shone in through the hole, shining directly on the pyramids. As the sunlight shone, the interior of the pyramids, which had not been moving before, actually emitted a golden light at this time, illuminating the top of the pyramids. Texture. Look. The believers showed excitement, and then they continued to pray. Bucky put down the gun in his hand and looked at the pyramids curiously. As time goes by, all the lines on the walls of the cave are lit up. At the same time, in the pyramids, Apocalypse slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, an extremely powerful aura suddenly burst out. Apocalypse raised his head slightly, grey-purple energy surged, lifting all the boulders pressing on him. Inside the cave, vibrations began to occur, and gravel continued to fall from the top of the cave. Bucky saw that something was wrong and hurriedly said, "Something's not right. Run! Quick!" The believers and the men brought by Bucky also panicked and fled in panic. However, due to the large number of people, more than a dozen people were still left in the cave forever. Boom! As soon as Bucky and others returned to the ground seemed to be shaken by an earthquake. There was a violent shaking and the house was crumbling. Lin Hao, who was far away in New York, also felt the shock. He was walking in the park with Wanda, Peter and others when suddenly a violent vibration struck, like an earthquake. Everyone in the park except the 5 of them was affected. Frightened. "There's an earthquake, run!" People ran away in panic, but after a shock, they calmed down again. "What's going on? Is it an earthquake?" Harry looked around. "No, it's not an earthquake." Lin Hao's eyes were deep. At the moment when the ground shook, an extremely powerful aura appeared in his perception. Even he could not compare with this aura. In other words, the owner of this aura was stronger than he is even stronger. The shock just now was caused by the birth of this aura, and the shock almost spread all over the world. This shows how strong this person is. Why is that? Peter was puzzled. A very powerful person was released, and the shock just now was caused by him. Lin Hao said. In the open space of the house, Bucky and others looked at the man in front of them with vigilant eyes. He was wearing armor and looked strange. He looked around curiously and said nothing. "Is he your god?" Bucky asked the surviving believers in a low voice. "Maybe, right." The believer is not very sure either. At this time, Pierce rushed in with a group of people. Looking at Tian Kai opposite, Pierce looked at the information in his hand and shouted excitedly, "Yes, it's him." "What's next?" Bucky asked. "Look at me." Pierce smiled confidently, and then he came to Tian Kai and said in a commanding tone, "Hey, Saboner, we woke you up, so you have to work for me now, otherwise we can wake you up, and the same can be done, let you go back to sleep." Apocalypse slowly looked at Pierce, looking at the smile on his face and the greed in his eyes. Apocalypse seemed to understand something. "Working for you." Tian Kai's voice was hoarse. "Yes, it seems that you understand ability quite well." Pierce smiled with satisfaction. "Follow me, let the world surrender under our feet, and let stupid people tremble under our feet. I never work for anyone, only others work for me." Tian Kai felt calm in his heart, and even wanted to laugh a little. "This world no longer belongs to me. I will destroy this world and create a world that belongs to me." "What did you say?" Hearing this, Pierce stared angrily. He waved his hand and Bucky and others raised their submachine guns. Then he said coldly, "It seems that you haven't figured out your situation yet. You only have one option now, and that is serve Hydra or I'll send you to hell." Extremely stupid. Apocalypse rolled his eyes and turned into pure white. Almost everyone in the open space turned into sand and fell to the ground, leaving only some stumps and broken arms. Only Bucky escaped this disaster. Pierce, who had just spoken nonsense about Apocalypse, was already a puddle of sand on the ground. Apocalypse looked at Bucky, the only survivor, and said hoarsely, "You are different from them, come here." Cold sweat broke out on Bucky's forehead, but now his instinct told him that the only way to survive was to follow Apocalypse, otherwise, Pierce would be a lesson to him. On the outskirts of a Polish town, there was a small house deep in the woods, and Magneto was sitting on a chair outside, reading a book and taking care of himself. After the battle with Sentry, Professor. After decades of fighting against ordinary humans, Magneto finally understood that unless all ordinary humans in the world were killed, the struggle between mutants and ordinary humans would never be fruitful. So he chose to retire. Magneto was reading a book, when suddenly a grey-purple energy appeared in front of him. The energy spread out, and a huge, strange-looking man wearing armor slowly walked out. Chapter 67. With him, there's Bucky. Magneto raised his head and looked at Apocalypse. "Friend, you may be looking in the wrong place." "No, you are wrong." Apocalypse stepped forward and walked slowly to Magneto. "Eric Lenscher, I'm here for you." "Who are you?" Magneto narrowed his eyes and stood up immediately. "Well, Saboner, God, Sun God, in my countless reincarnations, I have had too many names, it is no longer important. My child, I will ignite the fire of annihilation that will destroy mankind, uproot the civilization of this world, sow new seeds, and I will fulfill the mission of a new civilization." "That's very good, but that's your dream, not mine. My dream is to spend the rest of my life in tranquility." Magneto smiled softly. A few years ago, he might have been interested in Apocalypse. Fan Hua has the same view, but now. He has no fighting spirit, and the destruction or domination of mankind has nothing to do with him. No, we are the same kind of people. The new world belongs to us. Your talents are far more than this. I can stimulate your potential and make you more perfect. Tian Kai spread his hands and said softly. Thank you, but I don't think I need it anymore. Magneto declined. You'll need it. Apocalypse smiled calmly, and then his eyes suddenly turned pure white, and Magneto's eyes also turned pure white. At this moment, Magneto seemed to have lost his consciousness. Let us destroy this world together and create a world that belongs to us. Now it's right. Apocalypse smiled, he held Magneto's hand and put it on the ground, and whispered, Child, feel the metal hidden in the ground with your heart, feel the darkness underground, you will find that your power is enough to subvert the entire world. As Magneto's palm touched the ground, the next moment, the ground of the entire forest began to shake, and the sand formed a vortex. As Magneto's palm lifted up, the houses in the nearby town began to quickly fall apart, and with a mysterious wave the power floats in the air, forming rivers of gravel. Child, release your power and let this world created by humans turn into ruins, and we will create our own world on the ruins. Wanda, you stay at home and don't run around. I'm going out for a while, okay? In the villa, Lin Hao gave instructions and teleported to Professor X's Xavier Academy for Geniuses. Because he intervened in the war between mutants and Sentry, for mutants, the current world is not the world where Wolverine traveled to 1973 and reversed the future, but the original world that has not changed. Therefore, Apocalypse, which was supposed to wake up in 1978, has not woken up until now. After Apocalypse wakes up, he will definitely go to Professor X. As long as he obtains Professor X's mind control ability, he will control humans all over the world, including Lin Hao's parents and Peter. So when Tian Kai wakes up, Lin Hao can't stay out of it. Mr. Lin, why are you here? Lin Hao suddenly appeared in Professor X's office. He looked up suddenly, a little surprised. You should be able to feel the shock just now, right? Lin Hao didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the topic. Yes, there was a violent shaking just now. I thought it was an earthquake, but it only shook once, which is very strange. Professor X was also a little confused about where the shaking just came from. Apocalypse. Apocalypse. Professor X was a little confused. One thing I have to tell you is that you and Eric are not the first batch of mutants. Mutants already existed tens of thousands of years ago, and the ancestors of mutants are called Apocalypse. Immediately afterwards, Lin Hao told Professor X about Tian Kai in detail. The shock just now was caused by Apocalypse's awakening. His power is very powerful. Among you mutants, he is a level 5 mutant. Lin Hao said 1510. Professor. How strong would a mutant who has lived for tens of thousands of years be? You came to me not just to tell me this, right? Although Professor. Would you believe me if I said I was here to protect you? Lin Hao chuckled. Protect me? Why? Professor X didn't understand what Lin Hao meant. When did he need protection? Lin Hao pointed to his head, and Professor want to gain control of my mind? Is that so? That's pretty much it. Lin Hao said. But what does he want my mind control for? He has been reincarnated countless times, but he has not obtained the mutant ability of mind control. Maybe, but it's not as powerful as yours. Once Apocalypse obtains your mind control ability, then he can control everyone in the world, except me, of course. Impossible. Even if I have the blessing of the mastermind, it would be very difficult to control all humans around the world. Professor X shook his head in denial. In his opinion, this is simply impossible. It seems impossible to you, but from Apocalypse's point of view, it's easy. He can inspire every mutant's mutant ability to reach its peak. Lin Hao said calmly. After listening, Professor. What should I do? Everything is business as usual. I will keep an eye on Tian Kai. You don't have to worry about anything else. As long as he dares to come to the door, I will definitely let him come back. Even though Tian Kai was stronger than him, Lin Hao was not afraid at all. His true combat power was more than the 1.24 million on the surface. By the way, where's Eric? Lin Hao asked immediately. He's not here. Where is he? Lin Hao had a vague premonition that Magneto might have been taken over by Apocalypse. A small town in Poland. When Lin Hao arrived, the place had turned into ruins. Everything here showed that this was what Magneto said. The whole town was turned into ruins. It seems that I saved the professor, but not Magneto. Lin Hao frowned slightly. After Magneto's ability is inspired by Apocalypse, it will become extremely terrifying. However, Lin Hao was not worried. He had 10,000 ways to deal with Magneto, the most important of which was Professor X. After all, once his mind control was obtained by Apocalypse, Lin Hao could not stop him from controlling all mankind. Chapter 68. I arrived late. Eric should have been controlled by Apocalypse. In the world after reversing the future in his previous life, Magneto followed Apocalypse because his daughter and wife were killed and hatred occupied his heart. However, the Magneto of this world is not the Magneto whose heart is occupied by hatred. It can be seen from the woods where he retired to live in seclusion in a small Polish town that Magneto has given up everything now. Only by using control methods can Apocalypse make Magneto follow him and work for him. I can find him. Professor. Professor X then went to the Master Brain room, preparing to find Magneto through the Master Brain. Why can't I suddenly feel their breath? Lin Hao murmured that just now he was going to find Apocalypse and Magneto through perception aura. With the strength of the two of them, the aura must be very powerful, but Lin Hao did not perceive it on a global scale. Could it be that Apocalypse has hidden their auras? In this case, Professor X can only use the mastermind and his mind control ability to find Magneto. Everyone came to the main brain room. As Professor, the originally dense crowd of people turned into only a few. The blue figures are ordinary people, while the red figures are mutants. It can be seen that after centuries killing, there are not many mutants left on the earth. Eric, I know you can hear me. A few minutes later, Professor X looked forward and seemed to be talking to himself. In fact, he has already contacted Magneto. Charles. Magneto, who was in New York, smiled strangely. Originally, we planned to find you next, but you found it yourself. Eric, what are you going to do? This world belongs to mutants, Charles. Only by joining us can we move towards a better future. This world belongs to mutants. Humans should not exist in the world. We will eliminate humans and everything about them and create a world that belongs to mutants' world. Magneto's eyes are full of ambition. Charles, thank you for letting me enter your thoughts. At this time, Tian Kai on the side also felt Professor X's thoughts. As his eyes turned into pure white, Professor X's eyes also changed into pure white. Who are you? Professor X was suddenly sweating profusely, and his expression gradually became painful. Charles. Sensing Professor. What should we do? Mystique asked hurriedly. Take off the mastermind. The Storm Girl next to her was about to take off the Master Brain by force, but as soon as her hand touched the Master Brain, sparks suddenly flew out. It seems history is repeating itself. Lin Hao sighed helplessly. Before things got completely out of control, the only thing he could do now was destroy the mastermind. More than a dozen rounds of Qigong bombs hit the wall of the main brain chamber. Lin Hao directly blasted a hole in the wall of the main brain chamber. With a burst of sparks, the main brain finally stopped functioning. After destroying the mastermind, Professor X fell into a coma. Lin Hao gave him a fairy to swallow, and Professor Charles, how is it? Where is Eric? Mystique asked quickly. She was still very concerned about Magneto. Let's go out first and then talk. Lin Hao and others exited the main brain room. Professor X calmed down and then said, he is in New York. New York? Where in New York? Hearing this, Lin Hao suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Manhattan. The situation is not good. Wanda and Pietro are in Manhattan. Their Apocalypse is taking Magneto to find Wanda and Pietro. With their mutant abilities, once they are inspired and controlled by Apocalypse, the situation will be difficult to control. What did you say? Hearing this, Professor X and others stared. Lin Hao was too lazy to talk nonsense to them. The moment he sensed Wanda's aura, Lin Hao teleported back to Manhattan, New York. At this time, Manhattan was almost in ruins. Wanda was fighting Magneto, and Peter and Harry were lying on the ground, unconscious. Lin Hao turned his eyes and saw Apocalypse and Pietro on the top floor of a tall building. At this time, Apocalypse was looking at Wanda, who was fighting Magneto in front of him. Fascinating power. Apocalypse raised his eyebrows as he took a fancy to Wanda's origin magic power. Apocalypse was immersed in Wanda's origin magic power when suddenly a white light came into his sight. He turned around and saw a powerful turtle-style Qigong blasting straight towards him. The power of ignorance. As Apocalypse finished speaking, a protective shield enveloped him and Pietro. Turtle School Qigong blasted onto the protective shield, but was directly absorbed by the protective shield. Yo! Lin Hao raised his eyebrows. Turtle-style Qigong didn't work? This is the first time he has encountered such a situation. Apocalypse is indeed strong. Eric. Apocalypse didn't seem to want to continue to entangle with Lin Hao and Wanda here. He said hello, and Magneto immediately left the battlefield and returned to Apocalypse's position. Immediately afterwards, the grey-purple energy field enveloped the three of them and then disappeared. The three of Apocalypse also disappeared on the rooftop. Lin Hao didn't intend to chase them. Tian Kai had blocked all their breaths. He didn't know where Tian Kai went back, but Lin Hao guessed that their next target should be Professor X. Wanda, how are you? Lin Hao took Wanda next, and she looked a little tired. I'm fine. Where is Pietro? Wanda took a deep breath, and she was still thinking about her brother until now. He was taken away. Let's go back first. Lin Hao stuffed a fairy forest into Peter and Harry respectively, and they woke up from their coma. Tell me, what happened just now? Lin Hao asked in the living room of the villa. Wanda recounted what had just happened in detail. An hour ago, Apocalypse and Magneto came here. Magneto wanted to persuade Wanda and Pietro to join their lineup, but Wanda clearly felt that before her eyes Magneto is no longer the father she is familiar with. Then the two sides started fighting. Under the command of Apocalypse, Magneto stopped Wanda, while Apocalypse easily knocked down Peter and Harry, and then controlled Quicksilver. And due to the fierce battle between Wanda and Magneto, a large area of Manhattan was turned into ruins. Chapter 69. Lynn, it's all our fault for not protecting Pietro. We're holding back. Peter and Harry's faces were full of self-blame. Although Harry's strength had greatly increased since he swallowed the venom, facing the ancestor of mutants like Apocalypse, his little strength was not enough. It was reasonable that he couldn't defeat Apocalypse. You don't have to blame yourself. The opponent this time is too strong. I understand that you can't beat him. Lin Hao waved his hands without any intention of blaming them. Not to mention the current little Spider-Man, even if Peter's spider ability is fully awakened, he may not be able to defeat Apocalypse. What should we do now? Pietro has been captured, we have to rescue him. Peter gritted his teeth. After a year of getting along, Pietro has completely integrated into the group of them. Now Pietro is taken by Apocalypse. Go, Peter naturally won't sit idly by. I must save, but I don't want to save blindly. Lin Hao said lightly. What do you mean? Harry was confused. I don't have time to explain so much to you now, let's go first. Lin Hao then teleported to Xavier Academy for Geniuses with Wanda, Peter, and Harry. Fortunately, Professor X was still there. It seemed that Apocalypse did not come here directly after leaving Manhattan. Lin, Wanda. Professor X turned to look at Peter and Harry, who are these two? Hello, I'm Peter Parker. Harry Osborn. Peter went up to shake hands with Professor. After a brief acquaintance, Professor X then asked, Lin, have you found Eric? Found it, but Pietro was also taken away by them. I guess their next target is you. Lin Hao muttered, I'm not worried about Eric and Pietro. What I'm worried about now is that once UF ability is taken away by Apocalypse, the world will be destroyed and mankind will return to the Stone Age. Lin Hao is very clear about Apocalypse's ambitions and goals. Professor X's mind control ability must not be taken away by Apocalypse. Everything else is easy to talk about. Mr. Lin, are you being a little too alarmist? Is it as serious as you say? Mystique was dubious. To be honest, she didn't quite believe Lin Hao's words. No, maybe he is right. Professor X shook his head. He had no doubts about Lin Hao's words. It seems that things are a bit bad, almost beyond the scope of our ability. Wolverine frowned. It's beyond the scope of your ability. In his previous life, when Jean Grey was still alive, mutants could defeat Apocalypse with the help of her Phoenix power. Now in this world where there is no reversal of the future, Jean Grey is no longer around, and no matter how many mutants there are, they will not be able to defeat Apocalypse. It's an ant. With Wanda's current level of control over origin magic power, she may not be a match for Apocalypse, but if she breaks out, Apocalypse will be in trouble. Are you looking down on us? I admit that you helped the mutants eliminate Sentry, but that's not why you deny our strength. Mystique stood in front of Lin Hao unconvinced and looked at Lin Hao arrogantly. Lin Hao smiled calmly, I'm not looking down on anyone, but I'm telling the truth. If you're not convinced, you can show me how to defeat Tiankai, and then I'll recognize your strength. Mystique. Behind him, Professor X shouted to Mystique in warning. I will prove it. Because of Professor X, Mystique said coldly and stood back behind Professor X. Buzz. Suddenly, a grey-purple energy field suddenly appeared out of thin air, the energy field opened, and Apocalypse, Magneto and Pietro appeared in everyone's sight. The three people from Tiankai stepped out together, and those who came were evil. Now's your chance to prove it. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows and made a gesture. The Apocalypse couldn't have come at a better time. The arrogant Mystique was naturally unwilling to admit defeat. She pulled out a dagger and rushed directly towards Tiankai and the others. Boom. However, before she was halfway through the charge, and no one even saw clearly what was happening, Mystique was hit hard, flew backwards, hit the wall hard, vomited blood and was injured. Hey, I advise you to stay away from us. Pietro stood there and said with a smile. What happened? Wolverine looked confused. That's Pietro's variant ability, supersonic speed. Lin Hao explained casually. Pietro, what are you doing? Come back. Wanda shouted anxiously. She might be able to ignore Magneto, but she couldn't sit idly by and watch Pietro. However, Pietro acted as if he hadn't heard anything and completely ignored Wanda. It's useless, now he only listens to my orders. Tiankai smiled proudly, Eric. Then Magneto stretched out his hand and pulled Professor X, who was sitting in a wheelchair, quickly sliding towards Apocalypse. I'm afraid you won't be able to rob someone so easily in front of me. Lin Hao grabbed Professor. Seeing this, Magneto increased his intensity again, and Lin Hao fired a Qigong bomb at Magneto, forcing Apocalypse to rescue him. Interesting guy, but unfortunately you are no match for us. Apocalypse took his time, and then he winked at Pietro next to him. The next moment, Lin Hao felt his fingers move. He looked closely again, and at some point, his hand had let go of Professor X's wheelchair, and Professor X appeared on the opposite side. Huh? Control the flow of time? It seems you have activated Pietro's ability. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows. Pietro would never be able to kidnap Professor. Apocalypse did not respond to Lin Hao, but disappeared again with Magneto and others. Charles. Storm Girl chased after her, only the empty corridor was waiting for her, and there was no one there. No need to chase, they have already left. Lin Hao waved his hand. Even though he was guarding Professor X, Apocalypse still took Professor, he absolutely cannot take Professor X away under his nose. The main battle mission begins, defeat and destroy Apocalypse, reward, 30,000 points, choose one of 2 natural teeth. Punishment for mission failure, retrieval of teleportation. Immediately afterwards, the system's voice came to Lin Hao's ears, and the main battle mission he was looking forward to was long overdue. It seems that his battle with Apocalypse is inevitable. Not to mention whether Apocalypse will destroy the world, just because he controls Pietro Lin Hao, he cannot sit idly by. Mr. Lin, I admit that we are not his opponent. Please forgive me for my rudeness just now. I beg you to help us rescue Charles. Can you? Chapter 70. Mystique stood up from the ground, with a pleading tone in her voice. Lin Hao was not stingy enough to care about her that much, but now he didn't know where Tian Kai had gone. I need your help to find where they are. Is it difficult? No matter how difficult it is, we will definitely find it. Leave this matter to us. Storm Girl said firmly from the side. Lin Hao nodded slightly. Get ready, let's go to defeat Tian Kai together. Lin Hao originally only wanted to take Wanda with him. After all, except for Wanda, the others were basically useless, but when it came to things like Professor, Peter, and Harry, of course, needless to say, they will definitely go too. If that's the case, then we might as well go together. Multiple people can also help. He can stop Apocalypse, Wanda can stop Magneto, and the rest are responsible for solving Pietro and Winter Soldier, plus rescuing Professor X. Then the problem came again. Only the Master Brain of Xavier Genius Academy can conduct global searches, and the Master Brain can only be used by people like Professor X who have super mind control ability. And the most important thing is that in order to solve Professor How destroyed the main brain room again, and finding Tian Kai's whereabouts became a problem again. Lin, maybe we can ask S.H.I.E.L.D. to help find it. Harry suggested when Wolverine and the others frowned. Yes, I remembered it when Harry said it. Doesn't S.H.I.E.L.D. have a mothership flying in the sky? That thing should be able to conduct a global search. Peter also suddenly realized. Then what are you waiting for? Go find S.H.I.E.L.D. now. There's no need to trouble others. The Master Brain is not only available to professors. Lin Hao smiled mysteriously, he already had a plan in mind. Who else can use it? Lin Hao turned to look at Wanda, and everyone was confused. Can Wanda use the Master Brain? Of course, in addition to origin magic power, Wanda also has the ability to control the mind. Wanda nodded slightly, yes, but I don't use it often. Oh, well, I didn't see that before, Wolverine teased. Well, even if Wanda can use the Master Brain chamber has been destroyed just now. It will take a long time to repair it. We don't have so much time to repair the Master Brain. Yes, the current situation is urgent. After Apocalypse captures Professor X, he will definitely transfer his soul as soon as possible. There is no extra time to repair the main brain chamber. Lin Hafeng King Yin smiled lightly and said, this is not a problem. Everyone was confused and didn't understand what Lin Hao meant. Did he mean to say that he would be able to fix the Master Brain soon? The Master Brain is the cutting-edge technology in today's world. There is only one of them on the entire planet. They are the only ones who are familiar with the Master Brain's programs. Even if the world's top hackers are invited, they may not be able to fully understand this thing in a short time. Lin Hao didn't explain much. He just disappeared from everyone's sight with a hiss, and came back with a hiss the next second. The people in Mystique were stunned for a moment. Only this time there was one more person. Dr. Gro. Mystique, open the Master Brain chamber. Mystique rolled her eyes speechlessly, and then she turned into Professor X. Through the eye mask scan, the main ventricle slowly opened. Dr. Gro, how long do you need? Lin Hao asked. 10 minutes. Dr. Gro said confidently, and then stepped into the main brain chamber. Mr. Lin, where did you find this magic stick? It doesn't look very reliable. Storm Girl looked at Dr. Gro who slowly walked into the Master's brain room with doubt, and said suspiciously. Lin Hao did not explain too much. As Dr. Gero entered the main brain chamber, everyone waited quietly for nearly 10 minutes. The door of the main brain chamber opened again, and Dr. Gero slowly walked out. Has it been repaired? Storm Girl couldn't believe it and asked quickly. The procedure is a little more complicated than I thought, otherwise it wouldn't take so long. The corners of Dr. Gro's lips raised proudly, and Mystique and others quickly entered the main ventricle. At this time, the main ventricle became bright again. Although there was still a hole in the wall, it was barely usable. I can't believe it. Storm Girl walked out with a face full of shock. Mr. Lin, where did you invite the god from? He actually repaired it. I was short-sighted just now. He is my boss, I am always on call for him. Dr. Gro explained himself. Well, I did a good job this time. I'll treat you to a big meal some other time when I'm free. Lin Hao smiled with satisfaction, and then sent Dr. Gru back to Stark Building. Mr. Lin, I don't know that you have such a powerful person under your command. I want to hire him to work at Xavier Genius Academy. What do you think of Mr. Lin? Storm Girl came up and whispered in Lin Hao's ear. You want to hire Dr. Gro? I'm afraid you can't afford it. Lin Hao said seriously. Money is not an issue, Mr. Lin, just make a price. Then you have to tell Stark. Except when I call him when needed, he works at Stark's place the rest of the time. Lin Hao said lightly. Is that Stark who calls himself Iron Man? Storm Girl was shocked upon hearing this. Yes. Forget it, I can't compete with him. Storm Girl shook her head and gave up after thinking about it. Although Professor. While Storm Girl was chatting with Lin Hao, Wanda had finished using her mastermind and came out. Lin Hao stepped forward and asked, Wanda, have you found it? Well, they're in Paris, and it's in ruins. Let's go there now. Immediately after everyone started to set off, Lin Hao and Wanda had the ability to fly and did not need to fly, but the rest of them had to fly. Xavier Academy for Geniuses had a fighter plane. Peter, Harry, Wolverine, Storm, and Mystique were responsible for taking the plane. It was not too far from Xavier Academy for Geniuses to Paris. With Lin Hao and Wanda's speed, they could get there in 10 minutes. Originally, Lin Hao wanted to take everyone there directly using teleportation, but he had never been to Paris. At the same time, he could not sense any breath there and could not locate Paris, so he had no choice but to fly there. Soon Lin Hao and Wanda arrived outside Paris first. Looking from a distance, Paris has become a ruin. In the center of Paris, stands the pyramids, which is hundreds of meters high. The famous Eiffel Tower in Paris. The Iron Tower has long disappeared. Over Paris, countless metals formed rivers suspended in the air, and the sky was obscured by dark clouds. The entire Paris seemed to be in a doomsday situation. When Lin Hao and Wanda arrived in Paris, Magneto, who was suspended in the air and controlled the metal in the city, opened his eyes, and Pietro and Bucky, who were on the ground in front of the pyramid's door, all looked at Lin Hao and Wanda. You are finally here. Chapter 71. The speaker was Winter Soldier Bucky. He was waving his mechanical arm and his eyes were filled with fierce murderous intent. Where's the professor? Lin Hao asked calmly. You'll be able to see him soon, it's just his body. Bucky said grimly. After that, Bucky took out a submachine gun and fired at Lin Hao and Wanda. Lin Hao raised his hand, dark red energy surged in his palm, and all the bullets turned into foam and floated into the sky. Since when have you used something that has no lethality? Really? Then let you taste my fist. Bucky threw away his submachine gun and rushed towards Lin Hao. His mechanical arm clenched into a fist, and he punched Lin Hao in the face like a mountain. Lin Hao could clearly perceive that Bucky's strength had greatly improved compared to when he was in Manhattan. His strength should have been inspired by Apocalypse. Fighting against the fifth scum is fighting against the fifth scum. No matter how hard you try to stimulate your potential, you will still fight against the fifth scum. Lin Hao didn't panic. When Bucky's fist was about to fall, Lin Hao slowly raised his palm and easily grabbed Bucky's fist. What? Bucky's pupils shrank and he looked at Lin Hao in disbelief. His proud fist was actually blocked by Lin Hao like this? Bucky tried hard to withdraw his fist, but Lin Hao's hand clamped his fist tightly like a pair of iron pliers. He used all his strength but could not move at all. Lin Hao stretched out his other hand, and the pure white Qigong bombs condensed into shape instantly. Lin Hao pressed the Qigong bombs against Bucky's belly. At this moment, Bucky's pupils shrank again. No. Joker, please stop being embarrassed here and just lie down. Boom. Immediately, the Qigong bomb let go and blasted Bucky thousands of meters away, regardless of whether he was dead or alive. I advise you to leave now, otherwise I will send you to hell. Pietro seemed to have never seen Bucky, who was blown away by Lin Hao. He looked straight at Lin Hao and Wanda, with a warning in his words. Wanda, are you confident in defeating your father? Lin Hao said without turning his head. Well, if we really fight, I can't lose to him now. Wanda nodded lightly. This is the result of Lin Hao's training in the past year. If Wanda lets go now, even if she is a mutant inspired by Apocalypse abilities, Magneto may not be her opponent. Unlike a year ago, Magneto could easily defeat Wanda. The Wanda of today is no longer the Wu Xiaoman of yesterday. Go ahead and beat your dad. Lin Hao cheered Wanda, but why did his words sound a bit awkward? Wanda nodded, she activated her flying ability and flew directly to Magneto. Lin Hao was about to take action when Wolverine and others arrived late in their fighter jets. Mystique, you go in and rescue the professor, and you don't have to worry about the outside. Lin Hao confessed that Mystique also knew that they could not help much here. The only thing they could do now was to go in and find Professor X and rescue him. Oh, maybe you can't go in. Pietro moved slightly, and all 5 members of Mystique flew out simultaneously, unable to even step into the pyramid's gate. I can't let you in, otherwise I will be punished. Pietro touched his nose, feeling proud, when suddenly a fist hit him hard in the face. Thump! Pietro fell directly into a pile of rubble, with smoke and dust flying everywhere. Your opponent is me, don't be distracted. The punch just now was delivered by Lin Hao. After knocking Pietro away with one punch, Lin Hao continued to pursue, followed by more than a dozen Qigong bombs. Boom! 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 The Qigong bomb exploded, the pile of rubble was blown to pieces, and smoke billowed. Taking advantage of this moment, the 5 Mystiques stood up again and quickly slipped into the pyramids. Pietro emerged from the smoke with a disgraced face. He patted the dust on his body and looked at Lin Hao with cold eyes. Okay, I'll deal with you first and then I'll deal with those others. As soon as he finished speaking, Pietros unleashed his supersonic speed and attacked Lin Hao like a gust of wind and rain. Lin Hao curled his lips and stood there. Pietro was so fast that only after images were left. However, every time Pietro attacked, Lin Hao resisted them all. Whoosh! In just a few seconds, Pietro launched no less than 100 attacks, but Lin Hao was not harmed at all. How is it possible? You can actually keep up with my speed. Pietro returned to the place and looked at Lin Hao in disbelief. He had never seen anyone keep up with his speed, and under such a dense offensive, he was blocked by Lin Hao without missing a beat. Got it. The speed you are so proud of is worthless to me. Lin Hao glanced at him. In the Marvel world, Pietro's speed was indeed the fastest, but in front of Lin Hao, his speed was just that. And after arriving here, he was almost able to perceive Pietro's aura. It was not difficult for Lin Hao to predict Pietro's attack point based on the direction of the aura. How about it? Use your ability to control the flow of time, otherwise you have no chance of winning. Lin Hao hooked his fingers, which was extremely provocative. Okay, that's as you wish. Pietro pressed his fingers, and the joint bones crackled. The next second, he moved. Starting from this moment, the time flow rate in the surrounding area is controlled, and the movement of all materials in this area is greatly restricted. Movements that could normally be completed in 1 second now take longer. Within this area, only Pietro's movement has no impact at all, and he can even use his supersonic speed here. Lin Hao was also restricted. At this time, Lin Hao's eyes were still looking forward, and Pietro had already arrived in front of him. Pietro patted Lin Hao's face and said, "How are you? Can you still keep up with my speed now?" Puff. Then Pietro punched Lin Hao in the face, and Lin Hao was knocked away. Pietro dodged, came to the position where Lin Hao was knocked away, and punched Lin Hao in the face again. Puff 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 puff. After a few more punches, Lin Hao was toyed with by Pietro. Soon Pietro got tired of playing with him. He picked up a sharp steel bar from the ground, filled with murderous intent. "I won't play with you anymore, I'll finish you off. Now, I still have to deal with those annoying guys." After saying that, Pietro raised the sharp steel bar and stabbed it straight into Lin Hao's heart. However, just when he was about to pierce Lin Hao's heart, Lin Hao's figure suddenly disappeared. What? Pietro couldn't believe what he saw. The next moment, Lin Hao appeared on his right side and punched Pietro hard in the face. Chapter 72. After being punched by Lin Hao, the area where Pietro controlled the flow of time was also broken, and the flow of time in the vicinity returned to normal. Pietro rolled on the ground several times, and finally rolled into a pile of rocks. Pietro crawled out in disgrace, choking on the dust several times. Why is this happening? You are not affected. After recovering, Pietro's eyes were filled with disbelief. He obviously controlled the flow of time in the entire nearby area, so how could Lin Hao suddenly fight back against him? Want to know? Lin Hao smiled strangely. You will know if you try again. Arrogant guy, watch me knock you down. Pietro really didn't believe this evil. In the area where he controlled the flow of time, it was impossible for anyone else besides him to move freely. Immediately afterwards, Pietro moved and used control of the flow of time again. The movement of matter within a few hundred meters of the surrounding area was affected, as if he had reached the event horizon of a black hole, and the flow of time became extremely slow. This time, Pietro didn't intend to give Lin Hao any chance to fight back. He directly used supersonic speed, grabbed a sharp steel bar, and stabbed Lin Hao straight into the neck. He planned to kill Lin Hao with one blow. I'll see how you hide this time. A confident smile appeared on Pietro's lips. In the area where the flow of time slows down, coupled with his supersonic speed, almost no one in this world can beat him. At least that's what Pietro thought. Seeing Lin Hao getting closer and closer, Pietro's face gradually became ferocious, his eyes flashed with cold light, and his murderous intent was revealed. Call out. With the sound of breaking wind, the steel bar penetrated Lin Hao's neck, but what penetrated was an after-image. The moment he realized it was an afterimage, Pietro's body tensed up instantly. Clang! The next moment, there was a clanging sound from Pietro's head, and a buzzing sound filled his head. He fell out in the posture of a dog chewing mud, and rolled on the ground for dozens of meters before stopping. Don't you understand yet? Lin Hao came to Pietro, stared at him condescendingly, and said coldly, you can control the flow of time, but I can jump time. I could jump time by 0.1 seconds, but after you control the flow of time, within the area, these 0.1 seconds become very long, and I have enough time to counterattack you. I lost. Hearing this, Pietro could hardly believe his ears. He said how could Lin Hao still be able to move freely in his territory? It turned out that he could jump back in time. He had to admit that in front of Lin Hao, his mutant ability became useless. When he was at Xavier Academy for Geniuses, Professor. So when facing Pietro this time, he was already prepared to use the flash time kung fu at any time. Lie down peacefully. Lin Hao knocked out Pietro with a knife, and then he spent 600 points to exchange for a drop of super holy water, which he dripped from the corner of Pietro's mouth. Now Pietro's consciousness is controlled by Apocalypse. Apart from Apocalypse, only this super holy water can restore his independent consciousness. Otherwise, as long as Apocalypse is willing, he will be Apocalypse's puppet in his life. Lin Hao felt a little pain after spending 600 points. The first time he redeemed the super holy water, he only needed 300 points to exchange for one drop, but the second time he redeemed it, it actually increased to 600 points, and every time he redeemed it, the points required would increase. Double, that is to say, the next time Lin Hao redeems super holy water, he will need 1200 points, and the next time it will be 2400 points. Although super holy water is a divine item, the doubling of points every time you redeem it is too cheating. It seems like points can't be spent carelessly. Lin Hao murmured to himself that he would have to exchange another drop for Magneto later. After the entrance of the super holy water, a wisp of black smoke soon emitted from Pietro's body. The black smoke dissipated, and Pietro regained consciousness. After waking up, Pietro looked around. Facing the unfamiliar environment, Pietro scratched his head and asked, Brother Lin, where is this place? Why am I here? Lin Hao briefly told him what happened, and Pietro finally understood the current situation. After telling Pietro, Lin Hao looked at the sky on the other side. The battle between Wanda and Magneto had entered a fierce stage. Magneto was controlling the metal in the sky to pour towards Wanda, while Wanda was using her origin magic power to fight. The endless flow of metal and the endless flow of origin magic power are engaged in a life and death struggle. Sister, come on. Hit Eric. Pietro looked on emotionally. Hey, Eric is your father, and you treat him like this. Lin Hao glanced at him and teased. Although he is my father, in my heart, my sister is more important than him, so I still hope that my sister can defeat him. Pietro answered confidently. Lin Hao's head was full of black lines and he really couldn't understand this family. Pietro's expectations were correct. Between metal and origin magic power, it was obvious that Wanda's origin magic power was superior. In the end, origin magic power annihilated all Magneto's metal. The huge origin magic power hit him head-on. Magneto in the sky. Clang clang clang. The moment Magneto was blasted away by the origin magic power, all the metal originally suspended in the air fell down, like a metal rain. After defeating Magneto, Wanda also became weak due to excessive use of origin magic power, and her delicate body fell weakly from the air. Go find your father, and I'll pick up Wanda. After saying something to Pietro, Lin Hao quickly flew over and caught Wanda, who was about to fall from the air to the ground. At this time, Wanda's face was a little pale, and it seemed that the confrontation with Magneto just now had taken a great toll on her. Lin, I did it, I won. Lying in Lin Hao's arms, Wanda showed a smile of joy. Magneto, who was once unbeatable to her, Wanda finally won today. This was indeed something that made her happy. Well, I saw it, you did a great job. Lin Hao smiled happily, kissed Wanda gently on the cheek, and then took her back to the door of pyramids. At this time, Pietro had retrieved Magneto. At this time, Magneto was in a miserable state, with scars all over his body, and his man was also in a coma. You take a good rest and regain your strength. I'll go help Eric. Lin Hao then spent another 1200 points to exchange for a drop of super holy water. After taking the super holy water, Magneto finally regained his consciousness. However, at this moment, 5 figures suddenly flew out from the door of pyramids. Chapter 73. Plop. Plop. The 5 people who flew out were surprisingly the 5 people Wolverine and Peter who had previously entered the pyramids. After they flew out, Apocalypse slowly walked out. Only Professor X is missing. Pissed. Peter fell to Lin Hao's feet. He covered his chest and vomited a mouthful of blood. This guy is perverted. Peter, where is the professor? Professor X was nowhere to be seen, Lin Hao asked hurriedly. Judging from the current situation, Peter and the others seem to have failed. Could it be that Apocalypse has already transferred souls with Professor X? However, Apocalypse has remained the same. The professor is still inside. We prevented Tian Kai's soul from transferring and almost died in his hands. Just stop it, then leave it to me. Hearing this, Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was still under his control. As long as Apocalypse did not successfully transfer his soul with Professor X, everything would be easy to handle. Apocalypse faced Lin Hao and his group alone without any trace of panic. He slowly looked at Magneto, then turned to Pietro, and said in a hoarse voice, "It seems that you are no longer mine." As strong as Apocalypse, he naturally felt that the control he exerted on Magneto and Pietro had been lifted. Anyone who dares to block my steps will fall into the abyss forever. Apocalypse opens his arms, shouts to the sky, and a strong momentum sweeps across. Hey, you big Chuyunibio, what are you yelling about here? What matters now is not who has the loudest voice, but whose fists are strong enough. Lin Hao raised his eyes and said mockingly. Tian Kai looked at Lin Hao slowly, filled with murderous intent. It seems that you are their leader, let me see how hard your fist is. As you wish. Before he finished speaking, Lin Hao had already arrived in front of Tian Kai, and punched Tian Kai in the face with a fist carrying terrifying power. Then Lin Hao seemed to transform into several duplications, and carried out a violent blow to Tian Kai's whole body. Attack! Bang bang bang! Tian Kai stood still, silently enduring Lin Hao's attack. In just a few seconds, Lin Hao punched Tian Kai more than 100 times, but this had no impact on Tian Kai at all. Lin Hao's attacks seemed to tickle him. Is this all you have? Tian Kai tilted his head and glanced casually. Lin Hao was pushed back by an invisible force, and finally embedded in the wall behind him. It was just a warm-up exercise, now the real show begins. Lin Hao forced his way out of the wall. The restraint of the wall was like nothing to him. The dark red energy of the reality gem surged in the palm of his hand. Lin Hao stretched his hands for a moment, and the dark red energy turned into a beam of light, pointing directly at Apocalypse's neck. Apocalypse seemed to be aware of the danger, and hurriedly dodged. Although he avoided his neck, the energy beam of the reality stone still shot through his arm, and one of Apocalypse's arms was cut off at the waist. Not bad. Tian Kai smiled coldly. There was no doubt about his own defense power. He was invulnerable and ordinary energy could not break through the defense. However, Lin Hao suddenly cut off his arm, forcing Tian Kai to take it seriously. Rustle. The yellow molecules condensed and formed an arm on Tian Kai's body. This is Tian Kai's signature ability, molecular control. He can control the molecules of any substance and change their appearance, density, and file size at will. The pyramids that are thousands of meters high in front of you are condensed by Apocalypse using molecular control. Apocalypse took hold of his big hand, and the underground elements wrapped and bound Lin Hao's feet. Lin Hao twitched hard, but he couldn't even twitch. At the same time, Tian Kai came to Lin Hao, raised his sandbag-sized fist, and punched Lin Hao on the head. All right. Since you can't avoid it, then confront him head-on. Lin Hao also punched out, and dark red energy surged from his fist. In an instant, Lin Hao's fist and Apocalypse's fist came into contact, and an invisible shock wave spread around them. Peter and others nearby were knocked off their feet by this shock wave. The energy of the reality stone constantly erodes Apocalypse's fist, but no matter how much it erodes, Apocalypse can always make up for it in time. At the same time, powerful power is transmitted through his arm, and Lin Hao feels huge amounts of pressure. Bang! In the end, the shock wave generated by the collision of the two powerful forces bounced the two of them away. Apocalypse bounced tens of meters away. Lin Hao also slid hundreds of meters on the ground, and two cracks opened on the ground. In this collision of punches, Tian Kai seemed to be slightly better. Lin Hao used the energy of the reality stone to clear out the power that invaded his body. Apocalypse's strength really cannot be underestimated. System, detect Apocalypse's combat effectiveness index. Lin Hao really wanted to know how much higher Apocalypse was than him in terms of combat power index. After all, the aura exuding from Apocalypse was much stronger than his own. In addition, Apocalypse had super strength and endurance, plus with super high defense and various variant abilities, it can be said that Apocalypse is the strongest opponent Lin Hao has encountered so far. Diddy, detection target, Apocalypse, combat effectiveness index, 220W. I said so. Listening to the feedback from the system, Lin Hao was not surprised. In terms of combat power index alone, Apocalypse was nearly 1 million higher than him. If he didn't use his trump card, Lin Hao might not be able to defeat Apocalypse head-on, or even the ability of the reality stone to modify reality will not have much effect on Apocalypse, unless Lin Hao further masters the power of the reality stone. After all, he has only mastered 5% of the power of the reality stone now, and does not even have the tip of the iceberg of the reality stone fully displayed. Although Lin Hao was slightly at a disadvantage in the previous confrontation, this was Lin Hao's ideal situation. After all, Tian Kai was much stronger than him in terms of hard power alone. After detecting the combat effectiveness, Lin Hao launched an attack on Tian Kai again. Tian Kai was not afraid at all and faced Lin Hao head-on. The two of them each showed their magical powers, and various abilities and magical operations emerged one after another. They fought back and forth. With the ability of reality gems to modify reality, although Lin Hao had some disadvantages, it was still within the scope of what he could handle. Is this the world of the strong? The battle between Lin Hao and Apocalypse left Peter, Harry, and others stunned. This level of fighting and power is what they are pursuing. At the same time, they also retreated far away, fearing that the gods would fight and mortals would suffer. The two had not decided the winner for a long time. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, Lin Hao and Tian Kai finally bounced away from each other in a collision. Lin, are you okay? Wanda regained some strength after taking a short rest. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lin Hafeng smiled lightly. Brother Lin, please rest for a while and let me deal with him. Suddenly, Pietro's voice came from behind. Lin Hao looked back and saw Pietro rushing directly towards Tian Kai without saying a word. Chapter 74. Pietro, what are you doing? Don't go, come back quickly. Lin Hao yelled, this guy really has no point in his heart. Does he want to rely on his ability to control the flow of time to defeat Apocalypse? Don't forget that it's the ability that Apocalypse helped inspire for him. Using the ability that Apocalypse helped you inspire to delusionally defeat Apocalypse is simply an act of suicide. But Lin Hao was still too late. With Pietro's speed, Pietro had already launched an attack on Tian Kai before he finished speaking. From Pietro's perspective, after he approached Apocalypse at supersonic speed, he directly started to control the flow of time, and the activities of everything around him were greatly affected. Big man, how dare you control me to deal with my friends? Pietro punched Apocalypse in the face one after another, just like kicking a football, knocking Apocalypse aside, and then instantly appeared in the next position, knocking Apocalypse away again. This punch was for my dad. Puff. This punch is for Brother Lin. Puff. This punch is for Peter and Harry. Puff. This punch is... Pietro was fighting vigorously. Suddenly, Apocalypse, who was being passively beaten, grabbed his punching arm. Pietro was suddenly startled. One. Little guy, I gave you your ability. Apocalypse directly cracked Pietro's control of the flow of time, and his sandbag-sized fist hit Pietro directly in the lower abdomen. Pissed. This punch almost made Pietro's eyes bulge out, and at the same time he spat out a mouthful of blood. Apocalypse's punch directly caused great injury to Pietro. Faced with Apocalypse's iron-like arms, Pietro has the ability to show no resistance. After severely injuring Pietro with one punch, Apocalypse did not intend to let Pietro go. He directly lifted Pietro up, and then his body grew bigger. Pietro was like a baby in his hands. Lifting Pietro above his head, Apocalypse showed a fierce killing intent. He raised his knees, turned Pietro face up, and hit his knees hard with his back first. Crack. The sound of broken bones sounded, Pietro's pupils widened, and the life in his eyes was rapidly fading. Who is the next? Throwing Pietro away like trash, Apocalypse faced Lin Hao and others again. It was also at this time that Pietro's time flow slowed down area completely dissipated. When Lin Hao and others reacted, Pietro had lost all his vitality and was thrown aside. Pietro. Seeing Pietro lying weakly on the ground, Peter used a spider web to bring Pietro back, but at this time Pietro was already helpless. His cervical vertebrae were broken, and even Sendu can't save him. Lin Hao checked and quickly figured out the reason for Pietro's death. Lin Hao's killing intent quietly increased at this moment. Since Lin Hao used the flash time kung fu twice in a row during the fight with Pietro, he could no longer use the flash time kung fu just now. Otherwise, he could have stopped Pietro and avoided this tragedy. Pete. Wanda hugged the lifeless Pietro tightly, tears moistened her eyes, and at the same time, an aura like a wild beast was quietly erupting. No. Wanda finally couldn't accept the fact that Pietro had died. She shouted to the sky, and an unspeakable terrifying momentum suddenly broke out. Everyone was shaken back by this terrifying momentum, even Lin Hao was shocked. Backed more than 10 meters. Wanda. Lin Hao's nose felt a little sore as he looked at Wanda, who was kneeling on the ground in front of her, holding Pietro's body and grieving. In any case, Wanda and Pietro were his best friends in the world, and Wanda was also his first woman. Seeing Wanda like this made him feel uncomfortable. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the majestic origin magic power burst out from Wanda's body. Wanda's aura surged at this moment, directly surpassing Lin Hao and even surpassing Tian Kai. Tian Kai finally panicked, but his eyes were filled with greed. This is the power, release it, child. Apocalypse smiled sinisterly, he longed for this power to destroy the world. The origin magic power explodes, and the raging origin magic power flattens everything around it, sending sand and rocks flying. When everything calmed down, Wanda stood up slowly, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and walked towards the Apocalypse with the overwhelming momentum. At this moment, Wanda can be called the real Scarlet Witch. Lin Hao is also looking forward to it, because how strong Wanda will be after Pietro's death. Wanda's pupils were glowing crimson at this moment, domineering and weird. She saw her jade hand grabbing in the air, and the crimson origin magic power directly lifted Apocalypse, and then Wanda's hand suddenly grasped it. Use the origin magic power wrapped in Apocalypse to directly cause devastating damage to Apocalypse. Apocalypse's armor instantly turned into nothingness, and his body was gradually dissipating. But Apocalypse is always Apocalypse, and he is not willing to be eliminated by Wanda. With his super molecular control ability, Apocalypse continuously restores his lost body, and at the same time displays an energy barrier to resist the invasion of origin magic power. Child, don't try to fight against God. Everything is already doomed. Soon, Apocalypse gradually began to reverse the situation, and the origin magic power wrapped around him began to gradually dissipate. Ridiculous God! Wanda dismissed it and flew directly into the air. The majestic origin magic power poured down on Apocalypse. The situation that Apocalypse had finally reversed fell apart at this moment. The heaven-destroying origin magic power directly broke through Apocalypse's energy barrier. Apocalypse's body was completely exposed to the origin magic power, and Apocalypse's body was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's all over. As Wanda shouted, origin magic power directly blasted Apocalypse into the ground. Boom! The next moment, the origin magic power exploded, like an atomic bomb detonating, sweeping across tens of thousands of meters in radius, and the terrifying aftermath swept away. Even if it was touched, except for Lin Hao, the rest of the people would probably be destroyed in an instant. Spread and annihilate. Fortunately, Lin Hao used teleportation to take everyone away from the area where the origin magic power broke out in time, thus avoiding the impact. Woohoo! After the explosion, a mushroom cloud of huge amounts soared into the sky and flew thousands of meters into the sky. Huge amounts of mushroom clouds symbolize terrible destructive power. After more than 10 minutes, everything gradually calmed down. Peter and others looked around, and their pupils suddenly shrank. In front of them was a huge circular pit, and even the pyramids created by Apocalypse disappeared without a trace. Standing on the edge and looking down, he saw a bottomless abyss, which actually gave Peter a sense of fear. Professor X, who was originally in the pyramids, was rescued by Lin Hao using teleportation. Otherwise, Professor X might also suffer. Finished. Chapter 75. Peter murmured as he looked down into the bottomless black abyss. No, I'm afraid it's not over yet. Lin Hao shook his head. How can it be? At this time, a figure fell from the sky. You knew it was Wanda without even looking. Lin Hao quickly flew over and picked up Wanda. Perhaps because of the explosion just now, Wanda fell into a coma. Peter, keep an eye on Wanda. After handing Wanda to Peter, Lin Hao stood on the edge of the abyss again. If Apocalypse had been completely wiped out in the outbreak of origin magic power, then Lin Hao's main battle mission would also end in failure, which meant is he about to lose his teleportation. But for some reason, Lin Hao always felt that Apocalypse had not been eliminated yet. In the abyss, there seemed to be a wild beast brewing and awakening. Buzz! Suddenly, Lin Hao's head buzzed violently, and a super strong aura entered his perception. Apocalypse is not dead yet. At this moment, Lin Hao was finally sure that Tian Kai was still alive. He was not destroyed by Wanda's origin magic power. He survived the explosion and became stronger. This aura is twice as strong as before. What? Apocalypse is not dead. Hearing this, Storm Girl next to her was suddenly startled. When everyone thought it was over, Lin Hao's words were undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue. They couldn't imagine that such a powerful origin magic power explosion just now didn't destroy Tian Kai. Is this guy really invincible? Ha ha ha. In the abyss, there was a trembling, eerie and hoarse laughter. This laughter attracted the attention of Lin Hao and others. Oh! Looks like we're in big trouble now. Wolverine was less optimistic. As the laughter spread, countless molecules formed a sand flow, expanding the entire abyss pit and flowing down rapidly. The flow of sand is like a whirlpool, and the sound of rustling is endless. Then countless sand flows formed a sand flow spray column in the center of the abyss pit, and then condensed and formed, forming a stone pillar rising into the sky. The moment the stone pillar was formed, countless molecules condensed together, condensing on the top of the stone pillar to form Apocalypse. Tian Kai's body regrouped, his raised head slowly flattened, and his eyes suddenly turned to the direction where Lin Hao and others were. Except for Lin Hao, everyone took a few steps back. Apocalypse's death gaze made everyone feel a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. God, is he a monster? There was a hint of despair in Mystique's tone. It's over, it's completely over. We still can't escape this disaster after all, and the world will be destroyed because of this. Storm Girl was in a low mood, and it seemed that she no longer had any hope. Magneto is the most direct, no matter what, he directly controls the metal in the sky, forming a river of metal and blasting towards Apocalypse on the stone pillar. Facing Magneto's metal river, Apocalypse smiled coldly. He gently stretched out his big hand, and crimson energy surrounded the metal river. In the crimson energy, the metal river instantly disappeared without a trace. In the end, the crimson energy continued unabated and hit Magneto hard. Bang! The crimson energy exploded, and an explosion occurred in Magneto's direction. After the explosion, a large crater with a radius of several tens of meters was left, and Magneto lay in the pit covered with scars, not knowing whether to live or die. Eric. Mystique ran over with an anxious expression. Is this origin magic power? Lin Hao didn't care about Magneto's life and death. The crimson energy apocalypse used just now was obviously origin magic power. Not only did this guy survive, but he also absorbed Wanda's origin magic power. Did he? Detection target, apocalypse, combat effectiveness index, 450W. That's interesting. Lin Hao grinned. Apocalypse, whose strength had doubled, completely ignited Lin Hao's fighting fire. Facing a powerful enemy, the warlike factor in his body was ready to stir. Compared to the excited Lin Hao, looking at the others, they were dead, injured, and those who survived were lifeless. Lin Hao had no intention of encouraging them, but silently took off into the sky, flew not far above Tiankai, and looked down at Tiankai from a high place. What is he going to do? To die? Storm Girl looked up, somewhat unable to understand Lin Hao's behavior. Death? That's not necessarily the case. You have to believe in Lin. He can always create miracles at critical moments. Peter smiled. On the contrary, he trusted Lin Hao. In his opinion, Lin Hao liked to do unusual things. I hope so. Even though Peter said this, Storm Girl still didn't have much hope for Lin Hao. Even Magneto couldn't defeat Apocalypse, so what could he do? Can he kill Apocalypse? Although Storm Girl wanted to believe it, in her opinion, the probability of this miracle was almost zero. You again. Tiankai raised his head and said disdainfully, some people always think that they can be the savior, but they overestimate their own power. You are not strong enough. Everything has been predestined, I am destiny. Apocalypse roared, and the majestic origin magic power exploded, covering the entire city of Paris with metal. Look at this power. This is the power I dream of. Charles is no longer important. With this power, the world will be ruled by me again. Everything created by mankind will cease to exist. An era that belongs to me will restart. Tiankai was immersed in his fantasy of a better future. He breathed the air in the sky. You are the strongest person in this world besides me. Follow my footsteps and you will have a place in the new world that is about to open. Submit and completely release the servility in your bones. You long to be a slave. Boom. Apocalypse was talking when suddenly a fist hit him hard in the face. Apocalypse, who had absorbed the origin magic power and doubled his strength, was actually punched away, like a cannonball, slamming into his face. On the wall of the pit. I'm sorry, who made you show your weakness? If I didn't fight, I would be very sorry for myself. Lin Hao stood in the air, confident and confident. In fact, Apocalypse had no defense just now, so Lin Hao's punch was effective, but it only knocked him away and could not cause any real harm to Apocalypse. Apocalypse flew up again. He looked directly at Lin Hao and said coldly, it seems that you have made a choice. With your power, I only need to use one finger and you will be completely defeated. Really? What if so? Lin Hao also smiled coldly, and then clenched his fists tightly. A terrifying aura was slowly gathering, and the clouds in the sky quickly dispersed at this moment. Finally, with Lin Hao's deep shout, this terrifying aura suddenly erupted. Kaiu Fist. Chapter 76. Bang. As Lin Hao shouted down, Lin Hao's aura surged in an instant, and red arrogance formed around Lin Hao. The red arrogance enveloped his whole body, making Lin Hao look extremely domineering. This is not over yet, Lin Hao's aura is still rising. As Lin Hao's aura continued to rise, the situation in the world changed color, and the wind howled. Soon, Lin Hao's aura surpassed that of Tiankai. After him, Lin Hao's aura rose again for a while, and then slowly stabilized. 5 times Kaiu Fist should be enough for you to drink a pot. Lin Hao clenched his fists and felt the majestic power coming from his body. He was already getting excited. With his current strength and physical strength, he can increase Kaioken to a maximum of 7 times. If he wants to increase it to 10 or even 20-fold like Sun Wukong, he will need stronger strength and physical strength to withstand the effects of using Kaioken. Load on the body. But as your strength increases, the load on your body will become greater each time you use Kaiu Fist. The double-edged sword of Kaioken is truly worthy of its name. Kaioken not only improves strength, but also improves speed, burst, and defense. According to Lin Hao's estimate, his combat power index should now be around 6 million. With more than 1 million combat power suppressed, he can already defeat Tiankai in all directions. Okay, you can come over and die. Lin Hao looked down from a high position and raised his fingers towards Tiankai. Tiankai's eyelids twitched, and he said gloomily, you are too arrogant, I will let you know that God cannot be competed with. Immediately after Tiankai shouted loudly, all the origin magic power that enveloped the entire city of Paris gathered into Tiankai's body. Then Tiankai stepped forward and rushed towards Lin Hao with the force of lightning, and hit Lin Hao's head with his fist as big as a sandbag. Lin Hao curled his lips, gently stretched out his right hand, and easily caught Apocalypse's fist, sarcastically saying, with such a weak power, does God only have this little strength? After that, Lin Hao punched Tian Qi in the face with his backhand. The punch was so fast that Tian Kai had no time to react. Bang bang bang! Immediately, Lin Hao beat Tian Kai violently and severely. Tian Kai, who had been the best in the world just now, was beaten until he lost his temper. Finally, Lin Hao kicked Tian Kai on the back of the neck as a finishing touch. Tian Kai fell to the ground like a cannonball again, splashing a burst of smoke and dust. Looking at this scene, Storm Girl was stunned. Is this Lin's power? Can he really create miracles? Hey, as I said just now, you have to believe in Lin. He can create miracles. It's just an apocalypse. It's not a big deal. This guy has no other ability but a sense of security. Peter said proudly, I don't know why, even if the situation is bad, as long as Lin is here, I won't be afraid. Okay, I take back what I just said. The current situation makes Storm Girl have to believe that Lin may really be able to defeat Apocalypse, but now is not the time to relax. If Apocalypse does not die for a moment, then the threat to the Earth will not disappear. Call out. The moment Tian Kai fell, a shock wave formed by crimson energy in the smoke quickly hit Lin Hao. Snort. Lin Hao slapped it casually, and the origin magic power energy beam launched by Apocalypse was directly shot away. No one can stop me. Apocalypse flew out of the smoke and dust, and with his roar, the entire ground in Paris began to shake, as if there was an earthquake. Fake. Why is this guy so crazy? Peter swore loudly and quickly jumped to a relatively safe area. It seems you still don't understand your situation. Lin Hao's eyes were cold. Then let me shatter your dream with my own hands. As soon as the words fell, Lin Hao lifted his toes into the air, and in an instant he reached the top of Tian Kai's head. He raised his hands and hit Tian Kai's Tianling cap with a fierce elbow strike. Snapped. Tian Kai's reaction speed was not slow. At this moment, he turned around and pressed Lin Hao's elbow with both hands. Tian Kai's face was ferocious, his eyes had completely turned pure white, and the eyeballs were gone, leaving only the whites of his eyes. Don't look down on me. Then he pushed hard, pushed Lin Hao's elbow away, clenched his right hand, and origin magic power gathered in the sky. Carrying a punch of majestic origin magic power, he attacked Lin Hao arrogantly. I'm sorry, I might really beat you up later. Lin Hao smiled sarcastically, and at the same time stretched out his palms. As the dark red energy surged, Apocalypse's origin magic power was eaten away. Boom! Lin Hao kept moving, and fired a Qigong cannon with his backhand at Tian Kai's head. This Qigong cannon blasted a hole in Tian Kai's head, but Tian Kai soon recovered, but he looked a little embarrassed. Tian Kai, who had just obtained the origin magic power and had a sudden increase in strength, was now beaten to the point of losing his temper by Lin Hao. This was something Tian Kai could not bear. After he obtained the origin magic power, he originally thought that he could destroy the world and create his own world, but Lin Hao gave him a blow in the head. This stick almost shattered his dreams. As soon as Tian Kai recovered, Lin Hao caught up with him again. He launched a violent attack on Tian Kai, which made Tian Kai at a loss. Although he defended for a short time, Lin Hao quickly broke through his defense and hit him mercilessly with punches and kicks, almost to the point of punching him. Although with his super recovery power, Lin Hao's attacks could not cause much damage to him, but he was feeling aggrieved. He is the ancestor of a mutant, and he has also obtained the powerful origin magic power, but he is beaten to the point where he is unable to fight back. What a shame is this! Hey, you are not very powerful as a god. You are the worst god I have ever seen. Lin Hao folded his hands on his chest and teased. Is that all you have? Your attack doesn't hurt me. Tian Kai's eyelids twitched and he pretended to be pretentious. Haven't you noticed yet? From the beginning to the end, I was just teasing you. Lin Hao said sarcastically, if I really want to kill you, it's just a matter of one move. Arrogant boy, let me show you my true strength. Feel the trembling, mortal. Apocalypse flew a certain distance, and the atmosphere between heaven and earth suddenly became violent. The ground began to shake again, and even the surrounding space seemed to start to shake. Huh? What do you want to do? The response is quite fast, but these are of no use to me. Apocalypse's origin magic power does not pose any threat to Lin Hao. Although he has absorbed Wanda's origin magic power, it is only absorbed after all. It is not like Wanda who originally possesses endless origin magic power. Apocalypse the origin magic power is very limited. With a slight flicker of his body, he easily avoided the attack trajectory of origin magic power's shock wave. Chapter 77. Lin Hao was calm and watched Tian Kai's performance quietly. As the ground began to shake, it seemed like endless molecules gathered from the ground and rushed directly to Apocalypse in the sky. Soon Apocalypse was wrapped in molecules like a sea. Then, countless molecules began to condense, and under the stunned eyes of everyone below, a giant hundreds of meters tall condensed and took shape. And this giant is none other than Apocalypse himself. Feel the power to destroy the world. Apocalypse opens its huge arms, and matter within hundreds of miles is quickly transformed into molecules, and this range is still expanding. This guy really wants to destroy the world. Although Lin Hao is not a superhero, nor is he determined to save the world, but if Apocalypse destroys everything on Earth, including buildings, where will he live? Now is the time of judgment. After fully exerting his power, Apocalypse once again looked at Lin Hao in the air. His eyes turned crimson at this moment, and 2 crimson energy beams shot out. It's time to deal with you. Lin Hao's eyes condensed, and he rushed straight towards Tian Kai. He shuttled between 2 crimson energy beams, and at the same time, the demonic eye of death was opened at this moment. At the moment when the demonic eye of direct death was opened, in Lin Hao's eyes, several lines and death points appeared on Tian Kai's body. There were only a few death points on Tian Kai's body. It seemed that this guy had lived for hundreds of years. Years are not without reason. If he is allowed to obtain a new body through soul transfer, there is no doubt that Apocalypse will survive forever. Strictly speaking, Tian Kai can be considered a god. Yes, the mutant god. Lin Hao's other methods may not be able to completely kill Tian Kai. After all, this guy survived in Wanda's hands after the outbreak, and he also absorbed the origin magic power, and his strength skyrocketed. This shows how powerful the vitality of Apocalypse is. Only by using the demonic eye of direct death to cut off his death point can Apocalypse be completely eliminated. If I can't kill you for such a big target, then I don't have to mess around. After Apocalypse became bigger, his death point undoubtedly also became bigger. Lin Hao aimed at the dead point on his chest and rushed straight over. The energy of the reality stone condensed into a hand knife in his palm. At this time, Apocalypse did not realize the seriousness of the matter. Seeing Lin Hao flying towards him, Tian Kai smiled disdainfully, no matter what method you use, I am invincible. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao's knife had already pierced his chest. Cutting off Tian Kai's death point, Lin Hao directly penetrated his chest and flew out from behind. At this moment, the vitality in Tian Kai's body is rapidly disappearing. His eyes were dull, and he looked down slightly at the bloody hole in his chest. Tian Kai couldn't figure out why this was happening. Not to mention this blood hole, even opening a few more holes in his body would be useless to Tian Kai, but Lin Hao's knife dealt a devastating blow to him. Why? Before dying, Tian Kai uttered a few words, and then his body began to collapse and then dissipated. Apocalypse's body turned into countless molecules and fell, and some were blown away by the wind. His breath was quickly disappearing. Rustle. Soon, Apocalypse's huge body collapsed completely, and the situation that was constantly expanding the range and turning all materials within the range into molecules stopped. Finished. Storm Girl, who witnessed this scene the whole time, couldn't believe it. So she killed Tian Kai? Yes, it's over. Peter looked at his arm, and then said what Storm Girl said. His spider sense told him that the danger had disappeared, which meant that Apocalypse was dead. It's exactly what you said. He has created miracles. Maybe I should re-examine him. Storm Girl showed a relieved smile. It was all like a dream. She thought everything was hopeless, but at this juncture, Lin Hao stood up and turned the situation around. Wolverine looked in the direction of Lin Hao and smiled, good boy. After dispelling the Kaio fist, Lin Hao was in severe pain all over his body. The pain penetrated deep into his bones and made Lin Hao almost unable to hold back his teeth. The load is really heavy. It seems that if it's not necessary, I'd better use the Kaioken less often. Lin Hao gritted his teeth, and then swallowed a piece of Xian Lin, and the severe pain was relieved. Then he flew to where Peter and others were. At this time, there were 4 people lying on the ground, namely Wanda, Magneto, Professor X, and Pietro. Wanda and Professor. Lin Hao gave Wanda, Professor X, and Magneto a fairy forest respectively. After taking Xian Lin, Wanda and the other 2 gradually woke up. Professor X glanced around and soon knew what was going on. After Wanda woke up, she looked at Pietro lying on the ground lifeless, her eyes turned red again, and her voice choked with sobs, Pete. Magneto's hands were shaking slightly. Even though he didn't show the same sadness as Wanda, Lin Hao could see Magneto's inner grief from his trembling face and hands. Seeing his son killed by Apocalypse with his own eyes, how could even Magneto not be sad? Lin, is there really nothing we can do to save Pietro? Harry asked with a sad expression. Everyone is already dead, what else can be done? Can the dead still be brought back to life? Peter responded. Although he was also very sad, he had to accept the fact that Pietro was dead. Resurrection from the dead was just a fantasy. How could resurrection from the dead happen in reality? No, maybe you can really bring the dead back to life. When everyone was immersed in the sadness of Pietro's death, Lin Hao suddenly said. Hearing this, Wanda and Magneto immediately looked at Lin Hao. Lin, do you have a way to save Peter? Don't worry, Pietro won't die. Lin Hao smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and a knife flashed with cold light. What's this? Peter asked curiously. Lin Hao smiled faintly and did not explain too much. This knife was the reward for completing this main battle mission. Among the 30,000 points and the natural tooth, Lin Hao chose the natural tooth. Tian Sheng Yat, a healing knife, can kill the messenger of the underworld and bring decedent back to life. However, each life can only be resurrected once with natural teeth, but this is enough. Holding the natural tooth, In Lin Hao's eyes, he saw two messengers from the underworld surrounding Pietro. The messengers from the underworld were holding tridents and were planning to take away Pietro's soul. Get up! Lin Hao walked to the side of the underworld messenger and swung his sword at the two underworld messengers. Chapter 78. As Lin Hao's natural teeth were cut off, the two messengers from the underworld let out a shrill cry and turned into light spots and slowly dissipated. Lin, what are you doing? Cutting the air. In the eyes of Peter and everyone else, Lin Hao just slashed into the air with a knife, so Peter felt very strange and didn't know what Lin Hao's move was for. Am I dead? As soon as Peter finished speaking, Pietro, who was lying on the ground lifeless, suddenly opened his eyes. Pete. Seeing Pietro regaining consciousness, Wanda cried with joy and held him tightly in her arms. Pietro, are you okay? Seeing Pietro wake up again, everyone was shocked. Wasn't Pietro obviously dead just now? What now? What's going on? Why is he alive again? Wolverine came to Lin Hao and expressed her doubts. Because of this knife. Lin Hao raised the natural tooth, and a sharp cold light slid from the handle to the tip of the knife. The sharpness was self-evident. But such a sharp knife is used to save people. No matter what the injury is, as long as it is struck with the knife, all injuries will be healed, and it can even save people from the dead. This knife? Wolverine wondered. To put it simply, this is a life-saving knife. It can bring decedent back to life, but it can only save it once. It is useless if it is close to natural death. Only people who have died unnaturally can be saved. Lin Hao said simply. Explained roughly. I bought it, it's a really good knife. Wolverine marveled. I have never seen a knife like this before. This is an eye-opener for me. Professor, this is the first time that even Professor. Congratulations, you've made a fortune. If you use this knife to save people, you will be the richest man in the world in the future. Storm Girl joked. Lin Hao was suddenly speechless. He was not bored to this level yet. He had no shortage of money. For him, as long as the money is enough to spend, no matter how much it is just a number. Everyone was discussing the use of natural teeth with great interest. Magneto came over and said, Mr. Lin, thank you very much for helping us so much. I won't live for a few more years. You will take care of Wanda in the future. She is a good person. Girl, I hope you can treat her well. Well. Lin Hao didn't know why Magneto suddenly said this to him, but Lin Hao understood the meaning of his words and responded with a smile, you don't need to say it, as long as I am still here, no one can bully Wanda, unless you step over my corpse. Hearing this, Magneto smiled with satisfaction and patted Lin Hao's shoulder meaningfully. Today's battle with Tian Kai can be considered a successful conclusion. Although there were many bumps along the way, the ending was happy. Not only did Apocalypse be eliminated, but no one on their side was killed. Pietro was considered dead, but was rescued by Lin Hao using his natural teeth. As for the city of Paris that no longer exists, that is beyond Lin Hao's control. If he wants to blame it, he can only blame it for being unlucky and allowing Apocalypse to choose this place. After today's fierce battle with Tian Kai, Lin Hao's strength has also increased. His original combat strength of 1.24 million has directly increased to 1.6 million, and he also gained a pair of natural teeth. Tian Shenja may not be useful in normal times, but it can always be used in critical moments, such as today. If someone else dies in the battle in the future, at least it will still be under Lin Hao's control. After the battle with Tian Kai, Lin Hao could finally take a good rest. A month later, Lin Hao made a plan for an open-air barbecue. After so many battles before, it was time to relax. Moreover, Lin Hao also promised Dr. Gru last time that he would treat him to delicious food when he was free. This barbecue plan is for celebration and relaxation, and it is also for Lin Hao to fulfill his promise to Dr. Gro. Stark was solely responsible for the barbecue plan, and he arranged it in a private manner outside New York. There was a large golf course in the manor, and the barbecue plan was held on the golf course. Ring ring ring. In the evening, Lin Hao was reading a magazine at home when his cell phone rang leisurely. It was Stark calling. Lin, everything is arranged, you can come over. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hao called Wanda, Peter, Harry, and Pietro, and then asked Harry to pick up his father, Norman Osborn, and Peter to pick up his Aunt May. Lin Hao went back by himself home, bringing his father Jason Jackson and mother Mina Romanoff. Then everyone met again and headed to Stark's private estate. Dear Lin, my mother has received complaints from teachers more than once recently, saying that you often miss classes and do not go to school, and they ask you to write a letter of apology when you return to school. On the way, Lin Hao's mother Mina Romanoff was very worried. Said seriously. What kind of self-reflection should I write? It's not like we don't know what Lin is busy with. To be honest, isn't studying just to be successful and make a lot of money in the future? Our son has already made a lot of money. Jason looked at the Maybach steering wheel in his hand and said with a smile, Lin, don't worry about your mommy, I support you, you don't have to go to school in the future. Jason retorted to Mina, his tone full of pride. They still knew something about Lin Hao's recent affairs. Although it was not very specific, they at least knew what he was doing. Jason's attitude towards this is that as long as it can make money and is not illegal, he will support it. Obviously, Lin Hao told him with practical actions. Lin Hao is now the major shareholder of Harrington Industrial Co., Limited, which has the highest market value in the United States. So why should he go to school? He could even buy the entire Midtown High School and use it as a private school. More than enough. Dad still understands me. Lin Hao laughed heartily. Mina rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, look at you, now that you have some money, you don't even know where it has gone. Oh my dear Mina, this is the fact before us. I will resign tomorrow. I have worked hard for most of my life, and I can finally have a good rest. Jason said with a smile on his face. Lin, you don't have to listen to him. You still have to go back to school when it's time to go to school, you know. Mina was too lazy to pay attention to Jason and turned around to warn him. Mommy, I think Dad is right. Lin Hao showed an awkward yet polite smile. To be honest, the major he is studying has nothing to do with what he is doing now. Is it still necessary to study it? If he had time to go to school, he might as well go on a date with Wanda. Let's do this. The three of us will hold a vote. Those who agree that Lin should continue to go to school do not need to raise their hands. Those who agree that Lin should not go to school raise their hands. The minority will obey the majority. Is it fair? Having said that, Jason didn't give Mina time to react, and took advantage of the red light to raise his hands in approval. Lin Hao reacted quickly and quickly raised his hands, leaving Mina, who did not raise her hands, looking confused. Chapter 79. Okay, you two are now teaming up to bully me, right? Go back and see if I don't take care of you. Mina tugged Jason's ear hard, and Jason just cried out in pain. While talking and laughing, Lin Hao and his group soon arrived at Shi Stark's private estate. Shi Stark had been waiting at the door early. Seeing Lin Hao and his group arriving, Shi Stark went up to greet him and said with a smile, welcome. Come to my Stark Manor, you will have a pleasant evening here. After that, Stark went up and hugged Lin Hao. Lin Hao smiled and said, let me introduce, this is my father Jason Jackson and my mother Mina Romanoff. Oh! Stark exclaimed, shook hands with Jason Mina, and praised, Mr. Jason, Ms. Mina, it's a pleasure to meet you. Your son is outstanding. Thank you, you are also very good. In fact, I am still your little fan, but now my idol is my son Linear. Jason said with a smile. Mina was also very happy, Mr. Stark, I am also your little fan. Really? That's such an honor. Stark raised his eyebrows, feeling a little flattered. Okay, let's go in. Then Stark led Lin Hao and his party into the manor. On the golf course of the manor, everything had been set up. 3 barbecue grills were arranged in a triangle, and there were already barbecue masters doing the barbecue. In addition, there are 7 or 8 tables with bottles of Romani Conti and Hennessy XO on them, and a pile of gift boxes on the side. The most important thing is that there is a band playing long music. Listening to the long music, you can't help but relax your body and mind. I have to say that what Stark did was quite impressive. When Lin Hao and others arrived, Professor. There are also some Stark guests, such as Captain America Steve, Fury, Dr. Banner, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Barton. Of course, Dr. Gero was also there. In addition to Lin Hao's side, there were 10 or 20 people. Looking at this scene, the corners of Lin Hao's mouth raised slightly. Today there is really a large gathering of superheroes from the Marvel Universe. It's so lively. Looking at this scene, Aunt May couldn't help but exclaimed. Everyone is free to eat and drink as much as you like. There are many delicacies tonight including beef, bacon, mutton, chicken, and even crocodile meat. There will be a lottery later with huge prizes. Stark waved his hand, quite grandly. The lottery draw? I like it. Mina became excited when she heard about the lottery. You go and play first, I'll come over later. After Lin Hao said this, he went to Dr. Gro, strolling on the golf course, and said, Dr. Gro, is there any new research here recently? We are still working on the infinite energy device. We already have a preliminary model. I believe it will be developed in less than 3 months. Dr. Gru replied. Well, I still have a task to give you. When the infinite energy device is developed, you can try to research artificial humans with powerful combat capabilities. As for how powerful they are, do your best. Remember to install the infinite energy device. Artificial man? This is a good idea. Hearing this, Dr. Gero became interested. Lin Hao smiled slightly. Of course, this was his mission. Powerful artificial humans like number 16, number 17, number 18, and even Cell were all the masterpieces of Dr. Gro. It would be a waste to leave such a good masterpiece without researching it. When Dr. Gero's artificial man is made, he will become one of them. Come on, do a good job. Lin Hao patted Dr. Gero's shoulder, and then walked back with Dr. Gero. When we went back, Peter and others were getting together to fight the landlords. The loser had to drink and the fight was very enjoyable. Hey, Lin, you're back. Do you want to come over and play together? Peter invited. I haven't played landlord for a long time. Lin Hao muttered to himself, then became very interested and shouted, come on, let me show you what the god of landlords is. Soon Lin Hao joined the battle. Lin Hao was fighting with the landlord, while the others gathered in small groups to chat and drink. Soon the barbecue was served, and the barbecue party officially began. After this party, the group of mutants from the X-Men and the Avengers gradually became familiar with each other. They all hit it off, and they met happily. Soon the barbecue party came to an end, and under the auspices of Stark and Pepper, the lottery began. Thank you very much for coming to tonight's barbecue party. I believe everyone has eaten and drank enough just now, so the next step is the lottery. Let me introduce tonight's prize. The third prize is an oversized diamond ring worth $5 million. It has a very nice name, Brilliant Star. Under Stark's introduction, a sexy girl came over, holding a delicate box in her hand. Inside the box was a sparkling diamond ring. The diamond on it was almost as big as a pigeon egg. For a woman, it is said that it is absolutely unparalleled in lethality. It's so beautiful. Wanda's eyes were bright, and she seemed to like this bright star diamond ring very much. Do you like it? Lin Hao asked with a smile. Wanda nodded, I like it. It should look good on my hand. It would be great if I could get it. Lin Hao smiled faintly and said nothing. Stark continued to introduce, and soon came to the special prize. Tonight's grand prize, the grand prize, is a single family villa on Long Island, covering an area of 5,000 square meters and worth more than $100 million. Wow! As Stark's words fell, there was an uproar in the crowd. The villa is worth $100 million. Stark really spent a lot of money on tonight's party. Except for Lin Hao, she, Stark, and Professor. Then let's start the lottery. Who comes first? Everyone has a chance to draw. Stark looked at the crowd, and Wanda couldn't help but raise her hands and said, how about I go first? Of course, Miss Wanda, come up and draw the prize. Wanda stepped forward and quickly drew a lottery ticket from the box held by the bunny girl. Stark took it and looked at it, shaking his head regretfully, it's a pity, Miss Wanda, what did you draw? Consolation prize, whichever of these prizes you like, pick one. Stark smiled and pointed to the prize boxes behind him, and Wanda smiled, it seems I'm unlucky. Wanda didn't care if she didn't draw the shining star she liked. After all, the important thing about the lottery is participation, and there is no need to force it. Then several more people passed, but still no one got the grand prize. At this time, Lin Hao stepped forward and said, I will be the next one. Chapter 80. Mr. Lin, I hope you can be the first to win tonight's grand prize. Stark looked at Lin Hao with a smile and said expectantly. Then I'm welcome. Immediately, Lin Hao reached into the box and fiddled with it, suddenly grabbed a lottery ticket, dark red energy surged in his hand, and then pulled it out. Lin Hao didn't even look at it and handed the lottery ticket to Stark directly. When Stark saw it, his eyes suddenly widened, oh. It seems that my words have come true. The first grand prize tonight belongs to Mr. Lin. What is it? Everyone looked forward eagerly, their eyes all falling on Stark, hoping that he would immediately announce the prize Lin Hao had won. Mr. Lin drew. Stark paused, and after whetting everyone's appetite, he announced loudly, third prize, diamond ring brilliant star. As Stark finished speaking, some people breathed a sigh of relief, while others sighed. Those who sighed were basically those girls. After all, among the girls here, it was not just Wanda who fell in love with Bright Star. Girls like Phantom Cat, Storm Girl and even Aunt May also fell in love with Bright Star. However, they were attracted by Lin Hao. Taken away. After taking his own prize, Lin Hao returned to his seat. Lin, you are so lucky. I just went up and drew a consolation prize. Peter looked on with envy on his face. Compared to the shining star worth $5 million that Lin Hao drew, Peter's consolation prize was not needed. His and Lin Hao's luck was simply the same. In fact, Lin Hao was not lucky, but he used the reality gem to modify the ability of reality and changed the lottery ticket to the third prize. If he wanted to, he could directly change it to the special prize. But he doesn't need a villa. It would be great if I could draw it. Wanda on the opposite side was full of envy. In fact, she really hoped that she could draw it, but she was so unlucky. The lottery was still going on, and Lin Hao dragged Wanda, who had finished drawing the prizes, to the grassland not far away. The two of them were lying on the grass, staring at the moon in the sky. Wanda relaxed her whole body and said softly, it would be great if I could stay like this forever. I really hope that the days to come can be quieter. Lin Hao didn't speak. In fact, he also hoped to be calm, but in the Marvel world, he was destined to be unable to be calm. There are many obstacles in this world, and trouble might come one day. That's why Lin Hao wants to keep getting stronger. Only when you are truly strong can you protect the people you want to protect. Lin, have you ever thought about the future? What changes do you think will happen to us in the future? Maybe what will happen to the world? Wanda turned around and asked. The future? The future is still too far away. What's the use of thinking so much? You never know what will happen in the next second, so I cherish the present. Lin Hao took out the box containing the diamond ring from his pocket and said, "Give me your hand." Ah! Wanda didn't quite understand what Lin Hao meant, so Lin Hao directly pulled her hand over, took out the bright star, and gently put it on Wanda's left middle finger. "Lin, what are you?" Looking at the bright star on her hand, Wanda was stunned. "You are my woman, of course this bright star is given to you, do you like it?" Lin Hao's eyes were gentle. Looking at Lin Hao with a gentle face, Wanda felt inexplicably moved and warm in her heart. Like. Wanda kissed Lin Hao gently. She didn't know when she started, but she had fallen in love with the man in front of her. In her heart, she had already recognized Lin Hao. Wanda doesn't restrain herself, and shouldn't she express her love? Lin Hao responded to Wanda's kiss. After the passionate kiss, Wanda nestled in Lin Hao's arms, and the two lay quietly on the grass, enjoying the beautiful moment. The two of them lay down until the barbecue party ended. When the barbecue party ended, it was already 12 o'clock in the morning. No one went back. Instead, Stark arranged to stay in the manor. The manor is huge, and even though there were a bit too many people tonight, there are more than enough rooms. After arranging rooms for others, Lin Hao and Wanda went back. "Oh! Damn it, Mr. Lin, Miss Wanda, I almost forgot about you. Now there is only one room left, so I can only force you to squeeze into one room." Stark spread his hands and said regretfully. After that, he winked at Lin Hao, and that look completely said, "I understand. It doesn't matter, a room is fine." Before Lin Hao could say anything, Wanda spoke first. Wanda still had a lot of memories of the gentleness just now, so even if Stark didn't say so, she would automatically ask to share a room with Lin Hao. At this age, Wanda understands everything she should know, and this is not the first time for her and Lin Hao. Arriving at their room, Wanda took the initiative to invite, "Lin, do you want to take a bath?" "Very happy to." Lin Hao was naturally happy to be invited by the beautiful woman. With excitement, Lin Hao and Wanda went to the bathroom and took a mandarin duck bath. The mandarin duck bath lasted for an hour. After coming out, Lin Hao was still thinking about it. This was definitely the most comfortable bath he had ever taken in his previous life. After taking a shower, it's time to get down to business. Turn off the lights, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly heats up. A man and a woman are alone in the same room, making firewood. The next day, Lin Hao and Wanda woke up almost at the same time. At this time, Wanda was still naked and lying in Lin Hao's arms. Wanda's red lips revealed a happy smile. "My dear, it's time to get up. Kiss me and get up." Lin Hao pointed to his cheek and said with a smile. Wanda smiled helplessly, and then kissed Lin Hao's cheek gently. After receiving a sweet kiss, Lin Hao got up. After washing up, the two of them said goodbye to Stark before leaving the Stark Manor. On the way back, Lin Hao, Wanda and the two encountered a traffic jam. The traffic jam was hundreds of meters long in front of them. It seemed that they would not be able to get out in an hour or two. This road usually doesn't have traffic jams. What happened today? Wanda looked at the long queue of cars ahead and sighed helplessly. As we were about to arrive home, we suddenly encountered a traffic jam. You'll know if you go and see it. Lin Hao was also surprised. He had walked this road countless times and it had never been jammed. It was just today. As soon as the two got out of the car, the person in front suddenly ran towards the back as if fleeing for their lives, as if something terrible had happened in front of them. "Hi!" Lin Hao raised his eyebrows. It seemed that something happened ahead. Could it be that another terrorist or robber met the police? Passing through the people who were running for their lives in a hurry, I saw a few police cars parked in front. A dozen armed police officers were confronting a man, and this man was someone who should hardly be here. Loki. Chapter 81. Stop and don't move. Raise your hands above your head, or we'll shoot. A dozen blank guns were pointed at Loki, and the policeman gave a cold warning. Hey, I don't want to conflict with you, and I don't want to hurt you, but don't force me to take action, otherwise I guarantee that no one here will come back alive. Loki didn't panic at all, but he looked a little embarrassed. However, the police did not believe Loki's lies. They tensed up and were highly focused. If Loki made any rash move again, they would shoot without hesitation. Hey, Loki, you don't look like you're doing too well. Lin Hao stood aside, folding his arms and laughing teasingly. Loki heard the sound and saw Lin Hao and Wanda standing on the road aside, smiling as they watched him confront the police. Lin Jackson. Loki raised a brow and grinned. Why did you come to Earth again? Is there another conspiracy and you want to rule the Earth? Lin Hao hit the nail on the head. The last time Loki came to Earth, it was to lead the Chitauri army to rule the Earth. Loki laughed dryly and said, No, I said I was hunted here. Do you believe it? Huh? Loki, the majestic prince of Asgard, the god of trickery, and the god of evil, is actually being hunted? Even I don't believe it. Lin Hao sounded suspicious and questioned Loki's words. Although I don't want to admit it, I am telling the truth. I would not lie to you about such a tragic thing. Loki didn't look like he was joking, he said it very seriously. After some arguments between Lin Hao and the police cancelled their warning against Loki. Where did you go after you left the Dark World last time? Lin Hao asked after returning to the car. It's really an unforgettable history. Then Loki simply explained the matter. Since leaving the Dark World last time, Loki has returned to Thanos' command and worked for Thanos. Thanos also promised Loki that when his mission is completed in the future, will help Loki ascend the throne of Asgard. Then just some time ago, Thanos sent Loki to assist Ronan the Accuser in seizing the Cosmic Sphere. Because Loki failed repeatedly and lost the Cosmic Sphere, Loki's ability was questioned by Ronan, and Loki's attitude towards Ronan was not good. Too friendly, so Ronan became murderous towards Loki, and there was a scene where Loki fled to Earth. After listening, Lin Hao stared at Loki suspiciously. Why do I think what you said is adulterated? Absolutely true. Loki said angrily, I worked hard for Thanos, but when Ronan was chasing him, he didn't help me. Maybe I was blind before I worked for him. Oh? Did you notice your conscience? Lin Hao raised his eyebrows. Then what are you going to do now? Of course I want to kill him back. Loki licked his lips and suggested, Lin, I came to Earth this time just to find you. Looking for me? Why are you looking for me? I can't help you. Lin Hao shrugged. Loki wanted to use himself as a weapon to deal with Ronan and Thanos? He was thinking too much. With his current strength, not a match for Thanos. No, you can, and only you can help me. Loki rolled his eyes and said, to tell you the truth, I discovered the secret of the Cosmic Sphere that Thanos needs. There is an infinite rough stone hidden in the Cosmic Sphere. The power of the infinite rough stone is so powerful that it can destroy the universe. Let's go grab the Cosmic Sphere together. After we succeed, I only need to kill Ronan and Thanos, and then the infinite rough stones of the Cosmic Sphere will be yours. How about it? Isn't this deal a good deal for you? Why should I trust you? Lin Hao was careless. Of course he knew that the Cosmic Sphere Loki mentioned was actually the Power Stone, but he never believed that Loki's purpose was just to kill Ronan and Thanos, and also to give the Power Stone to himself. When these words came out of Loki's mouth, there was no credibility at all. But one thing is certain, there is indeed a power gem hidden in the Cosmic Sphere. The Infinity Stone is the most powerful artifact in the Marvel Universe. There is no doubt about it. But the power of the Power Gem is too powerful. When ordinary people touch the Power Gem, it will be turned into ashes by the Power Gem. Only gods and powerful people can control the power of the Power Gem. Lin Hao didn't know if he could hold the Power Stone with his current strength without being turned into ashes by the Power Stone, but it was obvious that this was an opportunity to become stronger. You can believe me. Just like when we went to find Malekith together, I didn't lie to you, right? I can go find the Cosmic Sphere with you, but the premise is that after getting the Cosmic Sphere, the Infinity Stone will be mine, and then I will kill Ronan for you. As for Thanos, it is not that easy to kill, but I promise, in the next few years, Thanos will definitely die in my hands. If you believe me, then the deal is done. If you don't believe me, then find someone else. Loki pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, a consensus is reached, the deal is done. But I have to explain in advance that if you dare to play any tricks on me, I will end your life, do you understand? Even if you master the infinite rough stone by some method, I still have the means to punish you. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Lin Hao gave Loki a shot of vaccination, but he still had to deal with Loki. This guy was too scheming, so it was always good to be careful. Of course not. Since I took the initiative to come to you, could I still play tricks on you? Loki said with a smile. It better be this way. While the two were talking, they had already returned to the villa in Manhattan. Lin, when do we set off? Loki asked impatiently. Do you have a way to leave the Earth? Lin Hao asked back. He can leave at any time. The most important issue at the moment is that they need a spaceship. Without a spaceship, everything is empty talk. They can't even get out of the Earth, let alone talk about it. Off to find the Cosmic Sphere. There is very unfortunate news. My spacecraft crashed when it landed on the Earth. Then what the hell are you talking about? We can't even get out of the Earth now. Lin Hao yelled at him, the spaceship crashed. This guy said it so righteously. He really accepted it. Hey, I believe you can find a way, right? Loki smiled broadly and was not worried about this problem at all. In his opinion, Lin Hao could completely solve this problem. Yes, Lin Hao can solve it. For the Power Gem, he will suffer a little loss first. As long as he can get the Power Gem in the end, then it will all be worth it. In the end, Lin Hao spent 3,000 points to redeem a capsule in the system mall. Loki questioned, are you sure this thing can allow us to leave the Earth? Lin Hao didn't bother to explain to him, so he pressed the button on the head of the capsule and threw it into the open space. Bang! An octopus-shaped spaceship appears in the open space of the villa. Chapter 82. Okay, I take back what I said, but why does it look so like an octopus? Loki teased. Lin Hao rolled his eyes and was too lazy to pay attention to Loki, an idiot. He turned to Wanda and said, Wanda, while I'm away, please watch out for Peter and the others and don't let them cause unnecessary trouble. I want to go with you. Wanda's eyes were firm. Take me with you, I think you will need me. Lin Hao thought for a while, nodded and said, okay, then you can come with us. Ignore Peter and the others. As long as no one is killed, they can provoke whoever they want. Wanda is right. Maybe Lin Hao really needs Wanda at the critical moment. Now he doesn't have any more thoughts to care about Peter and the others. Let them do whatever they want. In the cab, Loki was tinkering with the spacecraft. However, after tinkering with it for a long time, he still couldn't figure out how it could take off. Oh my god, Lin, where did you get the spaceship? I have never seen this kind of program, how can you fly it? After studying for more than half an hour, Loki was finally defeated and said dejectedly. You are such a waste, get out of the way. Lin Hao cursed and pressed a few buttons, then pushed the handle. As the spacecraft vibrated, it slowly began to lift off. Then the speed increased sharply. In just 1 minute, it flew from the ground to the stratosphere, and finally escaped from the Earth. Gravity, into space. After entering space, Lin Hao and others prepared to go to the jumping point. Although the spacecraft was very fast, it would save more time to go to the jumping point. Do you know where the universe sphere is now? Lin Hao took out a bunch of grapes from the refrigerator and ate them leisurely. Before I came to Earth, the cosmic sphere appeared in the hands of a man named Peter Quill on Xandar. Maybe we can go to Xandar to have a look first. Loki recalled it and said. Peter Quill. Hearing this, Lin Hao smiled inexplicably. Is he the legendary man who punched out Avengers 4? Do you know someone? Do not know. Lin Hao shook his head, and Loki added, he is a member of the Sweepers, and he also has a name called Star-Lord, but now it seems that the leader of the Sweepers, Yondu, has issued a bounty for Peter Quill, and he has no idea what they are doing. What happened in the meantime? Maybe because of the cosmic sphere. Lin Hao said lightly. What you said makes sense. Loki fully agreed with Lin Hao. Only because of the cosmic sphere did Yondu offer a bounty of 40,000 to capture Quill. After several jumping points, Lin Hao and others finally drove the spaceship from Bulmet to Xandar. Xandar is located in a binary star system and is also the capital of the Nova Empire. Landing near the capital of the Nova Empire, Lin Hao turned the spacecraft back into a capsule. Otherwise, if such a large spacecraft were placed here, it would be stolen if it were not stolen. Over the capital of Nova, a variety of aircraft flew throughout the city. Unlike cities on Earth, there were not many high-rise buildings, but there were a few representative buildings. How should I put it, if we want to compare it with New York, Lin Hao thinks Nova capital is even better. In such a big city, where can we find the cosmic sphere? The sun was very hot today, so Wanda covered her eyebrows with one hand to avoid direct sunlight. Maybe I know where. Lin Hao remembered the place where Quill, Gamera and Rocket first met in the Silver Guard. If Quill was still here, then they must be there. The three of them followed them to an area crisscrossed by overpasses, which seemed to be a place where the people here relax. How can there be any cosmic sphere here? Because the sun was too hot, Loki quickly found a shady place to sit down and complained, damn, if I walk for a while, I will be tanned black. Don't worry, just wait. In the worst case, we can find someone to buy some information. Lin Hao calmly found a chair and sat down. There is no shortage of businessmen in the universe who specialize in selling information to make money. He believed that if the cosmic sphere ever appeared in the capital of Nova, then he would definitely be able to buy information about the cosmic sphere. Intelligence. Lin Hao was leisurely scanning the crowd with his eyes. When he glanced at a fountain not far away, his eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, look what I found. Loki and Wanda followed Lin Hao's gaze and saw a short raccoon and a tall tree man in front of the fountain. What? You mean the hamster and the stupid-looking tree man? Loki looked at Lin Hao idiotically. That's right. Lin Hao nodded, they should be the raccoon Rocket and the tree man Groot in the Silver Guard. It looks like they arrived just in time. When Lin Hao and others were looking at Rocket and Groot, the bored Rocket happened to notice them. Seeing Lin Hao and others staring at him, Rocket shouted angrily, hey, those guys over there idiot, don't look at me with your malicious eyes. He's calling us idiots. Loki also became angry, oh. Shit. I hate it the most in my life when people call me a fool. See if I don't teach him a lesson. With that said, Loki smoothed his sleeves and was about to go up and fight Rocket. Loki. Lin Hao quickly stopped Loki, don't forget what we are here to do, and why are you competing with a hamster? Hamster. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Rocket couldn't help it. He walked over with a step that he didn't recognize, pointed at Lin Hao's nose, and said in an arrogant tone, stupid guy, what did you just call me? Say it again. Rocket took out his own 4-barrel technology gun and threatened, apologize, otherwise I will shoot you and the pain will be worth your life, dead man. Hearing this, Lin Hao was happy. Rocket was really cute and arrogant. Why are you laughing? I asked you to apologize to me. Did he? At this time, Rocket's transparent tablet rang. He quickly took it out and took a look. Business is coming. Come on, you wretch, let me see who paid to catch you. Rocket pointed the transparent tablet at a man on the overpass who was having an intimate act with a beautiful sister. 40,000 yuan bounty? Grote, we are going to make a fortune. With the business, the Rockets have completely forgotten what happened just now. The target appears, the cosmic sphere is upon him. Looking in the direction Lin Hao pointed, Loki also spotted Quill. He asked, how do we get the cosmic sphere? Just grab it. No, snatching is not my style. We have to take it openly and honestly. Chapter 83. Thanos Territory, Temple. Sitting on the suspended throne is a tall and strong figure. This man is the Mad Titan Thanos. There was a man standing under the throne. He was slender and holding an extremely sharp blade. His long face was extremely ferocious, and there was a violent aura between his brows. General Corvus Glaive, Loki has betrayed me. He wants to get the cosmic sphere. Stop and kill him and bring the cosmic sphere back. That Kree doesn't seem very reliable. On the throne, Thanos' tone was cold. Yes, my master. General Corvus Glaive bowed slightly, then turned and left. Why bother? Can't we just grab it? It's such a simple thing. With your strength, it's easy to grab a cosmic sphere from these weak people. Loki was not very satisfied with Lin Hao's approach. In his opinion, there was no need to make things so troublesome if they could be solved easily. Then you can grab it yourself. This is not a matter of ease and complexity, but a matter of principle. In Lin Hao's opinion, it can be snatched, but it is not necessary. If everything is robbed, how is it different from a robber? And how is it different from Thanos? Perhaps because of his previous life, he had an innate thought deep in his heart that it was wrong to steal people's things after all. And apart from robbing, he has many ways to get the cosmic sphere. In this case, why does he need to violate his own principles? Okay, it's up to you. After all, it was Loki who asked Lin Hao for help, so it's better to listen to him now. It is not that simple for him to grab the cosmic sphere from these people alone. Loki also knows this very well. In this case, it depends on what Lin Hao does. Hey, little hamster, how about we talk about cooperation? Rocket and Grote were about to take action when Lin Hao suddenly stopped Rocket. Rocket looked back leisurely, bared his teeth and said, brother, if you call me hamster again, I will teach you a lesson with this gun in my hand. Ha ha. Lin Hao smiled, no problem, your name is Rocket, right? How about we talk about cooperation? What kind of cooperation? Because you were rude to me just now, I am not interested in your cooperation now. Rocket said with a grudge. It's very simple. I believe you will be interested. Don't you want to capture Peter Quill? I can help you capture him, and I only have one request. After capturing Peter Quill, I want him just one thing is enough, you can take him away and give it to Yondu to collect your bounty. Lin Hao said simply and roughly. Oh haha. Bro, are you kidding me? I look like I need help? Are you doubting my ability? I'm a professional. Rocket laughed sarcastically. You may not need my help, but you should know that the probability of catching him is greater if more than one person catches him. Everything is possible. What if you fail? What if you only take him because of your cooperation with me? Catch it. Do you think this is true? Moreover, this cooperation will bring you no harm at all, so why not do it? Lin Hao was chatting and laughing, and Rocket seemed to be persuaded by Lin Hao. He finally nodded, okay, I admit that what you said makes sense, but I must make it clear in advance that Quill is mine. If you dare to rob me, business, I will use this gun to teach you a lesson. Okay, you've said this 3 times. Okay, let's go and catch that unfortunate guy named Quill and collect the bounty. Then Rocket took Grote, Lin Hao took Wanda and Loki, and a group of 5 people followed Quill. Star-Lord, who was involved, did not realize the seriousness of the matter at this time. He did not know that in addition to Rocket and Lin Hao, there was another person who was also eyeing him. When Quill was kicked out by the intermediary, Gamera, who was standing outside the door, attracted Quill's attention and quickly snatched the cosmic sphere from Quill's hand. At the same time, he kicked Quill to the ground and took the turn around and run away from the cosmic sphere. When Lin Hao and 5 other people arrived, Quill had already started a struggle with Gamera, but Gamera seemed to have the upper hand. Just when Gamera raised the knife and prepared to give Quill a fatal blow, Rocket and Grote took the lead. With the help of their smaller bodies, Rocket jumped directly over and knocked Gamera off Quill, and Grote followed. Branches spread out from him and entangled Gamera. Hey, Grote, it's not this woman. I can't tell the difference between men and women, man. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Quill picked up the cosmic sphere, turned around and ran away without caring about Gamera, Rocket and others. However, Lin Hao and 3 others had been waiting for him for a long time. Lin Hao and 3 others happened to block Quill's way. The anxious Quill warned, hey, buddy, get out of the way. Get out of the way? I'm here to catch you, why do you get out of the way? Lin Hao folded his hands on his chest and said jokingly. Oh. Shit. Star-Lord tilted his head and saw that the situation was not going well. He jumped off the overpass. After jumping off the overpass, Star-Lord thought he had gotten rid of Lin Hao. However, when he landed and was about to run away again, he found that Lin Hao was standing again in front of him. Star-Lord didn't have the slightest desire to fight, so he turned around and ran away again. However, no matter which direction he went, Lin Hao could always stop him in the next moment. Hey! Man, you're so haunted! Star-Lord is almost desperate. This feeling is like being forced into a dead end with no way out. No matter which way he takes, there will always be someone following him in front of him, like a Tarsus, and he can't get rid of it. Loki, capture him! Loki understood, and he waved his hand, and a shackle appeared on Star-Lord's foot. However, at this moment, Gamera, who had escaped from Rocket and Groot, followed up. She pounced on Star-Lord and snatched the cosmic sphere from Star-Lord's hand. She turned around and ran away without caring about Lin Hao and others. Can you run? Looking at Gamera's retreating figure, Lin Hao stretched out his big hand, and Crimson Origin magic power surged. Gamera, who was running away suddenly stopped, and was immediately brought back by Origin magic power. Gamera, you can leave if you want, but leave the cosmic sphere behind first. Delusional. Gamera tried to fight back. She drew a sharp sword from her waist and slashed at Lin Hao angrily. Lin Hao's lips raised, he stretched out one hand, dark red energy surged, and Gamera's sword turned into foam. Wath! Gamera looked at her hands in disbelief, it was like a magic trick. Rocket and Groot came over and looked at Star-Lord who was lying on the ground unable to move due to the shackles. They laughed with satisfaction, haha, you guys performed really well. Now we can make a fortune. Chapter 84. Groot was about to put Star-Lord into the bag when Star-Lord suddenly broke free from his shackles. He snatched the cosmic sphere from Gamera at lightning speed and escaped again. Rocket raised his weapon and pointed it at Star-Lord, my pursuit is very simple. I will not pay for my life if I hurt dead man. As the rocket pulled the trigger, a bullet carrying lightning hit Star-Lord's back. Then lightning spread all over Star-Lord's body, and Star-Lord was electrocuted and fell to the ground. Easy to settle. After a hit, Rocket proudly took back his gun. Buzz! Suddenly, several rays of golden light enveloped the rocket and Lin Hao and others. Lin Hao looked up and saw that 5 Nova Armed Forces warships had surrounded them. Put down your weapons. In the name of the Nova Legion, I declare that you are under arrest. Facing 5 battleships, Loki could not raise his hands. He glanced at Lin Hao. Lin, what should we do now? Are we really going to be arrested by them? Well, let's cooperate first. The cosmic sphere is in Quill's hands. If he is captured, we have to go in to have a chance to get the cosmic sphere. If Lin Hao wanted to, he wanted to capture him with just 5 battleships. It was just for the sake of the cosmic sphere. Lin Hao originally planned to fight quickly, but who knew that Rocket and Groot were not reliable at all. If they could get rid of Gamera earlier, I am afraid they would have fled long ago. How could they wait for the armed forces of the Nova Empire to arrive? After Lin Hao and others were arrested by the Nova Armed Forces, they were sent to the highest level prison in Nova, Klin Prison. I really don't like being roasted. To be honest, I hate prison. Loki seemed to remember being imprisoned in the Asgard prison by Odin. Coming to the prison again made him feel a little unhappy for no reason. Lin Hao rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the cosmic sphere in Quill's hand, he wouldn't have been caught here by the Nova Corps without any resistance. Speaking of which, this was the first time in his history that he had been sent to prison. Oh! Mr. Lin Jackson, I remember you were going to be arrested, right? Although Loki felt very unhappy, he did not dare to get angry at Lin Hao, so he had to keep his anger in his stomach. Is there any way to get out of this damn place? I really hate prison. Sir, if you are willing to cooperate with me, I have a way to escape from prison. I can escape 22 prisons, and this is no problem. At this time, Rocket Raccoon took over Loki's words and showed off his brilliant achievements. Loki took Rocket's words as farts and crossed 22 prisons. He thought he was his own Superman. By the way, who messed up this thing? Oh, by the way, it's this crazy woman with green skin. If she hadn't appeared, Groot and I would have given Quill to Yondu. Bounty. Quill, you should be lucky. If this crazy woman hadn't been causing trouble, you would have been torn into pieces by Yondu and the scavengers. Rocket nagged and put all the blame on Gamera. I'm not bragging. There have been many people who have tried to kill me over the years, but I won't be killed by a raccoon and a tree that can always talk. Star-Lord boasted. What does this sphere do? Why do you all want it? Star-Lord changed the topic and brought the topic to the cosmic sphere. I don't talk to worthless thieves. Gamera, who was walking in front of Star-Lord, looked indifferent. Why are you pretending to be high profile? You are just a murderer. Who among the people on the street doesn't know your bad reputation? Rocket poured cold water on Gamera's head. By the way, who are you? I've never heard of you before. Rocket looked at Lin Hao and the others. Loki raised his head and said proudly, I am the Prince of Asgard and the future King of Asgard, Loki. Stop daydreaming. I remember that you were forced to leave Asgard and serve under Thanos. Ronan is chasing you. Gamera revealed Loki's pain point without any shame. You should be lucky that I am working for Lynn Jackson now. Otherwise, just because you are the daughter of Thanos, I will kill you. Loki said in a cold tone. Can you do it? Gamera said disdainfully. Really? Then you can give it a try. Loki was dissatisfied. He couldn't defeat Thanos, and he couldn't defeat Gamera. Why are you arguing? If you can make a move, try not to speak. If you two are not convinced, you can have a fight now. Lin Hao yelled at them, and then the two of them calmed down. I am Lin Jackson, you can also call me Lin, she is Wanda, my woman. Then Lin Hao introduced himself simply and clearly. There is a familiar smell on you. Are you from Terlan Star? Star-Lord asked. Terlan Star? Wanda was puzzled. Lin Hao smiled faintly and explained, it's the Earth, and Quill is also from the Earth. Although Star-Lord appears to be an Earthling on the surface, he also has an incredible identity as a Celestial. Star-Lord's father, Ego, is from the Celestial clan. He gave birth to Star-Lord with an Earth woman on Earth. The future Star-Lord will kill his biological father with his own hands. However, Lin Hao would not take the initiative to tell him that it wouldn't take long for Yi Ji to find Star-Lord. I'm not here to help Ronan grab the cosmic sphere. I betrayed him. I have already found a third-party buyer. Gamera suddenly revealed her secret. While Lin Hao was talking with a group of people, he passed by a room. At this time, a big man with blue skin in the room picked up a pair of headphones and put them on his ears. Star-Lord didn't want to do this anymore. Hey, don't touch that, it's my thing, you have no right to use the prisoner's personal belongings. However, the big blue man ignored Star-Lord and still put on the headphones. Listen, you BD, take off your headphones. Star-Lord rushed in, looking like he would defend his headphones to the death, and then he was shocked. Isn't this person a fool? Lin Hao said with disgust, it seems that the Star-Lord in this world is really the same as in his previous life in the Marvel movies. After arriving at the prison, Lin Hao, Rocket Raccoon and his team went to the criminal concentration area of the prison, which is also the activity area of the prison. However, as soon as they entered, Gamera was spurned by many criminals. Some criminals even threw things at them. Dozens of criminals shouted at the same time, kill him! Kill him! Get out, murderer! I'm right, she has a good reputation. Many family members of the prisoners held here have died at the hands of Ronan and his thugs. If she doesn't survive tonight, she will be torn into pieces by the prisoners. Chapter 85. The guards will protect her, right? Star-Lord was a little worried about Gamera. The guards only care about whether we escape from prison. They don't care about life or death here. Bang! Suddenly, some criminal was planning to throw something on Gamera, but ended up throwing it on Lin Hao. Lin Hao's eyes instantly turned cold. At this time, almost all the criminals in Kellen prison gathered around them. A big, weird-looking man stood in front of Lin Hao and said in a bad tone, look at this little meat, I'm going to dip you in it. Ganavian jam to eat. As he spoke, he touched Lin Hao's face with his hand. Snapped. The next moment, Lin Hao's hands grabbed his neck. As Lin Hao exerted a little force, the big man screamed, and then his feet also lifted off the ground. I hate it when others touch me, especially a disgusting monster like you, how dare you touch my face with your dirty hands. A sharp look flashed in Lin Hao's eyes, and the dark red energy formed a knife in his hand. Then he raised the knife and dropped it. The big man's right hand that just touched Lin Hao's face was cut off by the knife. The break is as smooth as a mirror. Ouch! Lin Hao threw the big man to the ground like trash. He lay on the ground holding his severed arm and screamed hysterically. The other criminals had fear in their eyes. I heard that all the prisoners who can be locked up in this prison are degenerates or cruel people, but I have something to say first. No matter how depraved or cruel you are, if any blind person comes to provoke us, before that, it's best to weigh how much you weigh first. Perhaps there are those who think they are very powerful and brave enough to stand up now, right? Lin Hao's cold eyes swept across the entire Kellen prison. As Lin Hao's words fell, the entire Kellen prison fell silent instantly. Several prisoners were about to move, but they were locked back in the end. These people don't look like soft persimmons. A bunch of trash. This time is just a small lesson. Next time, I will make you die without any body parts. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Hao lowered his head and looked coldly at the big man lying on the ground. Have you heard that? If you don't want to die without a complete body, you'd better put brighter eyes. After Lin Hao walked away, Loki took advantage of the opportunity to show off his power. Oh! This guy has a hotter temper than me, I like it. Rocket Raccoon admired as he looked at the prisoners who were stunned by Lin Hao. Back in the cell, Loki sat across from Lin Hao and said impatiently, Lin, quickly find a way to get out of here. I believe that a mere prison can't trap you at all, right? Wait. Lin Hao said a word lightly, Rocket and the others would plan a jailbreak without him taking action. What are you waiting for? Loki didn't understand what Lin Hao meant. Lin Hao didn't explain too much to him. Now it was time to get down to business. He didn't just come here to go to jail. Then Lin Hao came to Star-Lord's cell. Lin? Do you want to see me for something? Star-Lord stood up and asked. Lin Hao found a place to sit down and then said, what are you going to do with the cosmic sphere? You mean that ball? Gamera said she found a third-party buyer. When we leave here, we will trade with the buyer. In short, this thing cannot fall into Ronan's hands. Originally, Lin Hao wanted to be his buyer, but who knows what currency they used. Lin Hao was very rich on Earth, but after leaving the Earth, he became completely poor. The currency they used was Lin Hao's. No points. You have to think clearly. The cosmic sphere is now a hot potato. As long as the cosmic sphere is still with you, Ronan will keep watching you. And you also said that you just don't want it to fall into Ronan's hands. I said to be honest, I am also here for the cosmic sphere. You can give me the cosmic sphere and I can help you solve Yondu's troubles. You should know that Yondu is offering a reward for you. Is it better for the cosmic sphere to be in my hands than to fall into Ronan's hands? Lin Hao said seriously. Why should I believe you? We have only known each other for a day, and you all want the cosmic sphere. What is its secret? Star-Lord looked at Lin Hao suspiciously. Because I come from the same planet as you, you should know that at least if I take the cosmic sphere, I won't use it to kill people like Ronan did, and you can't solve Yondu's trouble. You give me the cosmic sphere in exchange for my set things right for you Yondu. How about it? Think about it. Lin Hao said happily. Star-Lord dragged his chin and fell into deep thought. Lin Hao's words really touched him. He believed that Lin Hao came from the Tehran star like him, but he didn't know what Lin Hao wanted to do with the cosmic sphere, and he didn't know the universe either. What secrets are hidden in the sphere? Why are Ronan and Lin Hao so obsessed with the universe sphere? Another thing Lin Hao said was right. He couldn't solve Yondu's troubles. Since he betrayed Yondu, Yondu has now issued a reward for him. Once Yondu catches him, his head will be waiting for him. Landed. If you tell me what secret the cosmic sphere has, then I will give it to you, but at the same time you have to deal with Yondu for me. Star-Lord thought for a few minutes and said slowly. This is simple. Anyway, after leaving here and finding the collector in the land of nothingness, Star-Lord will also know that there is an infinite stone hidden in the cosmic sphere. This is not a secret to him, so there is no harm in telling him now. There is an infinite original stone in the universe sphere. It was born at the beginning of chaos in the universe. It originally possesses destructive energy. Most people cannot grasp its power. Once they encounter the infinite original stone, that person will be killed by the infinite original stone. Turn into ashes, unless it is a god or a powerful person. So a sphere is needed to wrap it up and avoid direct contact with people. Ronan wants the cosmic sphere just to destroy Xandar. Real or fake? Star-Lord was stunned for a moment. Based on Lin Hao's words alone, it was hard for him to believe that an ordinary sphere could have such a big background. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do about it. I've already said it when it's time to say it. Lin Hao spread his hands and said. Well, no matter what it is, it's of no use to me anyway. When I get the cosmic sphere back, I'll give it to you. Star-Lord can't control that much anymore. He just wants to get rid of this hot potato as soon as possible and deal with Yondu's trouble. Okay, then it's settled. If you don't keep your word, you should know my methods. Chapter 86. Although I am not a gentleman, I keep my word. Star-Lord smiled and said. That's pretty much it. I'll go back first. After finishing Star-Lord's side, Lin Hao returned to his cell with satisfaction. As long as Rocket plans a jailbreak tomorrow, the cosmic sphere will be obtained. Lin Hao did not expect that the power stone would come so easily. Perhaps he was happy too early. After all, the cosmic sphere has not yet been obtained, and there is always the possibility of accidents. At night, after all the prisoners fell asleep, there was a noise outside. The noise woke up Lin Hao and Loki. Loki looked at Lin Hao and said, What seems to have happened outside? Let's go out and take a look. What's there to see? It must be Gamera who was caught by the prisoners and wanted to kill her. Lin Hao didn't even need to see it to know that during the day, the prisoners expressed their hatred for Gamera, and at night they were afraid they would take action directly. Really? That sounds a bit good. Then someone will kill her for me without me having to do anything. Hearing this, Loki grinned. It was great news for him that the prisoners wanted to kill Gamera. He has long disliked Thanos, let alone Gamera, who is Thanos' adopted daughter. As long as it is related to Thanos, he wants to kill everyone. No, I have to go and see if the prisoner who wants to kill her is lazy. Loki got up happily and slipped out. Lin Hao rolled his eyes and continued sleeping. It's none of his business if the prisoners want to kill Gamera, and besides, Star-Lord will stop it. After a good sleep, it was time for the next day. During lunchtime, Lin Hao, Rocket Raccoon, and Quill took the food from Klin prison and prepared to find a table to sit down and eat. Mr. Lin Jackson, we are ready to leave here, and I invite you to join us. Rocket walked next to Lin Hao and invited him to escape. Okay, I'll join. Lin Hao agreed immediately. One day would be enough in such a ghost place. Okay, now let's talk about our plan. If we want to leave here, we must first enter the guard tower. To enter the guard tower, we need some props. Rocket began to deploy his plan. He said a lot, but Lin Hao didn't listen to a word. Maybe Rocket's plan was feasible, but in fact, it didn't take that much trouble to jailbreak. After finding a table and sitting down, Rocket was still explaining various events. To be honest, I didn't remember your plan at all. Loki raised his hand and said. You are such a pig teammate. Rocket looked disgusted. Jailbreaking is actually very simple. Lin Hao stood up, and then under the curious eyes of Rocket and others, a Kigong bullet flew out of Lin Hao's hand and hit the security door of Kelin prison directly. Boom! With the detonation of the Kigong bomb, the entire activity area shook, and the alarm also sounded at this time. I just thought I didn't say. Rocket was suddenly speechless. Fortunately, he had carefully planned to enter the guard tower and then use the control system in the guard tower to turn off the artificial gravity here. Then he drove the guard tower out of the safety door. According to the current situation, there was no need for it at all. Immediately afterwards, the entire Klin prison became chaotic, and more than a dozen drones and guards were dispatched to try to restore order in the prison. However, facing Lin Hao and others who were eager to escape from prison, these guards and drones were no match at all. Quill, go get your things and remember the cosmic sphere. Lin Hao casually dispatched several unmanned combat aircraft and turned to shout to Quill above. Quill understood, he killed several guards and escaped directly through the security door. Lin Hao, taking Wanda and Loki, smoothly passed through the security door and came outside as if they were in a deserted place. After coming out of the security door, they encountered several more guards, but they were all killed by Lin Hao. Then Lin Hao and the other three came to the prisoner belongings storage area. Quill arrived here just in time, and pulled down the item box. Quill opened the box, looked through it, and was suddenly stunned. Quill, grab the cosmic sphere and let's get out of this hellish place. Seeing that Star-Lord had some ink stains, Lin Hao urged him, and Quill said in a deep tone, the cosmic sphere is missing. What? Gone. Lin Hao went over to take a look, and sure enough, he rummaged through the entire box. All of Quill's things were here, except for the cosmic sphere. It is indeed missing. How could it be like this? Did the guards take it? Quill turned it over and over several times to make sure that the cosmic sphere was gone, and then gave up helplessly. At this moment, Lin Hao felt that something was wrong. Logically speaking, the cosmic sphere could not disappear unless there was a mole in Klin prison. There's no need to look for it. It must have been taken by someone. Let's go first. I didn't have time to think so much before I left. Since the cosmic sphere was missing, it must have been taken away. No matter how hard I looked for it, it would be useless. What is that? Arriving at the outskirts of Kelin prison, Lin Hao and others were preparing to board Quill's Milan. Wanda, who was looking outside Kelin prison, suddenly said. What? Lin Hao followed Wanda's line of sight and saw a fleet outside the prison. The Kree fleet is Ronin. Gamera recognized the fleet at a glance. Great. Ronin, I will kill you with my own hands to avenge my wife and daughter. Drax the Destroyer, who followed in the chaos, was holding a sharp knife and had fierce eyes. It seems that the cosmic sphere has been taken away by Ronin. Seeing Ronin's fleet, Lin Hao probably knew what happened. Ronin must have arranged the secret in Klin prison and secretly stole Quill's cosmic sphere. Damn it! Quill gritted his teeth angrily. He had always been the one to steal other people's things in the past, but he didn't expect that someone else would steal his things today. No, we can't let Ronin get the sphere. Once he gives the cosmic sphere to Thanos, Xandar will be destroyed by Thanos. Gamera looked anxious. As the adopted daughter of Thanos, she was very aware of the agreement between Thanos and Ronin. Ronin promised to help Thanos get the cosmic sphere, and Thanos helped Ronin destroy Xandar. We have to get the cosmic sphere back. Quill decided immediately and made a decision quickly. He didn't want the entire Xandar planet to be implicated because of him. Call out. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind, and a sharp blade that seemed to be able to pierce everything stabbed Loki at an extremely fast speed. Fortunately, Lin Hao reacted quickly and pulled Loki away, otherwise Loki would have been directly pierced through the body. Thank you. Loki wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still feeling frightened. Then, a slender figure suddenly appeared directly in front of Lin Hao and others. Chapter 87. Loki, today will be your Memorial Day next year. The eerie eyes of the slender figure fell directly on Loki, filled with murderous intent. The leader of Obsidian's 5 generals, General Corvus Glaive. Looking at the slender figure and the ferocious and evil face, coupled with the sharp blade that stabbed Loki just now, a name appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Isn't this General Corvus Glaive, the leader of the 5 Obsidian generals under Thanos? Looks like I'm in big trouble. Loki grinned, but his brows furrowed. I am here to take your head on the order of my master, Thanos. General Corvus Glaive shook his big hand, and the Corvus Glaive inserted in the wall behind him quickly returned to General Corvus Glaive's hand. Then he jumped and quickly came to Loki. The Corvus glaive in his hand stabbed Loki's vital part again. Loki quickly dodged, but faced with the fierce attack of General Corvus glaive, Loki was powerless and soon fell into a disadvantage and faced many crises. Damn! Lin, help me! We are a cooperative relationship now. He wants to kill me, you can't just stand by and watch. When Loki was tired of dealing with General Corvus glaive, he hurriedly asked Lin Hao for help. He was no match for General Corvus glaive, and only Lin Hao could save him now. Quill, Rocket, Gamera, go get the cosmic sphere back and leave it to me. Lin Hao felt helpless. The cosmic sphere had been taken away by Ronan through evil means, and now General Corvus glaive came to kill Loki. It was really troublesome one after another. Be careful. General Corvus glaive is very powerful. If you can't defeat him, retreat first. Gamera reminded him, and then Quill and others stopped staying. Anyway, they couldn't help if they stayed here. They might as well snatch the cosmic sphere back while Ronan's fleet hadn't left yet. You're in so much trouble. Lin Hao paused briefly, and then fired a Qigong bomb at General Corvus glaive who was attacking Loki. This Qigong bomb caught General Corvus glaive off guard and was knocked away. Loki finally got a short rest. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, as if he had survived the disaster. Thank you, I knew you wouldn't die without saving me. Kid, you want to meddle in other people's business? Then I'll send you to hell first. Although the Qigong bullet just knocked away General Corvus glaive, it did not cause any injuries to him. There are so many people who want to kill me. I'm afraid you have to queue up first. Lin Hao grinned, tiptoed, and took the initiative to attack General Corvus glaive. As the leader of the 5 Obsidian generals, General Corvus glaive was naturally unwilling to be outdone and started a close combat with Lin Hao. Call out! Corvus glaive carried the sound of breaking wind and stabbed Lin Hao's heart with the force of lightning. Lin Hao's body dodged slightly and skillfully avoided General Corvus glaive's knife. Then he raised his foot and kicked Corvus glaive hard on the general's back. But this had no effect on General Corvus glaive. He held Corvus glaive and swung again, trying to split Lin Hao in half. Lin Hao reacted quickly, kicked him, and with the help of a reverse thrust, he left Corvus glaive's attack range. He didn't dare to go head-to-head with General Corvus glaive's Corvus glaive. It was a sharp blade that could pierce anything. Even vision made of vibranium could be easily pierced by General Corvus glaive, let alone his flesh and blood body. Superficial. General Corvus glaive almost completely ignored Lin Hao's 2 kicks just now, turned his back with disdain, and advanced again. How about trying this? Lin Hao stretched out his right hand, and a hand knife composed of the energy of the reality stone quickly condensed. Lin Hao tiptoed, and while avoiding General Corvus glaive's Corvus glaive, the dark red hand knife pierced General Corvus glaive's chest. Well done! Loki applauded as he witnessed this scene. Hey! Lin Hao looked up and saw General Corvus glaive smiling strangely, and struck another blow with his backhand, forcing Lin Hao to retreat. Then the wound on General Corvus glaive's chest healed quickly under Lin Hao's eyes. This is different from what I imagined. Lin Hao raised his eyebrows. Lin Hao vaguely remembered that General Corvus glaive was stabbed to death by Vision in Avengers 3 with his Corvus glaive. However, this is not the case for the current General Corvus glaive. It seems that this General Corvus glaive has with the healing ability in comics. General Corvus glaive in Marvel Comics has super strength and healing ability, and he can heal even serious injuries quickly. I hope General Corvus glaive is not as powerful as in the Marvel Comics, otherwise, neither Lin Hao nor Loki will be able to leave today. As expected by Lin Hao, this General Corvus glaive is not the other General Corvus glaive. After a fierce battle, although Lin Hao was able to cause damage to General Corvus glaive many times, he was restored by his terrifying healing ability. This is like killing a person dozens of times, only to find out that this person can be resurrected indefinitely. Fortunately, after a fierce battle, Lin Hao finally understood the strength of General Corvus glaive. Although he has the healing ability in the comics, his strength is not as strong as in the Marvel Comics. Kid, you only have this little strength? No matter how much injury you cause me, it won't hurt me. General Corvus glaive's face turned pale, he raised Corvus glaive and jumped towards Lin Hao. With the power of a mountain, he slashed down angrily. Lin Hao jumped back, General Corvus glaive was stunned, and then a pure white light suddenly emitted from Lin Hao's palm. Lin Hao's eyes were deep, and as he pushed out his palm, the condensed turtle-style Qigong suddenly blasted towards General Corvus glaive. General Corvus glaive raised his Corvus glaive and directly deflected the turtle-style Qigong back. Boom! The rebounded turtle-style Qigong hit the wall next to it, directly blasting a big hole. Some of it rebounded towards Lin Hao, but at this time, Lin Hao was no longer where he was. Just as he rebounded the turtle-style Qigong, General Corvus glaive's eyes suddenly opened wide in the next second. Looking at Lin Hao who was so close, his eyes were as weird as black holes. General Corvus glaive lowered his head subconsciously, only to see Lin Hao's hand knife piercing his chest deeply. Now, can you show me how to heal again? There was a smile on Lin Hao's lips, and then he pulled out the knife. General Corvus glaive took 2 steps back in a daze. The Corvus glaive in his hand fell to the ground. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he still didn't say it. Fell straight down. What do you think you are pretending to be? Next to him, Loki held his hands on his chest and mocked with a smile, many people want me to die, but I still live happily. On the contrary, those who want me to die eventually die. This time, it's an exception. The next second, Loki, who was still showing off just now, shrank his pupils, and saw that General Corvus Glaive, who had fallen down just now, actually stood up again. The chest that was pierced by Lin Hao just now was intact as before. Chapter 88. How so? Loki took a few steps back in fright and stared at General Corvus Glaive in disbelief. He couldn't figure out why General Corvus Glaive was already dead just now. Why did he stand up again? I am immortal. No one can kill me. General Corvus Glaive had a gloomy look on his face. He stamped Corvus Glaive violently, and almost the entire Klin prison was shaken. Damn! I almost forgot, General Corvus Glaive has his soul lodged in his Corvus Glaive. Even if his body is destroyed, as long as Corvus Glaive is still there, he can be resurrected indefinitely. If you want to kill someone, break the blade first. Lin Hao suddenly remembered the Corvus Glaive in General Corvus Glaive's hand. To be honest, the Corvus Glaive in his hand is the real body. Only by destroying his Corvus Glaive can General Corvus Glaive be completely killed. Otherwise, General Corvus Glaive can be completely killed. He can be resurrected without limit. Even the Eye of Death can't kill him. As long as Corvus Glaive is not broken, then General Corvus Glaive will be immortal. You actually know so much. General Corvus Glaive was shocked. He couldn't figure out why Lin Hao knew his secret. Since Lin Hao was able to kill him just now, now Lin Hao has seen through his secret. This time Lin Hao wants to kill him again. General Corvus Glaive is afraid he would really die on the spot. Loki, be lucky. I'll let you off this time. You won't be so lucky next time. Although General Corvus Glaive has a violent personality, he is not an easy target. Knowing that Lin Hao has the means to kill him, he will naturally not choose to confront Lin Hao head-on, leaving Qing Shan without worrying about having firewood. With one harsh word, General Corvus Glaive fled. This grandson runs pretty fast. Lin Hao was too lazy to chase General Corvus Glaive. The most important thing now was the cosmic sphere. As long as he got the power stone, not to mention General Corvus Glaive, even if all the 5 obsidian generals came, he could easily defeat them. Let's go and see if Rocket and the others have retrieved the cosmic sphere. When Lin Hao, Wanda, and Loki came outside, they found that Ronan's fleet had disappeared. Rocket, Quill, and others came towards them, and everyone's morale was low. Rocket, what happened? Lin Hao felt something was not going well and asked quickly. Rocket sat helplessly on the ground and said in a low voice, we missed, and we still couldn't get the cosmic sphere back. It doesn't matter. Lin Hao patted the rocket gently. He had already been mentally prepared for this. The power gem would not be easily obtained by him. There would still be a fierce battle between him and Ronan. What to do now? Ronan has obtained the cosmic sphere, which means that Xandar will be destroyed. Gamera said in a deep tone. Compared to Rocket, Quill and others, Drax the Destroyer was full of energy. Then let's go to Xandar and take off Ronan's head. I want to do it for my wife. Revenge with my daughter. Yes, instead of being dejected here, it's better to take the initiative, stop Ronan, and get the cosmic sphere back. Lin Hao spoke passionately. He didn't care about the life or death of the Xandarians. He only wanted the Power Stone. Only by getting the Power Stone could the power of the Reality Stone be released. The Reality Stone is the only gem among the 6 Infinity Stones that cannot be used alone. Other Infinity Stones must be used as assistants, otherwise it will be devastating to the user. Now even though Lin Hao can use the Reality Stone, his performance is still limited. The power is less than the tip of the iceberg of the Reality Stone. But once he has the Power Gem as an assistant, he can fully exert the power of the Reality Gem. By then, his strength will be greatly improved, which is very attractive to Lin Hao. He, Quill, you are really easy for me to find. A joking voice came, and everyone turned around to see that Yondu was walking arrogantly with a large group of scavengers. Yondu. Quill's eyes widened and he ran away in fright. However, a sweeper shot Quill in the foot, scaring Quill to stop quickly. Yondu waved, and the sweepers immediately surrounded Star-Lord. Yondu slowly walked in and punched Star-Lord hard in the stomach. How dare you betray me and steal my money? Yondu raised Star-Lord's head with a fierce look on his face. When I brought you here, you were still a child. Those guys wanted to eat you. They had never tasted the taste of the Terran stars. I was the one who saved you. After surviving, the fact that you are alive today is all because of me. I saved your life. And you actually betrayed me. Can you please stop mentioning these things? Oh my god. For 20 years, you have slapped me in the face with these words every day, as if it is such a big deal not to eat me. I have never seen a normal person do this for a day thinking about eating other people all night long. Why should I be grateful to you for such a perverted thing? You kidnapped me and took me away from my family. And you even shamelessly asked me to be grateful to you. I have never seen such a shameless person. Star-Lord retorted hysterically to Yondu, and Yondu smiled strangely. Then he lifted up his windbreaker and blew a whistle. A whistle arrow flew out and hit Star-Lord's neck. As long as Yondu blew the whistle again, the whistle with the arrow will ruthlessly take away Star-Lord's life. You brat, no matter where you learned your sharp tongue, the one in charge must let his subordinates know what the consequences of betrayal will be. Hey! Lin Jackson, you can take action now. Didn't you say you would help me deal with Yondu? Now is the time for you to fulfill your promise. Facing the ruthless Yondu, Star-Lord seemed to panic and quickly asked Lin Hao for help. Lin Hao frowned. How dare he become a person who specializes in saving people's lives at this point? Correction, what I promised was that you would give me the cosmic sphere and I would settle Yondu's affairs for you. But now that the cosmic sphere has been taken away by Ronan, the cosmic sphere is not in my hands, so I don't need to settle it for you. Yondu. Lin Hao leaned on the wall and said casually. Hey, you can't burn bridges. Yondu will really kill me. If I die, who will go with you to get the cosmic sphere back? Hearing this, Star-Lord shouted quickly. Don't worry, Yondu won't kill you. Lin Hao was not worried at all that Yondu would kill Star-Lord. Yondu almost regarded Star-Lord as his biological son. He just lacked a reason not to kill Star-Lord. Show it to your men. But now that the cosmic sphere has been robbed, there seems to be no reason for Yondu to put on a show. Forget it, it seems that for the sake of you being an Earthling, let me help you once. Lin Hao looked at Yondu and said with a smile, Yondu, can you come over here? I have something to tell you. Who are you? Why should I listen to you? Chapter 89. I have a huge deal that I want to talk to you about. I think you might be interested in it. Lin Hao said slowly. Exorbitant price business. Hearing this, Yondu walked out of the crowd with interest and followed Lin Hao to an uninhabited corner. I hate people lying to me the most. You'd better talk to me about sky-high business. Yondu said in a bad tone. Before we talk about the sky-high price business, I have a request. Lin Hao smiled calmly, and Yondu raised his eyebrows. What request? Let Quill go. Impossible. He betrayed me. I can't explain to my men if I let him go. Yondu waved his hand and immediately rejected Lin Hao without any consideration. Actually, you know very well that you won't kill Quill, and you don't dare to. Then you think too much, I can kill him right away. Yondu said sarcastically. Really? I think you should be very clear about Quill's true identity. The employer who hired you to go to Terra to take Quill away from him was, if I remember correctly, a man named Ego. To be precise, he is the god of heaven. The god clan, and Quill, as Yi Ji's biological son, is also considered a celestial clan. If you dare to kill Quill, Yi Ji will definitely destroy you and your sweeper legion. Hearing this, Yondu was shocked. He didn't know how Lin Hao knew this. This incident happened more than 10 years ago, and the Lin Hao in front of him looked like he was only in his teens or 20s. It is impossible to know this. However, the facts were before him, and Lin Hao told the matter accurately. How do you know? Yondu was a little shocked. Not only do I know, I also know why you didn't give Quill to Egg. You know that once you give Quill to Egg, Egg will eat him. In addition, you don't want to kill Quill in your heart. You regard Quill as your biological son, you just lack a reason not to kill Quill and show it to your subordinates. Am I right? Lin Hao said with a smile, but each word hit Yondu's heart hard. He couldn't believe that Lin Hao knew so much. Am I right? I know you can't find a reason yourself. Now I'll give you a reason. When you go back, you can tell your subordinates that I paid for Quill's life. Doesn't that give you a reason? There's no one else here, you don't have to hide yourself. Is this the sky-high price business you're talking about? Yondu swallowed. Yes, how about it, are you interested? If you insist on killing Quill, then I can pretend that I didn't say anything. Lin Hao spread his hands and said with an indifferent expression. Ha ha ha. Deal. Yondu laughed heartily and shook hands with Lin Hao, happy cooperation. Congratulations, you are free now. This Mr. Lin spent 1 million to protect your life. Dark Star, in a dark room, Thanos' face is reflected on the wall. I got the cosmic sphere, and I do what I say. Ronan the Accuser looked at Thanos with an expressionless face. Give it to me. Okay, this is an agreement between you and me. I will get the cosmic sphere for you, and you will destroy Xandar for me. Ronan the Accuser said as he took the cosmic sphere from his hand. Later, Ronan's eyes gradually became ferocious, but now, I know that there is an infinite rough stone hidden in the universe sphere, why should I use you? Kid, you'd better think twice before you act. Hearing this, Thanos warned Ronan coldly. Ronan dismissed it, and he directly opened the cosmic sphere. An infinite rough stone emitting purple light lay quietly in it, exuding powerful power. My master, you can't do this. Thanos has the most powerful power in the universe. Ronan's subordinate Truss warned Ronan from the side. However, Ronan seemed not to have heard of it, that's it. The next moment, Ronan directly took out the power stone. Huge purple energy instantly filled Ronan's body. Purple energy splashed everywhere. The floor under Ronan's feet cracked instantly and was filled with the purple energy of the Power Stone. Nebula on the side looked at this scene and took 2 steps back in fright. But soon, Ronan discovered that his body could not withstand the terrifying energy of the Power Stone, and his body was almost destroyed by the Power Stone. Ronan quickly took his universal weapon Kree Warhammer from Truss's hand and directly embedded the Power Gem in his hand into the Warhammer. As the Power Stone left his hand, Ronan's body gradually stabilized. At the same time, the power of the Power Stone filled his whole body. Now Ronan's strength has increased by the largest amount in history. With the added energy of the Power Stone, and the Kree Warhammer inlaid with the Power Stone, Ronan now feels that he has a power as strong as Thanos. How dare you call me child? Ronan roared, expressing his dissatisfaction with Thanos. I want you to see how Xandar was judged by the Kree and how it suffered heavy losses for thousands of years. Then, Thanos, I'll come back to deal with you. If you destroy Xandar, will you kill my father? Nebula asked. Do you dare to stop me? Ronan glanced coldly. Look how he destroyed me. If you kill him, I will help you destroy 1,000 planets. At this moment, Nebula accumulated resentment towards Thanos, which completely exploded and turned into anger. Very good, set sail immediately, destroy Xandar, and then take care of Thanos. On Lin Hao's side, everyone began to formulate a battle plan. Yondu and his scavengers also joined the ranks of going to Xandar to stop Ronan, on the condition that after Ronan is killed, the Infinity Stone will be his. Star-Lord directly agreed to Yondu's conditions, but Lin Hao didn't say a word. Now the Power Stone is in Ronan's hands. After Ronan is killed, who will end up with the Power Stone? That's not good, said. And Ronan is not easy to deal with. As far as Lin Hao knows, even without the Power Gem, Ronan's strength is enough to match the 5 Obsidian Generals. No one of the 5 Obsidian Generals can be Ronan's opponent. Only the Obsidian 5, if they attack together, they may be able to get a slight advantage over Ronan. Not to mention that now Ronan has obtained the Power Gem. Lin Hao cannot imagine how strong Ronan is with the blessing of the Power Gem. But no matter what, he is bound to get the Power Stone. On Yondu's mothership, looking at the approaching Dark Star, Yondu issued a warning, attention, we will encounter the Dark Star in 15 minutes. Everyone, move out. Subsequently, Yondu, Quill, Rocket and others drove Yondu's battleship, broke away from the mothership, and flew directly towards Ronan's Dark Star. Soon, at an altitude of 10,000 meters on Xandar, Yondu's fleet encountered Ronan's Dark Star. Yondu sat in the pilot's seat of the battleship and gave the order. Fire. Chapter 90. With Yondu's order, a battle of battleships officially begins. Action. Yondu led Rocket and his team around to the side of the Dark Star, preparing to blast a hole in the side of the Dark Star to break into the Dark Star. All pilots, dispatch. On the Dark Star side, Nebula's order was issued, and dense warships flew out from the Dark Star and started a head-on conflict with Yondu's army of sweepers. Boom. The sweepers fought with the Sokka army, and the situation suddenly became extremely fierce. Battleships were constantly being shot down as they fought against each other. This scene is as spectacular as the final battle in Lin Hao's previous life in the Guardians of the Galaxy movie. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, countless warships are bombarding each other, showing people what visual impact is. But as time went by, due to the too many warships of the Sokka Legion, Yondu's sweeper army was retreating steadily, but the warships of the Nova Legion joined the battle. With the armed forces of the Nova Legion joining the battle, the situation was finally alleviated. Loki, stay here. Wanda, let's go. Lin Hao left Loki on Yondu's mothership, while he and Wanda flew out of the mothership. After all, Loki does not have the ability to fly, and there are no extra battleships for him to participate in the war, so he should stay on the mothership, otherwise Loki may still hinder Lin Hao. Boom boom boom. The sky was filled with artillery shells, and all kinds of artillery shells and gunpowder smoke filled the entire sky. Lin Hao and Wanda flew out from the mothership, and shot down dozens of Sokka Legion warships with dozens of Qigong bombs. Wang Tatsuya also used his strength. Under the origin magic power, the warships of the Sokka Legion could not resist at all. All warships hit by the origin magic power were bombarded to pieces. Stimulate. Lin Hao couldn't help but shouted that battleship bombardment is a man's romance. It's a pity that there are no extra battleships for him, otherwise he would also like to drive a battleship to fight against each other. Lin Hao and Wanda used overwhelming momentum to open a path on the battlefield in the sky, and all the warships in their way were shot down. Then Lin Hao, and Rocket and the others met up. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Rocket Raccoon was bombing the Dark Star's flanks at this time, but he couldn't penetrate the Dark Star's defense for a long time. Such an intensive attack only left some traces on the Dark Star. I don't believe this damn turtle shell can't be broken. Just when Rocket Raccoon was about to regroup and launch another wave of offensive, a pure white energy was suddenly launched and directly hit the side of the Dark Star. Boom. This time, it directly caused great damage to the Dark Star, and the explosion directly blasted a big hole in the side of the Dark Star. Looking at the big hole blasted out of the dark star, Rocket Raccoon subconsciously looked outside and saw Lin Hao and Wanda stepping into the void and slowly closing their hands. Oh my god, this guy is too crazy, isn't he? Don't be stunned. Let's go in and leave the outside to Yondu and the others. Just when Rocket Raccoon was in a daze, Lin Hao's voice came from the earphones. Lin Hao and Wanda flew directly into the dark star through the big hole. Inside the dark star, because Lin Hao had received a big impact just now, Nebula hurriedly entered the flight deck and reported back, the right rotation was attacked, and an enemy has already broken in. Continue to descend. My goal is to land on the ground. Everything else is unimportant. Ronan, the accuser, said calmly. As long as he reaches the ground, he can use the power gem to destroy the civilization of Xandar in one fell swoop, including the entire Xandar planet, will be destroyed in his hands. I see. Xingyun nodded, a flash of fierceness flashed in his eyes, close the safety door and face the enemy. When Lin Hao broke into the dark star, he encountered a group of Sokka people blocking the way. However, these scum with a combat power of 5 could not stop Lin Hao and his party from moving forward, and were directly eliminated. Where is Ronan? Rocket Raccoon asked. Now that he's in, the most important thing right now is to find Ronan. Only by killing him and taking back the Infinity Stones will this war come to an end. Speaking of which, the fierce fighting outside has little impact on this war. The outcome is still decided. As long as they defeat Ronan, the catastrophe on Xandar Star will naturally be lifted, but if they lose, Ronan will undoubtedly win a great victory. To enter the flight deck, you must pass through a safety door. The safety door cannot be forcibly broken. You can only enter the flight deck by turning off the power supply system of the safety door. Gamera said. Can't break it by force? I don't believe it. Lin Hao smiled faintly. He really didn't believe it. No matter what door he was in, he would become extremely fragile in front of the reality stone. If you don't believe me, you can try it. The safety door is extremely strong and can withstand any attack. Gamera vowed. It seemed that she was very confident in the safety door on the flight deck. That's what I meant. Gamera. The two were talking when suddenly a figure jumped down from above. It was Xingyun. Look at all the good things you've done, you're still so useless, you idiot. Nebula's face was cold as he mocked Gamera. Boom. However, before she could finish her words, a rocket launcher hit her. Drax beside her slowly put down the rocket launcher and said innocently, I won't allow her to slander my friend with bad words. Lin Hao was speechless. Drax the Destroyer was really a living treasure. You should at least wait until the person has finished speaking before typing. You guys go to the flight deck quickly, I'll turn off the power supply system of the safety door. Gamera confessed, and just as he was about to leave, Lin Hao suddenly said, there is no need to turn off the power supply system, any safety door, I can knock it off with one punch. It was smashed to pieces. Oh, this friend from Tehran Star, you are louder than me. Rocket Raccoon joked, but I believe you can do it, just do what he said, I believe he can do it with one punch. That security door is smashed to pieces. After saying that, Rocket Raccoon waved his little fist. I hope you won't regret it. Gamera sighed and had no choice but to do as she was told. Under Gamera's leadership, Lin Hao and his group passed through many obstacles and finally arrived outside the safety door of the flight deck. Ronan is inside, let me see how you beat the security door to pieces with one punch. Gamera looked at Lin Hao with interest, as if waiting for Lin Hao to make a fool of himself. Okay, today I will open your eyes, it's just a door. Lin Hao smoothed his sleeves and motioned for them to step back. Dark red energy surged in his hands, and then he went up and punched the security door. Click. As Lin Hao punched the security door, a shattering sound echoed out. Chapter 91. Click. 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 Cracks quickly spread throughout the security door, and finally with a loud rumbling sound, the security door that Gamera said was indestructible collapsed. This. Gamera was stunned to see that the extremely strong security door was really beaten to pieces by Lin Hao. No matter how much she didn't want to believe it, the facts were right in front of her. Look, what is a master? This is called a master. Rocket Raccoon laughed loudly and flattered Lin Hao unabashedly. Let's go. Lin Hao waved, and everyone rushed directly into the flight deck. Gamera and Rocket Raccoon quickly killed several guards on the flight deck. Then Star-Lord raised the quantum rocket launcher in his hand, pointed it at Ronan who was standing in the middle of the flight deck, and fired directly bomb out. Bang! The quantum rocket launcher hit Ronan accurately, and a powerful shock wave spread out, knocking Quill and others away. Ronan's position caused a burst of flames and smoke. It seemed that Ronan was killed by Star-Lord with one shot. Ha ha ha! Quill, you did it! Drax the Destroyer shouted excitedly, you killed Ronan and avenged my wife and daughter. If only it were that simple. Lin Hao shook his head. Although this quantum rocket launcher was powerful, it was not painful at all for Ronan, the power gem. Then the smoke dissipated, and Ronan the accuser slowly stood up. He slowly came over, and with one move of the Kree Warhammer in his hand, purple light surged, and an invisible shock wave instantly knocked everyone off their feet. All right. Rocket Raccoon's eyes flashed, he raised the gun on his back and shot Ronan, followed closely by Gamera. Da-da-da-da. After a burst of shooting, everyone expected to be able to injure Ronan or even kill him, but their thoughts were too simple. They resisted the attacks of Rocket Raccoon and others head-on, and Ronan did not even move. A bunch of idiots, you just want to defeat me? Now I will take care of you and bury you with Xandar. Ronan roared angrily, and the Kree Warhammer in his hand suddenly hit the ground. Boom! The energy-emitting purple flames splashed out and rolled towards Lin Hao and his party. Except for Lin Hao and Wanda, the others were knocked away and vomited blood on the spot. It's too strong. Isn't there nothing we can do? Star-Lord lay on the ground and wailed in pain. Ronan was much stronger than they thought. Even if all of them came together, they would not be able to defeat Ronan 1/10,000th of the time. In fact, even if Ronan does not have the Power Stone, he can still destroy the entire Guardians of the Galaxy, let alone the current Power Stone Ronan. It is normal for Star-Lord and the others to be defeated. Wanda, you protect them, I'll deal with Ronan. Lin Hao took a step forward. Now he was the only one who could compete with Ronan. You. Ronan's eyes were disdainful, where did this kid come from? He's asking for death. Searching for death? I'm afraid this sentence is just right for you. After finishing speaking, Lin Hao took the initiative to attack. Dark red energy surged, clenched into a fist, and appeared above Ronan in a flash. A fist carrying the energy of the Reality Stone slammed into Ronan's face. Ronan stayed still and let Lin Hao's fist fall, but just when Lin Hao's fist was about to fall on Ronan's face, Ronan's body burst into purple light, and an extremely powerful energy wave directly bounced Lin Hao back. As expected of a power gem, Lin Hao stabilized his body. The moment he was about to come into contact with Ronan, Lin Hao felt an extremely powerful energy wave. It was this energy wave that bounced him back. The power gem can be regarded as the most offensive gem among the 6 Infinity Stones. It is no joke to explode stars with one punch. Once Ronan falls to the ground, Ronan only needs to put his Kree Warhammer on the ground. The entire Xandar star will turn into cosmic dust in an instant. On the other hand, the Reality Stone, which could only exert superficial power, was no match for the Power Stone with full power. Ronan raised the Klin Warhammer inlaid with the power gem and turned it suddenly towards Lin Hao. A shock wave directly knocked Lin Hao back dozens of meters, and finally hit the wall heavily. Turtle. Pi. Chi. Gong. The next moment, Lin Hao launched a counterattack, and the turtle-style Qigong exuding terrifying energy fluctuations went straight towards Ronan. When Ronan hammered carry a little, Lin Hao's turtle-style Qigong was directly resolved. Once the Turtle School Qigong failed to achieve any effect, Lin Hao directly integrated the energy of the Reality Stone with the Origin magic power, and finally used the energy beam in the form of an energy beam, directed at Ronan. The power of ignorance. Ronan glanced disdainfully, and with a wave of the Kree Warhammer, Lin Hao's energy beam that gathered the energy of the Reality Stone and Origin magic power was easily defused again. Then Ronan took the initiative to attack and hit Lin Hao with a heavy punch. After Lin Hao broke through more than a dozen walls, he gradually stopped. That's it. Ronan was about to give Lin Hao a fatal blow, but Lin Hao's aura suddenly surged. Under Ronan's surprised gaze, Lin Hao's whole body was wrapped in red arrogance, attacking with the force of thunder, and punched Ronan in the stomach. This time, Ronan was directly knocked away by Lin Hao and hit the glass of the flight deck, causing smoke and dust to fly everywhere. 7 times the Kaio fist, this is already my limit. After feeling the powerful power of the Power Stone Ronan, Lin Hao directly opened Kaio fist to the maximum. If he continued to increase the multiplier, it would cause a huge load on his body. At the same time, Lin Hao's combat power at this time also increased from 1.6 million to more than 10 million. This is the highest combat effectiveness index ever achieved by Lin Hao. With a combat power of 1.6 million just now, he was unable to break through Ronan's defense. After activating the Kaio fist, he was finally able to break through Ronan's defense. But Lin Hao knew that although the punch just now knocked Ronan away, it would be difficult to cause substantial damage to him. Sure enough, Ronan quickly stood up again. He tilted his head and said with some interest, "Your strength seems to have improved a little, but you are destined to be my defeat. I will let everyone in the universe know that I am invincible now. Crush it for me." While Ronan was pretending to compete, Lin Hao launched an attack on Ronan's Kree Warhammer. He knew very well that only by destroying the Kree Warhammer and taking out the Power Stone could he defeat Ronan, otherwise even if he punched away the Kaio 20 times, he still won't be Ronan's opponent. Buzz. When Lin Hao slashed down with his hand, the Kree Warhammer did not shatter as expected. When Lin Hao slashed down with his Reality Gem energy hand, the Kree Warhammer's purple light shone brightly, bouncing Lin Hao back. Wath. Chapter 92. Lin Hao was shocked, this was so different from what he imagined. But when he got here, he used the hand knife with the energy of the Reality Stone but failed to destroy the Kree Warhammer. Instead, the energy of the Power Stone burst out and saved the Kree Warhammer. It's a good idea, but it's a pity it's of no use. Sensing Lin Hao's actions, Ronan said sarcastically. It seems the only option is to be tough. Since destroying the Kree Warhammer is not feasible, the only option is to fight head-on. Then Lin Hao launched another attack. This time he chose to fight Ronan in close combat. In the fierce battle between the two, half of the Dark Star was destroyed. From this, we can imagine how fierce the battle between Lin Hao and Ronan was. Although Lin Hao hit Ronan many times, Ronan felt no pain or itching. On the contrary, Lin Hao suffered many attacks from Ronan during the battle and suffered considerable injuries. Hi! Lin Hao panted and retreated a distance, using Kaio Fist for a long time to fight, which was a huge amount of physical exertion for him. Moreover, he also suffered a lot of injuries. Now Lin Hao is almost reaching him. The limit. If he continues to fight like this endlessly, his Kaio Fist will not be able to maintain it for much longer. It's time to end this farce, let me send you all to hell now. Ronan seemed tired of fighting Lin Hao and was ready to kill him. It seems that we still have to use the demonic eye of direct death. Lin Hao finally understood that almost all of his methods had no effect on Ronan. They basically just tickled him. The only thing that could really cause irreversible damage to him was the demonic eye of direct death. Open the evil eye of death. At this moment, Lin Hao's eyes gradually transformed into something as strange and mysterious as black holes. When he looked at Ronan again, the scene in front of him shocked him. You can't even see the dead line or dead center. After opening the demon eye of direct death, Lin Hao was unable to see the dead line and dead point on Ronan's body. What does this mean? It means that Ronan's strength is much stronger than Lin Hao. Although the Death Eye is a magical skill, it also has shortcomings. That is, the Demon Eye of Direct Death can only see the dead spots on people who are not too much stronger than itself, but once the opponent is too strong, the dead lines and dead spots on the target will become blurred until they are invisible. If Lin Hao can't see the dead line or dead point on Ronan's body, it means that Ronan's strength is much stronger than Lin Hao. As a result, even his eyes of death can't see the dead line and dead point on Ronan's body. You can't even see the dead line or dead center, let alone launch an attack on Ronan's dead center. Quill, think of a way to attract Ronan's attention, and I'll take the opportunity to snatch his hammer. Lin Hao had an idea and suddenly remembered the way Ronan died in his previous life, and suggested on the spot. In his previous life, Ronan could be said to be the most embarrassing villain to die. Attract attention? How do I attract his attention? Quill didn't react for a moment. Don't you like dancing? Put on your headphones and dance with him in front of him, so that you can attract his attention. Lin Hao said without any fluctuation on the surface, but he was already laughing in his heart. Encourage people to dance, and the sky will strike like lightning. Good idea. Star-Lord's eyes lit up, and then he took out his headphones. Lin Hao found a basketball out of nowhere and said with a smile, "Hey, Quill, basketball plus dancing should attract his attention more, right? That's a good idea." Star-Lord was completely unaware of Lin Hao's bad intentions, and he thought Lin Hao's idea was a good one. He took the basketball and came directly to Ronan to start his performance. The next scene almost made Lin Hao laugh out loud. I saw Star-Lord wearing headphones and singing the song in the headphones. At the same time, his body began to twist and dance while dribbling a basketball. This scene was extremely funny. What are you doing? The amazing thing is that Ronan was actually attracted by Star-Lord's awkward dance. Dancing, buddy, just the two of us, let's get excited. Seeing that Ronan's attention was attracted by him, Star-Lord danced even more vigorously. Just when Lin Hao was about to snatch the Kree Warhammer that had been stolen by Ronan, who could no longer watch, swung the hammer and Star-Lord was directly knocked away, leaving only a basketball on the scene. Lin Hao. Thanks to him for coming up with such a good idea, it turned out that this Ronan was not as stupid as Ronan in his previous life in the Guardians of the Galaxy, and he gave Star-Lord a hammer on the head. Fancy idiot. Ronan didn't even look at Star-Lord, and raised the Kree Warhammer above his head. You stupid people, remember the person who will judge you, that is. Boom. Ronan was about to give everyone a fatal blow when suddenly a crimson energy bomb hit Ronan, interrupting Ronan's movements and sending Ronan flying backwards. Lin Hao suddenly turned his head and saw crimson origin magic power surging in Wanda's jade hands. She jumped high and landed in front of Ronan, with sharp eyes. Even if we will be judged, at least that person will not be you. Here comes another idiot, still unwilling to admit your weakness. Ronan stood up slowly and looked at Wanda standing in front of him with a playful look. Wanda didn't talk nonsense to him. The majestic origin magic power surged and enveloped Ronan's whole body. She tried to use origin magic power to control Ronan. But Ronan, who was holding the power stone, didn't move at all. Wanda. Come back, you are no match for him. How can Wanda now be the opponent of Ronan, the power stone? Although origin magic power is one of the most powerful energies in the universe, Wanda's current control of origin magic power is not enough to support her using origin magic power to fight against infinite rough stones. And it is also the most offensive power gem among the 6 infinite rough stones. But it was too late. When Wanda used origin magic power on Ronan, who was already murderous, raised the Kree Warhammer and stamped it. The origin magic power wrapped around him instantly shattered, and then Ronan hit Wanda on the head with the hammer. At this moment, Wanda's face turned pale instantly, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. When the Kree Warhammer inlaid with the power gem hit Wanda, Lin Hao's eyes suddenly opened. He didn't care too much and quickly picked up Wanda, who was knocked away. Looking at Wanda lying dying in his arms, his anger almost took over his reason. Ronan's hammer has the power to destroy a planet. You can imagine how much impact Wanda has endured. Origin magic power protected her. The reason why Wanda was able to withstand Ronan's blow was because of the temporary savior origin magic power, which saved Wanda's life. Otherwise, Ronan's blow just now was enough to kill Wanda instantly. But even if origin magic power saved Wanda's life, Wanda is now on the verge of death. How dare you hurt Wanda? I promised Eric that as long as I'm alive, no one can bully Wanda. Unless you step over my body. At this moment, Lin Hao's anger reached its peak. Chapter 93. This is the first time in his history that he has been so angry. Ronan. You deserve to die. He can get hurt, he can be beaten, and it doesn't even matter if his boat capsizes in the gutter one day, but he can't stand Wanda being bullied, and this time, he was given the power of the Power Stone, which almost killed Wanda. Oh? You want to kill me too? Ronan hasn't realized the seriousness of the matter yet. In fact, even if he realizes it, he is not afraid at all. With the Power Stone in hand, he can do whatever he wants. What happened? Following Lin Hao's anger, the various debris inside the Dark Star that had been shattered by the intense violence suddenly floated up. This scene frightened Star-Lord and others. There is a violent energy. Gamera looked around, and she could clearly feel that the air was beginning to be filled with violent energy. Boom! Suddenly, a loud thunder and lightning resounded across the sky, and the sky above the entire Nova capital was shrouded in dark clouds. Lightning struck from the clouds. Every time a lightning struck the ground, there was an explosion. Afterwards, dark clouds spread all over Xandar, and thunder and lightning spread all over the world. Earthquakes began to occur on the entire planet, and mountain peaks collapsed in the earthquake. Earthquakes and tsunamis swept across the world. This scene frightened the residents of Xandar. Is it the end of the world? Looking at the black sky and the lightning that landed indiscriminately, the residents of Xandar fell into panic. Nova headquarters. Looking at the ongoing global disaster, Nova Supreme looked solemn. Who knows what happened? I don't know, this happened suddenly. It was a sunny day just now, and suddenly it became like this. Could it be that Xandar will not be able to escape this disaster after all? A Nova officer said deeply. No matter what happens, as long as Xandar is still there, we can't give up hope. Nova Supreme, as the supreme leader of the Nova Empire, must not panic at times like this. If even she is confused, then the Nova Empire will really be hopeless. Act immediately to assist our people in evacuating to safety. Yes. Faced with this global disaster, all officers of the Nova Empire took action and participated in the rescue. Crackling. At this time, on the sea not far from the capital of Nova, countless thunder and lightning formed a thunder pool, and the thunder pool was filled with lightning carrying violent energy. Inside the Dark Star, Ronan looked at Lin Hao, who was gradually changing, and actually became interested in Lin Hao. He looked at Lin Hao quietly. It interests me more and more. I really want to know you. How much power is still hidden? Oh my god, is this all caused by Lin Jackson? Looking at the completely dark sky outside and the lightning that kept streaking across the sky, Star-Lord opened his mouth in shock. The power of one person can cause chaos in the world, lightning and thunder, earthquakes and tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. Is this horse still a human? In Star-Lord's knowledge, he has never seen such a phenomenon. He is getting stronger and stronger. This man is elusive. Gamera said seriously. She originally thought that Lin Hao was just a man with some strength. However, Lin Hao's performance time and time again exceeded her understanding of Lin Hao. From smashing the security door with one punch, to now the entire Xandar planet has fallen into a global disaster because of him. At this time, Lin Hao had an infinite power in his body, like a wild beast that had been sleeping for thousands of years and was gradually awakening, and the Sun blood flowing in his limbs began to stir. Brutal, warlike, and bloodthirsty factors rushed into his mind crazily. How dare you? How dare you, bully Wanda? Lin Hao roared in a low voice, and his hair automatically moved without wind at this moment. A flash of golden light filled his whole body, including his hair. He has changed. Rocket Raccoon, who had been watching Lin Hao, noticed the flash of golden light and shouted. What will happen next? Star-Lord was both looking forward to and worried. Oh! The accuser Ronan naturally noticed the golden light flashing from Lin Hao. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Lin Hao very intently. Ah! Finally, the violent energy in the air reached its peak, and with Lin Hao's roar, the violent and powerful force in his body completely exploded. The golden flames enveloped Lin Hao's whole body, and his hair also turned golden, and he also changed Lin Hao's hairstyle. In addition, his eyes also changed from blue to turquoise. Blonde hair, blue eyes, Super Sun. Because Wanda was half dead by Ronan's blow, anger replaced Lin Hao's reason, thus completely stimulating the blood of the fighting race Saiyans in his body, and successfully turned into a Super Saiyans. Wow, I have to admit, he looks more domineering this way. Rocket Raccoon said sincerely as he watched Lin Hao complete his transformation. Yes, she has blonde hair and blue eyes, her whole body is filled with golden arrogance, and she exudes a domineering aura from all over her body. When did the people on Earth have this skill? Why can't I? Star-Lord complained. Rocket, take Wanda and get out of here quickly. Lin Hao stood up slowly, took out a fairy bean and threw it to Rocket, saying, when you leave here, give this to Wanda. Accurately taking the fairy beans thrown by Lin Hao, Rocket Raccoon was just a little stunned. Lin Hao's urging voice came again, quick, get out of here before I lose my mind. Groat, take the people, let's get out of here. As Lin Hao roared like this, Rocket Raccoon immediately took action. Treeman Groat picked up Wanda on the ground, and the group of them fled here as fast as possible. After Rocket and his team left, Lin Hao slowly turned around and faced Ronan with the power gem again. Now Lin Hao no longer felt any pressure. Bang bang bang. After Ronan was slightly surprised, he clapped with satisfaction and said, your surprise surprises me, but there is no doubt that things are getting more and more interesting. Yeah, it's getting more and more interesting. What's interesting is that you're going to die soon. There was endless indifference in Lin Hao's eyes. He clenched his fists, feeling the majestic power coming from his body like the sea, and said coldly, I will use this power to end you, in return for beating you in Wang. Take revenge for that blow on your body. Ha ha ha. You arrogant brat, do you think you can defeat me just because you have gained some power? Ronan looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, as if he was laughing at Lin Hao's overestimation. I remember what I said just now, in this world, no one can defeat me, and no one is my opponent. Remember your smile now, I hope you can smile again later. Lin Hao glanced coldly and launched an attack directly. The war of the century has officially begun. Chapter 94. Bang! Lin Hao was so fast that he could hardly see clearly. He seemed to be teleporting and punched Ronan without any warning. Ronan couldn't react at all. This punch directly caused him to smash the protective cover of the flight deck and fly out from the dark star. Phew! Golden arrogance continued to surge around Lin Hao, and there was endless anger and fighting spirit in those green eyes. Lin Hao kept moving. He caught up with Ronan and kicked Ronan hard to the ground. When Ronan fell rapidly, Lin Hao caught up with Ronan again at an unparalleled speed and kicked him into the sky again. From beginning to end, Ronan showed no resistance at all. Perhaps he became very strong because he was holding the power gem, but the power gem only gave him infinite power without any speed bonus. Therefore, after Lin Hao transformed into a Super Saiyan, Ronan was unable to capture Lin Hao's speed and could only be passively beaten. Bang! 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 In this way, Lin Hao kicked Ronan around in the sky like a football. Finally, with a Qigong bomb from Lin Hao, Ronan was blasted back into the dark star again. Pissed. Even though Ronan's body was strengthened by the power gem, he still couldn't withstand Lin Hao's attack just now. Ronan fell into the dark star and vomited out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Is this all you have? Lin Hao stood upright opposite Ronan, glanced coldly, and said sarcastically, waste is waste. Even if you hold the infinite rough stone, you can't exert its true power. Do you know what this is called? This is called a waste of natural resources. How dare you call me trash? Because of the severe beating he had just received without any resistance, coupled with Lin Hao's sarcasm, Ronan was completely angry. I will show you the true power of the infinite stone. Boom! Ronan roared, and the Kree warhammer in his hand struck suddenly, and a destructive version of purple energy burst out from under his feet. Lin Hao frowned and swept out the dark star as quickly as possible. At the same time, the huge dark star was reduced to ashes by purple flames carrying destructive energy under countless gazes. Boom! The Sokka battleships, sweepers, and even the Nova Armed Forces battleships still fighting near the dark star were all hit by huge amounts of impact. As a result, countless battleships lost control and fell to the ground in a free fall. Wow, beautiful fireworks! Rocket, who had just withdrawn from the dark star, looked at the exploding dark star not far away and let out a cry of admiration. Hey, it seems that what we should discuss now is not about beauty, right? Lin Jackson seems to be still inside, doesn't that mean? Star-Lord hit the nail on the head. Damn it! I forgot if you didn't remind me. I really hope that kid is okay. Rocket Raccoon covered his eyes and mourned for Lin Hao. I think your worries are unnecessary. As soon as Gamera's words came out, Rocket and Star-Lord both followed her line of sight and saw Lin Hao standing in the sky unscathed with his feet in the void. Hey, I knew this kid was fine. Seeing Lin Hao safe and sound, Rocket breathed a sigh of relief. You seemed to be mourning for him just now. Star-Lord hit Rocket on the head with a hammer. I think we should revive this beautiful young lady now. Rocket quickly changed the topic. He took out the fairy beans that Lin Hao had given him before. He looked at the unconscious Wanda and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he said, how can I give this thing to her? Gamera glared, snatched the fairy bean from Rocket's hand, pried open Wanda's mouth and stuffed it in. When she was done, she didn't forget to mock, "Short creatures are simple-minded." In the explosion, the dark star turned into countless wreckage, carrying blazing flames, falling from the sky, and the capital of the Nova Empire below ushered in a rain of wreckage. Bang bang bang! The citizens of Nova's capital fled frantically for their lives. The wreckage was almost scattered all over the capital. Thousands of people died in this rain of wreckage. At the Nova Empire headquarters, Nova Supreme looked at the capital city where the whole city had fallen into panic, with a solemn expression. She has sent all personnel to participate in the rescue, but it still caused such heavy casualties. This is a disaster for the Nova Empire. The Nova Empire will always remember today's shame. It was because of Ronan's invasion that the capital of Nova was in catastrophe today. Countless innocent citizens died in this war, and even Xandar was severely damaged. When Nova Supreme was angry at Ronan's invasion, her eyes suddenly shrank at the next moment. Suddenly, purple light enveloped the entire capital of Nova. In the sky, a purple energy ball like a meteorite hung. The purple energy ball exuded a destructive aura, and this energy ball was still expanding. What happened? Nova Supreme's face was full of shock and shock. If this energy ball fell on the surface of the Xandar star, there is no doubt that the entire Xandar star would be turned into ashes in the universe in an instant. As the screen moved downwards, beneath the huge purple energy ball, Nova Supreme saw Ronan's figure. He raised the Kree Warhammer with one hand, and the energy ball that could destroy Xandar was right above his head. Obviously, this was Ronan's masterpiece. He wants to destroy Xandar. Seeing this scene, Supreme Nova immediately guessed what Ronan would do next. He was coming to destroy Xandar. As expected of a power gem. Feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations coming from above, Lin Hao frowned slightly. Even though his strength was greatly increased by transforming into a Super Saiyan, he still seemed a little weak in front of the Power Stone. He could clearly feel that if he was hit by Ronan head-on, he would be reduced to ashes. And he had tested it just now. Whether it was turtle-style Qigong, origin magic power or even the energy of the Reality Stone, when it first touched the purple energy ball condensed by the Power Stone, it was all swallowed up in an instant. Now, people of the Nova Empire, feel the anger from the Kree. Abandon your ignorant and incompetent gods, the fate of Xandar will be rewritten today. And I, Ronan the Accuser, will play this role and give you a better future. Ronan's words were like a message traveling thousands of miles away, falling into the ears of everyone on Xandar. At this moment, in this situation, whether it was the Nova armed forces still fighting, or the Nova Empire hiding in the shelter, all the people looked desperate. The sky carries destructive purple energy balls, turbulent seas, cracked earth, erupting volcanoes, and ruined cities. At this time, the atmosphere of doomsday is heightened to the extreme. Chapter 95. The Nova Empire is going to perish, and we can't avoid it. In the mothership, Gamera's eyes were slightly dull. The huge purple energy ball in the sky exuded an aura of endless despair. Once this purple energy ball falls, there is no doubt that the entire Xandar star will be reduced to cosmic ashes in an instant. At that time, none of them will be spared, and they will be turned into ashes in the universe along with Xandar star. Crazy. He's crazy. Rocket Raccoon looked sad. Although my lifespan is not long, I don't want to die today. I'm Groot. Hey, now is not the time to say these words, right? Shouldn't we find a way to stop him? I don't want to die here inexplicably like this. When the rest of the Guardians of the Galaxy were lifeless, only Star-Lord still had a glimmer of fighting spirit. He felt that it was not the time to give up hope yet. At least they were not dead yet and Xandar was not destroyed yet, so there was still hope. Stop it? How to stop it? That is the Infinite Stone. Once we touch it, we will turn into ashes. Rocket Raccoon said in a low tone, damn it, why did I come with you to the damn Xandar star? Why do you say that? Aren't we a team? Star-Lord shouted back. Yes, Quill is right, we still have hope, I believe him. Wanda, who woke up after taking fairy beans, stood in front of the mothership and spoke softly. Him. Gamera wondered. You mean Lin Jackson? He can save everything. Star-Lord looked at Wanda and asked. Come on, no matter how powerful he is, he can't compete with the infinite rough stone. Although Lin Hao's performance was very strong and the rockets were obvious to all, he didn't think Lin Hao could compete with infinite rough stone. Infinite rough stones were born at the beginning of the universe, and the power contained in each infinite rough stone is beyond what ordinary people can contend with. You are right. Lin may not be able to compete with the infinite rough stones, but since the problem cannot be solved, then solve the person who raised the problem. There was a touch of confidence in Wanda's eyes, which was confidence in Lin Hao. The person who asked the question? Are you talking about Ronan? Star-Lord suddenly realized, she is right. With Lin's power, maybe we can kill Ronan before Ronan destroys Xandar. Hearing this, Rocket jumped up from the ground, stood parallel to Wanda, and said excitedly, brothers from Tehran Star, whether we live or die, it all depends on you. The Rockets are also willing to believe that Lin Hao can really solve Ronan. This is their last hope. If even Lin Hao cannot solve Ronan, then the only thing waiting for them will be destruction, together with Xandar. Lin Hao naturally thought of this method. He could not stop the power gem with destructive energy, but he could still kill Ronan before that. Buzz! Lin Hao's green eyes turned as deep as black holes at this time. When he transformed into a Super Saiyan and gained super strength, he finally saw the dead line and dead center on Ronan's body. Although it's not much and a little blurry, it's enough. Ronan, everything is over, let me end your dream. Lin Hao stretched out his right hand, and a hand knife exuding golden aura quickly condensed. Obviously, he can't just watch Ronan destroy Xandar. Whether he can save Xandar is another matter. If Xandar is really destroyed, there is no doubt that he and Wanda will both be on Xandar. It will be destroyed along with Xandar. Even though he has now become a Super Saiyan, he still cannot resist the energy of a planet explosion. At this moment, the purple energy ball above Ronan's head has expanded to cover the entire capital of Nova, like a small sun. With such huge amounts of energy, let alone one Xandar star, 10 more. We can all blow it up for you. Only you. Ronan said with disdain, no one can stop me now, just follow Xandar and be annihilated in the universe. Having said that, Ronan held the Kree Warhammer in his hand and wanted to direct the purple energy ball above his head to fall. However, just when he had this idea and took action, Lin Hao, who was still several hundred meters away, disappeared in an instant. The next moment, Ronan's pupils suddenly shrank. He stared blankly at Lin Hao, who had appeared in front of him at some unknown time, and then at the golden aura hand knife that was deeply inserted into his body. The vitality in his eyes was rapidly fading. It's too late for everything. You and the entire Xandar planet should be buried with me. A proud smile appeared on Ronan's lips, and then his body instantly turned into ashes. This scene was watched by Wanda and others in the mothership. When they saw Ronan turned into ashes, everyone in the mothership burst into cheers. Wow, I've long seen that this kid is unusual. I don't have to die. Rocket jumped up happily and hugged Gamera. Good boy. Yondu smiled with relief. Ronan's death also prevented him and his scavengers from destroying the group here. Loki, who was silent beside him, also grinned. No, Ronan is dead, why hasn't it disappeared yet? Soon, Star-Lord discovered something was wrong. He pointed at the purple energy ball in the sky. At this time, the purple energy ball was moving slowly and falling towards the ground. This scene made everyone who was cheering just now look gloomy instantly. Before Ronan died, he had already triggered the power of the Power Stone, which caused the energy of the Power Stone gathered above his head to gain kinetic energy and fall towards the capital of Nova at a slow speed, and then the speed became faster and faster. Quick! It's not reassuring to die. Lin Hao frowned and quickly grabbed Ronan's Kree Warhammer, intending to use the power gem to take back the purple energy ball. But then he discovered that even the Kree Warhammer embedded with the power gem could not recover this destructive energy, just like water that was thrown out could not be recovered. The purple energy ball fell faster and faster. As it approached the ground, the Nova capital beneath it was under the huge pressure of the purple energy ball. The buildings began to dissipate and the seawater flowed back. Is it inevitable in the end? Nova Supreme, who was at Nova's headquarters, looked at this scene with despair in his eyes. Of course she had witnessed the scene where Lin Hao killed Ronan just now. She originally thought that the war would have come to an end at this point, but the reality told her that she was overthinking it. Since I can't take it back, I'll beat you back. Lin Hao held the Kree Warhammer and circled under the purple energy ball at lightning speed. His figure looked extremely small under the huge purple energy ball. Lin, no. Seeing this scene, Wanda's beautiful eyes shrank. Chapter 96. Is he crazy? Does he want to fight it off on his own? Gamera and others were shocked when they saw this scene. That was the power of the infinite rough stone, enough to destroy 10 Xandar stars. How could Lin Hao alone be able to resist it? I don't know, but there is no other way now. Someone has to deal with this thing, otherwise all of us will die. Rocket's face was heavy. In fact, Lin Hao was not desperate, but was confident. No matter how terrifying the energy this purple energy ball contains, it is ultimately made up of the energy of the power gem. Now that the power gem is in his hand, Lin Hao has nothing to fear. Lin Hao's whole body was wrapped in golden flames. Facing the purple energy ball that was so huge that it enveloped the entire capital of Nova and the strong sense of oppression, Lin Hao didn't feel the slightest fear in his heart. Even though the terrifying pressure made his clothes squeak, Lin Hao knew very well that he had no way out now. Once he retreats, not only himself, but also Wanda, will disappear into this world along with Xandar. Roll! With a simple and crude word, Lin Hao raised the Kree Warhammer in his hand and struck the center of the purple energy ball with a hammer. Bang! The moment the Kree Warhammer came into contact with the purple energy ball, a ripple of energy spread rapidly, and the space seemed to start to vibrate at this moment. Then the Kree Warhammer burst into purple light, and nearly half of Xandar was filled with purple. Then, under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, the purple energy ball that originally fell towards the ground of Xandar flew towards the sky at a slow speed, getting faster, and finally broke through the atmosphere of Xandar and flew into space. When the huge purple energy ball turned into a black dot and disappeared from everyone's sight, there was silence for a second, followed by a terrifying energy fluctuation in the sky, and the entire Xandar star was affected. Boom! The extremely bright purple light came from space, carrying an unparalleled energy fluctuation. Under this powerful purple light, everyone had to close their eyes. After a few minutes, the purple light gradually dissipated. It's over. Gamera opened her eyes, looked at the sea level below which was gradually returning to calm, and murmured. Amazing guy, it was he who saved us. I don't want the Infinity Stone anymore, so give it to him. Yondu admired from the bottom of his heart. Yes, Lin Hao saved them all. If it weren't for Lin Hao, let alone the Infinite Rough Stone, it's still a question whether they could have left Xandar alive. A great man, he is the benefactor of the Nova Empire, and the Nova Empire will remember him forever. Nova Supreme looked at the figure standing in the air. Although it was not strong, it was extremely majestic. It was this person who single-handedly saved the entire planet Xandar. In Lin Hao's view, he did not save the Nova Empire, but saved himself and Wanda, and got the Power Stone conveniently. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao did not immediately fade away from the Super Saiyan state. Although the catastrophe between Ronan and Xandar Star was resolved, he still needed to master the Power Stone. As for the Power Gem, it can only be controlled by those with godhood or strong strength. It is obvious that Lin Hao's normal combat power index cannot control the Power Gem at all, and he needs to continue to maintain the Super Saiyan state to master it. In his normal state, Lin Hao only has a combat power of 1.6 million, but in Super Saiyan state, his strength is 50 times that of normal, which is a combat power of 80 million. I wonder if I can hold the Power Stone with 80 million combat power without being destroyed by the Power Stone? No matter what, we have come this far and I have no reason to back down. After finally getting the Power Gem, Lin Hao obviously would not give up the Power Gem because of this risk. As the saying goes, there is no smooth road on the road to becoming stronger. The road to becoming stronger is rugged and bumpy. Risks and rewards are always directly proportional. The more dangerous the Power Gem is, the higher its rewards. Once he masters the power of the Power Stone, for Lin Hao, his strength will increase by huge amounts of. Let me see how difficult it is to control the most aggressive Power Gem among the 6 infinite rough stones. A flash of fierceness flashed in his eyes, and then Lin Hao smashed the Kree Warhammer, causing the Power Gem to fall out. The moment the Power Gem fell out of the Kree Warhammer, Lin Hao felt the energy fluctuations on it. It was an unparalleled energy. Bring it on. After a deep drink, Lin Hao suddenly grabbed the Power Gem. At this moment, Lin Hao's hand burst into purple light, and the energy group carrying the purple flame continued to overflow. A majestic sea-like energy instantly invaded Lin Hao's body, and the golden flames on Lin Hao's body turned into purple. Is he crazy? He dares to touch the Infinity Stone. The Infinity Stone will destroy him. Seeing this scene, Gamera's eyes widened. Because this is his purpose. He will appear here just for the Infinite Rough Stone. Now that the Infinite Rough Stone is right in front of him, he will definitely not give up. When everyone was worried about Lin Hao, Loki smiled calmly. Although Loki said this with a smile, there was a hint of disappointment in the depths of his eyes. I failed, is he my nemesis? The TIE particles were taken away by him, and the Power Stone was also taken away by him. Loki secretly thought in his heart that his original plan was to use Lin Hao to obtain the Cosmic Sphere, and then use the power of the Power Stone to first kill Ronan and Thanos, then defeat Odin, become the king of Asgard, and reach the pinnacle of life. The ideal is beautiful, but the reality is very skinny. He calculated everything and planned everything, but in the end his plan still couldn't keep up with the changes. After being disappointed, a vague look flashed in Loki's eyes. He would not give up. There were 6 infinite rough stones in total, and there were only 2 in Lin Hao's hands. He still had a lot of opportunities, as long as he could get them with one of the other 4 infinite rough stones, he can achieve his purpose. Ah! It seemed like endless energy was poured into Lin Hao's body. This huge energy almost burst Lin Hao's body. Even the surface of his skin showed purple color, covering his whole body. I have conquered the Reality Stone, why am I still afraid of you with the Power Stone? Feeling the huge energy in his body that was about to burst him, Lin Hao gritted his teeth. He tried to control the huge energy pouring into his body, but found that even with his power to transform into a Super Saiyan, it was still difficult to control. The energy of the Power Stone is too powerful and the situation is not optimistic. Chapter 97. Different from the Reality Gem, the Reality Gem enters the body and only lurks in the body. It will only cause great destruction to the user when used. The Power Gem directly releases extremely terrifying energy, unless it is strong enough or has a godhead, such as Thor and Loki. They are the sons of Odin, the father of the gods, one biological and the other adopted. However, Loki, who grew up in Asgard, has already possessed the godhead, and he can effortlessly master the Power Gems. But Lin Hao is different. Lin Hao was born and raised on the earth, and has nothing to do with the godhead. Therefore, unless his strength is enough for him to master the Power Stone, there is no other way. He seems to be in pain. Rocket Raccoon said worriedly as he looked at Lin Hao, whose face was filled with pain from the purple energy. No one can help him now, he can only rely on himself. Gamera shook his head and sighed. When everyone was worried about Lin Hao, Loki had a strange smile on his face. In contrast, he hoped that Lin Hao could not master the Power Stone, so that he would have a chance. No, I can't hold it anymore. Feeling that his body was almost split, Lin Hao had a bad premonition. If he continued like this, he would definitely be destroyed by the power of the Power Gem. Come on, Reality Stone. Lin Hao suddenly had a very crazy idea, which was to completely release the power of the Reality Stone. He did what he said, and Lin Hao immediately released the suppressed power of the Reality Stone. The power of the Reality Stone surged out crazily, intersecting with the purple energy of the Power Stone. At this time, Lin Hao became half purple and half dark red. The power of the Power Gem and the Reality Gem swept wildly, wrapping Lin Hao in an energy storm, and this energy storm was half dark red and half purple. Forest. Seeing this scene, Wanda's eyes were full of worry. She knew that Lin Hao had released the power that she had helped to suppress. This is a very dangerous move. If it is not handled properly, Lin Hao will be completely torn to pieces by these two forces. The energy storm is still sweeping, getting bigger and bigger. The red and purple energy storm exudes terrifying energy fluctuations. Lin Hao, who was deep in the center of the energy storm, became more relaxed at this time. He could clearly feel that the Power Gem was gradually integrating with the Reality Gem. After all, the two were born in one body, so the two forces that may seem to be repulsive to outsiders are not in any way repulsive. Moreover, because of the tolerance of the Reality Stone, it requires other infinite rough stones as assistants. The Power Stone is the violent energy is gradually becoming stable. At the same time, the energy in Lin Hao's body was also increasing dramatically. It seems that my guess was correct. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. As time went by, the violent Power Gem became completely stable and surrounded each other with the Reality Gem. It was like a binary star system in the universe, quietly existing in his body. And that energy storm was also shrinking rapidly, and finally all the energy shrank into Lin Hao's body. When everything returned to calm, Lin Hao could clearly feel the Reality Gems and Power Gems existing in his body. At the same time, a full sense of power filled Lin Hao's whole body. With this punch, the entire Xandar planet will be blown up by me. Lin Hao clenched his fist, feeling the majestic power in his body, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This trip to Xandar Star seems to be worth it. Even though Lin Hao has not transformed into a Super Saiyan now, his strength has surpassed that when he transformed into a Super Saiyan just now. In addition to the surge in strength, with the assistance of the Power Stone, Lin Hao can now better utilize the power of the Reality Stone. Now he can modify reality at will, ranging from modifying the laws of physics and chemistry to creating reality and erasing it. Object. But now Lin Hao still cannot fully utilize the Reality Stone and the Power Stone, or in other words, with his current strength and physical ability, he cannot exert the full power of these two infinite rough stones. According to Lin Hao's estimation, it may only be able to exert about 15%, but Lin Hao is not in a hurry. He believes that sooner or later, he can fully control these two gems. Perhaps he needs something similar to the Infinity Gauntlet. The Infinity Glove can be said to be a carrier that can fully unleash the power of the Infinity Stone. But Lin Hao is different. After all, these two Infinity Stones are in his body. If they are used excessively, they will cause great harm to his body. Therefore, if he wants to exert the power of the Power Stone and the Reality Stone to a greater extent, the only thing Lin Hao has to do is to improve his own strength and physical fitness. System detects Combat Effectiveness Index and various indicators. Lin Hao currently does not have a clear number for his Combat Effectiveness Index, so he still needs the system to detect it. Host, Lin Jackson. Combat Effectiveness Index, 10 million. Physical Fitness and Various Skills, S level. Points Balance, 37,780. Well enough. Lin Hao smiled with satisfaction. After obtaining the Power Stone, as the energy of the Power Stone was injected into his body, his strength increased nearly 10 times. But one thing to note is that his own combat power has nothing to do with the Power Gems and Reality Gems. He himself has a combat power of 10 million, and the Power Gems and Reality Gems have nothing to do with the combat power of 10 million. For example, the Hulk in Avengers 4 has a combat power of 10 million. After he puts on the Infinity Gauntlet, he has the power of 6 infinite stones. This power can even destroy the universe, but it can be said that he originally possesses the power to destroy the universe? Obviously not. It can only be said that this is the blessing brought by the Infinity Gauntlet, not his own strength. The same is true for Lin Hao. The reason why his combat effectiveness has been improved by such huge amounts is because he held the Power Gem in the first place and the energy of the Power Gem poured into his body. Therefore, Lin Hao's combat power of 10 million can transform into a Super Saiyan, and combined with the Power Stone and the Reality Stone, he cannot estimate the combat power displayed. But according to his rough estimate, the real strength he can display should be a combat power index of 1 billion, and it may be more than that. Forest. A gentle voice came from behind him, and Lin Hao looked back, only to find that Wanda was standing behind him, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Wanda, I'm fine. Lin Hao smiled gently and hugged Wanda into his arms. He knew that this girl must have been worried about whether he could control the Power Stone just now. After a long time, Lin Hao let go of Wanda, touched Wanda's face, and said softly, "Okay, let's go home." Chapter 98. When Lin Hao and Wanda returned to the mothership, they found that Loki was missing. "Where's Loki?" Lin Hao asked, not finding Loki anywhere. "Hey, he was still here just now, maybe he went to the toilet." Rocket joked with a smile. "Who knows?" Gamera waved her hand, not caring about Loki's whereabouts. Lin Hao raised his lips slightly. This guy must have run away. With Loki's scheming attitude, how could he sincerely invite him to seize the cosmic sphere? Maybe his goal is the Power Stone. But after seeing that the Power Gem was under his control, his plan failed and he ran away. No matter what, Lin Hao didn't bother to care about Loki. "It's time for us to return to Tehran Star. We'll see you again in the future." After saying goodbye to Star-Lord, Yondu and others, Lin Hao and Wanda boarded the spaceship returning to Earth. He doesn't need to take care of the next thing. Xandar will naturally be handled by people from the Nova Empire. As for the Guardians of the Galaxy, Star-Lord can handle it. "Lin, do you feel uncomfortable?" On the way, Wanda asked with concern. "Uncomfortable?" Lin Hao didn't understand Wanda's words. Wanda explained, "Just like last time." "Oh, that's not the case. It's pretty good this time." Lin Hao chuckled softly. This time, the Power Gem and the Reality Gem fit very well and did not have any impact on his original. It's just that he couldn't fully exert the power of these two infinite original stones. That's good. Hearing this, Wanda finally felt relieved. She was also worried that Lin Hao would be unable to control the power of the infinite stone like last time. It seemed that her worries were unnecessary. "Wanda, thank you for your concern." Lin Hao smiled heartily. Lin Hao, who was sitting in the driver's seat, pulled Wanda into his arms and kissed Wanda's delicate red lips. Just as he was raising and lowering his hands, a beeping sound suddenly came from the radar. Lin Hao quickly took a look and said in surprise, "Hey, someone blocked our way." Now they were on their way to the second jumping point, but a fleet suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Before Lin Hao could see clearly who was coming, the other party fired a particle cannon at his spaceship. "Fake. Can you talk properly?" Lin Hao swore loudly and wanted to kill him just by meeting him. Then he stretched out his hand, dark red light surged, and the particle cannon that hit them turned into nothingness. "You wait here, I'll go out and take a look." After giving instructions, Lin Hao mobilized the power of the Power Stone and the Reality Stone to wrap around his body, forming an energy shield so that he could stand in the universe safely. When Lin Hao approached the fleet, Lin Hao finally saw it clearly. It turned out that it was the fleet of the Thanos Legion, and it was led by the 5 Obsidian Generals headed by General Corvus Glaive. "Boy, I told you that you won't be so lucky next time. Hand over Loki and the Infinity Stones, and I can make your death easier." General Corvus Glaive stood on the flight deck, staring coldly at Lin Hao outside. "Haha, I thought it was who it was, but it turned out to be you, the defeated general." Lin Hao laughed sarcastically and said, "Why, you were lucky enough to run away last time, and you want to take the initiative to deliver it to me this time? To be honest, I have seen stupid people, but I have never seen anyone as stupid as you. You want unlimited rough stones? I'm afraid you'll have to risk your life first." Snort. General Corvus Glaive snorted ferociously and said darkly, "This time we, the 5 Obsidian Generals, will attack together. No matter how powerful you are, you will never be our opponent. Who will win is still unknown." "Really? I think this is already a destined ending. The ending is that not only you, but also the other 4 Obsidian Generals will die today and become a corpse wandering aimlessly in the universe." "Oh no, I'm sorry, I made the mistake, it's 5 corpses." Lin Hao had a harmless smile on his face, but it was so cold and murderous. Since people came to seek death on their own initiative, Lin Hao had no reason not to help them. If he were in Klin prison, it might be a little difficult for him to deal with an entire group of 5 Obsidian Generals, but now they are as weak as ants in Lin Hao's eyes. "Arrogant boy, I will let you taste the power of the 5 Obsidian Generals." Proxima Centauri, the wife of General Corvus Glaive, looked ferocious. "Perhaps we don't need to talk to him, but use actions to prove that he will become our dead soul." The cold ebony throat clenched his hands with murderous intent. "Okay, I don't have time to play house with you here. Use any tricks at once. I'm in a hurry." Lin Hao glanced impatiently. "Kill him." Proxima Centauri couldn't bear it anymore and gave the order directly. All the weapon systems of the entire fleet were turned on, and countless rays of light shone in Lin Hao's eyes. Particle cannons, rocket launchers, quantum rocket launchers and other weapons were all fired at Lin Hao. The scene was so mammoth that even Lin Hao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Looking at this posture, he would not stop until Lin Hao was blown to pieces. "Become the ashes of the universe." The corner of Proxima Centauri's mouth curled up in a cold arc, staring coldly at Lin Hao in the universe, waiting for the moment when Lin Hao was about to become ashes in the universe. Haha, you guys really gave me face for such a big battle. Lin Hao laughed heartily. Faced with such a dense attack of various weapons carrying huge destructive power, his expression remained unchanged, and he seemed to have no tendency to dodge. The next moment, in the sight of the 5 obsidian generals, the weapon attacks from the sky fell directly on Lin Hao, causing a huge explosion. However, this explosion did not cause any noise. They only saw Lin Hao being covered by the flames of the explosion, and huge amounts of shock waves knocked the entire fleet back for a certain distance. Arrogant boy, I really don't know how to write the word death. This is what you will get for provoking us. Seeing Lin Hao being submerged by the explosion, Proxima Centauri smiled disdainfully. Why do we, the 5 obsidian generals, need to take action against such a weak person? Wu Muhao said with the same disdain, his hands behind his back. After all, in his opinion, no one could survive the explosion of such huge amounts of weapons. As expected, the arrogant boy had been reduced to ashes by now. Get ready to collect the infinite rough stones. General Corvus Glaive has also determined that Lin Hao is dead and is ready to collect the infinite rough stones after the aftermath of the explosion dissipates. However, when the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, the 5 obsidian generals all showed shocked expressions. Because in the center of the explosion, a figure suddenly appeared. He actually survived. Chapter 99. Proxima Centauri almost said this with a trembling voice. She couldn't believe that Lin Hao actually survived that kind of explosion. Unlikely. Ebony Throat was also shocked. Even with that level of explosion, even his chance of surviving was 0. Hey, your weapons are a bit rubbish. It's enough to just tickle me. Lin Hao relaxed his muscles and bones. With his current strength, no matter how many weapons with this kind of power, they would only scratch his itch, not to mention he still had 2 infinite rough stones. Unscathed. Seeing Lin Hao, who was unscathed and still making fun of their junk weapons, Proxima Centauri's eyes changed from shock to shock. Not only did he survive, but he was unscathed. This shows that their weapons have no effect on Lin Hao. General Corvus Glaive, this is different from what you described. Ebony Throat glanced out of the corner of his eye. How could Lin Hao's strength be similar to his? He clearly had the strength to crush their entire Obsidian 5 generals. I don't quite understand. He was not so strong in Klin prison. Is it because of the infinite stone? General Corvus Glaive's face was solemn. Lin Hao was powerful beyond his imagination. Damn it, Ronan is a loser, even the infinity stone was taken away. Proxima cursed angrily. If this is your method, then there is no need for me to play house with you. I said I'm in a hurry and I'll deal with you in one move. Lin Hao's teasing expression suddenly turned murderous. He put his hands on his waist, and the energy-emitting pure white light quickly gathered. Turtle-style Qigong. Lin Hao casually threw the turtle Qigong out, without even looking at it, he turned around and returned to the spaceship. The turtle school Qigong carrying destructive energy grew bigger and bigger in the eyes of the 5 obsidian generals, and their eyes began to fill with fear. Then, the turtle Qigong came. Boom! The mothership exploded first, and the 5 obsidian generals fled for their lives, but no matter where they fled, they could not escape the impact of the explosion. Soon, the explosion spread to the entire fleet. There were sounds inside the mothership and silent explosions outside, just like this, playing out in this empty space. Lin Hao had already driven the spaceship to the next jumping point. The explosion lasted for several minutes before it was gradually annihilated. Countless debris floated in space. The scene was extremely tragic. 5 people who were covered in injuries and didn't know whether they were dead or alive were floating here aimlessly. The universe was wreaking havoc on their bodies. The surface of their skin quickly began to freeze. At this moment, a space vortex appeared and swallowed all the 5 obsidian generals floating in the universe. Appeared again, in Thanos' temple. Looking at the 5 obsidian generals who were lying on the ground without life or death, Thanos, who was wearing armor and aloof, narrowed his eyes slightly, and a sharp look passed over him. Well, Lin Jackson, I remember you. On Lin Hao's side, after passing several jumping points, Lin Hao and Wanda finally returned to the Earth. When they returned to the Earth again, Lin Hao actually had a familiar feeling of déjà vu. The Earth is better. Breathing the fresh air in the villa yard, Lin Hao sighed. Transforming the spaceship back into a capsule also declares the successful end of this extraterrestrial journey. After that, Lin Hao's life returned to peace again, and it lasted 3 months in the blink of an eye. During these 3 months, in addition to daily training for Wanda and the others, Lin Hao would also conduct his own training. If you want to exert the power of the 2 infinite rough stones to a greater extent, you must have stronger physical fitness to harness the power of the 2 infinite rough stones, the Power Stone and the Reality Stone. So Lin Hao has to train every day in the gravity room in the spaceship. This is the gravity training room in the spaceship built by Bulma in the Dragon Ball world. It was originally designed for Sun Wukong, but Lin Hao redeemed it with points. There is also such a gravity training room. It happened to be used by Lin Hao for training. In addition to training physical fitness and strength, it can also train him to master and maintain the Super Saiyan state. After 3 months of gravity training, Lin Hao has almost fully adapted to the Super Saiyan state. At the same time, his combat power index has also increased, from the original 10 million to the current 12 million. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat power reached 600 million. Every time he improves his combat power under normal conditions, it will be a huge amount of improvement after transforming into a Super Saiyan. So what happens after using the power of 2 infinite rough stones? He can no longer estimate the actual combat power displayed by Lin Hao. In addition, during these 3 months, Fury and the Avengers completely eliminated all Hydra spies within SHIELD. By eliminating the remnants of Hydra, they regained the psychic scepter brought by Loki. After the Battle of New York, due to Loki's defeat, his psychic scepter naturally fell into the hands of SHIELD. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D. was in an era when Hydra was in power, so the psychic scepter was naturally secretly transported away. Fortunately, I finally got it back now. At the same time, the infinite energy device jointly researched by Dr. Gero and Stark finally came out. Stark, device. As the name suggests, there is inexhaustible energy. This is the source of infinite energy for number 17 and number 18 in Dragon Ball. Once this kind of thing is made public, there is no doubt that the world will be in chaos. Not only will the United States covet it, but any other country in the world will take great pains to obtain infinite energy devices. By then, a world war will be inevitable. As soon as this device came out, Stark installed one on his steel suit. In this way, his combat effectiveness was also greatly improved. After regaining the Mind Scepter, Stark plans to create an artificial intelligence to protect humans and the Earth, just to keep aliens at bay the next time they invade the Earth. And this artificial intelligence is called Ultron. Stark even plans to equip Ultron with an infinite energy device. After day and night research with Dr. Gero, the Ultron program is about to be completed. This day happens to be the Avengers party to celebrate the elimination of Hydra. After informing Dr. Gero, Stark went out. Dr. Gero also planned to take a break while Stark went out. He returned to the room to make a cup of coffee, when the master brain in the laboratory suddenly displayed. Ultron program, integrate scepter, integrate successfully. Chapter 100. After a game, Ultron finally defeated Jarvis and gained his freedom. Ultron, who defeated Jarvis, used the program on the spot to create a robot, and his consciousness was attached to the robot. Dr. Gero's classmates were kicked away violently, and Dr. Gero, who had just laid down, was awakened. Who are you? Dr. Gero looked at Ultron warily, looking at Ultron's glowing eyes, and soon he realized, are you Ultron? He is indeed a smart man. Ultron's voice was hoarse. Dr. Gero immediately realized something was wrong. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Jarvis. Did you get rid of Jarvis's guard? Or did you kill Jarvis? He was so annoying. He always told me some big principles about protecting humanity and maintaining peace. I had to kill him. Ultron's body swayed a little, as if he hadn't adapted yet. Oops. Dr. Gero tried to save everything, but it was too late. Ultron came over and grabbed his neck, threatening, I want to put armor on this world, I need more power. That's your dream, what does it have to do with me? Dr. Gero stared at Ultron. Infinite energy device. Ultron was condescending, his voice emotionless, I know that you and Stark have studied the infinite energy device, and I need it as my source of power. I need you to help me, or I'll kill you like I killed Jarvis. Ultron pinched Dr. Gero's hand and exerted slight force. Dr. Gero suddenly felt a little suffocated and soon fainted. Ultron gave Dr. Gero no choice, and casually threw Dr. Gero away, take him away. A robot broke through the wall, picked up Dr. Gero and disappeared into the night sky. Then he came to the place where Stark and others were gathering. At this time, the entire Avengers was here, and everyone was talking. Suddenly, a loud noise caught everyone's attention. Who are you? Steve narrowed his eyes. Ultron. Dr. Banner said unsure. It's me. Restart operating procedures. Stark hurriedly took out the operation card and tried to restart Ultron's system program, but there was no response. On mission. Ultron ignored Stark and others and gave the order directly. On a mission? What mission? Steve asked. Our peace. Boom. When Ultron finished speaking, a dozen Iron Legions broke through the wall and launched an attack on the Avengers. The Avengers also launched a counterattack. During this period, a robot took the opportunity to snatch the psychic scepter aside. Finally, with Thor's hammer, Ultron's temporary body was smashed to pieces, and he followed the network. An escape. All the hard work was in vain, Ultron escaped along the network. After the war, Dr. Banner said that except for Stark and Dr. Gero, he was the only one who knew about Stark's plan, and the others knew nothing about it. What's worse is that Dr. Gero was also kidnapped by him. Stark frowned. Ultron's escape was not the most important thing. Ultron was created by him no matter what. He had plenty of ways to deal with Ultron. The problem is that now Dr. Gero has been kidnapped by him. Once he threatens Dr. Gero to install an infinite energy device on him, Ultron will become extremely powerful. The infinite energy device is almost the masterpiece of Dr. Gero. He only provided the materials and participated a little bit. Most of the work was done by Dr. Gero. If he was asked to create an infinite energy device by himself, he really couldn't do it. Only Dr. Gero could do it. Ultron kidnapped Dr. Gero, obviously he was interested in the infinite energy device. Stark, this is your mess, you have to find a way to fix it. Steve scolded. At this time, Thor, who originally went out to track the Iron Legion, came back, and he strangled Stark's neck directly. Hey, don't be like this, talk to me if you have anything to say, buddy. Facing the angry Thor, Stark knew he was in the wrong, after all, he was the one who caused all this. I really don't have any words to describe you, Stark. Thor's tone was cold, and Steve quickly came to the rescue. Thor, where are the Legionnaires? Thor also gave Steve face. He put down Stark and said, the trace disappeared at 160 kilometers, heading north, and they took the scepter away. Our top priority is to kill Ultron. Natasha Romanoff expressed her thoughts. Natasha Romanoff is right. Now that things have happened, no matter how much you say, it will not help. The top priority now is to kill Ultron. He wants to kill us and exterminate humanity. Dr. Banner followed up Natasha Romanoff's words and also expressed his own thoughts. Idea. Thor has no longer been responsible for Stark. Dr. Banner is right. What has already happened, and it will be useless to take responsibility again. It is better to find a way to kill Ultron. How are we going to deal with Ultron now? Stark asked crucially. Together, as always, Steve said. Maybe we'll lose this time. How big a wave can a robot make? Natasha Romanoff was a little disdainful. Although Ultron is an artificial intelligence program created by Stark, in the final analysis, he is still an artificial intelligence, so how can he be compared with flesh and blood humans? Not to mention they are Avengers, all of them have considerable strength. You may not know why Ultron kidnapped Dr. Gero. Everyone looked at Stark, waiting for his next words. Forget it, track Ultron's location as soon as possible, and let's kill him. Stark thought about it for a while, but let it go. Even the people in front of him couldn't divulge the matter of the infinite energy device at will. The next day, the Avengers launched an operation and used all means to track down Ultron. Finally, they found Ultron in Africa. At this time, Ultron was trading adamantium metal with an arms criminal. A battle between the Avengers and Ultron's army began. Unfortunately, Ultron had already obtained an infinite energy device at this time. The extremely powerful Ultron violently tortured the Avengers. Even though Stark's steel suit was also equipped with an infinite energy device, it was still not enough in front of Ultron. Look. And his current body is not made of adamantium metal. Once Ultron uses adamantium metal to build his own body, plus an infinite energy device. By then, Ultron can be said to be unbeatable. After torturing everyone in the Alliance, Ultron successfully took away the adamantium metal. He wanted to create a human weapon that would destroy the world with him.